To seduce your classmate, the school beauty, you staked your pride on getting her to come to Demon Rune. In the darkroom, she bit her lower lip lightly. "Shin, you're hurting me." Beads of sweat slid down your forehead, dripping onto her snow-white abdomen with a soft plop. The demon rune needle in your hand pierced her delicate skin, leaving behind an eerie black demon rune. Just as you withdrew the needle and exhaled, that wing-shaped demon rune suddenly came to life. Black-red flames burned on the surface of her skin, and a surge of power 10 times greater than before instantly swept through her entire body. She stared in horror at her reflection in the mirror, now transformed into a witch, while your mind was filled with nothing but a stream of data refreshing madly. Luna affinity plus 10, affinity plus 10. Chapter 1, starting with a demon rune tattooed on the school beauty. Ah. Shin, be gentle. You're hurting me. Don't worry, I'll be quick. It'll be over soon. Once I finish the last stroke, you'll definitely feel it, a sensation unlike anything else. In a somewhat cramped, dimly lit room, a stunningly beautiful girl with a perfect figure lay on a bed, her snow-white, delicate skin exposed. But at that moment, she was gently biting her sensual lower lip, a hint of pain visible on her face. Shin, are you done yet? I can't take it anymore. Luna, the school beauty of Haishur No. 1 High School, her face flushed slightly, her lips trembling gently. Almost done. Give me 3 more minutes. Shin gripped the demon rune needle in his hand. By now, he was already drenched in sweat. I never expected this simple demon rune to drain my mana so much. Following the demon rune pattern unlocked by the system in his mind, Shin continued to etch it onto the school beauty Luna's smooth, snow-white skin. By now, the black demon rune was nearly complete, with only the final touches remaining. His gloved hand touched Luna's smooth, fair skin as the demon rune needle repeatedly pierced her skin, leaving behind the system-produced dye. Shin was utterly focused and incredibly skilled. Before he was transported to this world, he had already opened his own demon rune studio. It just so happened that the original host had awakened to the F-rank profession of rune crafter, which perfectly matched his expertise. This was a high magic world where everyone could awaken their profession at the age of 18. There were many types of professions, though the most popular were, of course, combat-oriented ones. For example, warrior, mage, summoner, beastmaster, archer, psionicist, healer, and so on. However, the F-rank profession Shin had awakened to runecrafter was the most worthless of all the non-combat professions. But what kind of transmigrator would have a system? Shin had bound the demon rune system. As long as he gave others demon runes, he could earn rewards. To convince his classmate the school beauty to join demon rune, Shin had staked his dignity in his next life. Shin, are you ready? Luna felt a twinge of regret at that moment, regretting her soft-heartedness when she saw Shin being mocked by the entire class. Done. Shin's mind was utterly focused. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead and onto Luna's snow-white abdomen, making a soft plop sound. Just as Luna was about to lose control. Done. Shin shouted excitedly, and in an instant, it was as if all his energy had been drained from his body. Are you done? Luna sat up straight on the bed, then walked over to a mirror to examine her snow-white skin closely. Just below her navel, a strange demon rune resembling a pair of wings had appeared. The demon rune looked mysterious and eerie, yet it was incredibly beautiful. Especially against the backdrop of her fair, delicate skin, it appeared incredibly alluring and enigmatic. Not bad. It looks really good. Luna's initial feelings of regret vanished. She truly loved this demon rune, and she had never seen one like it on anyone else before. I'm glad you like it. Shin paused for a moment before speaking. At that moment, a dull ache throbbed in his head. He hadn't expected that what had been a simple demon rune in his previous life would now drain his mana and stamina so severely, leaving his body feeling completely drained. Shin, even though you've awakened as an F-rank runecrafter, don't lose heart, and don't worry about what others say. There are no useless professions in this world, only incompetent people. Your demon rune craftsmanship is excellent. I'm confident you'll become a master in the demon rune industry. The reason Luna agreed to come to Demon Rune was because she'd been Shin's deskmate for 3 years. Seeing others mock him and hearing rumors that he'd been expelled from the Shin family, she feared he might do something reckless, so she agreed. Don't you feel anything special? Shin, of course, understood the implication behind the school beauty Luna's words. But he couldn't care less about how the outside world viewed him. As for the Shin family, sooner or later, he would seek justice on behalf of the original host. According to the original hostess' memories, the Shin family had not treated him well, especially his biological father, Shin Haijun, who had either beaten or berated him constantly. Although he held the title of the Shin family's eldest son, his life was worse than that of a dog or a pig. While the rest of the Shin family lived in luxury, the original host was the only one who wore the same clothes for years, patching them up for even longer. Even this modest demon rune shop was rented with money the original host had saved up over a decade. When he awoke to his F-rank rune crafter class, Shin Haijun slapped the original host across the face and kicked him out of the Shin household. It was precisely because of this that Shin had the opportunity to travel through time. What special feeling? Luna looked at Shin with some confusion. Damn system, get the hell out here. Didn't you say that if the demon rune succeeded, the user would gain special powers? And what about my reward for the successful demon rune? You bastard, you didn't just pocket it for yourself, did you? Shin's expression remained unchanged, but in his mind, he was furiously ranting at the demon rune system he was bound to. Host, calm down. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Damn it, this isn't a signal, yet there is still a fucking delay. System, you aren't trying to renege on your promise, are you? Shin was getting impatient. He was counting on the system to help him turn the tide. Bullying the original host was the same as bullying him. He didn't care much about it, but he wasn't exactly the forgiving type either. He had always lived by one rule: if someone bullied him, he would return the favor tenfold. Whoever dares to offend Shin will be punished, no matter how far away they are. I'd rather wrong the whole world than let the world wrong me. And if I kill the wrong person, I won't let it go. A great rune crafter must have sufficient patience and composure. Host, please stay calm. Fuck you, you damn system. Shin was at a loss for words. Shin, what's wrong? Seeing Shin staring off into space, Luna couldn't help but ask. Oh, nothing. That demon rune costs 10,000. Since you're my deskmate, I'll give you a 70% discount. That's 3,000 total. Scan the QR code at the entrance. Having failed to receive a system reward, Shin was in a bit of a bad mood. Ah. Hearing Shin's words, Luna visibly froze. What? A demon rune costs 10,000? Luna felt like she'd been ripped off by someone. She'd only agreed to come to the demon rune because she was worried Shin might do something reckless. Now Shin was telling her that as a classmate, he'd give her a 70% discount, meaning 10,000 would be 3,000. Although she didn't care about the 3,000, the impression Shin gave her was very bad. Even the demon rune, which had looked quite nice at first, now seemed a little ugly to her. 10,000 it is. Who needs your discount? If I, Luna, ever come back here again, I'll be a dog. Luna angrily pulled out her phone, scanned the QR code at the entrance, and paid all in one fluid motion. What's wrong with this woman? She changes her mind faster than I can apply silicone. Watching Luna's back as she stormed out, Shin was a bit dumbfounded. Chapter 2, The Magic of the Demon Rune. Ice power surges tenfold. Feishin, 10,000 yuan received. Hearing the payment notification from his phone, Shin pulled his gaze away from the doorway. Not bad. At least I've made my first sale. Looking at his Feishin balance, which had jumped from 0 to 10,000, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Finally, I've got enough to eat and pay the rent. But this system is a total rip-off. They even charge for the ink used in demon runes, and it's pretty expensive, too. Shin opened the system, and a virtual interface visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Demon Rune System. Host, Shin. Rune Crafter Level, Novice 110. Available Demon Runes, 1, issued via Starter Pack. Usable Demon Rune, Demon Rune. Current Host Demon Rune Count, 1. When the hostess demon rune count reaches 10, they can upgrade to entry-level rune crafter. System store. Demon rune dye, 50 milliliters bottle 1000 huaxia coins. Demon rune needle, 1 piece 50,000 huaxia coins. Hostess current balance, 10,000. Other items await unlocking. What a ripoff! What a fucking ripoff! Shin shut down the system immediately. He was waiting for the demon rune on campus beauty Luna to change. Only then could he receive the system reward. Haichang, huaxia inside an incredibly luxurious villa. Luna had just finished her shower and appeared in front of a mirror wearing a pink strapless dress. This guy he is a bit hard to figure out, but this demon rune really is pretty. Luna gazed at the demon rune on her snow-white skin in the mirror, growing fonder of it the more she looked. Maybe I should find Shin another day and get a different one tattooed. No, that guy is such a ripoff, he actually charged me money. Luna shook her head quickly for some reason. Shin's image kept popping into her mind. What is going on with this demon rune? It feels like it's glowing. Luna stared at the demon rune in the mirror and suddenly noticed something was off. It really does seem to be glowing. It's like it's alive. Luna's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the demon rune on her body in the mirror. At that moment, the black demon rune was slowly emitting faint red glows. The demon rune seemed as if it were alive, beginning to spread across her snow-white skin. What is going on? Luna was horrified. She could clearly feel the slight tingling sensation as the demon rune spread. But that wasn't what had left her speechless. My ice mage power is actually surging. With every inch the demon rune spread, the ice power within her surged accordingly. This isn't just a simple demon rune. Shinhe isn't just a simple rune crafter. Luna watched as the demon rune spread bit by bit, covering her entire body. The next second, black-red flames began to burn on the surface of her snow-white skin. In an instant, the girl who had once been the moonlight in others' hearts transformed into a dark witch. My power has surged tenfold. Feeling the change in her power, Luna froze in shock. She hurriedly put on her clothes and ran to the martial arts room in the basement of the villa. She wanted to test whether the power within her was real. If it was real, she would have gained an entirely new source of power out of nowhere. And Shin, the one responsible for this, was simply terrifying. The ability to grant others an additional source of power. If word of this got out, people would surely fight over it. The entire basement of the villa was a martial arts training room, filled with all kinds of equipment. Luna had awakened the S-rank ice-type ability, Blizzard skill. As long as her power was strong enough, she could conjure a Blizzard skill out of thin air. It was a wide area of effect attack with immense power. However, Luna had only just awakened her S-rank Blizzard skill. Currently, she was merely a bronze stage ice mage and couldn't possibly unleash the full power of the Blizzard skill. At present, she could only control the range of her ability attacks up to 20 meters. Beyond that, the potency of her ice-based abilities would diminish significantly. Luna surveyed the underground training room and began channeling the power of her ice elemental abilities. Beneath her feet, a thin layer of ice spread outward, covering the surrounding area. Originally, it could extend no further than 20 meters, but in an instant, the entire basement was covered in solid blue ice. Looking around, Luna's eyes sparkled with delight and awe. Shin's face involuntarily flashed through her mind. Is he really an F-rank rune crafter? Luna bit her lower lip lightly, a faint urge welling up inside her to find Shin and ask him what was really going on. But she reconsidered, immediately pulled out her phone, tapped the screen recording function, and recorded everything in the basement. Then she opened Feishin and sent the recorded video to her grandfather, who was in the imperial capital of Huaxia. Late at night, in the imperial capital. In a picturesque courtyard compound. A white-haired old man lay in a rocking chair, gazing at the star-studded night sky. Beside him stood two middle-aged men, heads bowed, not daring to make a sound. Beep. Just then, a phone on the rosewood coffee table next to the rocking chair suddenly emitted a beeping notification sound. It's that girl, Luna. Upon hearing the sound, a gentle smile spread across the old man's previously expressionless face. He picked up the phone and expertly opened Fei Xin. A new message appeared in the notes section of the Dear Granddaughter contact pinned at the top. The old man smiled and tapped it open. A video clip then appeared before his eyes. "Let us see what kind of video my dear granddaughter sent me," the old man said as he tapped the video. Meanwhile, one of the two middle-aged men couldn't help but let a smile slip across his face. "Oh. Ice elemental power fills the entire basement. Could my precious granddaughter have broken through to become a silver stage mage? That doesn't make sense either. Although Luna's awakened S-rank ice elemental ability grows faster than other ranks, she has only had it for a few days. Something is fishy." With that thought, the old man hurriedly placed a video call to Luna. "Grandpa, you're still awake?" The moment the call connected, Luna's voice came through. "Luna! What's the meaning of this video call, Grandpa? Could it be that you've broken through to the silver stage?" The white-haired old man's tone was full of affection. "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I've only just awakened my S-rank ice-type ability. How could I have broken through to the silver stage already?" Luna shot her grandfather a look, her tone full of playful petulance. "Ha ha ha ha. My precious granddaughter is an S-rank genius. Even if she broke through from the bronze stage to the silver stage right now, Grandpa wouldn't find it strange at all." The white-haired old man's tone was brimming with affection, leaving the two middle-aged men standing nearby filled with envy. Chapter 3. This F-rank runecrafter is no ordinary person. "Grandpa, I haven't broken through to the silver stage, but I can wield the power of the silver stage." As Luna spoke, she strutted around the underground training hall with immense pride. Looking at the training hall covered in solid ice, Titan was filled with confusion. "Luna, hurry up and tell Grandpa what on earth is going on." "Grandpa, I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else." Luna thought of Shin, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared in her eyes, though she didn't even know why. "Oh. It seems this is some extraordinary matter that even requires Grandpa to keep it a secret." A thought crossed Titan's mind, and he had a vague premonition that what his granddaughter was about to say wasn't as simple as it seemed. He knew full well what Luna's capabilities were, but for her to suddenly possess 10 times her usual strength out of nowhere was indeed rather unusual. "Grandpa, I'll tell you. The reason I have this power now is because of my classmate, Shin." "Your classmate?" Titan frowned. "That's right. It's him. He is awakened as an F-rank runecrafter, but Grandpa, don't underestimate his class. The reason I can unleash this power is because he gave me a demon rune." Luna flipped the camera on her phone, revealing row after row of demon runes glowing red on her arm. "What's this?" Though Titan hadn't witnessed it firsthand, even through the phone screen, he could tell these demon runes were extraordinary. "Grandpa, these are the demon runes he inscribed on me. He calls them demon runes," Luna explained. "Demon runes?" Titan furrowed his brow. In all his years, this was the first time he'd ever seen such demonic markings. "Do these demon runes have any side effects?" True to his long life and vast experience, Titan's question hit the nail on the head. "It drains my internal energy quite heavily. In this state, I can only last 30 minutes before my internal energy is completely depleted." Although his internal energy was doubling, it was being consumed at a rapid rate. "So, for half an hour, you can maintain this state where your internal energy is 10 times stronger." Titan mulled this over, though deep down he was utterly stunned. "By giving someone a demon rune, you can make them stronger. Doesn't that mean we could mass-produce warriors whose strength is tenfold for a short time?" Titan was indeed a heavyweight who controlled 1/3 of the military power in China. In just an instant, he had realized the ingenious applications of this power. At this thought, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he sprang to his feet from the lounge chair. His sudden movement startled the two middle-aged men behind him. "Luna, your classmate has been accepted into that university." Titan paid no attention to the reactions of the two men behind him. "I don't know. It's only been a day since the awakening ceremony. The university acceptance letter Woon T arrived that quickly. But he awakened as an F-rank rune crafter. No university would accept him. Luna paused to think before speaking. Bullshit. An ordinary rune crafter couldn't be this powerful. That kid is definitely more than just an ordinary rune crafter. He likely has a hidden class that hasn't been discovered yet. A genius like that shouldn't be left to languish in the streets just because of an F-rank class. Titan was so worked up he let a curse slip. Chanshang, check the national education system and see if any university has sent Shin an acceptance letter. Titan turned to look at one of the middle-aged men, the one with a mole between his eyebrows. Dad, I'll look into it right away. Though the middle-aged man was a bit puzzled, he obediently went to check. As for who Shin was, he already knew. He had thoroughly investigated the family background of his precious daughter's deskmate, going back 18 generations. Otherwise, do you think just anyone could sit next to his daughter, Lu Changsheng's daughter? Dad, I checked. No school has sent him an acceptance letter. Soon, Lu Changsheng returned with news that came as no surprise to anyone. Grade F already signified a certain level of talent, or, one might say, a ceiling. No university was willing to waste its resources on someone with an F-level talent. Humph. Titan snorted coldly, then turned and walked away. Dad, where are you going at this late hour? Humph. My business is none of your little brat's concern. The white-haired old man took a single step forward, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. In the imperial capital of Huaxia, inside a heavily guarded villa. Titan, it's so late and you still have the energy to come see me. An elderly man, equally white-haired but still vigorous, smiled at Titan. Humph. Just because you've become the leader, you're putting on airs with me now? Titan snorted coldly and sat down on a sofa. How dare I put on airs with you? I'm more afraid you'll tear my house down. Spit it out. What's the big deal? What's so urgent that you had to make the trip yourself this late? The white-haired old man hurriedly forced a smile. Although he was the leader, his relationship with Titan was excellent. Nothing's wrong. Can't I just come over here for a cup of tea? Titan feigned extreme annoyance. Ha 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 ha. You're always welcome here, Titan. I was just worried you wouldn't come. The white-haired old man wasn't upset. After decades of friendship, they knew each other's temperaments well. That's more like it. Titan picked up a cup of tea beside him and took a sip. Titan, speak up. What could possibly be so important that you'd make the trip yourself this late at night? The white-haired old man's tone turned serious as he spoke. He knew Titan well. If it weren't something major, he wouldn't have come in person. I want to show you a video. Titan handed his phone to the white-haired old man in front of him. Isn't that Luna? I heard she has awakened the S-class ability, the Blizzard skill. Another prodigy has emerged from your Lu family. The white-haired old man, of course, recognized Luna. Take a look at the blue ice in the training room. Titan prompted. Blue ice covers the entire underground training room. Has Luna broken through to the silver stage? The white-haired old man had been speaking with a smile at first, but gradually noticed something amiss. Something's wrong. Luna just turned 18 this year. She has only just reached the age of awakening. How could she have reached the silver stage so quickly? The white-haired elder's mind worked quickly. Take another look at the demon rune on Luna's wrist. Titan reminded him again. Demon rune? The white-haired elder was utterly perplexed. Titan, if there is something on your mind, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. An S-rank bronze stage user's maximum casting range shouldn't exceed 20 meters. The entire basement spans a full 180 meters. Yet Luna, with only bronze stage power, froze the entire basement. Chapter 4, System Reward SSS Rank Ice Talent, Frozen Timeline. Are you saying that the reason Luna was able to perform far beyond her own capabilities is because of the demon rune you mentioned? The white-haired old man was quick on the uptake, immediately connecting the dots with the earlier warning. It's precisely because of those demon runes. Titan nodded. The demon runes on Luna came from her classmate, a rune crafter who has awakened an F-rank profession. As Titan mentioned rune crafter, a strange look flashed across his eyes. F-rank, rune crafter. The white-haired elder repeated those words, then exclaimed in admiration, "This F-rank rune crafter is no ordinary person. Sean, he is truly extraordinary. By giving others demon runes, he can make them stronger." According to Luna, after receiving the demon rune, her overall strength increased nearly tenfold. What? Tenfold? The elder's surname Xiao was stunned. A tenfold increase in combat power means one can easily fight opponents of a higher tier. For a genius with naturally high talent, this is practically a trump card for certain victory. However, this power has its limits. With Luna's abilities, she can maintain this state for no more than 30 minutes. Titan said this with a hint of regret. 30 minutes, that's already quite remarkable. When masters clash, it's often decided in the blink of an eye. The elderly man surnamed Xiao's eyes shone brightly at that moment, as if two torches were burning within them. Titan, if he can provide demon runes to many people, then this F-rank runecrafter would be a priceless treasure for us in Huaxia. With his abilities, if he were to provide demon runes to top-tier geniuses, Huaxia's strength would rise to a whole new level. The elderly man surnamed Xiao also grasped the implications behind this. That is exactly what I was thinking. We've already investigated. Due to his F-grade status, he didn't get into university. Moreover, his relationship with his family doesn't seem to be particularly good. I plan to have the National Defense University issue him an acceptance letter. Titan voiced his proposal. The National Defense University. The elderly man surnamed Xiao frowned, his thoughts unknown. What? You want to control him? Humph. He is a special talent. We can only cultivate him, we absolutely cannot treat him as a mere tool. Titan's gaze darkened instantly. Old Lu, what do you take me for? You and I sit in our current positions because we prioritize the national interest. We still don't know whether his ability targets individuals or groups. Nor do we know if his ability is reusable, or what its limits are. How are we supposed to tailor his training accordingly? As the elderly man surnamed Xiao finished speaking, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Sean, you're right. We do need to understand this clearly first, then design a customized training program. Of course, we can't force him. A talent like this, someone who can give others a leg up, would be a massive loss to us if anything were to happen. However, we still need to grant him admission to the National Defense University. That's the only way to get a close look at his preferences. Titan had been thinking deeply about this. We can give him an acceptance letter from the National Defense University. Also, tell the university president to make sure he is well taken care of. Also, have your granddaughter make a small sacrifice, let him probe Shin's capabilities. After all, they're classmates and even deskmates. The elderly man surnamed Xiao looked at Titan with a peculiar expression. No way. Why won't you let your granddaughter make a small sacrifice? The moment Titan heard that his granddaughter might have to make a sacrifice, he immediately grew displeased. If my granddaughter is in his class or even his deskmate, then I suppose I could make that sacrifice. After all, the kid is quite talented. The elderly man surnamed Xiao smiled warmly, leaving Titan with no choice but to give in. Achoo! Damn it, which bastard is bad-mouthing me behind my back? Inside the cramped demon rune shop, Shin had been waiting for his system reward. Congratulations, host. Luna has successfully activated the demon rune, rewarding you with the SSS rank ice type ability time freeze skill. An SSS rank ice type ability, time freeze skill. Shin let out a gasp of surprise. Although he hadn't been in this world long, he knew exactly what an SSS rank ability meant. High City had a population of tens of millions, yet the highest ranked ability anyone had awakened was S rank. One could only imagine how rare an SSS rank ability was. The very next second, an incredibly frigid aura surged from within Shun. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Shin's mouth as a wisp of icy energy traveled up his arm and spread directly to the glass cup in his hand. Crack! The glass cup instantly froze into shards of ice, falling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a layer of solid ice formed on the floor beneath his feet. Holy shit! An SSS rank ability that freezes time and space? Is it really that badass? He had just unleashed a mere trace of ice power, and it had caused this. It made him dare not imagine what would happen if he unleashed his full power. Could he truly activate the time freeze skill? System, is this all the reward I get? How stingy can you be? Shin was satisfied, but he still wanted to milk the system for all it was worth. Ding! System store updated. A store update? Is that supposed to be a reward? Shin immediately opened the system store. Then he froze in place. Demon Rune Series. Water Margin Series. Three Kingdoms Series. Journey to the West Series. Mythology Series. The moment he opened the system, a series of Demon Rune related items appeared before Shin. Unlocking the Demon Rune Series requires 10 billion Huaxia coins. Unlocking the Water Margin Series requires 1 billion Huaxia coins. Unlocking the Journey to the West Series requires 100 billion crystals. Unlocking the Mythology Series requires 1 trillion crystals. Holy shit! System, you're fucking way too greedy. Looking at those strings of zeros which he'd only ever seen in Chengdu in his previous life, he couldn't help but curse the system for its heartless greed. Fortunately, those series could be unlocked one by one, though they were all quite expensive. Staring at those strings of zeros, Shin resignedly closed the system. This system really is a money-guzzling monster. Looking at his balance, he realized he was truly broke. He simply couldn't afford to keep the system running. Moreover, creating a demon rune was no easy feat. Just engraving a demon rune for the school beauty, Luna, had already drained him of all his energy and spirit. He dared not imagine how much mana it would take to create a rune for a mythical figure. It seems that if I want to continue down this path of demon runes, I must strengthen my mana. Only with powerful mana can I use more demon rune patterns. After making up his mind, Shin fell asleep. Tattooing the school beauty Luna with a demon rune had already drained his energy and spirit. If it weren't for waiting for the system reward, he would have gone to sleep long ago. A good night's sleep. Early the next morning, he was woken up by his alarm clock. Although Shin hadn't fully recovered his energy, he didn't feel quite as exhausted. Even though the awakening ceremony had ended, the senior high students still had to wait at school for their college acceptance letters. Chapter 5, A Good Dog Doesn't Block the Way. Outside the gates of Haisher No. 1 High School, students chatted and laughed as they walked inside. Stop right there. You see this young master and don't even come over to pay your respects? Shin had barely stepped through the school gates when a voice stopped him. Immediately, Shin Bojun, accompanied by his henchmen, blocked Shin's path. A good dog doesn't block the way. Shin's expression darkened. Ooh. My good big brother, you're really standing your ground today. Is it the F-rank runecrafter who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? Exactly. A piece of trash like you dares to speak to young Master Shin like that. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You're just an F-rank piece of trash. Apologize to young Master Shin right now, or you'll be in for it later. Their voices instantly drew a crowd of onlookers eager for a show. Shun, Dad said he doesn't have a worthless son like you. Especially in a lowly profession like rune crafter. Dad knows you've opened a little demon rune shop out there. He has already pulled some strings to get your landlord to take back the demon rune shop. Without that demon rune shop, I'll see what you can do. Shin Bojun looked down at Shin with a condescending gaze, as if he were looking at trash. Damn it, this Shin family really takes things too far. I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Shin's heart burned with rage, and his eyes grew icy cold. Shin, everything in the Shin family belongs to me, Shin Bojun. As an F-rank runecrafter, there is no way any university would accept you. I'm giving you a chance right now. Get down on your knees and beg me, and I'll let you leave Haishur. Otherwise, don't blame me for not sparing you out of brotherly affection. As Shin Bojun spoke, he spread his legs wide, his expression brimming with smug satisfaction. A large crowd had gathered by now, all pointing and whispering. You idiot! The moment Shin finished speaking, he kicked Shin Bojun squarely in the left leg where it was spread open. Crack! The sound of snapping bones echoed through the air. Ah! Shin Bojun instantly collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken left leg in agony. You dare lay a hand on young Master Shin? We'll avenge him. If anything happens, young Master Shin will take the blame for us. Among the henchmen, a burly male student swung his fist at Shin. Shin's expression didn't waver. The old him might have worried about getting beaten up. But now he possessed the SSS rank ice-type ability, Frozen Spacetime. It was no exaggeration to say that there wasn't a single person at Haishur No. 1 High School who could beat him. The burly student, having awakened his power-type ability, swung a punch that emitted a faint, explosive crackle. Shin looked at the incoming fist as the ice-type power within him began to stir. Stop! Just as Shin was about to strike, ready to cripple the burly classmate's arm, a shrill cry rang out behind him. The next second, a piercing whistle cut through the air. A blue icicle streaked past Shin's eyes, striking the burly classmate's fist with a thud. Leaving a bleeding wound in its wake, the force contained within the ice spike sent the burly figure flying backward. It's the school beauty, Luna. I never expected that just one day after awakening her ice-type ability, she could already master attack techniques so skillfully. She truly lives up to her reputation as a genius who awakened an S-rank ice-type ability. But why would the school beauty help that good-for-nothing Shin? The onlookers, upon seeing the school beauty Luna, burst into exclamations of surprise and confusion. Luna, are you going to get involved? The intense pain had subsided, and Shin Bojun had already been helped to his feet. Seeing Shin about to get beaten up, only for the school beauty to suddenly intervene, filled him with resentment. Even though he secretly harbored feelings for Luna himself. Shin Bojun, Shin is your brother, after all. Forcing him to kneel, you're worse than an animal. Luna had been there for a while. Seeing Shin being bullied, she felt inexplicably heartbroken and furious. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Ever since Shin had given her the demon rune, the image of his profile as he handed it to her kept flashing through her mind. Especially after awakening the demon rune, she felt an overwhelming urge to find Shin. He is just an F-rank good for nothing. Making him kneel is actually showing him some respect. Besides, he has already been kicked out of the Shin family by my dad. He is not my brother at all. Shin Bojun's gaze toward Shin was filled with contempt and disdain. He is a good for nothing. Ha! In my eyes, you're the one who is a good for nothing. When Luna heard Shin Bojun call Shin a good for nothing, her blood boiled instantly. Even the demon rune on her body began to stir restlessly. Luna, I know you have some connections. But the affairs of the Shin family are not something an outsider like you can meddle in. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. Shin Bojun's icy gaze fixed on Luna. The Shin family, you sure do talk big. A flash of contempt crossed Luna's eyes. In China, when it came to connections, there were very few who could match her. Luna, are you really going to get involved in this? Shin Bojun's expression darkened. So what if I am? Luna didn't hesitate. Shin, however, stared at Luna in front of him with some surprise. Could it be because of the demon rune that she is helping me like this? Fine. We'll see about that. I'll see how long you can protect him. As soon as Shin Bojun finished speaking, he turned and slunk away, supported by his henchmen. However, the moment he turned, his expression twisted, and a murderous intent toward Shin welled up within him. Are you okay? After Shin Bojun and his henchmen had left, Luna turned to look at Shin with concern in her eyes. Beep. Luna's affinity plus 10, current affinity 60. Just as Shin was about to speak, a system notification sounded in his mind. What the hell? Affinity plus 10. System notice, Demon Rune Series.
Every time the demon rune user channels the power of the demon rune, the hostess affinity increases by 10.
Holy shit! So that's how it works.
Shin's mouth dropped open in surprise.
Shin, stop staring.
Just then, the school beauty Luna's voice rang out, tinged with both embarrassment and annoyance.
Staring?
What am I staring at?
Shin froze, immediately pulling his gaze away. He then realized that while he'd been interacting with the system, his eyes had been fixed on the school beauty Luna's ample chest.
Luna's face was flushed crimson.
She wanted to walk away, but her grandfather's instructions echoed in her mind.
Luna! Grandpa has given you an important mission. Get to know Shun well. If necessary, you may have to make some sacrifices. Do I look pretty?
With that thought, Luna blurted out the question before she could stop herself. You look beautiful. You're the undisputed school beauty, of course you do. Shin nodded naturally, because Luna really was beautiful. If he had to rate her looks, she'd definitely score over 95.
Really? Luna's face flushed even redder.
Why is your face so red?
Do you have a fever?
Staring at the school beauty Luna's flushed, rather alluring little face, Shin began to ask the system in his mind.
System, what happens if the affection level reaches 100? Chapter 6, Making the School Beauty Wear an Ultraman Spandex Suit.
If the affection level reaches 100, she'll be utterly loyal to you, and you can do whatever you want. The system's reply was blunt and direct.
Do whatever I want.
Shin looked at Luna, the school beauty standing before him, her skin snow white, her figure tall and slender, with curves in all the right places.
He couldn't help but blurt out, does that mean I can make Luna wear an Ultraman bodysuit? System, disgusting.
Ugh.
He. Shin couldn't help but let out a creepy, wicked laugh.
Shun, what's wrong with you? Luna heard Shin's laughter and, for some reason, felt as if she were being watched by something sinister.
Nothing. I was just thinking about a monster fighting Ultraman.
Shin blurted out instinctively.
A monster. Ultraman. Luna was a bit confused. She could understand monsters, but she really had no idea what Ultraman was.
However, if she could figure out what Shin was thinking, she might be able to figure out what he meant by Ultraman. If she hadn't agreed to help him find a demon rune partner, who knows how long it would have taken.
Shin, if you really want to thank me, just get me a demon rune tattoo, preferably a demon rune.
Luna couldn't help but speak excitedly at the thought of the benefits a demon rune would bring.
No way. How about I treat you to a meal?
The Canteen Grand Hotel, whatever you want, I'll pay for it. Upon hearing she wanted another demon rune, Shin shook his head like a rattle. Tattooing her with a demon rune yesterday had nearly drained Shin dry. His mana still hadn't recovered, and he felt a dull ache on both sides of his temples. If he forced another demon rune, he might just go meet his great-grandmother. Besides, the same demon rune could only be inscribed once, and he hadn't unlocked any new ones yet. With only 10,000 yuan in his pocket, he couldn't possibly afford to unlock a new demon rune.
Why not? Do you know that your demon rune can increase my strength tenfold?
Luna, afraid others might hear, leaned close to Shin and whispered in his ear. Their intimate display left a group of male students who idolized the school beauty as their ideal gritting their teeth in fury. They'd give anything to swap places with Shin right now.
What are you staring at? Someday, I'm going to make the school beauty wear an Ultraman costume.
Shin naturally noticed the looks of envy and resentment from those around him. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth, and scanned the crowd with an expression that said, "You're all trash."
After all, these were the same people who had mocked him when the original host awakened as an F-rank rune crafter.
Shin swore he would avenge the original host.
You bunch of losers. I'm a man who has awakened an SSS rank ice-type ability. I'm destined to trample you underfoot until you can't even see my back.
Shin was brimming with pride to others. He looked like a petty man basking in his newfound success. But with the school beauty, Luna, by his side, those people didn't dare come over to cause trouble.
I know. After sweeping the room with an incredibly domineering gaze, Shin finally turned to look at Luna. "Then why did you choose me?" Luna blurted out. "Because you're easy to fool." Shin thought to himself, but he couldn't say that out loud, "Because you're beautiful." "I just love beautiful things, especially women." Shun put on a righteous expression. Hearing his shameless words, Luna didn't get angry. She still remembered the task her grandfather had given him. "Since I'm pretty, then go ahead and engrave a demon rune for me." "No way. Demon runes are too exhausting. They drain way too much energy. Besides, I don't have the money." Shin shook his head again, making it clear it wasn't happening. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was simply that he couldn't. Until his mana had grown stronger, he had no intention of bestowing demon runes on others. He certainly didn't want to be drained of all his energy while inscribing a demon rune, only to die from exhaustion. With the system and SSS rank ice-type abilities at his disposal, a bright future lay before him. He had no intention of courting death. Too exhausting. It drains mana. No money. Luna heard Shin refuse her again, but she didn't get angry. Because she had picked up a few key points. After the awakening ceremony, there were practically no classes left at school. Following the ceremony, some became mages, some martial artists, some summoners, some archers, and a few awakened to life support professions. High school resources were simply insufficient to meet the students' needs. Only universities could organize these newly awakened novices into specialized programs based on their chosen professions. China has many specialized colleges, mage academies, martial artist academies, and so on. Of course, the most prestigious institutions are the comprehensive academies. Right now, they were all waiting for the admission letters from various universities to be sent out. The school beauty, Luna, had been by Shin's side all day, making everyone else green with envy. "Shin, just you wait. Tonight, you're going to get what's coming to you." Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already time for school to let out. "Young Master Shin, rest assured. Leave that kid's legs to us." Inside an upscale bar, Shin Bojun, his leg in a cast, glared with venom in his eyes. "Humph. Dare to cross me, and I'll make you wish you were dead. Those two legs are just the beginning. The child of some ordinary woman, and she dares to dream of inheriting the Shin family." Shin Bojun's eyes were like those of a venomous snake, so malicious they sent a chill down one's spine. "My dear granddaughter, how did it go with the information you were asked to gather?" Inside Luna's villa, she was on a video call with Titan. "Grandpa, I haven't managed to get the specifics, but I've uncovered some very important information." Luna's mind drifted back to her interactions with Shin earlier that day, and a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Important information? Tell Grandpa all about it." "Shin said he was exhausted after giving me the demon rune. It drained a massive amount of his mana. And he also said he's really short on money. Really exhausted. Massive mana drain. Short on money." Titan repeated these phrases, then turned his gaze to the elderly man surnamed Xiao standing nearby. "Luna, your intelligence is crucial. Keep up the good work. Shin is very important to us." "Don't worry, Grandpa." Luna, of course, understood Shin's unique significance. "Well, any thoughts?" Titan looked at the elderly man surnamed Xiao. Feeling exhausted after the demon rune suggests that inscribing a demon rune capable of enhancing his power takes a heavy toll on his stamina and mana. The massive mana consumption also confirms this. This means that as long as he has sufficient stamina and mana, he is capable of inscribing a demon rune similar to the one on Luna's body again. That's good news for us. We just need to tailor our training to boost his stamina and mana. As for money, that's not an issue for us at all. Money is the last thing we lack." The elderly man surnamed Xiao exchanged a glance with Titan, then burst into a hearty laugh. Chapter 7, the SSS rank ability makes its debut. "Landlady, I've already paid this month's rent. What right do you have to refuse to let me rent the place? You're in breach of contract. You'll have to pay 10 times the penalty."
Shin looked at the door of his demon rune shop, locked shut by a chain as thick as an arm.
The landlady, weighing over 300 pounds, stood at the entrance like a human shield. Put. So what if it's 10 times the penalty? I can afford it. Monthly rent is 3,000 here as 30,000. Take it.
The landlady's chubby face twitched, and her sausage-like lips curled slightly upward.
Damn it, what a fucking nightmare. Shin cursed silently to himself. He knew exactly who was behind this. Damn old dang, just don't let me get my hands on you.
Shin cursed under his breath, then reached out to take the 30,000 yuan from the landlady's hand.
Shun. Don't say I didn't warn you.
The whole city has already been tipped off by the bigwigs. If you want to rent a place to open a demon rune shop, it's impossible, no one will rent to you. Just as Shin's hand closed around the bills, the landlady's greasy, pig-like hand instantly clamped down on his.
Damn it, I was on guard against everything, but I never expected to get groped.
Shin shuddered in disgust and hurriedly tried to pull his hand back.
Brother Lang, if you just agree to what Auntie wants, I'll rent you the biggest shop on this street.
The landlady clasped Shin's hand tightly, her expression taking on a sickeningly seductive look.
Fuck. You fucking fat cow, why don't you take a look in the mirror? You're so fucking disgusting to the core.
A thin layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on the back of Shin's hand.
Ah!
The landlady instantly screamed and yanked her hand back.
Spit. That's fucking disgusting. Shin took the money and turned to leave.
He casually unscrewed the cap on a bottle of mineral water and rinsed his hands.
Shin, what the hell are you playing at? I've got plenty of money. It's your good fortune that I've even taken a liking to you.
The landlady, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly flew into a rage and started cursing.
Fuck.
Man, he has no pretty boy, he'd sell his soul for money. Shin muttered curses under his breath as he walked on. That old bastard from the Shin family, he really played a dirty trick.
He's driving him to the brink. Shin's gaze darkened. Kid, hand over the money you're holding. Or don't blame us for being rough.
Just as Shin reached the entrance of an alley, 4 young men with brightly dyed hair burst out of the darkness like a pack of dogs.
This is a robbery.
Shin was already seething with rage. As he looked at the men blocking his path, a flash of fury crossed his eyes.
That's right. We're robbing you.
The leader, the one with the yellow hair, was incredibly arrogant.
Guys. What if he doesn't cooperate?
Break both his legs. The one with green hair behind the yellow-haired guy had a menacing look in his eyes.
Right. Break your legs.
A sly gleam flashed in the blonde-haired man's eyes.
Damn it, looks like he came prepared. Shin Bojun, you're asking for it. Shin's rage burned even brighter.
Robbing you has nothing to do with young Master Shin. It was the young man behind the blonde-haired man who shouted this, his voice trembling with excitement. Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired man's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but turn and kick the man.
You wanna break my legs, huh? Then I'll break yours first today. Ha 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 ha. An F-rank rune crafter, and you dare to act so cocky? It's laughable.
Upon hearing Shin's words, Blondie first burst into laughter, then his expression darkened. Guys, break his legs. I'll treat you all to a good time at the Emperor's Club. As soon as the blonde-haired man finished speaking, he was the first to charge at Shin.
You're asking for it. Shin's expression was icy.
A layer of solid ice quickly covered his feet, then spread rapidly. In an instant, it had encased the legs of the blonde-haired man and his 3 companions. After doing all this, cold sweat poured down Shin's forehead. Having just awakened his ice elemental ability, he hadn't yet learned or mastered the techniques or offensive martial arts associated with it. He could only forcefully channel the limited ice power within him to freeze the 4 men's legs.
Aren't you an F-rank rune crafter? How could you be an ice mage?
The blonde-haired man tried to move his legs, but the icy power pressing down on them was simply too overwhelming. He was merely a bronze stage martial artist facing the power of Shin's SSS rank ice-type ability. He was utterly helpless.
Ah!
4 piercing screams rang out in succession. Crack! Shin directly manipulated the solid ice to shatter. Because their legs were frozen solid, the 4 men's legs instantly exploded into shards of ice. This was the SSS level ability, utterly overwhelming ordinary abilities. Beep, beep. However, just as Shin severed the 4 men's legs, not far away, a police car suddenly appeared with its sirens blaring, as if it had been waiting there all along.
Oh no! It's a double cross. Shin Bojun is trying to kill me.
Shin instantly realized what was happening. That single strike had drained him severely. Escaping now seemed highly unlikely. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and typed frantically, "Come save me, police station." After finishing the message, Shin quickly tapped send. Just in case Luna hadn't seen the text, he dialed the number as well. But the moment the call connected, a police officer who had jumped out of the car knocked his phone out of his hand. "Freeze! You dared to commit a violent crime in public, leaving 4 people disabled. You've already committed attempted murder." The 4 officers didn't even glance at the 4 men on the ground, both legs severed, writhing in agony, but charged straight toward Shin.
"Officer, they attacked me first. This was self-defense."
Shin's face twitched, his eyes growing icy cold.
"Self-defense? Do you think we're stupid?" A young officer kicked Shin directly in the chest. "Shin Bojun, what a clever scheme." Shin said nothing. He knew all of this had been carefully orchestrated. Shin never imagined that his first ride in a police car would come after he'd been transported to this world. Name.
Inside the Phonlin Road police station in Haishur. 4 officers were staring at him with hostile intent.
Shun.
Shin knew he was likely done for today. His only hope was that Luna would come to save him.
But he hadn't given up yet.
For now, his only option was to stall for time. Once the energy he'd expended had recovered, there might still be a sliver of a chance. Gender, the officer with the cold smile, spoke again.
"Don't you already know?" Shun remained expressionless.
"Fuck. You better behave yourself, you little shit. Say what you're told." A young police officer walked right up and grabbed Shun by the throat.
"Kid, you'd better cooperate. It'll save you some pain."
The young officer sneered in Shin's ear, tightening his grip. In an instant, Shin found it hard to breathe.
"Gender." The officer spoke again. "Male."
Shin's eyes grew even colder, but he still managed to force out a single word.
As soon as he spoke, the young officer loosened his grip on Shin's neck.
"Age."
18. Shin took a few gasping breaths before speaking. Just as Shin was being taken to the police station,
Luna, having just finished her shower, walked over to the bed and picked up her pink phone.
"Shin sent me a message. Chapter 8, listen up, everyone inside, you're surrounded. Police station, come save me."
The moment those words were linked to Shin, Luna's heart clenched.
This isn't good. Shin's in danger. Luna reacted quickly.
She hurriedly dialed her grandfather Titan's number.
"Grandpa, Shin's in danger.
He has been taken away by the Haishur police." The moment the call connected, Luna blurted out in a panic.
"What? Shin has been taken by the police." Smack.
"Those bastards. How dare they lay a finger on my man?"
Without asking for details, Titan immediately dialed a number.
High City, 25th Army Headquarters. In the Central Command Camp, a red telephone suddenly rang.
"Hello?
What are your orders, Commander?" A middle-aged man answered the phone instantly. "Zhang Hai, take your men immediately to the Haicheng police station and rescue him."
"I'll give you the exact address shortly. There's only one requirement for this operation. He must be brought back safely.
A few others can die, you decide the limit yourself." As soon as Titan finished speaking, he hung up the phone in a rage.
How does old who manage his men?
He has got such scoundrels under him. Furious, Titan headed straight for a heavily guarded courtyard compound in the capital. Guards! Assemble the Special Guard Battalion and enter the city. Zheng Hai roared. The commander has issued a personal order, and since there's a death quota, the person we're rescuing must be very important to him. Beep beep. Just as the Special Guard Battalion was assembling, Zheng Hai's phone rang. Shen must be protected at all costs. Address, police station on Fonglin Road, Haishur. Reporting, Commander, the Special Guard Battalion is fully assembled. A guard's voice rang out from outside the tent. Zheng Hai's expression darkened. He put away his phone and stepped out of the main tent. Outside, 1,000 soldiers of the Special Guard Battalion had already assembled. The soldiers stood at attention in perfect military formation. Among them were warriors wielding various weapons, mages, archers with longbows slung across their backs, and summoners holding summoner's staffs, all gazing at Zheng Hai with solemn expressions. Move out! Zheng Hai barked the order. Shen, I'll be honest with you, you'd better sign this confession. It'll save you from a world of pain. Inside the interrogation room, 4 young police officers glared at Shen with ill intent. Confess? You just want to beat a confession out of me. A trickle of blood ran down the corner of Shen's mouth. Clearly, someone had laid a hand on him. Shen, let me be blunt, someone wants you to spend the rest of your life in prison. No matter what, you're not walking out of here today. If I were you, I'd plead guilty. That way, you won't end up crippled and then thrown into prison. Otherwise, the rest of your life will be utterly miserable. The officer who had just gripped Shen's neck now stared at him with an icy glare. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks sounded from outside the interrogation room. The young officer smiled and stepped forward to open the door. Chief. The young officer immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Everyone else, stepped back. A middle-aged police captain with a stern expression entered, followed by 2 others. One was Shen Bojan, leaning on a cane, and the other was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Brother Shen, rest assured. Shen is your son, we won't do anything to him. As the middle-aged captain spoke, he cast a subtle glance at Shen Bojan. The 2 exchanged a look. Clearly, they were in cahoots. Dad, I think Big Brother just acted on impulse. After all, learning he is an F-rank rune crafter must have been a huge blow to him. He must have been drinking, which is why he got into a fight. Humph. The Shen family has no place for such a beast. Shen Lingkong snorted coldly, his tone icy. If I'm a beast, then what are you, the father of a beast? Shen sat handcuffed in the interrogation chair. Naturally, he could hear the voices at the door. Big brother, how can you speak to Dad like that? He has been so good to you all these years, how can you be so ungrateful? Upon hearing this, Shen Bojan's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately stepped forward to accuse Shen. Smack! Shen Lingkong, enraged, stormed forward and slapped Shen across the face. You little bastard, I never should have kept you alive. Shen Lingkong's gaze was furious, devoid of any trace of a father's love. Just stay in prison and reflect on your actions for a few days. With that, Shen Lingkong left the interrogation room without looking back. Shen, you dared to lay a hand on me and break my leg. This is the price you'll pay. Don't worry. Even if I'm in prison, I'll find someone to teach you a lesson, to show you who you shouldn't mess with, and who the Shen family's true heir is. Shen Bojan hobbled over to Shen, his posture exuding the air of a victor. Is that so? Shen's expression remained calm. He showed none of the fear Shen Bojan had hoped to see. Shen, you aren't still hoping someone will come to save you, are you? Let me tell you the truth, tomorrow, Father will announce that I am the Shen family's sole heir. And I'll be receiving my acceptance letter from the top law school in the capital. As for you, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. That's what happens when you cross me. Oh, and this interrogation isn't over yet. You dared to break my legs, so be prepared to suffer tenfold punishment. I've already bribed those officers. Rest assured, they won't beat you to death. After all, your dad's own flesh and blood. If you died here, it would reflect poorly on me.
With that, Shinbojan turned and left the interrogation room.
Not long after he left, the original 4 officers walked back in with cold smirks on their faces. Kid, young Master Shin ordered us to break both your legs first. It was the same officer who had choked Shin earlier. He was holding an iron bar in his hand and approached with a menacing look on his face.
Kid, don't blame us. We're just taking our cut and following orders.
If you're going to blame anyone, blame yourself for messing with the wrong people. As soon as the young officer finished speaking, he raised the iron bar high above his head, ready to smash it down on Shin's leg.
Thud. But just then, the main gate of the Fonglin Road police station burst open. Squad after squad of soldiers in military uniforms stormed in through the shattered entrance.
Listen up, everyone inside, you're surrounded. Drop your weapons, get down on the ground, and wait quietly. Otherwise, don't blame us for raising this entire police station to the ground.
What's going on?
The young officer didn't bring the iron rod down instead. He turned around in confusion, looking at the others.
Someone asked surrounding the police station.
The voice had been loud. It was a martial artist using the lioness roar technique, a skill unique to martial artists. The 4 officers exchanged glances, feeling more a sense of absurdity than anything else.
Surrounding the police station? Are you out of your mind?
That's like looking for a lantern in a bathroom asking for trouble. It's like burying an empty coffin. There is no one in the grave.
Who is that idiot with such nerve? One of the officers even burst out laughing. Chapter 9, Killing and Saving. Who is there? Who is so bold as to break into the police station?
The main gate had been smashed to pieces. Such a commotion naturally alerted the entire station. One by one, officers rushed out, each clutching various weapons as if facing a major threat. Among them, Zhao Gang, the chief of the Fonglin Road police station, leaped down from the 4th floor in a rage.
Humph.
Zhang Hai, commander of the 25th Army, here on orders to rescue someone. If a single hair on the person I'm here to save is harmed, you lot will pay with your lives. Zhang Hai was a towering figure. His gaze was dark and menacing, and a powerful aura erupted from him, causing everyone present to tremble with fear. Commander Zhang Hai of the 25th Army, known as the Tiger of the Army and possessing diamond-level combat prowess. The moment Zhao Gang heard the name Zhang Hai, his heart skipped a beat.
Commander Zhang, surely there must be some misunderstanding here.
Zhao Gang, who had been seething with anger, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing it was Zhang Hai, the commander stationed outside the city. He immediately put on a smile and stepped forward to greet him.
Stop right there. Don't move. Just wait until I find that person. You'll be sorry.
Zhang Hai's gaze shifted, and he shot Zhao Gang a cold look.
Uncle Zhang. Luna, what are you doing here?
Just then, Luna walked in, accompanied by an elderly man.
Uncle Zhang, have you found Shin? Luna couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and asked anxiously. Reporting to the commander. We found him. He is in an interrogation room.
At that moment, a soldier from the Special Guard Battalion stepped forward to report. His awakened psychic powers allowed him to manipulate objects and kill enemies through mental energy, as well as to project his psychic senses to perceive everything around him.
How is he? Zhang Hai's initial tension eased. He is fine. The soldier reported again. Luna, he is fine.
The stern expression on Zhang Hai's face vanished. He had noticed the nervous look on Luna's face when she had asked earlier.
As long as he is okay. Luna also breathed a sigh of relief. Bring him out immediately.
Zhang Hai turned to look at Zhao Gang, his expression instantly turning stern, a wave of murderous intent directed straight at him.
Commander Zhang, this is a misunderstanding.
I had no idea anyone had captured your man.
I'll have him brought out right away.
Zhao Gang immediately put on a smile, his gaze lingering on Luna's face for a few seconds. He had clearly seen how polite Zhang Hai had been to Luna just moments ago. But what infuriated Zhao Gang the most was that he had no idea his subordinates had done this. He was sitting in his office when disaster struck out of the blue.
Damn it! Which one of you arrested Shin? Hurry up and bring him out. If a single hair on his head is out of place, I'll skin you alive.
Zhao Gang was furious. The feeling of taking the fall for someone else's mistake was unbearable. Upon hearing this, the officers exchanged glances. Clearly, many of them had no idea what was going on. Only the sergeant from earlier had a forehead already drenched in cold sweat.
Lu Changming, was it you? Zhao Gang had risen to the rank of police chief thanks to his sharp insight. He spotted the sergeant's unease at a glance. Chief, aye. Lu Changming's voice trembled. Ah!
But before he could finish, a dark shadow loomed before him, and the next moment, his abdomen felt as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. The pain caused him to curl up and collapse to the ground.
I'm giving you 1 minute. If I don't see him within a minute, every one of you will be treated as a deserter.
Zhang Hai bent down, grabbed the police chief by the neck, and lifted him off the ground.
Just then, 4 young officers emerged, leading Shin, their steps hesitant and timid.
With all the commotion outside, they had naturally noticed what was happening.
Shin, are you okay?
The moment she saw Shin, Luna sprinted straight toward him.
The 4 young officers backed away even further, looking even more timid. Shin, are you hurt? Did they bully you?
Only when she got closer did Luna see the red handprint on Shin's face and the blood at the corner of his mouth. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming rage welled up inside her.
Snap!
Zhang Hai didn't hesitate for a moment. He simply snapped the police chief's neck with his bare hands. Swish, 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 swish. 4 streaks of sword light flew past, and the 4 young police officers instantly collapsed to the ground, each with a deep gash of blood on their necks.
Commander Zhang, this.
Watching his men get killed like this, Zhao Gang couldn't keep a straight face.
What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhang Hai's icy gaze fixed on Zhao Gang.
It seemed that if he dared utter a single word, he would be the next to die.
Beep beep. Just then, Zhao Gang's cell phone rang.
He hurriedly pulled it out and saw that it was his superior calling.
Zhao Gang quickly answered the call. Zhao Gang, do you fucking want to lose your job? Who the hell do you think you are, arresting anyone you please? I'm telling you, if anything happens to him, you'll go down with him.
The moment the call connected, he was met with a torrent of abuse. Zhao Gang felt deeply wronged, but with one of his men killed, he dared not say another word. He hadn't expected things to escalate this far. It was the first time he'd ever heard his immediate superior curse like that. He could even detect a hint of panic and fear in his voice. Seeing the massive commotion unfolding before him, Shin was taken aback. He knew Luna had connections, no doubt about it, but he never imagined she could mobilize the military.
And to kill someone right here in the police station, in front of so many officers. I'm glad you're okay.
Seeing that Shin was truly unharmed, Luna's tension instantly melted away. Seeing the look of concern on Luna's face, Shin felt a warm glow in his heart.
Sending that SOS text to Luna had been a gamble.
But now it seemed he'd made the right bet.
By the way, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Zhang, an old subordinate of my grandfather S.
Just then, Zhang Hai walked over, and Luna hurriedly introduced him.
Thank you, General, for saving me.
Shin was polite and deeply grateful. If Zhang Hai hadn't arrived in time to save him, with his current bronze stage strength, he would never have had a chance to escape. The 4 police officers who had just been easily killed were all silver stage fighters.
Don't mention it. Since you're Luna's friend, I'll naturally make sure you're safe. Zhang Hai caught the signal Luna gave him with a wink and didn't reveal the truth.
Now that the matter is settled, we should leave the police station as soon as possible.
Sounds good.
Shin nodded. He had no desire to linger here. Young man, this was a failure on our part. We had several corrupt traitors within our ranks, and I'm truly sorry for the scare you went through. But rest assured, our department will cover all your losses. Just then, Zhao Gang approached with a smile on his face.
Chapter 10, Deliberate Provocation.
Great. Compensation for emotional distress, physical injuries, lost wages, and medical expenses that comes to a total of 1 million.
Shin's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, this is too good to be true. He was probably the first person ever to demand compensation from a police station. 1 million. Why the hell don't you just go rob someone?
I'm the deputy chief of a branch bureau, I only embezzle a few million a year. Zhao Gang cursed inwardly, but under Zhang Hai's icy glare, he had no choice but to nod with a forced smile.
Don't worry, brother Shin.
1 million it is.
Give me your account number, and I guarantee it'll be in your account within 5 minutes.
Zhao Gang dared not hesitate any longer, mainly because he had no idea what kind of background Shin had that could mobilize the entire military. Especially someone capable of mobilizing an entire army as commander. Even though he had his own connections, he still felt a twinge of fear.
Scan my QR code.
Shin pulled the QR code straight out of his pocket, though he felt a pang of regret, sighing to himself that he'd been too merciful and asked for too little.
Holy shit! What kind of normal person carries a QR code in their pocket?
Zhao Gang had originally planned to use the branch bureau's account, but now that Shin had told him to scan the code, he had no choice but to pull out his own phone.
1 million yuan transferred via Feishin.
When the notification sound rang out, Shin couldn't have been happier. In the end, under Zhao Gang's exasperated gaze, Shin left the police station with Luna. Zhang Hai, meanwhile, led the Special Guard Battalion back to their base outside the city.
Rushi, I really owe you this time. If it weren't for you, I might have spent the rest of my life in prison. Once outside the police station, Shin thanked her sincerely once more. So how do you want to thank me? By getting me a new demon rune tattoo? Luna was very interested in demon runes.
Sure. Shin agreed without hesitation. Now that he had 1 million in hand, he could indeed unlock the new demon rune series. But before that, he still needed to recover his health.
Really?
Luna was a bit excited and couldn't help but grab his left arm with both hands. Of course it's true. If he could give someone a demon rune, Shin would be more than happy to do so. After all, after giving someone a demon rune, he would also receive a system reward.
When? How about tonight?
Luna was incredibly excited, her eyes sparkling like 2 stars as she gazed at Shin. That intense gaze gave Shin a strange sensation.
No way. Demon runes consume an enormous amount of mana.
You already drained the last demon rune dry. Shin shook his head, indicating he was feeling a bit drained.
Mana. Luna repeated the word. Alright, then give me the demon rune once you've recovered.
By the way, the college acceptance letter will arrive tomorrow.
You can't be late. Luna didn't press the issue further, but she did remind Shin that the acceptance letter would arrive tomorrow.
When she mentioned the acceptance letter, a meaningful smile played on the corners of Luna's mouth.
University acceptance letters. As an F-grade rune crafter like me, what university would even consider me? The University of Life? Shin couldn't help but joke at his own expense. You'll find out tomorrow.
Luna chuckled softly, then left with the elderly man behind her.
Watching Luna's retreating figure, Shin shook his head.
He found a random youth hostel and spent the night listening to the Ode to the Birth of Life. Early the next morning, with dark circles under his eyes, Shin hailed a cab to Haisher No. 1 High School. There was still a score he hadn't settled with Shin Bojun. He didn't consider himself a forgiving person. If Shin Bojun wanted him dead, then he'd have to kill him first.
The campus in the early morning was brimming with the energy of youth. Young Master Shin, shall we teach Shin a lesson at the school gate today? Shin Bojun's leg injury had already healed under Shin Lingkong's arrangements. No need.
As of today, Shin has vanished. If you want to see him again, you'll probably have to look for him in Haisher prison.
Shin Bojun gave a cold smile.
After he and Shin Lingkong had finished with Shin, they went straight home, completely unaware of what happened afterward. Young Master Shin is so awesome. Anyone who dares to cross young Master Shin deserves this. Hearing his words, several henchmen nearby hurried to suck up to him.
Young Master Shin, I think I saw Shin.
Just as Shin Bojun was basking in the flattery, a hesitant voice from one of his men rang in his ear.
Impossible. I've already taken care of it. There is no way Shin could have gotten out. You must be mistaken.
Shin Bojun simply couldn't believe that Shin could still appear before him. To get Shin thrown in jail, he bribed those people. It had cost him a full 5 million.
Young Master Shin, I think I saw Shin too.
He seemed to be walking while eating a big meat bun.
Another henchman spoke up hesitantly. What? A bad feeling instantly welled up in Shin Bojun's heart.
If one person said it, it might have been a mistake, but if two people said it, that meant they had truly seen Shin.
How is that possible? Shin Bojun was horrified.
He hurriedly turned around and saw Shin stuffing one large meat bun after another into his mouth, the juices dripping down his chin, showing not the slightest sign of having spent time in a police station.
It really is Shin. Shin Bojun's face darkened to the extreme. What kind of job is that guy Lu Changming doing? He can't even handle one Shin.
With a grim expression, Shin Bojun led his henchman toward Shin.
Shin, how did you get out? Shin Bojun's voice boomed with rage. In an instant, it drew the attention of many people. Hey! Isn't this the Shin family's young master? What's the matter? Are you unhappy to see your big brother?
Shin looked at Shin Bojun with scorn. The smirk on his lips stung Shin's eyes.
I've already bribed them. How could you possibly have gotten out unscathed? Shin Bojun's expression darkened, and suspicion flashed in his eyes. Without the Shin family's prestige, Shin was just an ordinary person, or rather, a good-for-nothing. Someone must be helping him behind the scenes. As this thought crossed Shin Bojun's mind, his eyes instantly turned icy. What's the matter? Does my escape surprise you? Or is it that you, the Shin family's illegitimate son, lack the clout?
Shin sneered, his words piercing Shin Bojun's heart like a knife. Shin Bojun had always wanted to be the Shin family's eldest son. Although Shin was not favored by Shin Lingkong, he remained the Shin family's eldest son.
Shin, I am the Shin family's eldest son now. You've been expelled from the Shin family by father. You've even been removed from the family registry.
What Shin Bojun could never accept was being called a bastard son of the Shin family. That was precisely why he had always targeted Shin.
Humph. A bastard is a bastard. No matter what you do, you'll never be fit for public view. Get lost.
Shin was deliberately provoking Shin Bojun, so he stepped forward and shoved him aside, then walked away without looking back.
Shin! I'll kill you!
Shin Bojun roared furiously inside, and if the murderous intent in his eyes could take physical form, Shin would likely already be riddled with holes.
Chapter 11, The National Defense University Acceptance Letter, Shin's Training Plan. Shin, was that Shin Bojun behind what happened yesterday?
Shin hadn't taken more than a few steps when Luna, the school's most beautiful girl, appeared behind him like a ghost. I'll handle this myself. A flash of murderous intent crossed Shin's eyes.
Shin Bojun had tried time and again to kill him.
Someone like that couldn't be spared, and Haishur wasn't a place to linger in anyway. Judging by the original hostess memories, even if he revealed his SSS rank ice type ability, Shin Lingkong would still dislike him. Be careful. If anything happens, send me a message. A look of concern flashed across Luna's eyes. Ever since the demon rune incident, her feelings toward Shin had changed.
I'll be fine. I promise to give you the demon rune. I'm not the type to owe anyone a favor.
Since ancient times, debts of gratitude have been the hardest to repay. Classmates, after today, it will be time for your teacher to say goodbye to all of you. From now on, we'll all go our separate ways. I wish each of you the best of luck in getting into the university of your choice. In the classroom of Class 1, Senior 3 at Haishur No. 1 High School.
Class advisor Ms. Tian stood at the podium, speaking with deep emotion.
Once the admission letters were released today, the students in her class would scatter across universities nationwide like stars in the sky.
Teacher, we'll miss you.
A sensitive girl in the class couldn't hold back her tears.
Teacher, when we're on break, we can organize a class reunion.
A cheerful student called out loudly.
All right, everyone, quiet down. Admission letters from each university will be sent in two forms. One is an electronic version, which you'll be able to see right away.
The other is a paper copy, which will be mailed to your parents at your home address. Now, open the school computers in front of you.
In 1 minute, the university you've been admitted to will be sent to your email.
No sooner had teacher Tian finished speaking than a chorus of beeps filled the classroom.
Ha 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 ha. I got into the second martial arts university of the imperial capital.
Before the beeping had even stopped, a student let out a surprised shout of joy. I got into the first mage academy of Shanshan City. It's literally my dream school.
I've been accepted into Zheng City's first archery academy.
Zheng City Archery Academy is ranked in the top 3 nationwide.
One after another, students let out cries of delight. I've been accepted into the imperial capital's first mage academy. Shin, how can you even compare to me?
I've awakened a Class B fire type ability. It's nothing a trash rune crafter like you could ever match. Shin Bojun had just been humiliated in front of Shin, so he used his own acceptance letter to mock him.
An F-rank rune crafter, I doubt any school would dare accept you. If you can't get into college, you'll just end up as a lowly commoner. How does it feel? That feeling of being unwanted must be awful, right? Shin Bojun glared at Shin, his eyes brimming with mockery and derision. A dog can't spit out ivory.
Shin watched his inbox flash with a new message, feeling a bit puzzled.
Could it be that some diploma mill has taken a shine to me?
Shin paid no attention to Shin Bojun, who was foaming at the mouth like a mad dog.
Instead, he opened the email with curiosity.
The moment he opened the email, a grand, ancient-looking gate appeared before his eyes.
Imperial Capital National Defense University.
When Shin clearly saw the 6 dazzling red characters on the gate, he was instantly dumbfounded.
What the hell is going on? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Did the National Defense University get the wrong person?
Puzzled, Shin was about to click through to the rest of the content.
Ha! Shin Bojun let out a derisive snort.
Since their seats were close together, Shin had blurted out the name Imperial Capital National Defense University in his surprise, and Shin Bojun had heard it.
Shun, I never expected you to be this kind of person. You didn't get into any university, so you didn't get into any university yet you actually mentioned the Imperial Capital National Defense University. Do you know what the Imperial Capital National Defense University represents?
That's the highest institution of learning in Huaxia. Only the geniuses of the younger generation in Huaxia get in.
You're just an F-grade rune crafter.
Unless the director of the Imperial Capital National Defense University's admissions office gets drunk and loses his mind, he'd never make a mistake writing your name down. The look of scorn in Shin Bojun's eyes toward Shin grew even stronger. In his heart, he was already plotting how to kill Shin.
Just as Shin was being mocked by Shin Bojun.
In the president's office at the Imperial Capital National Defense University, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline held a document in his hand and looked at the president in confusion.
President Ma, what's the story with this F-rank rune crafter named Shin? How did an F-rank rune crafter like this end up on my admission list? He Guangliang, the director of the National Defense University's admissions office, was utterly baffled. F-rank someone so worthless even a dog won't take them appearing on the National Defense University's admission roster.
If word of this got out, where would he put his face? I added Shin myself. President Ma Jintao didn't even look up. He was studying a list of resources for Shin's special training sent by his superiors. Among the items listed to increase mana capacity, the Tianyuan fruit was actually rated S+. S+ meant the highest level supply. The Tianyuan fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Only the Tianyuan tree bore it, and consuming it could increase one's mana.
Of course, that wasn't even the most outrageous part.
What was even more outrageous was that the academy was to provide Shin with a private villa, along with a daily allowance of 1,000 crystals and 1 million Huaxia yuan.
Could this Shin be the leader's illegitimate son?
Given this treatment, Ma Jintao wondered if the higher-ups had lost their minds. An F-rank rune crafter actually getting this kind of treatment. Moreover, the higher-ups had repeatedly emphasized that Shin's every need must be met, including women.
Is he even here to study? This sounds more like a vacation.
After reviewing Shin's customized training plan, Ma Jintao couldn't help but grumble to himself. At the same time, he was convinced that Shin was the leader's illegitimate son.
Principal, our school has never admitted an F-rank student before. If we let Shin in, it might tarnish the reputation of our National Defense University.
He Guangliang tried to dissuade him.
Humph. You will personally handle Shin's enrollment.
If anything goes wrong, you can kiss your job as director of admissions goodbye. Ma Jintao had not only received Shin's training plan but also a top-secret red alert.
Protect Shin's safety and fulfill all his needs. It really is an admission letter from the National Defense University. Shin turned to the next page and saw not only his name but even his student photo. What on earth is going on? How could the National Defense University send me an acceptance letter? Could it be that my SSS rank ice-type ability freezing spacetime has been discovered? Could it be because of Luna?
Shin recalled the words Luna had spoken to him when they parted ways last night.
Chapter 12, Shin Bojun, your time is up. Shin, what do you think? Luna walked straight over and sat down beside Shin. What's going on here? The National Defense University? Why would they admit an F-rank rune crafter like me? Shin looked at Luna with utter confusion. Can an F-rank rune crafter inscribe a demon rune that boosts one's power tenfold? A strange smile appeared on Luna's stunning face.
So, all of this is because of the demon rune.
Exactly.
I told my grandfather about this, and he is the one who arranged for you to get into the National Defense University. Luna looked very pleased with herself, as if she'd accomplished something monumental.
Your grandfather? Shin thought back to the military unit that had saved him yesterday.
My grandfather has some connections in the military, so he was able to get you into the National Defense University.
Luna didn't mention that her grandfather was a high-ranking official in the Chinese military. Hearing this, Shin instantly understood.
He had been handed over to the state by the campus beauty, Luna. Shin pondered inwardly, with his abilities, he could indeed help many people enhance their skills. Once word got out that he could help others boost their strength, he'd inevitably become a target for various factions or even end up as their pawn. Rather than that, he might as well align himself with the state. It's safer to lean on a big tree with the state's protection. He'd have some security until he'd grown strong enough on his own.
Shin looked at Luna with genuine sincerity and thanked her. Shin, you don't need to be so formal.
Luna didn't dare meet Shin's gaze. She kept her head down, her face flushed all the way to her neck. Seeing her shy demeanor, an image of her wearing an Ultraman bodysuit involuntarily flashed through Shin's mind.
The image was simply too vivid. Shin dared not dwell on it. Classmates, the results are in.
Our class has achieved a 100% college acceptance rate.
Additionally, 2 students have been admitted to the National Defense University.
Once all the acceptance letters had been tallied, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Tian, was utterly astonished. The moment her words fell, everyone's gaze turned toward Shin and Luna. One of them had awakened an S-rank ice-type ability, while the other was an F-rank rune crafter. It was within everyone's expectations that one of them would be accepted into the National Defense University. However, the fact that a school was willing to admit the other was, to put it mildly, somewhat surprising.
Shin, I never thought a diploma mill would even take a shine to you. Shin Bojun's tone was laced with sarcasm.
You. Luna was just about to speak to Shin when he grabbed her arm.
It's actually pretty good.
Even though a diploma mill doesn't offer much of a future, at least you'll have a college degree. You can always find a job at a higher-end demon rune shop after graduation.
Those close to Shin Bojun chimed in with their own taunts. It's good that Shin's going to college.
At least he won drag down our class's college acceptance rate, and he won affect our homeroom teacher's outstanding teacher title. The looks everyone cast at Shin were all tinged with mockery.
Luna was furious and wanted to stand up to argue, but Shin held her down firmly and whispered in her ear, "The harder they mock me now, the more painful their humiliation will be later." What? Just then, Teacher Tian on the stage let out a gasp.
She stared at her phone in disbelief.
Teacher, what's wrong? Her gasp was loud enough to catch the attention of the entire class. 2 students from our class have been accepted into the National Defense University. Teacher, we know one of them has to be Luna.
Some students looked at Luna with envious eyes, but when they saw Shin standing close to her, their expressions immediately turned to mockery and disdain. Deep down, however, they were still envious of the bond between Shin and Luna.
Teacher, who is the other one?
The students were all curious. Luna was the only one in the class who had awakened an S-class ability. There were a few students with Class A abilities, but they had all been admitted to the Martial Arts College of the Imperial Capital's first Mage Academy. So everyone was curious, who was this person so lucky as to be admitted to the National Defense University?
It's Shun. The other person is Shin. Shen has been admitted to the National Defense University.
Teacher Tian's voice trembled slightly. She simply couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes.
Shun. Upon hearing those 2 words, the students erupted into a commotion. Teacher, did you make a mistake? Shin is just a worthless F-rank rune crafter. How could he possibly be admitted to the National Defense University? Shin Bojun stood up abruptly, his face etched with disbelief. He had awakened a B-rank fire-type ability. Shin was only an F-rank. No matter what, he wouldn't believe Shin had been accepted into the National Defense University. Don't doubt it, it's me who has been accepted into the National Defense University. You lot, since you weren't accepted, haven't you reflected on yourselves? Have you worked hard at cultivation these past 3 years? Do the abilities or professions you've awakened hold any potential to make a significant contribution to the nation? You should know that the National Defense University doesn't keep dead weight. Shin stood up with a cold laugh, looking at the entire class with scorn. If you mock others, you must be prepared to be mocked in return. Ha! A bunch of trash, daring to question the National Defense University right here. Shin's gaze fixed on Shin Bojun, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. Shin, what underhanded tactics did you use? A flash of madness crossed Shin Bojun's eyes. The Shin family absolutely must not find out that Shin had been admitted to the National Defense University. He must die. As expected, in the eyes of a vile person, any success achieved by others is nothing but a scheme or conspiracy, all because he refuses to admit his own mediocrity. Shin's eyes, too, were filled with murderous intent. He intended to provoke Shin Bojun to the absolute limit. You. Shin Bojun raised a finger to point at Shin, momentarily speechless. The other students, meanwhile, looked at Shin with mixed expressions. After all, having one's pride crushed was no pleasant experience. Soon, the news of Shin's admission to the National Defense University spread like wildfire throughout First High School. It caused a huge sensation. After all, an F-rank runecrafter making a comeback to become a student at the National Defense University was a major slap in the face for many. Shin, when are you planning to go to the capital? Let us go together. After school, at the entrance of First High School, Luna looked at Shin and asked. In a few days. Shin replied casually, having noticed that Shin Bojun and a few others had been following him the whole time. Okay. Just give me a call when you're ready, and we'll head to the Imperial capital together. Luna was overjoyed, her stunningly beautiful face beaming with a smile. Sure. Shin nodded in agreement. To say he didn't have a soft spot for Luna would be a lie. I'm heading back now. Call me if you need anything. As soon as Luna finished speaking, she got into an expensive luxury car. Watching the car drive away, Shin let out a cold smile. Shin Bojun, your time has come. Chapter 13, Those who kill will be killed, those who offend me will be slaughtered. Glancing at the few people sneaking after him, Shin turned and walked away. Young Master Shin, he has split up from Luna. One of Shin Bojun's henchmen's eyes lit up as he spoke. Follow him. Once the job is done, each of you will get 1,000,000, plus 30 crystals. Shin Bojun stared at Shin's retreating figure, his eyes filled with hatred. Don't worry, young Master Shin. Even though he doesn't know what kind of luck he had to get accepted into the National Defense University. But an F-rank rune crafter is still an F-rank rune crafter. Even an E-rank strength-type martial artist could take him down with ease. The henchman didn't think much of Shin at all. Humph. Trash like that belongs in the trash heap. Shin Bojun and his henchmen kept following right behind Shun. Shin Bojun, you're really in a hurry. Shin knew full well he was being followed, so he veered further and further off the beaten path. The bustling crowds had thinned out, and Shin recalled there was a waste sorting and processing center nearby. At this hour, the workers had already clocked out. It was the perfect spot to deal with the trouble trailing him. Young Master Shin, what's that kid up to? Why is he heading further and further off the beaten path? Looking at the dilapidated buildings around them and the acrid stench wafting toward them, one of the henchmen couldn't help but voice his confusion. I think that kid's just asking for it. A place this remote, it's perfect for killing him without anyone ever finding out. Right. Kill him and toss him in the trash heap. Trash belongs with trash. That's for the best. Let us just kill him right here. Shin Bojun sneered, having already sentenced Shin to death in his mind. Shin didn't hesitate. He walked straight into the landfill. Instantly, a pungent stench nearly made him vomit. Inside the landfill, piles of sorted trash were stacked into mountain after mountain of garbage. Shin skirted around a few of these garbage mountains, found a secluded spot, then turned and smiled at the approaching figures. You've been following me the whole way. Come out. Shin, you know we've been tracking you. Shin Bojun led his men to block every possible escape route. Bunch of idiots. Shin gave a cold laugh. The original hostess memories churned in his mind scene after scene of Shin Bojun's abuse. Shin, you brought this all on yourself. I could have kept you in prison and spared your life. But you had to show up right in front of me. Shin Bojun's eyes betrayed a madness-laced murderous intent. Shin Bojun, do you really think you've got me cornered? Shin remained unhurried. He was biding his time for a one-hit kill. Ha 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 ha. Shin, you're just an F-rank rune crafter. To put it nicely, you've awakened a profession. To put it bluntly, you're nothing but a worthless piece of trash with no real ability. Before Shin Bojun could even speak, his henchmen burst into laughter, completely dismissing Shin. Young Master Shin, why waste your breath on him? Just kill him and be done with it. Some of the more impatient henchmen were already getting restless. The temptation of 1 million huaxia coins and 30 crystals was simply too great. Shun, this time next year will be your death anniversary. I'll remember. Don't let me run into you in my next life. Shin Bojun had no desire to waste words on a dead man. Everyone, attack together. Shin Bojun sneered coldly and led the charge toward Shin. As he charged forward, flames ignited on Shin Bojun's arms. The other henchmen also awakened various supernatural abilities. You're asking for death. Seeing the group less than 10 meters away, a blue light flashed beneath Shin's feet, and a layer of solid ice instantly covered a 50-meter radius at blinding speed. Ice-type ability. You're a dual-class user. Shin Bojun felt his legs enveloped by a wave of extreme cold. In an instant, his feet were frozen to the ground, and the icy cold continued to spread. Feeling the biting cold, he hurriedly summoned his fire-based power to counter it. However, to his horror, the moment his fire-based power touched the icy cold, it was instantly crushed. What level of power is this? When did Shin become this powerful? Shin Bojun was horrified. His henchmen were even more panicked, each letting out terrified screams. Yet the ice spread even faster. This was the overwhelming might of SSS rank ice power. Shin Bojun, you were too confident, too full of yourself. Shin was now unleashing his SSS rank ice ability, Frozen Timeline, at full power. This took a heavy toll on him. Even for such a brief moment, it left him drenched in sweat. Shin, you can't kill me. I'm the future heir of the Shin family. If you kill me, Dad won't let you off the hook. Shin Bojun's legs had already gone numb. His entire body was enveloped in the icy cold, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. The Shin family heir? Dealing with you is just the beginning. Shin sneered, not bothering with further words. He summoned his last remaining strength to form an ice spike in the palm of his hand. Thud! Blood spattered as the blue ice spike pierced straight through Shin Bojun's throat under his terrified gaze. Those who kill shall be killed. Those who offend me shall be slain by me. Shin pulled out the ice spike, then killed Shin Bojun's henchmen one by one.
Blood splattered all over him, staining his Haisher No. 1 high school uniform red.
Crack!
The ice shattered, and the bodies of the men fell to the ground. Glancing at the corpses, Shin took off his blood-stained uniform and turned to leave. That single strike had drained every ounce of his strength. Although SSS rank ice powers were incredibly powerful, the energy within him wasn't enough to unleash them to their full potential. He felt utterly exhausted. He tossed aside his blood-stained uniform and, dragging his weary body, found a spot under an eave to sit down. Shin thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone and dialed Luna's number. With Shin Bojun dead, the Shin family would surely be furious, especially Shin Lincoln, who doted on him the most. To be on the safe side, Shin felt that Luna might be able to help him. Although this might make him look like a freeloader, he certainly didn't want to be killed by an enraged Shin Lincoln.
Shin, you called me.
The moment the call connected, Luna's surprised and delighted voice came through.
I'm on Shanglin Road. Come pick me up right away.
Luna's favorability toward him was currently at 70, which was why he reached out to her.
What's wrong? Hearing the exhaustion in Shin's voice, Luna instantly grew concerned. I'm fine. I just killed a few people. Shin didn't hide anything, he didn't see the point in doing so. You killed people. Wait there, I'll be right over. Luna hung up the phone immediately.
About 20 minutes later, a luxury car screeched to a halt in front of Shin.
Shin, are you okay?
Luna had rushed out in a white spaghetti strap dress to find him.
I'm fine.
Watching the white figure running toward him, looking a bit flustered, Shin felt a warm, comforting sensation in his heart. Especially when he caught sight of that flash of snow-white skin, he felt more than just warmth.
Chapter 14, Demon Rune. I'm a professional, so you have to take off your top.
Inhaling Luna's natural scent, Shin leaned against her as she helped him into the car.
Where are you going now?
Luna didn't ask Shin who he had killed.
Nowhere to go. Shin gave a wry smile. He must be the unluckiest of all the time travelers. He didn't even have a place to stay. Come to my place.
As long as I'm here, no matter who you've killed, no one can hurt you.
Luna turned her head, her gaze intensely serious.
Her current favorability toward Shin was at 70. There was only a thin veil between them now. It was just a matter of who would make the first move.
Is that appropriate?
Although Shin was eager in his heart, he asked the question aloud.
The way he killed Shin Bojun wasn't exactly discreet.
If Shin Lincoln wanted to investigate, it would be simple. All he'd have to do is check the surveillance footage to confirm he was the one who killed Shin Bojun.
It's fine. I usually live alone. Luna nodded.
Her acceptance letter had already arrived, and she was about to leave Haisher and return to the imperial capital. The reason she attended school in Haisher was because it was the ancestral home of the Liu family.
It was a family tradition that one young member of the Liu family from each generation would attend school in Hai City. You're all alone. Shin was taken aback.
In the original hostess memories, Luna had indeed been a loner. Before he gave her the demon rune, Luna had always been the cold, aloof school beauty.
Don't get any ideas.
And don't get any bad ideas about me either. Luna thought of something, and her stunningly beautiful face immediately flushed as red as an apple.
Naughty thoughts? What kind of naughty thoughts?
Shin pretended not to know, but his gaze remained fixed on Luna's snow-white chest.
Shin, you're not allowed to stare.
Luna wanted to cover Shin's eyes, but she was driving and couldn't take her hands off the wheel.
I'm not just glancing, I'm looking very seriously. Shin's thick skin rivaled ancient city walls.
Humph.
Luna was both embarrassed and annoyed. The two bickered playfully all the way there.
This is your house. When the luxury car pulled up in front of a villa covering nearly 10,000 square meters, Shin was so stunned he couldn't speak. Rushi, your family must be big shots in the military. In a place like Haishur, where every inch of land is precious, owning a villa this large is beyond the means of the average person.
This is my family's ancestral home and ancestral land.
Miss, you're back. As soon as the car came to a stop, a servant approached cautiously. Take the car to the garage.
Luna tossed the car keys to the servant, then led Shin into the villa. Wow! This is insane. That was Shin's first reaction upon entering the villa.
Jade tiles paved the floor, and golden beams and columns soared all the way up to the 5th floor. Needless to say, even the faucets were made of gold.
Rushi, come clean, just how much of the people's hard-earned money has your family embezzled?
Shin looked around like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden, gazing here and there and touching everything in sight. No one in our family has ever been corrupt.
Our family rules are strict.
Anyone who dares to be corrupt will be expelled from the clan. Luna wasn't angry, but seeing Shin's expression, she felt a bit amused. She went back to her room first to change her clothes. A white crop top paired with skinny jeans gave her a unique charm. Especially those two long, straight, slender legs, they were impossible to take your eyes off. Luna noticed Shin staring at her, so she even stood in front of him and spun around.
Do I look good?
You look good. With legs like that, I could play with them for a whole year. Shin was honest, speaking his mind. You're such a smart aleck. Luna's face flushed slightly, but she still sat down next to Shin.
Rushi, let me help you with the demon rune.
Shin thought for a moment, then spoke up.
Ah.
Sure.
Luna was taken aback at first, then immediately became incredibly excited. The demon rune again? Luna's eyes shone like stars.
Yes.
Shin nodded.
Then I'll go change.
We'll do the demon rune in my room later.
Luna said this and ran off. With a figure like that, it'd be a shame not to wear an Ultraman-style bodysuit.
Shin watched Luna's retreating figure, feeling deeply moved.
The reason he wanted to give Luna a demon rune was because he realized his own strength was still too weak. To level up quickly, he needed to give demon runes to others and earn system rewards. Most importantly, he now had over 1 million credits, enough to unlock new demon runes.
System, open the store.
Shin commanded directly in his mind. The moment the words left his mind, a virtual screen appeared before him. Without hesitation, he navigated to the first category in the system store, the Demon Rune series. The Demon Rune series contained many options, but currently, only the initial Demon Rune awarded as a system reward was highlighted. All the others were grayed out, with the required purchase price displayed below each.
Basic Demon Wing Rune, 1 million Huaxia coins. Damn system, you're so fucking greedy.
Just 1 Demon Rune, and you want 1 million from me. Shin winced at the exorbitant price, but he decided to buy it anyway.
The moment he clicked buy,
his phone balance instantly dropped by 100,000.
At the same time, the basic Demon Wings Demon Rune lit up. No way.
The sheep pays for the wool. I'm going to fleece this system. Looking at Luna, who had changed into a new outfit revealing her snow-white skin, Shin's eyes gleamed with mischief.
Shin, what are you up to? Luna happened to catch Shin's scheming gaze.
It felt as if she'd been targeted by a hunter, sending a shiver down her spine.
Of course I want to give you a demon rune. He. Shin let out a sinister chuckle. Shin, do we really have to do this? Luna's bedroom was decked out in pink decorations.
Of course. This time, I'm going to tattoo you with an upgraded version of the demon rune, the basic demon wings.
But you don't have to make me take off my entire top, do you? Luna hesitated.
A man and a woman alone in a room, and now he wanted her to take off her entire top. In all her life, she had never undressed in front of a member of the opposite sex.
Demon rune, I'm a professional.
You have to take off your top, otherwise, it'll affect my performance. Shin shook his head, his expression unwavering.
Fine, I'll take it off. turn your back and don't peek.
Luna kept her head down, her face flushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She didn't dare look at Shin.
Rushi, don't misunderstand.
In the eyes of us rune crafters, there is only the work, nothing else. Shin put on an air of a proper gentleman, but his darting eyes had already given him away.
Turn around. Luna pushed Shin directly to turn away.
Okay, I promise I won't peek. As soon as Shin turned away, he heard the rustling sound of clothes being taken off.
Chapter 15, The Second Demon Rune, Demon Wings. Shin, I'm ready. Just as he was imagining Luna dancing in front of him in an Ultraman-style bodysuit.
Luna's incredibly nervous voice came from behind him. Upon hearing her voice, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Shin's mouth. But the moment he turned around, the snow-white sight before him nearly blinded his 24K pure titanium alloy dog eyes. Luna's lower body was clad in loose silk pajama bottoms, revealing two incredibly alluring curves of her buttocks. Her upper body was completely bare, revealing snow-white, smooth skin as delicate as jade as she lay face down on the large pink bed. Because the bed was so soft, her entire body had sunk into it, but due to the pressure from her breasts, he could still faintly make out their snow-white contours. So beautiful. Shin felt a flame burning within his heart.
Shin, can we start now? Luna's voice was tinged with shyness.
Yes, stay in that position and don't move.
Shin snapped out of his reverie, then moved over and sat down beside Luna.
Since the demon rune needles and dye were locked away in the demon rune shop, he had no choice but to spend money to buy another set from the system, which made him wince at the expense. Taking out the demon rune needles and mixing the dyes, the pattern for the basic magic wings demon rune emerged in Shin's mind. If demon runes were simply lines pieced together, then the basic magic wings were a more complex arrangement of those demon runes, forming a winged pattern.
Shin took a deep breath.
His mana hadn't fully recovered yet, but he noticed that after inscribing the demon rune, his mana seemed to have increased slightly. He looked down at Luna's smooth, fair back, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her perfect curves. Shin took another deep breath, then began to inscribe the demon rune for the magic wings according to the pattern in his mind.
Mum.
As the first needle pricked her skin, Luna couldn't help but let out a soft, pained groan. After all, the very first prick always hurts. Once you get used to it, it becomes quite comfortable. The first needle was followed by the second, and Shin's concentration reached its peak. There could be no margin for error with any single demon rune, otherwise, it would affect the entire design. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had been a professional rune crafter, so the process came naturally to him. Time passed bit by bit, and gradually, the simple demon runes began to take on the initial shape of a pair of magical wings. Beads of sweat began to form on Shin's forehead. The sweat trickled down his cheeks and dripped onto Luna's snow-white back. It made a faint plop sound.
Shun, what's wrong?
Luna's face flushed, and she bit her lower lip lightly. Shin's hands kept moving across her back. That light, tingling sensation made Luna feel as if her whole body were being pricked by needles.
Hold on a little longer. Give me an hour.
By now, Shin was drenched in sweat. He never imagined that the demon wings would drain his mana so severely.
However, as he inscribed the demon wings, he could sense that every demon rune the needle traced stirred some mystical power within the heavens and earth.
His expression grew increasingly focused. His eyes saw nothing but the lines of the demon runes in his mind. Gradually, he lost track of time, reaching a state of oneness with the universe. The demon rune needle in his hand moved faster and faster, and a pair of demon wings gradually took shape on Luna's snow-white, smooth back. Time passed slowly, and Luna's entire body began to burn with an intense heat. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. She could feel the sweat dripping from Shin's forehead onto her back, and she could sense his intense focus.
I wonder what kind of power these demon wings will grant me. Will I grow a pair of wings and soar through the skies like an awakener who has awakened wing-based powers?
Luna let her mind wander, but the tingling sensation on her back made it hard for her to speak, and she couldn't help but press her knees together.
My head hurts so much.
Shin felt as if thousands of needles were piercing his skull. Still, he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to concentrate and finish the final touches on the demon wings.
He wasn't sure what kind of changes the demon wings would bring.
But he knew the rule: anything produced by the system was bound to be top-notch. By now, the demon wings were nearly complete, with only the intricate patterns remaining. However, Shin felt utterly exhausted. His mana had been drained to the point where he felt completely hollowed out. Nevertheless, relying on sheer willpower, he forced himself to finish the patterns on the magic wings. Then, he collapsed onto Luna's back and passed out.
"Shun, what's wrong with you?"
Luna didn't hesitate. She immediately turned around to look at Shin, who was sliding toward the ground. Fortunately, she was quick enough to catch him in her arms just as he was about to hit the ground.
"It seems he has just fainted from exhaustion." After checking him over, Luna let out a long sigh of relief.
But as she looked at Shin in her arms, her face flushed. She wasn't wearing a shirt, and Shin was lying right there against her chest. Luna hurriedly laid Shin on the bed, then walked over to a mirror to examine the demon wings on her back. "They're so beautiful." When she got a clear look at the demon rune, she couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. After admiring it, she put on her top, then walked over to her large pink bed and looked down at the unconscious Shin.
"Grandpa, Shin tattooed another demon rune on me."
After leaving her room, Luna thought for a moment, then called her grandfather.
"How is Shin now?"
In the imperial capital, at the Lu residence, Titan's eyes lit up as he listened to his precious granddaughter's words over the phone. However, a thought occurred to him, and he immediately asked.
Shin fainted from exhaustion. The demon rune seems to drain his mana quite a bit. Luna's expression turned concerned as she spoke. "Luna, don't let Shin use the demon rune for now, to avoid harming his body.
I've already had someone procure Tian Yuan fruits. They can strengthen mana without any side effects. He has only just awakened. He is still just a bronze stage awakener, so his power is still very weak.
Excessive consumption might damage his foundation.
Take good care of him these next few days. Once he arrives in the imperial capital, we'll design a customized training plan based on his physical condition." Titan had been discussing with the elderly man surnamed Xiao these past few days about how to train Shin.
"Grandpa, the power of the demon rune will manifest shortly. Do you want to see it?"
Luna thought of something and flashed a mischievous smile.
"Sure. Wait here a moment. I'll go find old man Xiao."
Titan's eyes lit up, and he hung up the phone to find the elderly man surnamed Xiao, who was now the leader of China. In the garden behind the villa, Luna had set up multi-angle live streaming equipment. Since the demon rune was a pair of demonic wings and might be related to flight, Luna chose to conduct the demonstration outdoors. By now, she could already sense the demon rune on her back, writhing as if it were alive.
Chapter 16: The Power of the Demonic Wings. "Luna, you can begin." The live streaming equipment was already up and running.
Titan and Sean were seated in front of the holographic screen, closely observing Luna's transformation.
"Okay," Luna replied, then ceased suppressing the demonic wings on her back. The next second, the demon rune wings on Luna's back glowed with an eerie red light.
Whoosh! A rush of wind sounded. A pair of ethereal demon wings, glowing with a mix of red and black light, appeared behind Luna. The moment the wings materialized, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn in, surging madly into them. In an instant, an icy chill emanated from the wings, as if it were about to freeze the surrounding space.
Extracorporeal manifestation.
In front of the holographic projection, Titan and Sean couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the sight of the demon wings behind Luna. An external manifestation could only be briefly sustained by one's internal power once one reached the gold stage.
Something's wrong. This isn't a simple external manifestation.
Even through the screen, I can still sense a trace of the power of the laws.
Sean stood up from his seat in astonishment. It's definitely not a simple external manifestation.
It faintly contains the power of the ice elemental law and a trace of the demon rune power Luna mentioned.
Titan also stood up, staring at the phantom wings materializing behind Luna in the holographic projection. "Grandpa, I feel like I could fly just by flapping these wings, and they contain a profound amount of ice elemental power.
Luna's face beamed with delight, and she couldn't resist reaching out to touch the demonic wings. Luna, demonstrate the power of those wings.
Titan's eyes sparkled with excitement as well.
Okay. Luna was equally thrilled as she began to slowly maneuver the wings behind her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wings spread wide, flapping gently in the air and creating a powerful gust of wind. At the same time, a surge of icy power enveloped Luna, forming a protective shield.
The wings flapped faster and faster, and in an instant, Luna's figure rose from the ground and shot into the sky. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, she appeared in the sky 100 meters away, and in a flash, her figure vanished into the horizon. What incredible speed! Titan's eyes were filled with awe. Titan, we've struck gold here. Once Shin's mana and strength grow, China will gain a new generation of powerful warriors. Shan laughed loudly and heartily. In recent years, China has faced both internal and external crises. Internally, several cities have been plagued by void rifts, invasions by alien races, and the threat of ferocious beasts. Externally, several other nations were watching with bated breath, ready to attack China at any moment. Although he was the leader of China, the pressure he faced was immense. Now that Shin had appeared, he was undoubtedly a wildcard for China and an excellent one at that. It seems the nation's fortune lies with me. Comrade Shin must be nurtured properly. Whatever he needs, we'll provide. Shan was even more excited than Titan. He was even considering sending his granddaughter to be with Shin so the two could spend more time together. Shan, it seems China is about to rise. However, we mustn't force Shin. Titan's gaze was deep, and his words carried a subtle warning. Titan, rest assured, I won't interfere. Shan, of course, understood what Titan meant. He was warning him not to treat Shin as a mere tool. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through the air, and Luna's figure instantly materialized where she had been standing. Grandpa, look! No sooner had Luna spoken than her magical wings flapped rapidly behind her, and one after another, ice blades appeared beneath them. Swish, swish, swish. Under Luna's control, dozens of ice blades instantly pierced the ground, slicing several large trees in half. However, after unleashing this attack, Luna's face instantly turned pale. She landed heavily on the ground, staggered, and nearly fell. Luna, are you okay? Seeing this, Titan hurriedly asked with concern. Grandpa, I'm fine. I've just exhausted my internal energy. Though Luna's face was pale, she couldn't hide her excitement. It seems these magic wings drain a massive amount of your internal energy. With your bronze stage strength, you can't fully unleash their power. A flash of astonishment crossed Titan's eyes. If her power were sufficient, tenfold power combined with the magic wing's strength, fighting opponents of higher tiers would be incredibly easy. If China had 10,000 people like this, how could the nation fail to prosper? Moreover, this was a renewable resource. As long as Shin was around, China could produce such talent endlessly. Shan, a golden age is on the horizon. Titan, I've made up my mind. I'm sending my granddaughter to the National Defense University too to be in the same class as Shin. Shan was determined. He didn't want to let a talent like Shin slip away. Titan was taken aback, but upon reflection, he immediately understood what Shan had in mind. The abacus beads were practically about to burst in his face. If he didn't get it by now, he'd truly be doing a disservice to his advanced age. Too late. My granddaughter is already in the same class as Shin. Titan was quite smug. Titan, my granddaughter is a vision of beauty, a true stunner. Shan had already made up his mind. My granddaughter isn't half bad either. The two glared at each other, looking as if they were about to shout, my granddaughter would eat shit. Luna, of course, overheard their exchange, and her face flushed instantly. The display of her demon wing power had raised her favorability toward Shin to 80. Her feelings for Shin were no longer innocent. They had turned into a one-sided crush, after all, since the two of them hadn't yet crossed that line. Ah. That really fucking hurts. Shin didn't know how long he'd been asleep, but a sudden wave of pain jolted him awake from his unconsciousness.
Pressing both hands to his temples, he struggled to open his eyes. The first thing he saw was an exquisite pink crystal chandelier. Looking around, he noticed that most of the surroundings were adorned with pink elements.
Shin, you're finally awake. Luna's delighted voice rang out from the bedside.
Then Shin felt a wave of fragrance wash over him, followed by a soft, snow-white, smooth arm that lifted him up and cradled him against Luna's chest.
Rushi, how long have I been unconscious?
Shin vaguely remembered fainting after forcing himself to finish the magical wing tattoo.
It's been 2 days. Luna had been by Shin's bedside the entire time, not leaving for a single moment. 2 days. It seems my strength is still too weak. Shin gave a wry smile.
It felt as if he had a harem of stunningly beautiful women at his disposal, yet he lacked the vitality to enjoy them, leaving him to sigh in frustration.
You're already very strong. I've tested the power of the magic wings.
They're incredibly powerful. They let me fly through the air and can even be used in battle.
Luna gave a brief overview of the demon wings' power.
Shin had already anticipated the ability to fly before the tattooing ritual. Although the system hadn't provided a specific explanation, Shin could roughly guess what it entailed.
However, since Luna had already awakened the power of the demon wings, his system reward should have been credited by now. Chapter 17, The Shin Family Confrontation.
System, where's my reward? Shin lay comfortably with his eyes closed in Luna's soft embrace, but in his mind, he was cursing the system for the delayed reward.
Congratulations, host. Luna has successfully activated the demon wings. Reward, 16 winged demon suppressing wings. As soon as the system's notification sounded, Shin felt a new stream of dark magic power surge through his body.
The 16-winged demon suppressing wings, the highest tier in the demon rune system, was supposedly only the 12-winged demon suppressing wings. A system creation truly top-notch.
Shin couldn't help but marvel.
I just wonder how powerful these 16-winged demon suppressing wings really are.
Shin was eager to try them out.
However, his physical weakness was warning him.
You're nothing but a weakling. Damn it, I've gotta train hard.
Otherwise, having all this dragon slaying technique but being unable to use it is just holding me back from showing off.
Shun, your energy reserves are depleted. I have some crystals here, absorbing them will quickly restore your energy.
Luna took out a pile of about 100 crystals from her spatial ring and placed them beside him.
These are all for me.
Looking at the small pile of crystals before him, Shin's eyes lit up. In this world, regardless of one's profession, to level up, one must either slowly absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, or absorb the pure spiritual energy contained within crystals. At the same time, crystals also serve as the universal currency among awakened ones. Of course. My grandfather said that once you reach the imperial capital, there will be even more surprises waiting for you. Luna nodded, a hint of smugness flashing in her eyes. After all, she was the first to discover Shin's special qualities.
Surprises, huh?
Shin picked up a crystal and began channeling his internal energy to devour it. A second later, the crystal in his hand instantly turned to dust and vanished.
Absorbing one crystal in a second? Shin, are you some kind of monster? Luna couldn't help but gasp when she saw him absorb an entire crystal in just a second.
That's basic. Shin smiled and picked up another crystal. And sure enough, after absorbing the crystal, it felt as though fresh energy had been injected into his body. His back felt straight again, his legs no longer ached, and he could climb 10 flights of stairs in one go without even breaking a sweat. In less than 2 minutes, under Luna's stunned gaze, Shin had absorbed a pile of over 100 crystals.
Any more? Shin held out his hand and looked at Luna. There are over 300 left. Luna answered instinctively. You've absorbed so many at once, aren't you afraid of exploding? Luna quickly caught on. Exploding?
No, I don't feel that way. Shin only felt that after absorbing those crystals, aside from a slight headache, not only had his internal energy recovered, but it had actually surged slightly. An ordinary bronze stage awakener can absorb at most 50 crystals at a time. Even a genius bronze awakener wound T absorb more than 100 at once, otherwise their meridians wound T be able to withstand the violent force and would be damaged.
Luna dared to absorb no more than 80 or 90 at a time. It's fine. I'll absorb as many as there are.
Shin felt as though his body were a black hole.
100 crystals went down without so much as a ripple.
Luna was a bit taken aback, but she still took out the 300 plus crystals from her spatial ring.
Seeing this, Shin's eyes lit up. Over the next 30 minutes, he gave Luna another demonstration of what true devouring looked like. Are you okay? Luna watched Shin warily, as if she were looking at a monster in human form. I'm fine.
I feel great. Shin couldn't help but stretch, his head instinctively nuzzling against Luna's chest.
You're so annoying.
Feeling the discomfort against her chest, Luna's cheeks flushed instantly.
Then do you want me to be even more annoying?
Shin rolled over, pinning Luna down on the bed.
What are you doing?
Luna was nervous, her beautiful eyes blinking adorably.
Rushi, you're so beautiful.
The two were very close now, their breaths brushing against each other's faces.
Really?
Luna's heart fluttered with sweetness, though she kept her expression neutral.
Of course it's true. Rushi, can I kiss you?
Shin didn't know what had come over him. He only intended to tease Luna, but before he knew it, the words had slipped out.
Mum. Upon hearing Shin's words, Luna couldn't help but tremble slightly.
Her stunning face flushed instantly with embarrassment, yet she still instinctively let out a soft mum in response to Shin, then closed her eyes tightly. Gazing at the incredibly alluring lips beneath him, Shin leaned in and kissed her.
Mum.
As their lips met, both of them trembled involuntarily, as if struck by two bolts of lightning. The sweet taste between their lips only made them cling to each other even tighter.
From a light kiss to a French kiss.
Just as Shin's hands began to wander, a panicked voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Miss, a group of people claiming to be from the Shin family of Haishur have arrived and surrounded the villa.
What? Luna snapped back to her senses and pushed Shin away in a panic. The Shen family? You dare ruin my fun. Shin cursed under his breath. What is going on? Luna looked at Shin, her face flushed. I killed Shin Bojun. The Shin family must have tracked me down.
Shin shrugged, feigning innocence.
You killed Shin Bojun. Luna stared at him in utter shock. Right. Shin nodded. So what if I killed him?
A mere Shin family dares to surround my Lu family villa.
Luna's expression darkened, exuding the authority of a scion from a prominent clan. Where is Uncle Chen? Luna's voice turned icy.
Housekeeper Chen is at the gate, facing off against those men. They're shouting for the young lady to hand over young Master Shin. The servant's voice outside the door had returned to its usual calm.
Humph. To dare surround my Lu family, this is a direct provocation against us. Give the order, have the Shin family's estate sealed off. Anyone who resists is to be shot on sight. Luna might be a soft-spoken girl in front of Shin, but when dealing with servants, she was an ice queen. Yes, ma'am.
The servant replied and turned to leave. After the servant had gone, Luna returned to her soft-spoken demeanor, lowering her head and blushing, unable to meet Shin's gaze. I won't let the Shin family harm you.
Rushi, you're so kind to me.
Shin pulled her directly into his arms and kissed her again. I have no intention of offending the Lu family, but the murderer of my son is right here in this villa. I hope the Lu family will hand over the culprit. Outside the villa gates, Shin Lingkong, accompanied by a group of Shin family members, was facing off against housekeeper Chan and the servants. It was that damn Shin who killed my son. You cannot shield the murderer, or else don't blame the Shin family for being ruthless with you. Behind Shin Lingkong, a graceful, beautiful woman with reddened eyes screamed hysterically. Chapter 18, Paying 10,000 crystals in compensation.
How dare you? Are you, you foolish woman, threatening my Lu family?
Steward Chen furrowed his brow, his eagle-like eyes piercing straight through the beautiful woman standing beside Shin Lingkong. The woman's name was Zhu Lan. She was none other than Shin Bojun's mother.
Ah!
A piercing scream rang out. Under the force of that single gaze, Zhu Lan felt as though she'd been struck by a heavy blow. She spat blood and flew backward.
A diamond-level powerhouse.
Shin Lingkong frowned and waved his hand, sending a surge of energy to catch Zhu Lan.
That was merely a small punishment.
If you don't have the sense to leave now, the consequences will be more than the Shin family can bear. Steward Chen was an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s, yet the aura he exuded was even more formidable than Shin Lingkong's. I have no intention of offending the Lu family, it's just that the murderer is right here in the villa.
Shin Lingkong's expression darkened to the extreme.
As the Shin family was one of High City's top clans and Shin Lingkong was its head, he was usually respected wherever he went. He never expected to be humiliated by a mere butler.
Lingkong, what are you waiting for?
The murderer of our son is right inside the villa.
Do it!
Zhu Lan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes turning utterly frenzied.
Shin, you little bastard.
I know you're hiding inside. You're the one who killed my son. Seeing that Shin Lingkong hadn't moved, Zhu Lan couldn't help but shout into the villa.
Humph. He's just a bastard born to a mistress. If he dies, so be it. Shin emerged at that moment, accompanied by Luna.
Shin, you're so heartless you'd even kill your own flesh and blood brother.
Give me back my son's life.
The moment Zhu Lan laid eyes on Shin, her eyes turned bloodshot, and she charged straight at him.
Uncle Chen, I don't want to see this shrew. Luna's expression darkened as she heard Zhu Lan berate Shin.
Yes, Mississippi. No sooner had Uncle Chen spoken than he launched a punch through the air at Zhu Lan. The next second, a massive fist glowing with red light slammed directly toward her.
Watch out!
Shin Lingkong shouted, his figure appearing swiftly before Zhu Lan.
Then, an earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the space between them. Boom!
After a massive crash, Shin Lingkong, his face pale, carried the stunned Zhu Lan back to the Shin family's camp.
Who exactly is backing the Lu family? Could it really be connected to that person in the imperial capital?
Seeing Shin Lingkong, a diamond tier 3rd level cultivator, knocked back by a single punch from the old man before them, the Shin family members exchanged glances.
If even a steward possesses such power, it seems the rumors we've heard all along are true. Haishur is the Lu family's ancestral land. This is going to be difficult.
The Shin family members all turned their gaze toward Shin Lingkong.
Shin, give me a reason. Shin Lingkong knew that using force was simply out of the question. A reason? Do you need a reason to kill someone?
Shin sneered in his eyes. He didn't regard Shin Lingkong as his father at all.
He is your younger brother.
Shin Lingkong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage.
Younger brother. Old man, don't give me that bullshit. Since when did I ever consider myself his older brother?
Shin was equally furious inside. The original hostess memories were surging wildly through his mind.
A powerful sense of resentment threatened to overwhelm Shin. When you let him bully me, why didn't you say I was his brother? When you let the Shin family bully me, why didn't you say I was his brother? When you kicked me out of the Shin family and cut off my future, why didn't you say I was his brother? When he framed me and sent me to jail, why didn't you say I was his older brother? When he tried to kill me, why didn't you say I was his older brother? Shin's barrage of accusations made Shin Lingkong's face turn ashen.
The moment you kicked me out of the Shin family, I ceased to be a member of the Shin family.
If you want to lay a hand on me, do it now.
Shin's eyes were bloodshot, but after he spoke those words, it was as if some shackle in his mind had suddenly shattered. His mana began to surge at that very moment. The exhaustion he felt after casting the demon rune vanished instantly, and his mana more than doubled compared to before. To harm Shin is to harm my Lu family. If you dare lay a finger on him, I'll wipe out your entire clan. Luna's expression was icy, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes as she stared directly at Shin Lingkong. Head of the clan, it's terrible. Many of our family's businesses have been seized. Just then, a member of the Shin family rushed over, looking flustered.
What? Who dares to seize the Shin family's businesses? In an instant, the Shin family members all turned their gaze toward Luna. That's right. I ordered the seizure of your Shin family's assets. If you want them released, show me your sincerity. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the Shin family won't face trouble. Although Luna had been living in the Sea City, she was, after all, a princess of the Lu family, and naturally possessed both an air of nobility and the means to enforce her will. What are we going to do now? It's all that good for nothing Shin Bojan's fault for provoking the wrong people. With their own interests at stake, some Shin family members began to blame Shin Bojan, and even the way they looked at Shin Linkong had changed. Shin Linkong, of course, heard the family members' murmurs. His expression grew even more grim. He clenched his fists tightly, seemingly forcing himself to suppress his rage. Let us go. Shin Linkong snorted coldly and turned to leave. May I ask, what compensation will it take to lift the freeze? A member of the Shin family couldn't help but ask. 100,000 crystals. I'm giving you only 3 days. No exceptions after that. After Luna finished speaking, she grabbed Shin's hand and the two of them walked into the villa together. 100,000 crystals. That's almost equal to our Shin family's annual income. That's simply outrageous. The Shin family members exchanged glances, stunned that they had come to apprehend a criminal only to find themselves having to pay 100,000 crystals out of their own pockets. Humph. I refuse to believe that the mighty Shin family could be shut down like this. Some were skeptical and dismissive. Others even conspired in secret to assassinate Shin. Shin looked at Luna by his side, his eyes filled with gratitude. Alang, there is no need for thanks between us. I've had it with Shin Bojan for a long time, and the Shin family too. What gives them the right to bully you? As long as they don't pay compensation, I'll have the Shin family sealed off indefinitely. If they dare harm you, I'll have the Shin family's estate razed to the ground. Luna's domineering attitude made Shin look even more like a kept man. Rushi, you spoil me so much, aren't you afraid I'll become a kept man? Shin reached out and gave Luna's pert behind a light slap. Humph. My Lu family is wealthy and powerful, supporting a pretty boy like you is no problem at all. Luna flashed a mischievous smile, a far cry from her former image as the icy school beauty. Then I really will be living off you. Shin's face was thick beyond belief. Uncle Chen, watching the two from behind, shook his head. Chapter 19, Poor Thing. My little brother. Miss, the Shin family has sent over 100,000 crystals. Uncle Chen held out a tray with a spatial ring on it. The Shin family sure knows how to bend and stretch. They chose to compromise so quickly. Luna picked up the spatial ring from the tray. Alang, what do you think we should do about the Shin family? Luna shoved the spatial ring directly into Shin's hand. This is between me and the Shin family. Just leave it to me. Shin took the spatial ring and slipped it onto his finger. He knew full well that Luna wasn't short on crystals. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Uncle Chen, have Uncle Zhang's men withdraw. Luna turned to Uncle Chen behind her. Yes, sir. Uncle Chen replied and turned to leave. Alang, let us go to the imperial capital. My grandfather wants to see you. Luna thought for a moment before speaking. Sure. Shen nodded. There was no one left in this city for him to stay for. He might as well go to the imperial capital after all. He'd already been accepted into the National Defense University. Besides, he had a vague feeling that this trip to the imperial capital wouldn't be straightforward. Especially regarding the acceptance letter from the National Defense University. Then we'll leave tomorrow. Hearing Shin's agreement, a delighted smile instantly spread across Luna's face. She planted a kiss on Shin's cheek, then ran off as if fleeing. That night, in a bedroom, Shin sat cross-legged with a pile of crystals spread out before him. This world was different from his previous life. It was filled with ferocious beasts and alien races that could open a void rift and appear at any moment, making it incredibly dangerous. The most urgent task is to improve my own strength. Shin closed his eyes and began absorbing the crystals one by one.
Currently, his power was at the bronze stage. He had only just awakened his abilities.
As one crystal after another vanished in his hands, the power within him rapidly accumulated.
To break through to the silver stage, his power had to reach a certain threshold. If his initial power was like level ground, the power required to break through was the height of a single step. The ground level is the bronze stage, 1 step up is the silver stage, 2 steps is gold, 3 is platinum, 4 is diamond, 5 is starry radiance, 6 is master, 7 is grandmaster, 8 is king, and 9 is transcendent king. At the same time, each tier has 5 sublevels. Only by breaking through to the 5th sublevel can one advance to the next major tier. Beyond the 9th tier lies the peerless sovereign. Upon learning about this world and the ranks of the awakened, Shin felt a sense of familiarity.
Time passed slowly.
With an ample supply of crystals, Shin absorbed 1,000 of them in one go. As he looked inward, the power within his body had already taken the shape of a staircase. Shin did not stop. He intended to break through to the silver stage in one go. Time passed slowly, and the crystals in his hand were disappearing at an ever-increasing rate.
Bronze level 1, bronze level 2, bronze level 3, bronze level 4, bronze level 5.
Until, at a certain moment, Shin's body trembled. Under his inner vision, a 10-meter high tier rose from the ground.
I've broken through.
Feeling the power surging within him, a smile spread across Shin's lips. As expected, the difference in power between each level is like night and day. But why did this breakthrough require so many crystals?
System, tell me what is going on.
Looking at his spatial ring, which now contained only 50,000 crystals, Shin's mouth began to twitch slightly.
Host, you are no ordinary person.
A screen appeared before him, displaying a line of large text.
Is that it? That's all you've got? System, UFINGB.
Shin cursed inwardly, but stopped when a sudden thirst overcame him.
Early the next morning,
Shin, who had been fast asleep, felt a tickling sensation on the tip of his nose, as if a kitten were scratching him.
Ah! Achoo!
A sudden sneeze finally shattered his sweet dream. Opening his eyes, he saw Luna staring at him with a mischievous smile.
Rushi, how could you be so naughty?
Shin grabbed Luna's soft, white hand, pulled her forcefully into his arms, and then pinned her down on the bed.
Mum.
Gazing at Luna's stunning face, Shin couldn't resist and kissed her directly.
Starting gently and deepening, Shin's hands soon began to wander again.
They slid down her long, snow-white, smooth, and delicate legs, then moved upward, lifting her cumbersome ice silk nightgown, and continued exploring higher.
Alang, you can't.
Luna's breathing grew heavy as she used one hand to block Shin's mischievous hand. Shin wasn't one to give up easily. His other hand began to wander as well.
Knock, knock, knock.
Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Miss, breakfast is ready, and your private jet has arrived. Uncle Chen's voice, which sounded incredibly untimely to Shin, echoed from outside the door.
Coming.
Luna hurriedly pushed Shin away, then, her face flushed, opened the door and rushed back to her room to pack her things. Watching Luna run off as fast as a startled little rabbit, Shin let out a wry smile.
Poor thing. My little brother.
At the dining table, Luna kept her face red, focusing only on eating, too embarrassed to look at Shin. Seeing Luna looking so adorable, a hint of tenderness one he wasn't even aware of flashed across Shin's face. The panic and sense of strangeness he felt upon arriving had vanished after he and Luna became a couple. After finishing their meal, the two headed straight to the back garden. Hovering above the back garden was a flying craft.
A UFO.
A flying saucer. Shin was genuinely surprised by the saucer-shaped craft. Standing directly beneath the saucer, Shin looked up as the hatch below opened. Then a beam of light enveloped them both, and instantly, a powerful pulling force lifted them up, propelling them toward the open hatch. However, this force was incredibly smooth, causing not the slightest discomfort. Once inside the saucer, a whole new scene unfolded. This is something our Lu family spent a fortune to purchase from the Star Domain Alliance.
Seeing Shin's curiosity, Luna hurried to explain.
Shin, of course, knew about the Star Domain Alliance. This was a world of advanced martial arts, and also an interstellar era.
However, Blue Star was currently in a rather awkward position due to the late revival of spiritual energy. Its overall strength was considered weak within the star domain. That was why the Star Domain Alliance had never agreed to let Blue Star join the alliance. The Lu family really is incredibly wealthy.
Shin continued to examine the interior of the flying saucer with great curiosity. However, after looking around for a while, he still couldn't figure it out.
This is a star-class flying saucer. It can break through Blue Star's atmosphere and fly into interstellar space.
It can fly into interstellar space. Shin looked out at the deep blue sky through a glass-like light screen overhead.
After the two entered the flying saucer, the hatch closed swiftly.
Then, with a flash of light, the flying saucer shot off at breakneck speed toward the imperial capital of Huaxia.
Chapter 20, Thick-Skinned and Well-Fed.
In the imperial capital, within a picturesque courtyard compound,
Titan looked up at the horizon.
"Father, is that kid really that important that you're waiting for him personally?"
Lu Changsheng was filled with doubt.
"Humph.
What do you know? If Shin's power is used properly, it's enough to allow Huaxia to rule the entire Blue Star and smoothly join the Star Domain Alliance."
Titan snorted coldly. "I heard from Chenli that Luna and Shin have a special relationship. It seems they're already dating." Lu Changxing was used to being scolded, but he spoke up anyway.
"Oh. Their relationship is progressing rather quickly."
Very good, very good. I'll see how that old man Xiao dares to compete with me for my granddaughter as husband." Upon hearing that the two were already a couple, Titan wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he seemed quite pleased.
Lu Changsheng was taken aback by his words.
For members of top-tier families like theirs, marriages were almost always accompanied by political considerations. Shin was merely the scion of an ordinary family, so Lu Changsheng couldn't understand why his father was so delighted.
Although Lu Changsheng knew Shin was somewhat special, he wasn't entirely clear on the real reason.
What kind of power does that kid have that makes the old man value him so much? Lu Changsheng couldn't help but wonder to himself. After all, Luna was his daughter. Whoosh! Just then, from the far horizon, a streak of light trailing a fiery tail shot toward them.
"It's Luna."
Titan's previously stern expression instantly softened into a warm, friendly smile.
"It really is true that grandparents and grandchildren are closest. As her son, I'm practically treated like a grandson."
At that moment, Lu Changxing actually felt a twinge of envy toward his own daughter. The flying saucer moved swiftly in the blink of an eye. It hovered above the courtyard.
Then the hatch opened, and Shin, led by Luna, appeared before Titan and Lu Changsheng. "Grandpa. Dad."
Luna was overjoyed. It had been half a year since she'd last seen her father and grandfather in person.
"Grandpa. Father-in-law."
Shin blurted out instinctively. "You're one cheeky little rascal." Titan didn't get angry at Shin's greeting. Instead, he gave him a second look. Silver Stage, how did this kid break through so quickly?
Titan thought to himself, secretly startled.
Luna stood to the side, looking a bit shy, her cheeks flushed and her expression full of bashfulness. Lu Changxing didn't say a word, but his face twitched constantly. He was clearly taken aback by Shin's greeting.
"Thick-skinned? You've certainly had your fill. Grandpa, is this welcome gift?"
In his previous life, Shin had run a demon rune shop. He hadn't lost a bit of his social skills. As the saying goes, as long as I'm not the one feeling awkward, then it's someone else who is in the awkward spot.
"Boy, do you know who I am?"
"There aren't many in China who dare speak to me like that."
Titan's expression suddenly darkened.
"Of course you're Ru Shi's grandfather.
According to family hierarchy, I should address you as grandfather. Having been reborn once, he'd seen it all."
In his past life, Uncle had raided his shop plenty of times to crack down on pornography. A scene like this was a piece of cake for him. A walk in the park.
"Grandpa, you haven't come empty-handed, have you? It's my first visit as a newcomer, you see."
Shin grinned at Titan, who, despite his imposing appearance, gave off an affable vibe. Luna, meanwhile, stood to the side, blushing and tugging at Shin's sleeve. She knew her grandfather's temper all too well and was terrified Shin might get the short end of the stick. Hey! Just as they say, a daughter grows up and leaves home. We haven't tea even started yet, and she is already siding with outsiders. Titan had, of course, noticed Luna's actions. But you're a thick-skinned little rascal, aren't you? It's your very first visit as a newcomer, and that shameless look of yours reminds me a lot of how I used to be. Spit it out. What do you want, kid? A smile suddenly appeared on Titan's previously stern face. Grandpa, just give me whatever you think is appropriate. I'm sure someone of your stature wouldn't be stingy. Shun put on an innocent, meek expression. Hey! You're actually trying to talk your way out of this. But, Grandpa, I find you quite likable. This gift certainly can't be small, otherwise, it would make me look too stingy. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you 500,000 crystals, plus 30 Tianyuan fruits, as a welcome gift. As soon as Titan finished speaking, a spatial ring appeared, then was pulled by a force to appear before Shin. Thank you, grandfather. Shin didn't hesitate, reaching out to take it. However, he turned his gaze toward Lu Changsheng. Father-in-law, this welcome gift. Shin had already made up his mind, since he thick-skinnedly asked for it, he might as well go all the way. I don't have any Tianyuan fruits, but I do have 100,000 crystals. Lu Changsheng's expression was grim. After all, he was Luna's biological father. Thank you, father-in-law. Shin's smile was utterly sincere. Luna, on the other hand, wanted the ground to swallow her whole. Lu Changsheng also produced a spatial ring. May I ask who this gentleman is? Shin turned his gaze to another middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Lu Changsheng. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man burst into hearty laughter. I'm Rushi's second uncle. Just call me second uncle. My gift of welcome is also 100,000 crystals. The middle-aged man's name was Lu Changhua. He was Lu Changsheng's younger brother. Thank you, second uncle. Shin hurriedly thanked him, then unashamedly accepted the spatial ring containing 100,000 crystals. Not bad, not bad. You really do have a thick skin. You're not shy about taking what's yours. Our ancestor was right, he didn't deceive me. Shin's gaze darted around the courtyard, but since the only people left were likely Lu family servants, his face wasn't quite thick enough to pull that off. Sis, you're back. Just then, a young boyish voice came from behind the door. Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? Luna looked on with delight as the 10-year-old boy ran toward her. Dad told me you were coming back today, so I asked my master for the day off. The boy's name was Lu Rukin. He was Luna's younger brother. Sis, is this your boyfriend? The boy turned his gaze toward Shin. Luna nodded, her face flushing. Since he is my sister's boyfriend, did he bring me a welcome gift? I am her own little brother, after all. The boy's eyes darted about, then he looked at Shin with a pitiful expression. Holy shit, holy shit. This kid is no pushover. So young, and already a master of thick skin. His future achievements are boundless. Beep. Detected a Journey to the West character demon rune matching the boy. Host, do you wish to unlock it? Chapter 21, Journey to the West series demon rune red boy. What? Detected a character matching one from Journey to the West. System, you have this feature too? This was the first time Shin had heard that the system could perform such a scan. Host, demon runes from the Journey to the West and Mythology series can only be unlocked when they encounter the right host. Otherwise, even if the host spends crystals to purchase them, they cannot be obtained unless the original host is found. The system provided a detailed explanation. Damn it, you piece of shit system. You didn't even tell me about something this important. Shin cursed the system as a piece of trash in his mind, but his face remained smiling. Xiao Chen, right? Of course there's a welcome gift. Your brother-in-law is giving you a set of demon runes. They guarantee you'll be unbeatable among your peers. Shin smiled as he opened his system and searched for the Journey to the West series. Sun Wukong?
Nope. Shu Beiji? Nope. Jean Chanzi? Nope. White Dragon Horse? Nope. It's actually Red Boy.
As a series of dull, gray demon runes flashed before Shin's eyes, a Red Boy demon rune ablaze with flames and glowing brightly appeared before him. Red Boy Shin was, of course, very familiar with him. Back in his childhood in his previous life, he watched Journey to the West countless times. Red Boy was the beloved son of the Bull Demon King and the Iron Fan Princess, known as the Holy Infant King. His three-flame true fire was so powerful that even the great sage had suffered a defeat at its hands.
Could it be that if I tattoo the Red Boy demon rune onto Xiao Chun, he'll inherit Red Boy's three-flame true fire?
Shin speculated inwardly, though deep in his eyes lay a glimmer of hope. However, when he saw the number of crystals required to unlock Red Boy, a chill ran down his spine.
1 million crystals? System, why the hell don't you just go rob someone? Wait, that's exactly what it's doing. And the one being robbed is me.
Shin felt like crying but couldn't bring himself to. The crystals he just acquired hadn't even had time to warm his hands, yet they weren't enough to unlock the Red Boy's demon rune. But the words were out, and he couldn't go back on his word.
A real man keeps his word. A promise is a promise.
The immediate priority was to increase his mana capacity and gather enough crystals to unlock the Red Boy's demon rune.
Demon rune? No way. Just as Shin was still pondering, Lu Changsheng let out a startled cry from the side. Shin, Xiao Chen is still young, he absolutely must not get a demon rune. Lu Changsheng never would have imagined that Shin's gift would be a demon rune.
Demon runes are already a niche phenomenon, not recognized by the mainstream public, and are even labeled as something for bad kids.
That was the reason for Lu Changsheng's outburst. Humph. What do you know? What's wrong with the demon rune? You're just an old fogey, this isn't your place to butt in. Get lost.
Just as Luna was about to explain Shin's demon rune, Titan snorted coldly from the side and launched into a scolding.
Dad,
Lu Changsheng felt deeply wronged.
Xiaolang, are you really going to give Xiao Chen the demon rune?
Titan's face was grave, as if the demon rune were a matter of the utmost importance.
Dad. Xiao Chen is still too young, he can't receive the demon rune.
Although Lu Changsheng was afraid deep down, he gritted his teeth and spoke up.
Get lost. You good for nothing. What do you know? Titan didn't even bother to look at him. Right.
But we still need to prepare a few things for the demon rune.
We can only start once I'm ready. Shin's expression was grave, looking incredibly serious. It's not a demon rune.
This was the first time Luna had ever seen this kind of expression on Shin's face. It's not a demon rune, but it's similar to one, only harder.
Shin explained.
Originally, the Demon Rune series also required crystals to unlock. However, because he had drawn the Demon Rune series during the new player gift pack event, it could be unlocked using Huaxia coins.
Is it because you don't have enough mana?
A few days ago, Shin had given her the dark magic wings, which had left her in a daze for several days, so Luna was extremely worried.
Right.
But we're still short on some crystals. Shin had a sudden thought and set his sights on Titan. We're short on crystals.
That's not a problem.
As for mana, only Tianyuan fruits can boost it without side effects.
I can get 50 of those for you. Titan thought for a moment before saying.
Tianyuan fruits are a scarce resource. Only when the Tianyuan realm opens can Huaxia send people inside to compete with other Blue Star nations for the Tianyuan trees.
Normally, Tianyuan fruits were reserved for geniuses. Given Titan's status, he could currently access a maximum of 50. Fortunately, the Tianyuan realm was set to open in 3 years. How many crystals are you short?
Though Titan was skeptical, since Shin said he lacked crystals, he agreed to provide them.
500,000. Shin thought for a moment, then held up 5 fingers. All right.
Changshan, go to the Lu family's treasury and bring 500,000 crystals to Shin.
Titan agreed without a second thought.
For a top-tier Huaxia family like the Lius, crystals were precious, but they owned several crystal veins. Crystal veins were the very foundation of a family's wealth.
Dad, I want to know why. Lu Changsheng was utterly baffled.
He couldn't understand why his usually stern father would agree to his grandson's demon rune. And for a single demon rune, he was actually spending 500,000 crystals and 50 Tianyuan fruits.
You'll find out once Xiaochen's demon rune is inscribed. Titan glanced at his eldest son. Lu Changsheng. Sis, I heard you're back. Brother Yuan Ming is at the Tianguang Pavilion and has prepared a welcome banquet. Although Lu Xiaocheng didn't know what the demon runeshin was talking about, he could tell that both his grandfather and sister took it very seriously. Go on. Titan knew this was a matter for the younger generation. All right, Grandpa, we're off.
Luna said, then led Xin and Lu Ruken out of the courtyard.
Brother-in-law, though I don't know what tricks you used to win over my sister and grandpa,
I'll tell you this, there are plenty of suitors for my sister here today.
You'd better watch your back. Lu Ruken quietly approached Xin and whispered. Oh.
Does your sister have a lot of suitors? A smile tugged at Xin's lips, and curiosity began to stir within him.
Of course.
My sister is known as the ice flower of the imperial capital's twin flowers. Her suitors could circle the blue star.
Lu Ruken lifted his little face proudly, looking as if he were basking in the glory. Xiaochun, what nonsense are you spouting?
Luna had naturally heard him and, fearing Xin might misunderstand, hurried to explain.
Sis, I'm not making this up.
Everyone in the circle says you're the ice flower, one of the imperial capital's twin flowers.
And the rest the Xiao family's spicy flower, Violet.
The two of you are collectively known as the imperial capital's twin flowers, your beauty unmatched in the capital. Lu Ruken was only 10 years old. Though clever, he was still too young.
Chapter 22, I just can't stand your snobbish attitude.
Alang, don't listen to Xiao Chen's nonsense.
Those are just nicknames made up by some bored people. Luna wrapped her arm around Shen's, afraid he might get angry. Rushi, I think that nickname is actually pretty good. Ice Flower, Ice Maiden. It fits the impression I had of you before. Shin felt that both Ice Flower and Ice Maiden suited Luna's aura perfectly. Ah.
However, no sooner had Xin finished speaking than the soft flesh at his waist was spun 360 degrees by a snow-white, jade-like hand.
Bro-in-law, you're so pitiful. You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already being abused by my sister.
Bro-in-law, I think a real man shouldn't be afraid of his wife.
Bro-in-law, I think my sister can be really fierce sometimes.
Bro-in-law, sis, go easy on me, my ear's gonna fall off.
Serves you right. Xiao Chen, I'm not afraid of your sister, I'm just showing her respect.
Watching Lu Ruchen, whose ear had already been twisted bright red, Shen rubbed his waist and then offered a solemn warning.
Bro-in-law, are all women like this? When I grow up, I don't want to get married. On the way to Tianguang Pavilion, the two chatted extensively.
By the time they arrived at Tianguang Pavilion, Lu Ruken had already become Shen's biggest fan. Tianguang Pavilion, the imperial capital's top-tier restaurant, generally only catered to insiders and was never open to the public.
Rushi, here.
The car had just pulled up in front of a grand entrance resembling an ancient royal mansion. A young man in his 20s approached them with a smile.
Brother Yuan Ming. Luna was the first to get out of the car. Shen and Lu Ruken followed. Who is this?
The moment Lu Yuanming saw Shen, his expression turned utterly puzzled.
Brother Yuan Ming, this is my brother-in-law. Before Luna could introduce him, Lu Ruken spoke up first. Your brother-in-law. Lu Yuan Ming looked even more puzzled. Brother Yuan Ming, let me introduce you.
This is my boyfriend, Shen.
Luna took Shen's hand and introduced him.
Your boyfriend, Shen. Lu Yuanming looked even more surprised, his mind racing to recall whether there were any prominent Shen families in the capital. But he quickly came to a conclusion: there was no such prominent family with the surname Shen.
Rushi, does third grandfather know that he is your boyfriend? As a member of the Lu family himself, Lu Yuanming knew full well that among prominent families, marriage was practically synonymous with politics. Especially for young women from such families, it was impossible for them to marry or date just anyone. Of course he knows. Grandfather is actually very supportive. Lu Rukin chimed in again. Third grandfather knows. This time, Lu Yuanming was more than just surprised. Third grandfather tightened the current head of the Lu family and a heavyweight in the Chinese military. The fact that even such a powerful figure had given his approval was proof enough that the young man standing before him was no ordinary person. Xiao Lang, right? I'm your cousin. You can call me Brother Yuanming or just Brother Ming. Lu Yuanming was quick on his feet and renowned in their circle for his social skills. Brother Yuanming.
Shen smiled, his expression remaining impassive.
Let us hurry inside, everyone's almost here.
Lu Yuanming led the way, and the three followed behind him.
Tianguang Pavilion was exactly as Shen had imagined. Its layout mirrored that of an ancient royal mansion.
Even the staff inside were dressed in period costumes.
As soon as they entered the Tianguang Pavilion, wave after wave of string and wind instrument music reached their ears, invigorating their spirits.
This is a piece performed by musicians who have awakened special professions. Listening to it helps calm the mind and focus the spirit. Lu Yuanming had been observing Shen the whole time. Seeing him looking around restlessly, he smiled and explained.
The music is certainly elegant.
But it's too soft and gentle. It doesn't compare to the sounds of battle, which really get the blood pumping. As Shen listened to the music, images of a battlefield with the clanging of weapons and the thunderous beat of drums unwittingly flashed through his mind.
Oh. So Xiao Lang knows a thing or two about music. These musicians with special professions can indeed play the kind of music Xiao Lang is talking about. Lu Yuanming glanced at Shen with a hint of surprise. I don't get it. Shen replied with absolute certainty.
Lu Yuanming didn't know how to respond.
Ru Shi.
Just then, a young man about Shen's age ran over with a delighted smile on his face.
Zhu Hong.
Luna frowned and immediately reached out to grab Shen's hand. Zhu Hong, who had been running toward them with such excitement, saw this and his smile vanished instantly, replaced by a sullen expression. Especially the look he gave Shen, it was filled with hostility. So, this must be the suitor Xiao Chen was talking about.
But he doesn't look like much, does he? Shen gave Zhu Hong a quick once-over, then looked away.
Rushi, knowing you were coming back today, we specially arranged a welcome party for you at Tianguang Pavilion.
However, Tianguang Pavilion is a private gathering place. We don't accept outsiders. Here he is.
Shen hadn't expected to be targeted the moment he arrived. He is my brother-in-law, not an outsider. Lu Ruchen had already accepted Shen as his brother-in-law, so when Shen was being targeted, he naturally spoke up for him. Shen is my boyfriend, not an outsider. Luna frowned, a look of displeasure in her eyes.
Boyfriend? Is he even worthy of her?
Kid, I don't care how you sweet-talked Rushi into this, but I still advise you to stay away from her. She is not someone like you, an ordinary person who can get close to her.
Upon hearing Luna call Shen her boyfriend, Zhu Hong's expression turned grim. He stopped pretending and issued a direct warning. Zhu Hong, who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Luna's face was as cold as ice as she shielded Shen behind her. Rushi, you're 18 now.
I've already spoken to grandfather. In a few days, I'll go to your family's home to ask for your hand in marriage.
Ask for her hand in marriage? Zhu Hong, you might as well give up on that idea.
Shen is my boyfriend.
I advise you to stop harassing me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. In the capital's social circles, Luna was known as Iceflower. She was usually as cold as ice, giving people the impression that she was unapproachable. Kid, is that all you've got hiding behind a woman?
Zhu Hong knew Luna's temperament, so he turned his gaze toward Shen. The Shu family, to which Zhu Hong belonged, was just as powerful as the Lu family. Both were major players controlling 1/3 of China's military forces.
What's the matter? You don't accept this? Want to fight me one-on-one?
Shen looked at Zhu Hong across from him, but he wasn't particularly angry. After all, in his previous life, he had been a novel enthusiast and had read plenty of such plotlines. He just hadn't expected it to happen to him today.
Fine. You've got guts. Let us duel. Whoever loses has to stay away from Rushi.
Zhu Hong was pleased that Shen had fallen for his provocation so easily.
You idiot. My girlfriend isn't some commodity. It's not like whoever loses has to leave.
I just can't stand how you look down on people with your dog's eye view. Shen let out a cold laugh. Dealing with this kind of person naturally called for a physical solution. Chapter 23, A Slap That Sends Him Flying.
Zhu Hong, Shen, listen to my advice. Today is a welcome party for Rushi. You two shouldn't cause any trouble.
Seeing the tension between the two escalate, Lu Yuanming immediately stepped in to mediate. Zhu Hong, Shen is my boyfriend. I advise you to watch your mouth, or don't blame me for being rude.
Luna's gaze was icy, with a faint blue glow flickering in her eyes. Shen, do you dare to fight me one-on-one right now?
Zhu Hong truly loved Luna, and hearing her defend Shen like this filled him with rage.
One-on-one. As if you're worthy.
As soon as Shen finished speaking, the power of the 16-winged demon's ceiling wings began to stir. Whoosh! Behind Shen, the phantom image of the 16-winged demon's ceiling wings appeared.
The next second. Smack! A loud slap echoed through the air.
Instantly, Zhu Hong was sent flying by Shen's single slap.
Put! I really gave you too much credit.
You're nothing but trash. Shen looked at Zhu Hong, who had been sent flying by his slap, and couldn't help but spit out a glob of phlegm.
That was fast.
Holy shit, bro-in-law, you're amazing.
Zhu Hong couldn't even block a single move from you. It had all happened in the blink of an eye.
The others present hadn't even had time to react. They only heard the wind whistling past their ears before seeing Zhu Hong fly through the air. Lu Rukin was the quickest to react, rushing over to Shen to suck up to him. Of course, the most shocked of the three was Luna. She had witnessed Shen's awakening as an F-rank runecrafter with her own eyes.
Dual talented, dual class.
Those words flashed through Luna's mind.
Alang!
Luna's heart pounded with shock as she called out softly.
What do you think? Isn't my boyfriend handsome?
I'm not bragging, but I could take on 100 of his kind all by myself. Shen reached out and wrapped his arm around Luna's slender waist, then pinched her smooth stomach with 2 fingers.
Rushi, Shen, is this amazing, and you didn't tell me sooner? No wonder Grandpa was so supportive. Lu Yuanming finally caught on.
Zhu Hong was no slouch. He was a martial artist who had awakened an S-rank martial skill. His strength was fully on par with that of a mage who had awakened an S-rank ability. The fact that Shen could send Zhu Hong flying with a single slap before he even had a chance to react spoke volumes about Shen's prowess. Of course, the main point was that he hadn't even seen what kind of power Shen had used. He'd only heard a whoosh by his ear, and then Zhu Hong had been sent flying by a single slap. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, a burst of applause rang out from nearby.
Impressive. To break through the silver stage in such a short time, no wonder Grandpa asked me to come see you today.
A figure in red appeared. A young girl in a red dress, with red hair, fair skin, and a stunning figure, her beauty rivaling Luna's, walked over while clapping.
La Hua, Violet. Lu Rukin let out a gasp and immediately hid behind his older sister. Violet. Lu Yuanming was also taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. Luna seemed to sense something. She immediately stood beside Shen and took his hand.
So you're Shen. Over 1.8 meters tall. That meets this lady's standards for a partner.
You're actually quite handsome. You're passable.
Violet walked straight up to Shen, not flinching from his gaze as they locked eyes. She was indeed spicy flower. A wave of fiery intensity washed over him, causing a sharp pain in the soft flesh of his lower back. Still, he forced himself to speak. Miss, do we know each other?
Hello, my name is Violet. Now we do.
A smile graced Violet's stunning face as she extended her snow-white, delicate hand.
Hello.
Shin fought the sharp pain in his waist from Luna's pinch and reached out to take Violet's hand.
Little sister Rushi, welcome back to the imperial capital.
Violet withdrew her hand and turned to look at Luna standing nearby.
Sister Z, it's been a while since we last met.
Luna felt a twinge of jealousy, but she put on a smile.
Sis, why are you in such a hurry? You didn't even wait for me.
Just then, a boy about the same age as Lu Rukin rushed in from outside.
Aries.
As soon as Lu Rukin saw him, he couldn't help but let out a gasp.
Oh. You loser, you're here too. The newcomer was named Aries, Violet's younger brother.
Humph. I just didn't have enough to eat that day. Let us have another match in a few days.
It seemed there was some youthful rivalry between Lu Rukin and Aries.
So you're Shin, the young man my grandfather holds in high regard. He even asked my sister to spend more time with you. Aries had more important matters on his mind at the moment and had no time to pay Lu Rukin any mind.
What? Shin is actually favored by that person?
He even had Violet come to get to know him.
Lu Yuanming, standing nearby, seemed to have overheard a sensational secret.
Aries, don't be rude. Violet reached out and ruffled Aries' hair. Aries, he's my brother-in-law.
You can forget about my sister.
Lu Rukin was furious that Aries had ignored him. They both studied under the same teacher, so technically, they were fellow disciples.
Humph.
Whatever my sister sets her sights on, she always gets.
Right now, he's just your sister's boyfriend.
Who knows whose brother-in-law he'll be in the future, Aries sneered.
The two had been rivals since childhood, neither willing to back down.
Aries is right. Whatever this lady sets her sights on, she'll get.
Little Rushi, you'd better keep a close eye on him.
True to her reputation as spicy flower, Violet had a fiery temper and made no attempt to hide her thoughts.
Humph. Luna snorted coldly and gave Shin's soft side a hard pinch. Everyone, please calm down. Today is a welcome banquet for little sister Rushi. The feast is ready, please come inside. Lu Yuanming seized the opportunity to step in and ease the tension.
He had figured it out, the star of the show today wasn't his sister Luna at all, but this Shin guy who appeared out of nowhere.
Little sister Rushi, let us go.
Violet smiled and turned toward the private room at the far end of the hall. After she left, a pained expression flashed across Shin's face as he turned to look at Luna.
Humph. Luna snorted coldly and turned to walk away. Bro-in-law, you're so awesome.
Lu Rukin gave him a thumbs up, then quickly ran after Luna.
Holy shit. I didn't do a damn thing. Shin felt wronged. Shun, let us grab a drink later. We'll be brothers from now on.
Lu Yuanming walked over and slung his arm around Shin's shoulder. As for Zhu Hong, who had been slapped across the room by Shin, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the floor after they left. He had been faking unconsciousness the whole time after all, getting slapped so hard wasn't exactly something to be proud of.
Shin, just you wait. Zhu Hong glanced at the group's retreating figures, then turned and walked away. Chapter 24, The Supermarket Confrontation. Tianguang Pavilion, Private Room Tian. The once lively private room was now thick with tension.
Shin was seated with Luna and Lu Rukin to his right, and Violet and Aries to his left. The remaining seats were occupied by the offspring of factions allied with the Lu family. I propose we drink a toast to Rushi's return to the imperial capital. To lighten the mood, Lu Yuanming raised the wineglass before him and downed it in one gulp. The welcome banquet ultimately concluded with a dozen or so red marks appearing on Shin's back. After the banquet, Shin, Luna, and the others returned to Titan's courtyard compound. This was also part of Titan's plan. First, for Shin's safety; second, to facilitate better interaction and communication. Since Titan enjoyed a lively atmosphere, the courtyard was located in the heart of the imperial capital, close to both the Imperial Assembly Hall and Imperial Square.
Young Master Shin, this is from the Patriarch.
Just as Shin and the others had returned, a member of the Lu family appeared carrying a tray. On the tray lay a spatial ring.
Could these be crystals and Tianyuan fruits? Shin's eyes lit up.
Ever since agreeing to inscribe a demon rune for Lu Rukin, a sense of urgency had been building within him. A single demon wing had left him unconscious for 2 days. The demon rune for the red child was far more complex, and the amount of mana it would consume was bound to be even greater. Therefore, the Tianyuan fruit, which had no side effects and could even boost mana, was exactly what Shin needed most at the moment.
Shin, get some rest. Tomorrow I'll take you on a tour of the imperial capital. After spending some intimate time together in the room, Luna left Shin's room and returned to her own. No, I really need to move out. Otherwise, it'll be pretty much impossible to do that kind of thing. Watching Luna's retreating figure, Shin touched the bite mark on his neck. Tianyuan fruit.
Once the room had quieted down, Shin took a red, egg-sized fruit out of his spatial ring.
Crunch! Without hesitation, Shin bit into it. Crisp.
The first thing Shin noticed about the Tianyuan fruit was its crispness, followed by a burst of the fruit's unique fragrance exploding in his mouth.
It's actually pretty good. The texture is similar to an apple. Shin devoured the Tianyuan fruit in 3 bites.
About 10 seconds later, he felt a warm surge rush from his stomach straight to the top of his head. Next, Shin felt as if he were drunk, his whole body feeling dizzy and lightheaded.
What's going on? Double vision appeared before Shin's eyes. Thud.
The next second, Shin's body crashed heavily onto the bed. He didn't come to his senses until he heard a knock at the door.
Alang, time to get up for breakfast. Luna's voice drifted in from outside. Coming.
Shin sat up abruptly, his mind completely clear.
My mana has definitely increased a lot. This Tianyuan fruit really is a treasure for boosting mana. It's just a bit too strong. Eating one feels like drinking counterfeit alcohol. Shin shook his head, then opened the door.
Rushi, you look so beautiful.
Luna had clearly dressed up for the occasion today, even applying light makeup.
Especially those long, snow-white, perfectly straight legs, they were downright tempting.
Humph. Am I prettier, or is Violet prettier?
Luna narrowed her eyes, like a crouching tiger, ready to pounce the moment Shin said the wrong thing. Of course my girlfriend is prettier. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Shin knew better than anyone what women love to hear.
Humph, I'll let you off the hook this time. A smile involuntarily spread across Luna's face. I'll take you shopping for some new outfits later. Luna took Shin's hand and led him toward the dining room.
The Lu family's breakfast was simple, not nearly as lavish as Shin had imagined, consisting only of soy milk, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks.
After finishing breakfast, the two left the courtyard. Luna got behind the wheel, intending to take Shin to the Imperial Capital Mall to buy clothes.
Since Shin wasn't exactly welcome in the Shin household, he didn't have many clothes, and what he did have was quite worn.
Imperial Capital Tower, China's premier luxury shopping mall.
It housed every top-tier luxury brand from around the world. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot of Imperial Capital Tower, the security guard merely glanced at the license plate and immediately opened the gate. The most important quality for a security guard is, of course, keen observation. Especially when it comes to the significance behind a license plate number.
Alang, this brand's clothes are really nice. Let me take you inside to try some on.
When the two arrived at a designer boutique, Luna smiled and pulled Shin inside.
Welcome.
The saleswoman flashed a professional smile, but the moment she saw Shin's attire, her smile vanished instantly.
Stop right there. What kind of trash are you wearing?
How dare you shop in the same store as me with clothes of such low quality? Just as Shin was about to step through the door, a voice that clearly belonged to a middle-aged, overweight man reached his ears. Before he could even react, a figure as massive as a small mountain blocked his path.
Waitress, is trash like this wearing street stall junk allowed in your store? That would really drag down your standards. If you let him in, Zhu Biao, will never set foot in your store again.
If you don't let him in, I'll buy every single piece of clothing in this store. Shin looked up at the fat man in front of him, and a stench so overpowering that even perfume couldn't mask it hit him in the face.
It stinks. Shin couldn't help but hold his breath.
Kid, what did you say? Xu Biao's expression darkened, a flash of ferocity crossing his eyes. Sir, anyone not dressed appropriately is not permitted in this store. The female clerk immediately appeared in front of Shen, her professional smile vanishing. You're discriminating against me. What's inappropriate about my outfit? Shen's face turned grim. Humph. A bunch of cheap street stall clothes, not even $100 and you dare show up at Empire Tower. Poor people like you belong at the street stalls. Xu Biao snorted coldly, but his gaze was fixed on Luna. You fat pig, just because you're wearing a decent-looking human skin, you think you're something special? My boyfriend can shop wherever he wants. Luna's expression was equally grim. She'd originally come to buy clothes for Shen, but she never expected to run into someone like this at the very first store. Beautiful lady, you mustn't let this hick fool you. The moment Xu Biao heard Luna speak, he immediately put on a smile and approached her. The only reason he was targeting Shen was because of Luna. Humph. This is the imperial capital. I don't know where you got the nerve to act so wild here. And your store, how dare you discriminate like this? We are all equal citizens of China, regardless of status or social standing. Luna shot the female clerk a cold glare, causing her to back away in fear. Humph. The cheapest item in this store costs 10,000 yuan. Do you really think a penniless bum like him could afford it? And if he gets it dirty, can he even afford to pay for it? Xu Biao was used to being arrogant, and seeing that Luna wasn't paying him any mind, he immediately grew angry. Chapter 25, a few slaps to teach him a lesson. You keep calling him a penniless bum, but his ancestors weren't just ordinary people. Luna's gaze was icy as she glared fiercely at Xu Biao. Young lady, you shouldn't talk like that. It's true that I am where I am today because of my father's hard work, but he is a penniless bum now. Are you implying his ancestors didn't work hard enough? Xu Biao was already in a bad mood today. When he first saw Luna, he hoped to use his wealth to get something going with her, but now he was seething with anger. Besides, I have a VIP gold card for this store. I have every right to keep him out. As soon as Xu Biao finished speaking, he pulled out a gold card and tossed it on the ground. A female clerk nearby saw this, hurriedly crouched down, exposing her snow-white cleavage, picked up the gold card, and handed it back to Xu Biao. She even ran her little finger across the palm of his hand as he took the card. Xu Biao immediately grinned and grabbed the female clerk's buttocks. Then does my diamond card let you out too? Luna's eyes grew even colder as she tossed a card featuring a whole, naturally hand-polished diamond right at the female clerk's feet. Crack! Luna's power was immense. The moment the diamond card touched the ground, it shattered into several pieces. But the female clerk recognized it at a glance. That shattered diamond card was the store's top-tier VIP card. The store manager had trained her. As soon as she saw a card like this, she was to fulfill the customer's every request, no matter what it was. Thud. Terrified, the female clerk dropped to her knees. A diamond card. Xu Biao froze, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. But he didn't take it seriously. With the Xu family's background, there were indeed few in the imperial capital he feared. You keep calling me a good-for-nothing. You're middle-aged and still only a silver stage martial artist. Have you been living like a dog all these years? After being mocked by Xu Biao for so long, even Shen, as patient as a saint, had reached his limit. Kid, you're asking for it. Xu Biao flew into a rage. His age and martial artist rank were his taboos, the very things he hated hearing most. Humph. Shen wasn't in the mood for small talk. Since his background was solid, he'd strike when the time was right. Let others get angry, not himself. Life boils down to two words: clarity. Whoosh! The phantom of the 16-winged demon ceiling wings flashed. Smack! Xu Biao's 500 or 600-pound body was sent flying by a single slap from Shen. Crack! The glass display case behind the female clerk was smashed to smithereens by Xu Biao. Kid, you dare hit me. Do you know who I am? I'm a Zhu. Xu Biao struggled to his feet, half his face was already swollen.
So what if you're a Zhu? It's not like I've never slapped anyone before.
He had indeed slapped a member of the Zhu family across the room in exactly the same way just yesterday.
Kid, you're just a hick. You probably don't know how powerful the Zhu family is. I'll tell you this, you'll pay for that slap with your life. But if you let your girlfriend spend the night with me, I'll let you go.
Xu Biao's lecherous gaze fixed on Luna.
Look at you, you son of a bitch.
Shen's figure flickered.
Smack.
Another slap sent the other side of Xu Biao's face swelling high.
My girlfriend? You think you can just stare at her?
Shen wasn't done yet. He kicked Xu Biao again, sending him flying. Such a commotion outside naturally drew a crowd, including the store manager. But when she saw that the man being beaten was Xu Biao, her face went pale.
Who are you people? How dare you fight in our store?
Xu Biao was a regular customer, so she naturally recognized him.
Manager, the diamond card.
The female clerk, slumped on the floor, hurriedly whispered a warning. You two who attacked him, don't leave. The Xu family will be here soon, and you'll have to pay for the damage to our store. The female manager paid no attention to the clerk. Instead, she rushed over to Xu Biao and helped him to his feet.
Mr. Zhu, are you all right?
Humph.
Get out of my way.
Raging inside, Xu Biao pulled out his phone and made a call.
Xu Hong, your uncle has been picked on. Hurry to the Empire Tower.
After hanging up, Xu Biao glared at Shen with malice.
Kid, you dared to hit me. You're dead today.
Xu Biao clutched his severely swollen cheek, madness flashing in his eyes. It was the first time in all these years that anyone had dared to hit him.
I hit you, so what? Stop all this nonsense.
Shen slapped Xu Biao across the face again, knocking out several of his teeth.
You.
Just as the female store manager was about to speak up, she was pulled back by a trembling female clerk. Manager, they're diamond VIPs.
What? Diamond cards?
The female store manager froze, her eyes first filled with disbelief, then her whole body began to shake. She knew her day was over.
Offending a diamond card holder was the same as offending the Zhu family. Who dares hit my second uncle? Don't you know you can't just hit a member of the Zhu family? Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind the crowd of onlookers.
The crowd parted, and Xu Hong, his left cheek still bearing a red handprint, stomped in with a group of men, looking furious.
Xu Hong, they're the ones who hit me.
Seeing Xu Hong arrive, Xu Biao was as if he'd found a savior. He scrambled over as fast as he could. However, having lost a few teeth, his speech was slurred. Saliva mixed with blood spattered all over Xu Hong's face as he spoke.
Second uncle, don't say anything yet.
Xu Hong wiped the saliva off his face with a look of disgust, then shoved Xu Biao aside before turning to look at the people he was pointing at.
Shen, Luna, it's you too.
The moment Xu Hong recognized them, his expression turned grim.
Just as I thought, you're all cut from the same cloth.
Shen showed no fear of Xu Biao. Xu Hong, it was your good-for-nothing second uncle who started this.
If you don't agree, the two of us can settle this one-on-one.
Shen smiled, his gaze tinged with amusement.
Luna's face also bore a mocking smile. In the imperial capital, the feud between the Lu and Zhu families was already an open secret.
You. Xu Hong was so enraged his hands were shaking. Last night, Shen had moved so fast that he hadn't been able to react at all, so deep down, he was afraid of Shen.
Xu Hong, arrest those two immediately.
Leave that girl to me. Whether Xu Biao had been knocked senseless by Shen or simply couldn't read the situation, he actually dared to say such a thing at that moment.
Smack. You good for nothing. All you know how to do is cause trouble.
Xu Hong immediately slapped Xu Biao across the face.
Shen, just you wait. Let us go.
As soon as Xu Hong finished speaking, he led his men away. He knew that with Luna present, there was nothing he could do to Shen. After all, the Xu family didn't want to completely sever ties with the Lu family just yet.
Chapter 26, Demon Rune Red Boy.
I'll have someone find your boss and ask him what he means by no entry for those not dressed appropriately. Luna shot a cold glance at the clerk and store manager standing nearby, then walked away with Shin without looking back. Originally, the two had intended to enjoy a leisurely shopping trip, but Zhu Biao had ruined their mood. So they randomly picked a designer boutique and spent over $1 million to buy Shin several outfits. For the next month or so, Shin spent his time either absorbing crystals to boost his strength or eating Tian Yuan fruits to increase his mana. He had already spent 1 million crystals on the demon rune of the Red Boy from Journey to the West, and the remaining crystals were mostly used for cultivation. The result was that after absorbing hundreds of thousands of crystals, he still hadn't broken through to the gold stage. However, the power within his body was indeed incredibly robust. Of course, what surprised him most was the growth of his mana. Originally, he could only eat 1 Tian Yuan fruit at a time before falling into a deep sleep. Now, through sheer determination, he can consume 3 a day while remaining fully conscious. After so many days of perseverance, his mana has doubled compared to before. However, the Tian Yuan fruits were also a massive drain on his resources, and he has now consumed them all. Now that my mana has doubled, it's time to give Xiao Chen the demon rune. Shin found Luna and informed her that he would be giving Lu Rukin the demon rune today. Are you sure about today? Luna was a bit worried. She had clearly seen Shin preparing for this over the past few days, which was why she spoke up with concern. It should be fine. Shin wasn't entirely sure either. He didn't know how much mana the demon rune from the Journey to the West series would consume. If it feels too risky, we can wait. The Tian Yuan realm will open in 3 months. By then, we can bring back more Tian Yuan fruits. Luna was still worried. It'll be fine. I can handle it. Shin smiled and ruffled Luna's hair. Alright, I'll go tell Grandpa and Xiao Chen right away. Seeing how determined Shin was, Luna decided not to try to dissuade him. She knew him well. In a quiet room within the courtyard compound, Lu Rukin lay face down on the bed as Shin had instructed. Luna, Titan, Sean, and Violet waited outside. Titan, do you think Shin has been preparing for so long just to start the demon rune now? Then what kind of power will the demon rune he is about to inscribe actually bring? As Sean spoke, he glanced at his granddaughter. I'm not entirely sure. But judging by Luna's demon rune, the longer it takes to complete, the more terrifying the power it grants. Although Luna's first demon rune gave her 10 times her original strength, those demonic wings, whether in terms of speed, the ice elemental laws they contain, or the hint of demonic power, offer far greater benefits than just 10 times the strength. Moreover, the two can be used in combination, which is truly terrifying. Titan looked at his precious granddaughter with a face full of satisfaction. I'm afraid the cultivation plan we devised earlier will have to be scrapped. I heard from Luna that Shin can absorb 1 crystal per second. Even the Tian Yuan fruits used for absorption, Shin can eat 3 of them a day. This completely overturns everything I'd believed all these years. Titan glanced at the tightly closed door, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Ha 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 ha. The plan we devised earlier was indeed too modest, but after much discussion over the past few days, the latest plan is ready, though it still requires Shin's approval. Sean also looked at the closed door. They were all waiting for the outcome of this. If Lu Rukin truly gained godlike power after the demon rune, then their plan would be set in motion. And the name of this plan was Creation. Confidentiality level, SSS+. Xiao Chen, don't be nervous later. Looking at Lu Rukin on the bed, Shin reminded him. Don't worry. Brother-in-law. My sister told me your demon rune is incredibly powerful. Lu Rukin nodded, then lay there motionless. Phew. Let us begin. Shin exhaled deeply as the image of Red Boy's demon rune emerged in his mind. Every single vein of the demon rune was etched with crystal clarity in his thoughts. Red Boy, also known as the Holy Infant King, was the son of the Ox Demon King and Princess Ironfan. His 3 purities true fire and fire-tipped spear technique were incredibly formidable. In Shin's mind, Red Boy's demon rune took the form of him spewing 3 purities true fire while holding the fire-tipped spear. He didn't rush to begin. Instead, after reviewing the demon rune once more, he picked up the demon rune needle beside him and prepared the die. Only when everything was ready did he begin to make the first stitch.
Boom! As the needle struck, the entire courtyard suddenly shook as if hit by an earthquake. What is going on? The four people outside also sensed something was amiss. Was that an earthquake just now? The four exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment.
The imperial capital wasn't located in an earthquake zone. It was simply impossible for an earthquake to occur there.
Could it be Shun? Luna was the first to realize something, letting out a gasp. How is that possible?
Even if Shun's demon rune is truly miraculous, it couldn't possibly cause such a commotion. Violet voiced her doubts. After all, she had only heard about it from her grandfather and had never experienced it firsthand.
Titan, seal off the street. No outsiders are to approach. Sean looked at Titan. That's exactly what I had in mind. Titan's eyes were filled with anticipation.
Meanwhile, Shin had already focused his energy and begun inscribing the demon rune on Lu Rukan's back. As for the strange sensations caused by the red boy demon rune, he was unaware of them.
With his mana fully concentrated, the demon rune needles darted rapidly across Lu Rukan's back.
Line after line, like a swarm of tiny snakes, spread across Lu Rukan's back.
An hour later, sweat was beading on Shin's forehead.
No wonder it's a demon rune from the Journey to the West series. It's only just begun, and the mana consumption is already so immense. Although Shin had mentally prepared himself, he was still startled by the terrifying drain on his mana. However, now that the demon rune had begun, it could not be stopped midway. If he stopped, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but both he and the demon rune recipient would suffer the backlash of the demon rune. As time ticked by, the silhouette of a small child slowly began to take shape on Lu Rukan's back.
Why is this demon rune taking so long? It's been a day and a night already. I hope nothing has happened to Shin.
Outside the door, Luna's hair was slightly disheveled, and dark circles had appeared under her eyes.
Luna, you haven't slept for a day and a night. Go rest first. Grandpa will keep an eye on things for you. Titan looked at Luna's appearance, a hint of concern in his eyes. It's okay, Grandpa. I'm fine. Luna was incredibly stubborn, a trait that contrasted with her gentle appearance. Just then, Violet walked in from outside. Isn't the demon rune over yet? She blurted out the question instinctively. Luna said nothing, while Titan let out a sigh. Chapter 27, A Flame That Burns the Heavenly Tribulation.
This red boy demon rune is truly no simple matter.
Shin's forehead was now covered in beads of sweat.
Lu Rukan's body had grown stiff from lying prone for so long. His arms were cramping, but relying on sheer willpower, he didn't move a muscle. Shin had said that once the demon rune began, it could not be interrupted.
It wasn't just Lu Rukan was in an even worse state.
He had misjudged the amount of mana the red boy from the Journey to the West series would consume. If he hadn't broken through to the silver stage, boosting both his mana and physical condition, he would likely have been completely drained by now. But things weren't much better now. His mana was nearly depleted, and he was holding on solely through sheer will to survive. By now, the red boy's body was fully inscribed. All that remained was the fire-tipped spear in his hand.
Hang in there.
I've got a cheat code this time. I'm about to marry a rich, beautiful woman and reach the pinnacle of life.
I have to hold on.
I was a beast of burden in my past life. I can't just end it like this. I still have a whole life of glory ahead of me. Shin screamed inwardly, while the demon rune needle in his hand remained unwavering, piercing the skin with rapid precision, one stitch after another.
Luna, it's been 2 days. You really should go back and rest.
Titan looked at his granddaughter, her eyes bloodshot, his gaze filled with concern.
Grandpa, this demon rune session has gone on so long, something must be wrong. I can't leave. I have to see Shin. Luna's eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at the tightly closed door. Sean and Titan exchanged glances, their eyes equally filled with confusion and concern.
Violet, on the other hand, looked calm, showing little emotion. Titan, prepare the medical resources.
Sean's expression was grave, though he wasn't sure exactly what rune Shin was inscribing. A faint sense of foreboding stirred deep within him. After all, he was a Grandmaster stage powerhouse, just one step away from breaking through to the king stage. It's already been prepared. Titan was also a Grandmaster level powerhouse, though his rank was slightly lower than Sean's. Sean was at the Grandmaster stage, while Titan was at Grandmaster level 4. Crack! Suddenly, a thunderclap rang out overhead. The next second, the previously clear sky was instantly overcast with dark clouds. What's going on? I sense a strange power. Titan looked up at the dark clouds looming over the Lu family estate. A celestial phenomenon, no wonder a portal to another realm has appeared. Sean furrowed his brow, two golden beams shooting from his eyes. This isn't a portal to another realm, there's no aura of another world. Titan shook his head. It's Shun. Luna was overjoyed and hurriedly looked toward the tightly closed door. We were so close. I can't give up now. At that moment, the red boy demon rune on Lu Rukan's back was already 99% complete, lacking only the final touch of the fire-tipped spear's cherry blossom. As the demon rune needles continued to fall, Shin's face had turned deathly pale. Yet he persisted with his last ounce of willpower. Boom! Just then, a faint orange-red flame flickered on the red boy's demon rune. Like a spark igniting a prairie fire, it instantly engulfed the entire rune. Lu Rukan, who had been lying face down on the bed, let out a piercing scream the moment the flames erupted. Xiao Chen! Luna let out a startled cry and was about to rush in regardless of the danger. Luna, don't be reckless. Titan instantly blocked her path, though his eyes remained fixed on the sky above. This looks just like a calamity cloud. Titan turned to look at Sean. This isn't the Sovereign's calamity. The Sovereign's calamity is far more powerful than this. But it is indeed a calamity cloud. Sean's eyes were filled with shock as he turned to look at the room where Shin was. He had finally realized that what had truly summoned the tribulation cloud was the demon rune Shin had inscribed. What kind of demon rune could possibly provoke the heavens' jealousy and bring down such a great tribulation? What should we do? Should we intervene and disperse the tribulation cloud? Titan felt a sense of urgency. Inside were his grandson and the man he had chosen as his granddaughter as husband. No. The lightning tribulation hasn't struck yet, which means Shin is still continuing. Intervening now might disrupt his plan. I'm sure Shin has been preparing for this for so long. Before starting the demon rune, he must have a plan. Grandpa! Violet was equally stunned. She had been skeptical at first, but now her mind was filled with nothing but curiosity. Sean glanced at her but said nothing. Xiao Chen, hold on. There's only one left. Lu Rukan's sudden scream briefly snapped Shin, who had already fallen into a state of chaos, back to his senses. Brother-in-law, it hurts so much. My body feels like it's on fire. Lu Rukan gritted his teeth as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Hang in there. It'll be over soon. Shin gritted his teeth and drove in the final needle. Boom! 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 In the next instant, bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, which had been shrouded in dark clouds. No! It's a lightning tribulation. Titan's heart skipped a beat. But before his cry of alarm could even finish, boom! The roof of the room where Shin stood was blown off by a massive force. Then, a naked youth, engulfed in flames, soared into the air, heading straight for the storm clouds above. 3 flame true fire, shatter this! Lu Rukan's roar echoed through the air. In the next second, he opened his mouth and spat a stream of orange-red flame toward the thunderstorm. Boom! In an instant, the storm clouds shrouding the Lu manor were completely scorched away by the flames. This! Titan Luna and Sean Violet froze in shock. Oh no, it's Xiao Chen. After spewing that strand of 3 flame true, Lu Rukan instantly lost consciousness and plummeted from the sky. The power he had just unleashed was far beyond what he was currently capable of.
It was the moment the demon rune was inscribed that it triggered a certain power, granting Lu Rukin temporary access to it. Titan took a step into the air, and in a flash, caught the falling Lu Rukin.
Alang!
Luna let out a startled cry and burst through the door. There she saw Shin, pale-faced and lying on the floor.
Someone, summon the best healing mages in the imperial capital.
Sean snapped out of his shock, his appreciation for Shin's importance growing even more.
It seems the creation plan is ready to be put into action. Is this the power the demon rune brings? Violet looked at Lu Rukin, who was being held in Titan's arms.
That streak of orange-red flame from earlier had put immense pressure on her. That burning sensation had stirred a deep-seated fear within her.
Shin, how is he? Sean was frantic. His mana is depleted,
and he is physically exhausted, but he is still alive. Luna was holding Shin in her arms, her eyes filled with concern.
Don't worry, I'll get him back on his feet. Shauna's tone was unwavering.
Luna, there is no need to worry so much. Titan spoke up to comfort her as well.
How is my brother? Luna looked at Lu Rukin in Titan's arms. He is fine.
He just overexerted himself and is exhausted. He is unconscious, but he'll be fine after some rest. Titan looked at the unconscious Shun, his eyes equally filled with concern.
Chapter 28, The Current Crisis in Huaxia.
10 days later.
In a luxurious hospital room. Ah! A cry of pain suddenly rang out in the room.
Then, a young man lying on the hospital bed, his face somewhat pale, sat up, clutching his head.
Shin, you're finally awake.
Luna was right by Shin's side. Seeing him awake, she immediately threw herself into his arms.
Ouch!
Shun, whose head had been throbbing with excruciating pain, was knocked back down by the sudden impact.
Sweetheart, are you trying to murder your own husband? Shun reached out and held Luna close. Alang, you're finally awake.
Luna was crying bitterly. Shin had been unconscious for 10 days, which had left her incredibly worried.
I'm fine.
Shin held Luna close, gently stroking her back to comfort her.
But before Shin could say another word, Luna's soft lips pressed against his. Her slightly awkward tongue met Shin's with initiative.
The kiss deepened from light to intense. Shin, who had originally been pinned to the bed, had somehow shifted positions, now pinning Luna down. Perhaps because she'd been so worried, she was particularly proactive this time. She'd usually kept Shin's hands at bay, but this time she let go, allowing him to do as he pleased.
Ahem!
Just as Shin was about to cross the finish line, a somewhat familiar cough rang out from the hospital room doorway.
Fuck, I was about to score, and now this happens again. Shin ignored it and continued what he was doing.
Luna, however, suddenly grabbed Shin's hand.
Alang, we can't do this now. We'll wait until next time.
Luna's face was bright red, and her breathing was a bit ragged.
Damn it, it's that bastard. How dare he ruin my fun?
Shin was a bit annoyed, but since Luna didn't want to, he couldn't force her.
The two quickly got dressed. Luna's face was still flushed, and she looked bashful.
Young man, you really should take care of your health. The door opened, and Titan and Sean walked in, smiling.
Grandpa, it's you.
The moment Shin saw it was Titan, his angry expression vanished instantly. You rascal, you were unconscious for 10 whole days.
You really had us all worried sick.
A kind smile spread across Titan's face.
By the way, how is Xiao Chen doing?
Shin recalled the scene he'd witnessed just before losing consciousness.
He is fine. He woke up 5 days before you did. Mentioning Lu Rukin filled Titan with deep emotion.
Ever since he woke up after getting the demon rune tattooed, the kid had been on a roll. His energy was through the roof, and his recovery was lightning fast. In just the past few days, he'd already beaten that Aries kid 3 times.
That's good.
Shin nodded, putting his worries to rest.
Since little Chen is okay, shouldn't my system reward be coming due?
System, where is my reward? Congratulations, host, on successfully inscribing the Red Boy Demon rune from the Journey to the West series. You are rewarded with the 3 flame true fire and 1 divine fruit. Just as I suspected, it's the 3 flame true fire.
But this divine fruit, could it really grant immortality just like in Journey to the West? System, what are the effects of this divine fruit?
Shin knew full well that there was no shame in asking questions.
Divine fruit, effect 1, consumption purifies and increases internal power, strengthening the body.
Effect 2, when consumed by high-level users, one can sense the laws contained within, with a chance to break through their current level. Effect 3, beautifies the complexion and has the effect of preserving youth and extending lifespan.
Holy shit! This divine fruit is insane.
Although it doesn't grant instant immortality as the legends claim, high-level practitioners can actually perceive the laws of the Tao from it and elevate their own levels. Thinking about the divine fruit's effects, Shin nearly drooled.
Titan and Sean exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Sean spoke with a gentle expression. Shin, let me introduce myself first. I am Sean, the current leader of Huaxia. I've come to see you today to discuss something.
So, you're Violet's grandfather. Shin had long suspected Sean's identity.
That's right. A smile spread across Sean's face. I have high hopes for you. After the Lu Rukin incident, Sean held Shin in even higher regard. So, what is this matter you mentioned? Shin's expression remained neutral, his tone neither deferential nor arrogant.
He knew that sooner or later, his demon rune would attract attention, so he was mentally prepared.
Your demon rune is very special.
I'm sure you're well aware that your demon rune can be of immense help to people.
Of course, it would be equally beneficial to a nation. Sean didn't jump straight into his proposal. Instead, he began by lavishing praise on Shen. My demon runes, when used properly, can indeed bring immense benefits to an individual or a faction.
Shin didn't deny it. This was one of the reasons he had chosen to come to the imperial capital.
A demon rune that can increase one's power tenfold. Magic wings that allow flight and contain the power of the laws of the universe. And the demon rune on Lu Rukin's body, the one that lets him breathe fire and burn through the heavenly tribulation. Sean listed the 3 demon runes Shin had inscribed. Shin remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Sean smiled and went on. A demon rune that boosts strength tenfold when inscribed on one person, it's a tenfold increase. But if inscribed on 100 people, the cumulative effect is entirely different.
If they were inscribed on 1,000 or 10,000 people, what a spectacle that would be.
If our Huaxia could produce many more soldiers like this, what would we have to fear?
As Sean spoke these words, his expression grew somewhat animated. Of course, we won't force you. We respect your choice entirely. However, our Huaxia is currently beset by internal and external troubles.
Beneath the surface calm, the situation remains dire.
Sean couldn't help but let out a soft sigh as he spoke.
Internal and external crises.
Shin was taken aback. He had been here for less than 3 months and truly knew little about China today. A void rift has appeared in Mo City, China, and the entire city of Harbin has become a playground for alien races. The ferocious beasts that were once sealed within the mountain ranges are also stirring. Meanwhile, several nations outside Huaxia are secretly colluding, ready to strike at any moment. According to our investigations, both the land of cherry blossoms and the land of the falcon have already produced king stage experts. The land of cherry blossoms, in particular, has long coveted Huaxia's territory. Yet Huaxia, a vast and mighty nation, currently has not a single powerful figure who has reached the king stage.
Alas! To think of it, we truly fail our ancestors. Back in the day, Huaxia was brimming with talent. How glorious it was. Yet now we have fallen so low. We fail our ancestors.
At this point, Sean couldn't help but lower his head, his eyes filled with deep remorse.
Is the situation truly that dire?
Shin listened, his mind reeling.
Indeed it is.
However, we've spread false reports claiming that China has also produced a king stage powerhouse. It's just that this cover-up won't hold up for long. Titan chimed in, his eyes equally filled with deep concern.
Chapter 29, The Genesis Plan. The Genesis Faction. What do you want me to do?
Shin wasn't one to make a fuss, and he was willing to help China. Although he was a transmigrator, he still felt a deep attachment to the name China. After all, in his previous life, he had been taught patriotism from elementary school onward.
Shin, your demon rune ability is very unique.
So, after Titan and I discussed it, we decided to build a Genesis plan with you at its core.
Sean watched Shin's reaction, feeling immensely satisfied.
The Genesis Project. Shen looked puzzled. The Genesis Project is about using your demon rune as the core to build a special forces unit and cultivate the young geniuses of China.
A military unit, young geniuses.
Shen's heart stirred. He roughly understood what Sean meant.
We will provide everything you need for your cultivation, and we will also establish a dedicated department. This department is called Kai Tian, and you will be its minister.
You will have access to all of China's resources, with a rank equivalent to that of a state-level official.
Genesis. Kai Tian.
Shen silently repeated the names to himself, feeling a surge of passion ignite within him.
However, in exchange, you must surrender the demon rune. We will rigorously screen everyone joining the Genesis faction.
Rest assured, they are all tight-lipped and will not disclose any information about you. Furthermore, as long as you agree, you may choose any location in the imperial capital for the Genesis faction's headquarters.
Anywhere you deem worthy is acceptable.
Furthermore, we will prioritize supplying the Genesis faction gate with all the cultivation resources it requires.
This is a national-level, critical strategic initiative. As long as you agree, we will support you in every way.
Sean's words were sincere, his eyes brimming with hope for Shen.
I agree.
Shen thought for a moment, then nodded. There were several reasons why he agreed so readily.
First, he liked Luna.
Second, he felt that becoming the core of Genesis and the Minister of Creation was very fitting for his identity as a transmigrator. Third, if he refused, he might be imprisoned and controlled, reduced to a demon rune machine. The choice was actually quite simple.
All right.
Starting today, the Genesis Project is officially launched, and the Genesis faction is formally established.
However, to keep your identity secret, you'll need to continue attending the National Defense University.
But since you're an F-rank rune crafter, your admission to the National Defense University is bound to stir up public opinion. I'll find a way to suppress the negative fallout from the National Defense University admitting an F-rank rune crafter. Sean had thought this through thoroughly. After all, news of the National Defense University admitting an F-rank rune crafter would surely trend on social media.
No problem.
A smile touched Shen's lips as his arm was instantly covered in a layer of blue ice.
An ice mage. You've awakened a dual class.
Sean's eyes lit up, and he held Shen in even higher regard.
Titan, meanwhile, glanced at Luna.
Although Shen had only used a tiny bit of his ice magic, Titan could sense that his ice magic was no ordinary ability. Since you're a dual-class user, there is no need to worry about the National Defense University's admissions anymore.
Sean smiled.
However, Shen spoke up at that moment, since I'm the minister of the Genesis faction, first transfer 1 trillion huaxia coins to my account.
And give me 100 million crystals.
That will be the startup capital for my Genesis faction. Shen looked at Sean and Titan, a strange gleam in his eyes.
Sean and Titan were both at a loss for words. Don't worry.
All this money and resources will go toward the Genesis faction.
I won't misuse any of it personally.
Shen hurried to explain. There was no way around it. Unlocking the demon rune did indeed require money and crystals. 100 million crystals was still a small sum. He was afraid that mentioning a larger figure might scare them off.
1 trillion huaxia coins. 100 million crystals. Sean gave a wry smile.
I can get you the 1 trillion huaxia coins in a short time. But as for the 100 million crystals, that will have to be dispersed in installments.
Sean and Titan exchanged a glance. All right. Just transfer it directly to the Genesis faction's account when the time comes.
A smile flickered in Shen's eyes. With these resources, he could finally unlock the demon rune he'd been eyeing.
Bring me the map. My Genesis faction is made up of the Empire's elite. We need a prime location.
Shin waved his hand grandly, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm for building the Genesis faction. After all, in his previous life, he had loved playing simulation games. In his mind, he was already envisioning how to cultivate Huaxia into a great empire capable of sweeping across the cosmos. Wherever starlight shines, that land belongs to Huaxia. Whoever is touched by starlight is a subject of Huaxia. Every subject of Huaxia is as mighty as a dragon, standing proud across the universe. The smile in Shen's eyes grew deeper, his gaze brimming with a burning desire to build the Huaxia Empire. Shan waved his hand, and a holographic projection of the imperial capital's landscape and geomancy appeared before Shen. The Genesis faction headquarters is a classified facility. It's not suitable for a bustling downtown area. The future size of the Genesis faction is still undetermined, so we need a massive site. However, for the sake of secrecy, it must be surrounded by mountains on all sides. Mountains are essential. Shen's gaze swept across the holographic map, searching for the most suitable location. Bao Bao Mountain. 8 mountains connected, with an open space in the center. It resembles a treasure basin where 8 mountains gather riches. This place is perfect. I've made my choice. The location is Bao Bao Mountain. It's exceptionally suitable. Shen pointed, finalizing the location. Good eye. Bao Bao Mountain is indeed a great spot. Shan exchanged a surprised glance with Titan. Bao Bao Mountain isn't just shaped like a treasure basin. There are 8 spiritual veins running beneath it, and the center is where they converge. The spiritual energy is thick and misty, making it ideal for cultivation. Titan was highly impressed with Shen's choice. Babayashan is indeed excellent. Titan and I have already discussed it. That location was originally intended to be our secret base. All the infrastructure is already in place. No further construction is needed. Shan and Titan had previously discussed the matter together. They had debated where to establish the Genesis faction headquarters, and ultimately, the two of them had chosen Babayashan. Excellent. Shen nodded. This is the token of the Genesis faction minister. Shan waved his hand, and a cold, gleaming short sword appeared. The short sword was exquisitely crafted, with the characters Kai Tian engraved on its hilt. This is the sword of Huaxia. Only those of national level rank are qualified to wear it. Additionally, here is your identification card. A small red booklet was handed to Shen. Shen accepted the sword of Huaxia Kai Tian, then took the small red booklet and opened it. Name, Shen. Position, national level minister of the Genesis faction. Below was a strikingly handsome photo of Shen, along with a national level red seal. Not bad. Shen immediately put both items away. As for the other members of the Genesis faction, we'll review them as soon as possible and fully equip them. At the same time, we will secretly select a group of promising soldiers and officers from the national military. They will then leave their original units to become special forces soldiers of the Genesis faction. As for the nation's young geniuses, we will also conduct a secret selection process, and they will likewise be sent to the Genesis faction. The educational resources there will be organized according to the standards of the National Defense University. Shan and Titan had been conferring in secret for quite some time. The essentials had been settled, nothing had been overlooked. Chapter 30, Forging the Huaxia Empire. Upon hearing Shan's words, Shen's eyes lit up. Indeed, the machinery of the state is the machinery of the state. Once set in motion, it possesses boundless power. Shen was deeply moved. However, for the Genesis faction to develop stably, internal stability within Huaxia is essential. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Shen steeled his resolve and directly retrieved an item from the system space. Grandfather Shao, this is a divine fruit containing the laws of the Tao. If you meditate on it carefully, it should allow you to break through the Grandmaster stage and enter the King stage. Shen handed a pure white divine fruit, shaped like a miniature human, to Shan. As for why he didn't give it to Titan, with whom he had a closer relationship. It was because Shan was at the Grandmaster stage, while Titan was at the 4th level of the Grandmaster stage. Beyond the Grandmaster stage lay the King stage. A divine fruit. The moment Sean laid eyes on the divine fruit, his body trembled, and his eyes filled with astonishment. He could sense the dense power of the laws contained within that tiny fruit. This was nothing short of a miraculous elixir for comprehending the laws. Sean's expression betrayed his excitement and emotion he hadn't shown in a long time. Sean, eat this divine fruit. You're confident you can break through to the king stage, right? Titan was equally excited. For years, the phrase "no king in Huaxia" had weighed heavily on them, leaving them breathless. If Sean could break through to the king stage, it would fill the gap in Huaxia's high-level combat power. At the same time, when facing the Falcon Nation and the Sakura Nation, they would no longer have to cower in fear but could strike head-on. When I saw the divine fruit, I felt a faint stirring in my heart. It should allow me to break through the king stage. Sean nodded firmly. Good. Very good. As long as you break through the king stage, you'll ensure China's stability for the next 10 years. Titan let out a long sigh. Humph. Some people, out of fear, have already betrayed China. We must teach these parasites a harsh lesson. Titan's gaze instantly turned icy. The absence of a ruler in Huaxia over the years had caused some to waver in their loyalty, willingly becoming traitors and despicable collaborators. This had always been a thorn in the side of both Sean and Titan. Otherwise, a matter as significant as Shen's would never have been discussed by just the two of them. Shen, are you really willing to give me such a precious divine fruit? Sean asked again, still finding it hard to believe. Of course. Shen nodded firmly. He intended to build a Huaxia empire. How could he possibly do so without other king stage powerhouses? Sean was merely the first in the future. He planned to cultivate even more king stage warriors, and perhaps even transcendent kings and peerless kings. Shen's ambitions were vast. A mere divine fruit meant nothing to him. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Shen took it in stride. At worst, he'd just have to go through another journey to the West-style ordeal. So what if he's unconscious for 10 days? I'm still young, it's only 10 days. Sean began addressing Shen by his title. Leader, you're too kind. Huaxia still needs a venerable elder like you at the helm. Shen smiled, his eyes brimming with confidence. In the end, Sean left, overjoyed, carrying the divine fruit. After Sean departed, Titan approached Shen with a sheepish look, rubbing his hands together and asking, Little Lang, do you have any more of those divine fruits? Don't worry, Grandpa. When the time is right, I'll definitely give you one. Shen wasn't actually sure if there were any divine fruits left. After all, they were system rewards, and he only knew when he received them. Looks like it's time for me to break through to the Grandmaster stage. Shen's answer didn't disappoint Titan. On the contrary, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Since Shen hadn't outright refused, that meant there was still a chance. After Titan left, only Luna and Shen remained in the hospital room. She had heard their earlier discussion clearly and was genuinely happy for Shen. A national-level official so young, and one who would head a crucial department in the future. This went far beyond simply being young and promising. Following the discussion in the hospital room, the Genesis Project and the Genesis faction began to move quietly. Sean, who had originally been in charge of this matter, had gone into seclusion, so Titan had taken over as the current leader. Document after document began to be secretly distributed to various locations. On the outskirts of Harbin, within a key military base, a young major, who had been leading his troops on the front lines in a desperate battle to break through the alien forces surrounding Harbin, suddenly received a call from his superiors ordering him to travel secretly to the imperial capital. The same scenario was not unique to him. Many other military personnel had received the same orders to travel secretly to the imperial capital. Meanwhile, every school in China received an official document from the Education Bureau regarding the National Key Talent Development Program. All gifted youths, upon awakening their abilities, were selected by specialists and enrolled in special gifted classes. Of course, this was merely a public facade, a cover for the Genesis faction. Overnight, the political landscape of China shifted dramatically. Beyond China's borders, some hostile eyes were fixed intently on the country, a feast they viewed as rich and bountiful. What these people didn't know, however, was that a tiny butterfly was flapping its wings, set to change everything in China.
Ring ring. An alarm went off. Alang, get up quickly. Today is the first day of classes at the National Defense University. Military training is about to start. Luna pushed open Shin's door and yanked the covers off him. Ah! Why aren't you wearing any clothes?
Luna let out a gasp when she saw Shin standing there stark naked.
Sleeping naked is so comfortable. Don't you know that? Besides, we're an old married couple.
It's just seeing His Majesty's precious treasure.
What's the big deal? Shun pulled Luna into his arms.
Then he took advantage of the momentum to pin her down on the bed.
You haven't brushed your teeth. Get up and brush your teeth.
Luna struggled fiercely, but she had only just broken through to the silver stage. While Shin was already at silver level 3, he completely outclassed her. Finally, after a long French kiss, Shin wiped the corner of his mouth with satisfaction and began getting dressed right in front of Luna.
The National Defense University wasn't far from Shin's courtyard house, just a 10-minute walk away. By the time Luna and Shin arrived at the university's entrance, the place was already teeming with people.
Many parents were there, carrying bags and packages as they sent their children off to school. Since outside vehicles weren't allowed on campus, everyone had to carry their belongings in by hand. Shin and Luna hadn't brought any luggage, since they lived so close.
Shun.
Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. Shin turned around and saw Violet, with her red hair, running toward him with a smile. Because Violet was so stunningly beautiful, she attracted quite a few glances from students along the way. Just then, a senior student in charge of welcoming the freshmen was about to come over to say hello.
Chapter 31, Su Qingya, the curvy mage department instructor. Violet.
Shin was a bit puzzled.
If he remembered correctly, she shouldn't be a student at the National Defense University. Students from the National Defense University usually serve in the military after graduation.
But the path Sean had arranged for Violet didn't lead to the military.
What's the matter? Don't you welcome me to the National Defense University?
Violet had a fiery personality and spoke her mind.
Not at all. Shin wasn't particularly surprised.
If his guess was correct, Sean would definitely arrange for her to join the Genesis faction.
Little Rushi, don't worry. I'll compete fairly with Shun. Violet turned to look at Luna standing nearby. Big sister Xiaozi, that depends on your skills.
Luna smiled slightly, and the tension between the two was palpable.
Grown-ups don't make choices I want at all.
Shin recalled a famous quote from his past life on the internet.
Ladies, is there anything I can do to help?
Just then, two male students wearing National Defense University sophomore uniforms approached Luna and Violet, who were standing beside Shin, with warm, welcoming smiles.
This is my boyfriend. Luna immediately wrapped both arms around one of Shin's arms. Hey, little sister, why don't I help you out?
The two then turned their attention to Violet.
No need.
Because he is my boyfriend too. Violet smiled and wrapped both arms around Shin's other arm.
Well. The two upperclassmen looked a bit awkward, then turned and walked away.
But as they left, they shot Shin a look of intense envy. Shin, meanwhile, was basking in the admiring glances of those around him. Just as he was feeling smug, however, the soft flesh on his waist was suddenly attacked. And so, feeling both pain and pleasure, Shin made his way to the freshman registration desk, where he found out his dorm, class, and classroom. He was assigned to the mage class, in the same class as Luna Violet. The three of them sat together as they looked for seats. Freshman Mage Class 1, that was the class Shin and his friends were in. Mage Class 1 had a total of 40 seats, and the newly arrived freshmen were all excitedly whispering to the people next to them. But Shin and his two friends certainly stood out. Especially Shin, many male students were casting envious glances his way. Just as the entire class had gathered. Click clack clack. The sound of high heels tapping the floor echoed through the room. Then, a young female teacher with a stunning figure, dressed in the standard mage department robes, walked slowly up to the podium. She was exceptionally beautiful, her eyes always radiating a seductive allure.
Wow!
Her arrival instantly drew gasps from the male students below. Some of the female students, however, looked down in embarrassment.
Clack, clack, clack. Su Qingya looked at the energetic students below, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth.
Students, welcome to the university you've longed to attend.
I'm your teacher for Class 1 of the Law Department.
My name is Su Qingya, and I'm 24 years old. Su Qingya's eyes naturally held a captivating allure, making her smile seem even more approachable. Of course, the most important thing was her age. She was much older than the students.
Teacher, you're so beautiful.
A bold male student shouted excitedly.
Ha 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 ha.
This shout set off a wave of laughter among the students.
Alang, is Teacher Su pretty?
Luna's husky voice rang in Shin's ear, while a small hand, as white as jade, rested on his waist.
Is she prettier, or am I?
Violet, for some reason, whispered softly in Shin's ear as well.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Shin thought to himself, holy crap!
But as a self-proclaimed ladies' man, he certainly wasn't going to let a little problem like this stump him. He could answer what women love to hear with his eyes closed.
Ru Shi, of course you're the prettier one. Shin's reaction was lightning fast.
As for Violet standing nearby, he paid her no mind.
Playing hard to get? He knew the game. Shun.
Hearing Shin's answer, Violet gritted her teeth inwardly. But her relationship with Shin hadn't reached that stage yet, so she couldn't do anything to him.
Shin, how am I any worse than that girl Luna? My breasts are clearly bigger. Just you wait. I believe I can't win you over. Watching Shen and Luna flirting, Violet swore to herself. Clap, clap, clap.
Classmates, we'll be distributing school uniforms shortly, then assemble on the field.
As soon as Su Qingya finished speaking, a teacher walked in.
After everyone had collected their uniforms, they assembled on the main field. By the time Shin and the others came down, the field was already crowded with people.
The mage department was the largest department at the National Defense University, second only to the martial artist department. The playground was now filled with chatter and a cacophony of noise. Clearly, the newly enrolled freshmen were still buzzing with excitement. You fresh-faced rookies! Welcome to the National Defense University. Just then, a somewhat shrill voice suddenly blared from the loudspeakers surrounding the playground.
Immediately, a powerful aura swept over the crowd, overwhelming the energy of the more than 1,000 students present. Then, a rift suddenly appeared in the air above them, and a burly middle-aged man stepped out of the void rift.
Holy shit! It's an incredibly rare spatial mage.
To be able to tear open the void and travel through it, his strength must be at least diamond level.
Such a stunning entrance left the newly enrolled students completely awestruck. This is interesting.
Shen looked at the middle-aged man standing in midair, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wu Jiangtao surveyed the students below, who had been intimidated by his flashy entrance, and a smirk curled his lips. Every year during freshman orientation, he put on a show. It was also the day he enjoyed the most. After all, being stared at by over 1,000 pairs of eyes filled with awe and admiration, that feeling of showing off was incredibly satisfying.
You fresh-faced rookies! My name is Wu Jiangtao, and I'm the Dean of Student Affairs at the National Defense University. Hee hee.
I've always had a soft spot for you lot, the fresh-faced rookies. Now, on my command, each class will run 50 laps around the track. Let me make one thing clear: if even one person skips a lap, the entire class gets 10 extra laps. Wu Jiangtao stared down at the students, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Rookies! Today will be an unforgettable initiation ceremony for you. Ah! The students below let out wave after wave of gasps. Whoever heard of running 50 laps around the track on your very first day of school?
50 laps might not seem like much, but for ranged classes like mages, archers, healers, and summoners, it was downright brutal. Still, for these rookies, obeying orders had become second nature. No sooner had Wu Jiangtao finished speaking than the testosterone-fueled martial arts students began leading the charge with a roar. With a chance to show off in front of the entire student body, there was no way these adolescents were going to pass it up. Chapter 32: The battlefield is, by nature, an unequal place. Xin cast a silent glance at Wu Jiangtao, who was basking in his triumph, then began running behind the students of Class 1, Mage Department. Although physical fitness improves after awakening, the National Defense University's track was simply too vast to overcome. 1 lap was 1 kilometer, 50 laps meant 50 kilometers. This was nothing for the martial arts department students, but for the princesses of the heavens in the Mage Department who relied on ranged attacks, it was nothing short of torture. By the time the 50 laps were finished, the Mage Department side was littered with students who had collapsed from exhaustion. Resting on either shoulder of Xin were Luna, panting heavily, and Violet. Clearly, neither of them had ever experienced anything like this before. Ha! Only 50 laps, and you can't handle it? You're easily the worst class I've ever taught. Wu Jiangtao looked down at the crowd slumped on the ground, his words dripping with sarcasm. Teacher, this is only our first day of school. A bold student spoke up. After all, everyone present was an awakening genius of grade A or higher. What's that? You don't agree? Fine then. I have 1,000 crystals right here. If you've got the guts, step onto the arena and fight. The ultimate victor will receive these 1,000 crystals as a reward. Wu Jiangtao looked down at the students, his eyes brimming with defiance. I'll do it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a student from the martial arts department eagerly charged onto the stage at the side of the field. Good. That's the kind of guts we expect from students of the National Defense University. What is your name? Wu Jiangtao looked at the first student to step onto the stage. Teacher, my name is Sun Kai. I'm a student in Martial Arts Class 1, with an A-level Martial Arts Awakening Talent Copper body. Sun Kai stood 1.8 meters tall, his body bulging with muscles, his skin tanned, and his features unremarkable. Good. I'll remember you. If you break school rules in the future, I might let you off the hook this once. A smile flickered in Wu Jiangtao's eyes. Thank you, Director Wu. Sun Kai's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. Humph. It's only grade A. Just then, a young man carrying a long metal bow on his back leaped onto the stage. Zhou Quan, Class 1 of the Archery Department, awakened with the grade A archery talent arrow collapse. Zhou Quan wore a stern expression, his arms incredibly muscular. Humph. We're both grade A. Who do you think you're looking down on? Rage flared within Sun Kai. Who wins and who loses one battle will decide it. Zhou Quan immediately removed the longbow from his back, then took an arrow from the quiver at his waist and knocked it onto the bowstring. Today, I'll make you realize that we martial artists are the ones with unmatched combat power. Sun Kai roared furiously, swung the alloy wolf tooth club in his hand, and charged toward Zhou Quan. One leaf, one sky. Zhou Quan suddenly tensed his arms, and the bowstring instantly drew back into a full moon shape. Arrow collapse. Without hesitation, he unleashed his awakened talent skill. Although he couldn't yet unleash the full power of arrow collapse, it was still twice as powerful as an ordinary arrow. Whoosh! The bowstring snapped from his hands. The arrow whistled through the air as it hurtled toward Sun Kai. Arrow collapse. The moment the arrow strikes the enemy, the collapse force contained within it erupts. If the blow isn't blocked, the target is instantly killed. Good timing. You scum, striking from behind. Sun Kai swung his spiked club directly at the incoming arrow. Boom! The spiked club and the arrow collided mid-air. Trouble! The instant the mace and the arrow collided, Sun Kai inwardly cried out in alarm. For he sensed a wave of collapse force emanating from the arrow, seeping through the mace and into his body. Copper body! Sun Kai instantly discarded the mace. His very physique was forged through rigorous physical training. Especially with his innate copper body ability, his entire body became as hard as iron and as resilient as copper. Boom! The arrow hit the ground, and thanks to the defense of his bronze body, Sun Kai merely took a few steps back.
Come again.
Sun Kai abandoned the spiked club and chose to withstand the attack with the sheer strength of his body.
Clang! 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 In an instant, the sound of steel clashing echoed across the arena.
We're both at the bronze stage. After firing 5 consecutive arrows using your innate skill, your arms probably won't be able to lift anymore. Sun Kai's face was slightly pale, but a confident smile shone in his eyes. Zhou Quan's arms were now numb, using his innate skills in rapid succession had drained what little strength he had left.
It's time to end this. Martial artists are the strongest.
Though Sun Kai's face was also somewhat pale, he withstood Zhou Quan's attacks through sheer physical strength.
Thud, thud, thud.
Sun Kai clenched his fist and charged at Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan tried to draw his bow, but his arms were too sore to pull the string.
Boom!
Sun Kai's fist slammed heavily into Zhou Quan's chest, sending him flying off the stage.
Sun Kai wins.
Wu Zhangtao was very satisfied, his eyes brimming with a smug smile. That's right, he was deliberately stirring up tensions between the different departments. Only through mutual competition could they drive each other to become stronger, and it was also a way to cultivate a fighting spirit.
This had been the rule at the National Defense University for many years.
After all, once they graduated, these students would be heading to the battlefield.
Humph. Let me take you on.
At that moment, another student from the archery department charged directly onto the stage.
Director Wu, this isn't fair.
Sun Kai has already fought one match, he is clearly running out of stamina. A student from the martial arts department spoke up immediately. After all, anyone could see that Sun Kai had won by the skin of his teeth.
Fairness. On the battlefield, does the enemy grant you fairness? Are you going to tell your enemy mid-fight that you're tired and need a break?
Wu Zhangtao's expression darkened instantly as he lashed out at the student who had spoken up.
You lot should know what it means to attend the National Defense University.
In the future, you'll all be heading to the battlefield. And the battlefield is, by its very nature, an unfair place. If you want fairness, you can withdraw from the National Defense University and go to those civilian universities. Don't you dare come here and insult national defense. Wu Zhangtao looked down at the vibrant students before him, his eyes flashing with unprecedented severity for the first time.
Director Wu, I'm willing to stand my ground.
Sun Kai's face was pale, but he still chose to fight to the end. A true man must have fighting spirit. Having chosen national defense, he was already prepared to dedicate his life to the nation.
Good. Very good. The contest continues.
Wu Zhangtao nodded in satisfaction, his eyes brimming with admiration for Sun Kai.
My name is Gua Haiyang, a student in Class 1 of the archery department. I've awakened the S-rank innate skill, one arrow through the willow. I respect you as a man, so I'll grant you a dignified end.
Gua Haiyang looked at Sun Kai as he instantly drew his longbow to a full moon.
Fight! Sun Kai roared and charged toward Gua Haiyang. Whoosh! An arrow flew out, and Sun Kai was instantly knocked off the stage by the immense force. Guh!
A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Sun Kai instantly lost consciousness. Just then, a female student from the healing department rushed over, and a green light fell upon Sun Kai. In an instant, the pallor drained from Sun Kai's face, and a hint of color returned to his cheeks.
Chapter 33, One act ends, another begins. I'll fight you. At that moment, another student from the martial arts department stood up. My name is Lei Tong, a student in Class 1 of the martial arts department. I've awakened an S-rank talent skill, Dragon and Snake Spear.
Lei Tong gripped a long spear, his eyes fierce, radiating an overwhelming fighting spirit.
Good.
Only an opponent of my own level can make me take this seriously.
Oh, right, I forgot to mention I'm bronze level 4. Gua Haiyang sneered. What a coincidence. I'm bronze level 4 too.
Lei Tong's gaze was as sharp as a spear, incredibly piercing.
Good. Let us see if your spear is faster or my arrows are. Basic archery. Gua Haiyang instantly drew his longbow to full tension.
From this single motion alone, it was clear that his bow, both in material and the force required to draw it, was superior to Zhou Quan's.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gua Haiyang fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. The 3 arrows flew in a straight line, heading straight for Lei Tong. Bring it on!
Lei Tong didn't flinch. With a flick of his spear, several spear shadows appeared in an instant.
Clang! 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 3 consecutive clashes rang out as the 3 arrows were deflected by the spear. This exchange ended in a stalemate. Excellent!
A look of excitement flashed across Gua Haiyang's face. Back at his high school, he had been one of the few who were practically unbeatable. He never expected that on his very first day at the National Defense University, he would encounter such an evenly matched opponent.
1 arrow through the willow. Gua Haiyang held nothing back. He raised his hand, knocking an arrow onto the bowstring, and a green glow wrapped around the arrow like a small snake. As Gua Haiyang drew his bow, Lei Tong naturally wasn't going to sit idly by. Everyone knew that archers feared close combat. As long as he could get close, even 10 Gua Haiyang's wouldn't stand a chance against him. You wouldn't get close that easily. The arrow, wrapped in green light, flew from Gua Haiyang's hand in an instant, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Dragon Snake Spear Technique. Lei Tong was undaunted. His spear instantly whirled into a dazzling pattern, meeting the oncoming arrow head-on. Clang! A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Lei Tong couldn't help but stumble back a few steps. Yes, that's strong. Lei Tong was taken aback. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. I was born with divine strength in both arms. I'm just a little stronger than the average archer. Gua Haiyang flashed a confident smile, repositioned himself, and drew his bow like a full moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of 3 arrows, but this time their power was more than double that of the previous ones. Clang! 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 Lei Tong's spear trembled violently in his hands. Though he managed to block the 3 arrows, his body was forced to stagger back several steps. Whoosh! Just then, another arrow flew toward him. Lei Tong forced his spear upward to block it, but the immense force still sent him crashing off the stage. You lose. Gua Haiyang's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a smug expression. Is there anyone else who wants to step onto the stage? If no one steps forward within 3 seconds, these 1,000 crystals, plus 2 chances to make a mistake, will belong to Gua Haiyang from the archery department. Wu Jiangtao smiled as he looked toward the students from the mage, beast master, and summoner departments. I'll go. Just then, a girl from the beast master department with 2 braids walked calmly toward the stage. My name is Lin Na, a student in class 1 of the beast master department. I've awakened the S-rank beast master talent, beast fighter. Lin Na was 1.6 meters tall. While she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, she gave off a cute, girlish vibe. Holy shit! That cute girl from the beast master department is pretty hot. I've gotta get to know her someday. As soon as Lin Na stepped onto the stage, a buzz of chatter erupted among the male students below. A woman! Gua Haiyang frowned, glaring at Lin Na across the ring. What's that supposed to mean? Do you look down on women? Lin Na frowned, a flash of displeasure crossing her eyes. I'm just worried I'll beat you to tears. Gua Haiyang snorted coldly. We'll see who ends up crying. Come out. Ironclad Wild Bull. At Lin Na's shout, a bellowing sound erupted from the beast tamer's pouch at her waist. The next second, a flash of light appeared, and a 2-meter-tall young ironclad wild bull stood on the arena. Ironclad Wild Bull. Her beast tamer is an ironclad wild bull, a creature that, once fully grown, can rival a human diamond-level powerhouse. The ironclad wild bull has extremely high defense. Even as a calf, its defense is formidable. These archers, including Gua Haiyang, are likely in for trouble. To possess an ironclad wild bull calf as a beast, Lin Na's background must be no simple matter. The moment the ironclad wild bull appeared, the crowd below erupted in murmurs. Upon seeing the ironclad wild bull, Gua Haiyang's expression instantly darkened.
He knew all too well what an ironclad wild bull was, so he inwardly groaned in despair.
What do archers fear most? High defense, of course.
Especially a ferocious beast like the ironclad wild bull, which not only boasts formidable defense but also packs a massive punch when charging.
You can concede. I'll let you lose with dignity.
Lin Na flashed a shy smile.
Me.
Gua Haiyang felt bitter but couldn't voice it. However, in front of so many classmates, he couldn't bring himself to admit defeat. He simply couldn't bear the loss of face.
The word surrender doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Although Gua Haiyang knew he would lose, he still chose to take action.
Whoosh! The bowstring stretched taut like a full moon, and an arrow shot toward the iron-armored wild bull at breakneck speed.
Xiao Hei, go! Lin Na patted the ironclad wild bull on the rump. Moo! The ironclad wild bull let out a low bellow, its hooves pounding the ground as it charged swiftly toward Gua Haiyang. Clang! The arrow struck the ironclad wild bull's body, deflected by its thick iron armor. With a clang, it bounced off and fell to the ground. Gua Haiyang is defeated.
Anyone with eyes could see that Gua Haiyang had no chance of winning.
Sure enough, in an instant, he was knocked flying by the iron-armored bull.
And this was with the iron-armored bull holding back.
Beastmaster Division, Lin Na wins.
Wu Jiangtao looked at Lin Na and nodded with satisfaction.
Is there anyone else who wants to challenge her? Wu Jiangtao's gaze swept toward the mage and summoner departments.
The mage department was a major department, yet not a single student had stepped onto the stage so far.
I'll go. Just then, another female voice rang out.
From the summoner department, a girl with a ponytail, holding a summoning staff, walked toward the stage.
Summoner department, this girl's not bad either.
I didn't expect our class to have so many beauties.
Did you guys notice? There are 2 beauties in the mage department, they're practically campus queens. Where? Someone asked.
They're sitting right next to that somewhat handsome guy from the mage department.
Holy crap! You're right.
But the closer I look at how close those 2 are to that guy who I'm a bit jealous of, the more I wonder what their relationship is.
They do seem a bit too close. My name is Gu Yun, a student in Class 1 of the Summoning Department. I've awakened the S-rank summoning talent, giant tree reaching the sky.
Gu Yun stepped onto the stage. She carried herself with grace and didn't seem overly competitive.
Let us begin.
Lin Na didn't want to waste words. She slapped the iron-armored bull on the rump.
Alright. No sooner had Gu Yun spoken than a phantom image of another dimension appeared behind her.
A giant tree, 1,000 zheng tall, materialized within the phantom.
My current strength is too weak, I can't summon.
Especially those with S-rank awakened talents in Shen's eyes, they were all future members of his Genesis faction. In the future, once he gave them the demon rune, their strength would double.
He couldn't let anyone get them injured.
However, Shen's gaze remained fixed on the dean of students, Wu Jiangtao.
He's good.
He'd be suitable to serve as the dean of for the Genesis faction. Shen stroked his chin, intending to call old Lu Deng after school to have him arrange an investigation into the backgrounds of the people he'd set his sights on to ensure they were clean and reliable. The contestants were battling on stage, but they never imagined that old Lu was plotting against them from the audience. All you geniuses, hurry up and fall into my bowl.
Shen's eyes shone as brightly as the stars. I'll fight you.
Luna, clad in a mage's robe and wearing a confident smile, stepped onto the stage.
Silver stage. This is interesting. Wu Jiangtao looked at Luna, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes. My name is Luna, a student in Mage Class 1. I've awakened the S-rank talent skill, Blizzard skill. Luna's expression was calm. She showed not a hint of nervousness in the face of the ironclad bull.
The moment Luna stepped onto the stage, Lin Na felt an overwhelming sense of pressure.
Iron-armored bull, go. Lin Na patted the iron-armored bull's hindquarters once more.
The iron-armored bull seemed to sense the danger as well, stamping its hooves on the ground to gather power. No need for all that trouble.
Luna smiled slightly, stamped her foot on the ground, and a layer of blue ice rapidly spread toward the iron-armored bull. In an instant, the ironclad bull's 4 hooves and Lin Na's feet were frozen solid. Holy shit! This mage-type beauty, she must have broken through to the silver stage. She just instantly wiped out her opponent. That's amazing. The spectators below, witnessing this scene, all widened their eyes in shock. I concede. Lin Na bit her lip, then immediately admitted defeat.
The moment she conceded, Luna controlled the power beneath her feet, gently shattering the ice without harming Lin Na or her beast.
Mage class. Luna wins. The smile in Wu Jiangtao's eyes deepened.
I'm afraid little Rushi is going to steal the show now, Violet remarked beside Shin, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. We're all sisters, let us not turn on each other. Shin's lips curled upward into a meaningful smile.
You want to have your cake and eat it too? Aren't you afraid little Rushi will leave you?
Violet instantly understood what Shin meant.
My love for her is genuine. Shin looked at Luna on the stage with an expression of deep affection. Men really are all the same.
Violet snorted lightly, though she was secretly pleased.
No. You're wrong. Men aren't even human.
Shin turned to look at Violet with a smile, then reached out and took her hand. Violet didn't resist, letting Shin lead her.
Who else wants to fight? Wu Jiangtao looked up at the entire student body. I'll do it.
Just then, a low, heavy voice rang out from the martial arts department. Zhu Hong then walked onto the stage, his expression grim.
My name is Zhu Hong, a student in Class 1 of the martial arts department. I've awakened the S-rank talent, the Sky Eagle Sword.
Zhu Hong's face was dark as he held a sword forged from meteorite iron, the Sky Eagle Sword. However, after stepping onto the stage, Zhu Hong didn't rush into action. Instead, he glanced at Shin and flashed a sinister smile.
Director Wu, there is something I do not understand. What is it that you do not understand?
Wu Jiangtao was puzzled.
On the very first day of school, could something really be happening? The National Defense University is the highest institution of learning in our nation. Only geniuses are admitted. Then why was an F-rank rune crafter, a profession of such lowly status, admitted to the National Defense University? What? An F-rank rune crafter? Isn't that an illegitimate profession? How could the National Defense University possibly admit someone like...
Meanwhile, on Huayin China's hottest short video platform, dozens of live streams instantly appeared with titles like, Shocking!
China's premier institution, the National Defense University, has actually admitted an F-rank rune crafter. What hidden secrets lie behind this? We'll unravel the mystery live right now.
At the same time, a shadowy force kept boosting the streams, and in no time, each live room's viewership surged to over 1 million.
Chapter 35. Hello everyone, my name is Shin. Holy shit! Is this for real? The National Defense University wouldn't actually admit an F-rank rune crafter, would they? The National Defense University is China's top institution of higher learning. They wouldn't make such a rookie mistake, would they? I've been saying it all along, the National Defense University is nowhere near as good as the universities in Sakura Nation or Falcon Nation. The guy above is right.
In China, you can get into these universities as long as you've got money and connections. They call the National Defense University the highest institution of learning, but it's just a place for certain good-for-nothing second-generation kids to pad their resumes. What they're saying in the live stream is true. I'm from Hai City, and that F-rank rune crafter who got accepted into the National Defense University is one of us from Hai City.
Right. I'm his teacher. I was puzzled back then, why would the National Defense University take a F-rank rune crafter? Now it's clear there must be something fishy going on.
Viewership in over a dozen live streams continued to rise, and the chat feeds were flooded with comments.
Some were skeptical, some were hurling insults, some praised foreign universities, and others were groveling to foreign powers.
In short, these live streams were filled with all kinds of people.
Humph. These people are always ready to smear China.
In Titan's office, he stared intently at the large screen in front of him. The screen displayed a grid of over a dozen live streams.
How's the investigation going? Have you obtained any evidence?
Titan didn't he look up. Titan's eyes burned with ambition, and at the same time, a figure appeared in his mind.
Shun. He is the F-rank rune crafter.
On the stage, Zhu Hong roared, pointing his finger in Shen's direction. In that very instant, every media camera trained on Shen. They had obtained Shen's photos before arriving, so they were all prepared.
Shun. Wu Jiantao frowned. As the dean of the National Defense University, he had no idea Shen was an F-rank rune crafter.
However, he had already sensed that this was a conspiracy. It was aimed not only at Shen, but also at the National Defense University.
If this turns out to be true, the National Defense University's century-old reputation could face a crisis of confidence.
This would also be a significant public relations crisis for all of China. If handled poorly, over 1 billion people might begin to waver in their faith in the nation. This was a conspiracy against China. Shen was merely the trigger.
Is he the F-rank rune crafter?
That kid looks like a troublemaker. I bet he got in through back channels. He must have connections at the National Defense University.
National defense students are meant to join the military.
If someone like this gets into the army, it'll be a disaster for us. In an instant, over a dozen live streams began amplifying the narrative with coordinated rhetoric. Uninformed netizens were instantly swept up in the frenzy, beginning to hurl abuse at Shen and his family as well.
Kick that F-rank piece of trash out.
Someone shouted, and the chat exploded with the same message. Luna stood by, so furious she wanted to intervene, but Shen's gaze stopped her. The president of the National Defense University and the director of admissions arrived simultaneously.
President, what should we do? Asked He Guangliang, the director of admissions, sounding anxious.
Watch and see. President Ma Jiantao remained relatively calm.
President, Shen is indeed an F-rank rune crafter.
If we announce this publicly, won't our National Defense University become a laughingstock?
He Guangliang simply couldn't stay calm.
After all, the admission letter bore his signature. He certainly didn't want his promising future ruined.
National Defense University, come out and give us an explanation. National Defense University is pulling strings. It's not fair.
Give us justice.
We demand fairness.
Over a dozen live streams erupted instantly. The sudden surge of viewers nearly crashed the servers.
Principal, we're done for. He Guangliang, the head of the admissions office, turned pale in an instant. Even Ma Jiantao's expression was grim.
However, out of respect for the president's dignity, he didn't show it too obviously.
But just then, Shen spoke again. I am indeed an F-rank rune crafter, but I'm not just an F-rank demon rune.
Shen's smile grew even brighter, so dazzling it hurt Zhu Hong's eyes.
Not just an F-rank rune crafter, what does that mean?
Shen's words instantly silenced everyone present. Even the live stream chat went completely blank.
Could he be a rare dual-class user?
The students realized it immediately. There were dual-class users among them.
That's impossible.
Seeing the situation he created about to be overturned by a single sentence from Shen. Zhu Hong's expression instantly turned ferocious.
I'm standing right here, go ahead and try.
Shen kept a smile on his lips. He even raised his hand and beckoned to Zhu Hong.
Shen's confidence reminded Zhu Hong of that slap.
This made him hesitate to step forward.
Go on. You're the one who said Shen was an F-rank rune crafter. What are you afraid of now?
Seeing Zhu Hong hesitate, the students below began urging him on.
All right.
Today, I'll prove that everything you said is a lie. Zhu Hong gritted his teeth, his heart filled with determination. His recent breakthrough to the silver stage had given him the confidence he needed.
Sky Eagle Sword.
Zhu Hong instantly drew the Sky Eagle sword from his waist and charged toward Shen.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
But in that very instant, the entire arena floor was covered by a layer of ice radiating in extreme chill. Zhu Hong's legs were also frozen solid.
It's so cold. I can't move my legs.
Zhu Hong tried to use his inner energy to fight the ice, but the frigid cold felt as though it would shatter him into pieces.
Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. The other talent skill I've awakened is SSS rank frozen spacetime.
Shin stomped down with one foot, and the ice shattered instantly along with Zhu Hong's legs.
Ah!
Zhu Hong let out a scream and collapsed to the ground.
He actually has an SSS rank talent, frozen spacetime. Holy shit! No wonder I could feel that bone-chilling cold all the way down here. It was an SSS rank talent.
The students below realized the truth, and no one even paid attention to Zhu Hong, whose legs had been shattered.
Classmates! The National Defense University is the backbone of our nation.
You are all future pillars of the country.
We must trust our nation, not the malicious rumors and smear campaigns spread by certain individuals.
Shin first pointed at Zhu Hong, then gestured toward the media standing nearby.
Just then, a squad of fully armed soldiers stormed into the campus and apprehended all the media personnel.
The live stream was instantly cut off, but the online audience's excitement was at a fever pitch.
SSS level talents are incredibly rare. It might take decades for even one to emerge in all of China. Across the entire Blue Star, only Falcon Nation and Sakura Nation have reportedly produced individuals with awakened SSS level talents in recent times.
Such inspiring news sparked a storm online, sweeping through the internet like a tidal wave.
In particular, the video footage of Shin using his SSS level talent skill went viral.
Conversely, Zhu Hong was being smeared by those with ulterior motives, who claimed he had ulterior motives and was deliberately sabotaging the situation. As for the fact that Shin had broken both his legs, netizens felt that was too lenient. He should have been killed on the spot. Behind the scenes, those with ulterior motives never expected the tide to turn so quickly. This time, they suffered a devastating loss. Meanwhile, Shin, a dual-class player with an SSS tier talent, immediately dominated the top 3 spots on China's trending search list. Even the Shin family, to which Shin belonged, was exposed online, including details of how they had abused him. Overnight, the Shin family became a pariah in Haicheng.
Numerous business partnerships were immediately terminated. The Shin family found itself on the brink of collapse overnight. Other family members harbored significant resentment toward the family head, Shin Lingkong. In contrast, Shin instantly became a household name in China. Useless. You can't even handle something this simple.
Inside the Zhu family's private villa, a middle-aged man glared at Zhu Hong, who lay in a hospital bed with both legs severed, unable to contain his rage.
Dad. I don't know either. How could he be a dual-class character and have awakened an SSS tier talent?
Zhu Hong's face was pale from severe blood loss.
Dad. This might be a conspiracy. Someone is using Shin SF rank rune crafter profession as bait.
Zhu Hong's older brother, Zhu Shi, suddenly perked up and ventured a bold hypothesis.
A conspiracy.
A thoughtful look flashed across Zhu Lishan's eyes.
Dad, things don't just work out that conveniently.
The National Defense University just happened to be recruiting an F-rank rune crafter, and then they let my brother know about it.
In my opinion, someone is setting a trap for him.
Zhu Shi glanced at Zhu Hong and said,
Xiao Shi, what you're saying makes sense.
Lately, that Titan has been secretly targeting us, and that old scoundrel Sean has been secretly undermining the Zhu family's military power. Our people have already been transferred away from the coastal cities by him. It seems they're already on guard against us. A shadow of gloom flashed across Zhu Lishan's eyes.
Dad. When will they make their move? There is no true ruler in China today. As long as we work together behind the scenes, won't China be under the Zhu family's control?
Zhu Shi's eyes were filled with a lust for power.
The exchange delegations from Sakura Nation and the 3 nations of Falcon and India are coming to Huaxia next month. We'll see what they're up to then.
A hint of worry flickered in Zhu Lishan's eyes.
He sensed that Huaxia had become a bit treacherous and unpredictable lately. Even he couldn't quite make sense of it. Bobeo Mountain, Genesis faction headquarters.
After school, Shin took Luna Violet through a hidden underground passage and boarded a high-speed special train to arrive at the Bobeo Mountain base. This was Shin's first time here.
It made him curious about everything.
Although the lights were still on at the Bobeo mountain base, there was hardly anyone around. Only Titan, accompanied by Lu Changsheng, appeared before Shen.
Grandpa. Uncle. Shen smiled and greeted them politely. Xiaolang, since today is your first time at Babaishan, let me give you a brief introduction.
Babaishan was originally a training ground for high-caliber spies. The Babaishan mountain range is interconnected. We fully excavated it and connected the sections via high-speed trains. At that moment, Shen and the others were standing in a vast underground plaza. Although they were underground, the lighting made it as bright as day.
Around the plaza were many rooms carved out of the mountain, though they were empty.
We are currently at the base of the largest mountain.
This passage leads to the convergence point of Baobao Mountain on the surface. There, we preserved the original landscape specifically for training special personnel. Titan explained everything patiently and in great detail, even granting them terminal access to control various areas of Baobao Mountain.
When will the first group arrive? After taking a quick look around, Shen asked the question he was most concerned about. Chapter 37, let us start by tattooing him with 100 Western Chu overlords.
They arrived tonight. The first group was arranged long ago by Sean and me.
They're a group of young, promising officers from the military who are absolutely loyal to Huaxia.
Titan and Sean had already made the arrangements.
After all, the military is on the front lines and needs a strong core force to ensure the safety of the people of Huaxia. Also, there is 1 trillion Huaxia coins on this card. There are 20 million crystals in these 10 spatial rings.
Titan handed Shen a black gold card in 10 spatial rings.
It really pays to have a powerful backer. Otherwise, if I had to do this on my own, I don't know how long it would take me to get this much. Shen mused inwardly, but his hands showed no hesitation. The 1 trillion Huaxia coins would, of course, be used to unlock the demon rune system. As for the crystals, he would use some for his own cultivation, some to unlock the demon rune system, and the rest to build the Genesis faction S-gate.
Shen's level was currently stuck at Silver Tier 3.
He had tried absorbing crystals voraciously, but it didn't have the desired effect. In fact, it backfired.
You can't get everything overnight. He needed to consolidate his current level first.
Just then, deep within a dark underground passage in the distance,
2 beams of light illuminated the entire corridor.
A high-speed train was racing toward them.
They're here.
The core of this first wave of troops was under Titan's command.
That was why he was here.
The high-speed train came to a smooth stop in front of the group, and the doors opened. 100 soldiers, all uniformly dressed in black t-shirts and camouflage pants, marched down in perfect formation.
Greetings, Marshal Lu.
These men were all under Titan's command. The moment they saw him, they immediately saluted.
Among them, one young man stood out in particular.
At ease.
From the moment you left your original units, you ceased to be under my command. Starting today, you will be the first unit under the Genesis faction. Titan cut straight to the chase.
The soldiers seemed mentally prepared for this. After all, the transfer orders had made it clear.
Genesis faction.
However, when they heard those 4 words, they still felt a sense of confusion. I know you're confused right now, but by the end of tonight, you should understand what's going on. Furthermore, the Genesis faction is the future hope of our nation. Only those loyal to our country can become members of the Genesis faction.
I must say, you're very lucky.
Titan felt a mix of emotion, but above all, he felt anticipation.
He looked forward to seeing what the Genesis faction would ultimately become.
It wasn't until many years later, when the Genesis faction had come to dominate the cosmos, that he felt an immense sense of relief at how right his decision had been.
We swear to be loyal to China until death.
The 100 soldiers shouted in unison.
Shen, here are their files. Titan handed a stack of files to Shen.
Then he turned to the 100 soldiers and said, "This is Shen, minister of the Genesis faction, holding the rank of national level."
So young.
When the 100 soldiers learned that the young man before them was the minister of the Genesis faction and a national level one, that they all wore expressions of utter astonishment. Soldiers, obedience to orders is your sacred duty.
Comrade Shin was jointly recommended by Comrade Sean and myself to serve as minister of the Genesis faction. From now on, he is your minister.
Titan's gaze grew stern as he looked at the 100 soldiers. They are merely the first batch, and they are all martial artists, which will facilitate your demon rune.
We will send others later. Titan had everything arranged perfectly. How is the investigation into the people I asked you to look into coming along?
When it came to business, Shin's expression grew equally serious. Rank-wise, he was at the national level, while Titan was at the vice-national level.
Students at the National Defense University generally have clean backgrounds.
Tomorrow, they will receive notifications, and someone will be assigned to bring them here.
Titan paused for a moment before speaking.
Very good. Shin's eyes lit up. He was already thinking about what kind of demon rune to inscribe on the 100 people before him.
100 warriors. Shin flipped open the first file. Name, Wang Chang. Age, 28. Occupation, martial artist. Rank, Platinum Level 5. Awakened talent, S rank mountain breaker skill. Effect, triples the user's strength. Military rank, Major. Not bad, not bad.
Shin moved on to the next file, but as he flipped through several in a row, he realized they were all strength-type martial artists with awakened talents. Some doubled their strength, though Wang Chang was clearly the most formidable.
Strength type. Shin pondered in his mind.
The system contained many series: the Water Margin series, the Suitang series, the Three Kingdoms series. These were all famous dynasties in ancient China before his transmigration, and they had produced many formidable figures. Figures like the Chu Overlord's Giant Cauldron, the Divine Strength Li Xuanba, Ran Min, Li Tsuanxiao, and others. Shin opened the system directly and began searching. Ultimately, he set his sights on the demon rune of Xiangyu, the overlord of Western Shu. Xiangyu, the overlord of Western Shu, could be called history's greatest warrior.
As a member of the Genesis faction, I naturally have to be formidable too.
Then let us start by inscribing 100 Western Shu overlords. Shin made up his mind and immediately spent 100 million to purchase Xiangyu's demon rune. With 1 trillion Huaxia coins at his disposal, that 100 million was nothing to him.
After buying the demon rune, a smile curled at the corner of Shin's mouth. Are you planning to start the demon rune now?
Titan, standing nearby, was somewhat surprised.
Of course. There's no time to waste. My time is precious. Shin didn't want to waste a single moment.
He wanted to rapidly rise up with Huaxia, sweep across the entire blue star, and then break out into the cosmos. If it weren't for the system's special requirements regarding the demon rune, he would have wanted to immediately bestow them upon these people and have them inscribed. It was just a pity that the damn system had restrictions.
Your mana.
Don't worry, not every demon rune is like Xiao Chen's.
That's good. Titan nodded. Minister Shin, we don't know what we should do or how to proceed.
Wang Chang, a former major and the highest ranking officer among them, was the first to speak up.
Wait. Line up for the demon rune.
You first.
Shin smiled at Wang Chang. Demon rune.
Although Wang Chang was a major, he was stunned upon hearing those two words. All this fanfare, all this secrecy they hadn't told him until now, and it was all for the demon rune, wasn't it? Wang Chang cast a puzzled glance at Titan.
Titan nodded. Don't be puzzled. The very first thing you'll do as members of my Genesis faction is receive the demon rune. And I'll be the one to inscribe it on you personally.
Shin's gaze suddenly turned incredibly stern. An indescribable aura instantly overwhelmed the 100 people present.
Rushi, see Grandpa out.
Seeing that the crowd had settled down, Shin turned to look at Luna standing nearby.
Luna and Violet had also joined the Genesis faction.
After Titan left, Shin surveyed the surroundings, then selected a relatively quiet room to serve as his demon rune chamber.
Chapter 38, The Fifth System Reward. Lie down.
Shin looked at Wang Chang and ordered. Though Wang Chang was still puzzled, he obeyed the command, removing his shirt and lying face down on the bed.
No matter what happens, you must not move. That is an order.
Shin added, his gaze fixed on Wang Chang.
All right.
Though Wang Chang had no idea what was coming next, he nodded in compliance. Once everything was ready, the demon rune of Shichua's overlord Xiang Yu appeared in Shin's mind. Within the demon rune, Xiang Yu stood clad in armor, his overlord's spear pointed skyward at an angle.
Phew!
He took a deep breath to calm his mind. Then, without hesitation, Shin inserted the first needle. After all, the demon rune of Shichua's overlord was significantly weaker than the Red Boy's demon rune from the Journey to the West series, which put much less strain on Shin's mana reserves. Demon rune inscription was a matter of practice making perfect after several attempts.
Shin found the process second nature. Moreover, the overlord of Western Chua's mana consumption was indeed lower than that of the Red Boy.
He found the process of inscribing it to be quite effortless. Time trickled by, hour after hour. The silhouette of the overlord grew increasingly clear on the back of the royal city, and an aura of dominance radiated from the demon rune. That aura of dominance was the overlord's most defining trait, and it had cost Shin a bit of effort to capture. About another hour later, Shin finally finished inscribing the overlord's demon rune on Wang Chang's back.
All done. You can get up now.
Although the exertion wasn't that great, Shin still had a sheen of sweat on his forehead.
That's a relief.
Wang Chang stretched his slightly stiff body.
Wait a moment. No matter what happens to you, don't be surprised. Because that is the secret of my Genesis faction.
Shin gave this warning, then had Wang Chang call the next person in.
Time passed slowly, and he eventually completed the demon rune of the Western Chu overlord on all 5 of them.
Just then, Wang Chang appeared before Shin, his face brimming with excitement.
How is it?
What kind of power is this?
Shen had anticipated this. Minister, this demon rune of yours is simply mind-blowing.
Wang Chang was beyond excited, his eyes brimming with admiration for Shen.
Only now did he truly understand what the Genesis faction was all about. Calm down. The Genesis faction, this is just the basics.
Shen's expression remained unchanged, though handing out demon runes to all 5 of them had left him somewhat exhausted.
Minister, I've obtained the Overlord's divine power.
When activated, it multiplies my strength 5-fold and stacks with the S-rank talent skill I've awakened.
How could Wang Chang not be thrilled?
This stacking effect turned his original 3-fold strength into 8-fold.
Congratulations!
Shin nodded with satisfaction. Minister, I've also gained the ability to summon the Overlord's Phantom and unleash a burn the ship strike. This strike can multiply my power 10-fold. Wang Chang was still stunned by the power the demon rune had bestowed upon him. It was practically a gift of a talent. Summon the Overlord's Phantom and unleash a burn the ship strike.
System, what is going on here? Shin asked the system.
Host, some prodigies can inherit 2 types of power from the demon rune. This depends on the recipient's aptitude. Furthermore, as the recipient's level increases, there is a chance to unlock additional demon rune skills. So that's how it works.
Shin understood.
This meant that the higher one's aptitude, the stronger the power gained from the demon rune. Those with slightly lower aptitude could only train hard to raise their own level.
System, I've marked 5 people today. Where's my reward?
As long as he bestowed a demon rune upon others, he would receive a reward. A look of anticipation flashed in Shen's eyes. Host, you've performed the demon rune 5 times today, so you're eligible for 5 system rewards.
The system's lottery feature is now activated.
Would the host like to perform a 5 draw streak?
Of course, a 5 draw streak. That's the only way to hit the jackpot. Shin didn't like drawing one at a time. A streak was much more satisfying. A spinning wheel glowing with a gray light appeared before Shin. The next second,
the wheel began to spin, and Shin couldn't make out what was on it at all.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Overlord Spear. Congratulations, host.
You have obtained a copy of the Overlord Spear technique.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete version of the Overlord's overwhelming divine power.
The Overlord's overwhelming presence, when used, it intimidates enemies, instilling fear and a sense of dread. When facing enemies, for every point of fear the enemy feels, the host gains one level of divine power, with no upper limit.
Effective in both one-on-one and group combat. Congratulations, host! You have obtained one small rejuvenation pill. Congratulations, host! You have obtained one small rejuvenation pill.
Small rejuvenation pill, ineffective at the king stage. For those below the king stage, it can increase the current level by one minor tier. Those at the 5th minor tier who consume it have a high chance of advancing one level. Useless for Grandmaster stage users. Each person may use it a maximum of 3 times. It becomes ineffective after 3 uses. The Overlord Spear, the Overlord Spear Technique, the Minor Rejuvenation Pill, the Complete Overlord's Aura, and Divine Power.
Not bad.
Especially the synergy between the Overlord's Aura and Overlord's Divine Power. On the battlefield, the more people intimidated by the Overlord's Aura, the greater the increase in Divine Power.
Divine Power alone can multiply one's strength 5-fold. Combined with the Overlord's Aura, it would be virtually invincible. No wonder the Overlord was so formidable. Shin mused deeply. I'll keep the Overlord Spear for my own use for now.
As for the Overlord Spear Technique, I can pass that on to the army. The Overlord Spear Technique features sweeping movements and is incredibly fierce. Using it can boost one's strength by a whole tier. As for the Minor Rejuvenation Pills, although they can't be used by those at the king stage or above and have no effect on the Grandmaster stage, they're practically a treasure trove for those below the Grandmaster stage. If there were more of these little rejuvenation pills, we could massively boost the strength of our own people.
It's a bit of a shame, though, that each person can only take 3.
Shin felt a twinge of regret. If there were no limits, he could easily acquire more demon runes, earn rewards, and then use the little rejuvenation pills to boost his strength. It would be a never-ending cycle. Still, the fact that it can help people break through major levels below the king stage makes it a precious elixir.
If I recall correctly, Wang Chang is currently at Platinum level 5.
This is the perfect opportunity to see if he can break through to Diamond level. And this Overlord Spear Technique must be passed down as well. Shin made up his mind and turned directly to Wang Chang, who was still beaming with excitement.
Wang Chang!
Shin barked sharply.
Present. Wang Chang immediately stood at attention. This is a small rejuvenation pill.
Since you're currently at Platinum level 5, taking it will help you break through to Diamond level. Shin waved his hand, and a pitch-black pill appeared in his palm.
Small rejuvenation pill.
Looking at the little rejuvenation pill in Shin's palm, black as coal and somewhat resembling a sheep's dung ball, hesitation flashed in Wang Chang's eyes.
What's the matter? Don't you trust this director? Shin's expression darkened. Director Shin, that's not what I meant.
Wang Chang shook his head immediately, but his expression remained troubled. So you think this is a sheep's dung ball? Shin, of course, knew exactly what he was thinking. Wang Chang remained silent.
Humph. Even if it really is a sheep turd, I'll order you to swallow it.
Shin's face darkened, and a powerful, domineering aura radiated from his body.
Chapter 39, 7 Children on One Vine. What overwhelming dominance! Wang Chang instantly sensed the aura emanating from Shin. Yes.
Wang Chang took the sheep dung pill, the small rejuvenation pill directly from Shin's hand and popped it into his mouth.
What an intense medicinal aroma! The moment the small rejuvenation pill touched his tongue, Wang Chang's eyes lit up. The medicinal scent exploded in his mouth, transforming into an incredibly pure force.
About half an hour later, Wang Chang's body trembled as a powerful aura radiated from him, and a thread of the law of power appeared around him. The standard for a diamond-level powerhouse is the ability to control a thread of the law of power.
I've really broken through to diamond.
Overwhelmed with joy, Wang Chang couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise.
Thank you, Minister.
Realizing something, Wang Chang immediately stood at attention and saluted Shin with a flawless military salute.
There's no need to thank me.
It is the duty of our Genesis faction to defend Huaxia.
Shen's expression instantly turned serious and solemn. Yes. I swear to defend Huaxia with my life. Wang Chang stood at attention once more and saluted. Here is a manual on the Overlord Spear technique. Take it to practice, and teach it to the brothers while you're at it. As for the Overlord Spear, I'll have someone find the finest materials to forge it. Shen handed the manual on the Overlord Spear technique to Wang Chang. The Overlord Spear technique. Wang Chang's eyes lit up, and he immediately took it. He, of course, knew what the Overlord Spear technique was. After the demon rune's awakening, those marked by it could also receive some vague information. Go on. After Shen gave his final instruction, Wang Chang left, brimming with excitement.
Wang Chang, who had previously been somewhat lost, was now filled with anticipation.
Those who hadn't yet been marked by the demon rune felt the same way.
They were all looking forward to Shen bestowing his next mark upon them. After several hours of work, Shen was starting to feel a bit tired. Fortunately, the demon rune chamber he'd chosen was spacious and included a bedroom, so he simply collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep.
Knock, knock, knock.
It wasn't until the knocking at the door that Shen was startled awake.
How are you? I'm okay. Luna's eyes were filled with concern for Shen. I'm fine, I'm not that tired.
Shen leaned forward and burrowed into her arms.
Luna wrapped her arms around him.
Don't push yourself too hard. Don't worry yourself out, Luna said, comforting him with concern.
I'm fine. Shen snuggled closer in Luna's arms. Kill. Kill. Kill.
Just then, a chorus of synchronized shouts echoed from outside.
What is going on?
Shen looked puzzled.
It's Wang Chang and the others.
They seem to be practicing some kind of Overlord Spear technique.
Let us go. Let us check it out.
Shen rubbed his eyes, which were starting to feel sore. Casting demon runes in rapid succession didn't drain his mana that much, but it really strained his eyes. The two left the room and walked down a corridor until they came upon a 10-meter-tall, half-open metal gate. The sound was coming from beyond the gate. Shen and his companion passed through the metal gate, and a lush, verdant scene met their eyes. There, on a small patch of ground that had just been leveled, they saw 100 people holding metal poles. Led by Wang Chang, they were practicing the Overlord Spear technique. Every move of the Overlord Spear technique was wide and sweeping, incredibly fierce and powerful.
Ha!
Just as Shen was watching Wang Chang and the others practice, a system notification sounded in his mind. Detected a host compatible with the Mythic series.
What? Mythic series?
Shen was momentarily bewildered by the system's alert. He had seen everyone here before, how could it suddenly detect a host compatible with the Mythic series?
Puzzled, Shen followed the direction indicated by the system. Strange. Weren't the next group supposed to arrive tonight?
Shen was confused, and a sense of caution began to rise within him. However, when he arrived at the location the system had directed him to, he was completely dumbfounded.
What appeared before him wasn't a person, but an old gourd vine.
And hanging from the old gourd vine were 7 gourds swaying in the breeze, each one a different size and color.
Holy shit! Gourds! System, you've gotta be kidding me. You want me to become Gourd Grandpa or something? Are there any pretty snake spirits around here too?
Shen was completely thrown off balance by the wind.
Host, the mythology series demon runes are a bit special, they aren't necessarily human.
The system explained in a cold, mechanical tone.
Holy shit! Does that mean I'm going to have to tattoo a dragon on a dragoness body from now on?
Shen grumbled to himself, but he still opened the system, navigated to the mythology series, and found the Gourd 7 demon rune.
7 million crystals. The system makes me buy all 7 at once. You're bundling them, yet you don't even offer a discount.
Shen grumbled to himself again, but he obediently spent the 7 million to purchase them. He'd known the story of the 7 gourd and the old man since he was a child.
Each gourd possessed a unique divine ability, incredibly powerful.
Among them, the gourd possessed boundless strength, the second had X-ray vision and superhuman hearing, the third had a head of bronze and arms of iron. With astonishing defense, the fourth could breathe fire and absorb it, the fifth could spew water and control water currents, the sixth could turn invisible, and the seventh possessed a magical gourd. If I can really get my hands on 7 gourds, that would be an absolute boon for me. That was precisely why Shin bought them without hesitation. Of course, the system rewards were also a factor. The demon rune red boy granted him the 3 purities: true fire and the divine fruit. The divine fruit is a valuable item, it can help others break through to the king stage. What Huaxia lacks most right now is precisely the king stage. As long as there are enough king stage powerhouses, sweeping across Blue Star won't be a problem. Ru Shi, give the order, no one is to touch the scored vine.
Shin turned to look at Luna.
Now that he was a minister of the Genesis faction, Luna had already been designated as his secretary. As the saying goes, when there's work to be done, the secretary handles it. When there's nothing to do, the secretary still has to work.
Luna didn't understand, but she did as she was told.
Shin stayed by the gourd vine for a while longer before leaving. His immediate priority was to secure the demon rune of the Western Chu overlord first, and then consider the 7 gourd. He hadn't gone far from the gourd vine when he spotted Violet walking toward him.
When are you planning to give me the demon rune?
Violet had a fiery and sharp temper. She spoke her mind without hesitation.
Tonight. Shin thought for a moment. To keep his identity hidden, he still had to attend the National Defense University.
However, the 3 of them were running late today.
Sure enough, as the 3 stepped onto the National Defense University campus,
all the freshmen were in the middle of military training.
Halt! You dare be late on the very first day of military training for freshmen? As punishment, the 3 of you will run 50 laps around the track.
Just as the 3 were about to slip into Class 1 of the Mage Department, the voice of Dean Wu Jiangtao rang out from behind them.
Dean Wu, it's me. I've awakened an SSS rank ice element talent.
Shin turned back with a smile, looking at Wu Jiangtao.
Humph.
Even though your talent is exceptional, that is no excuse for slacking off.
And the rest of you no dating during your freshman year.
Wu Jiangtao snorted coldly, his expression stern and impartial. Chapter 40, My name is Shin, Minister of the Genesis faction, national level rank.
Seeing Wu Jiangtao's serious expression, Shin knew there was no way out of those 50 laps today. Add 10 more laps.
Daring to skip my class on the very first day of school and making me look bad in front of others, you 3 really are my model students.
Su Qingya walked over from the side, gritting her teeth.
She had taught so many classes over the years, but this was the first time she'd encountered a situation like this.
No way. 60 laps.
Shin and the other 2 were completely dumbfounded.
Especially Luna and Violet.
Shin, you in particular don't think that just because you've awakened an SSS rank innate skill, I'll go easy on you. On the contrary, I'll be even stricter with you. Those 2 will run 60 laps, you'll run 70.
Su Qingya walked straight up to Shin, her expression extremely stern, though her alluring eyes seemed somewhat out of place.
She smells so good. I wonder what brand of perfume teacher Su was wearing. Shin had no idea why such a thought had suddenly popped into his head.
Teacher Su, this is gender discrimination.
Shin felt like crying but couldn't. What had he done to deserve this? Why did he have to run 70 laps?
This was fucking gender discrimination, plain and simple.
They must be jealous of my good looks and my natural talent. Shin could only console himself this way before obediently starting his laps. Fortunately, with the Overlord's divine power backing him up, 70 laps were a piece of cake for him. As the sun was about to set, the entire freshman class gathered once again on the field.
Wu Jiangtao reappeared on the podium. Students, I have some news for you, it's neither good nor bad. In a few days, students from Sakura Nation, Falcon Nation, and the 3 Indian nations will be coming to our National Defense University for an exchange program. Wu Jiangtao's announcement took many by surprise. The Cherry Blossom Nation, the Falcon Nation, and the 3 Indian nations aren't they all our enemies? A student voiced the question. They are indeed enemies of our Huaxia. To be precise, on Blue Star, everyone except us is our enemy.
Blue Star's resources are limited for any civilization to develop, it must exploit others. So, while it appears to be an exchange, it is actually a contest.
The Tianyuan realm is about to open.
This time, rather than an exchange, it's more of a test of strength between the nations. The Tianyuan realm is a parallel dimension, rich in spiritual energy, where rare medicinal herbs like the Tianyuan fruit grow.
However, the passage into the Tianyuan realm is unstable. Only those under the age of 18 can safely pass through it. Therefore, you will be the main force entering the Tianyuan realm. Wu Jiangtao looked down at the newly enrolled freshman.
The reason he was mentioning the Tianyuan realm now was to give the students some preparation. After all, the competition among the nations in the Tianyuan realm is fierce. During the last opening, the younger generation of Huaxia suffered heavy losses.
I'm going to beat the hell out of Sakura Nation,
a student shouted from the audience.
Shen, however, remained silent, watching intently. Go ahead and beat them.
But you must also do your utmost to improve your own strength. So starting tomorrow, your study workload will double.
Sweat more in peacetime, bleed less in wartime. The strength of Sakura Nation and Falcon Nation must not be underestimated.
Wu Jiangtao's expression was grave, a look of solemnity in his eyes. University students from Sakura Nation, Falcon Nation, and Yin Nation have come here for an exchange. Shen stroked his chin, pondering how he could help Huaxia teach these three nations a lesson. It seems I'll have to select a group of students from the school to strengthen their abilities.
As students of the mighty Huaxia, how could we possibly lose to outsiders?
Shen made up his mind and decided to have that old man Titan select the top students from schools across the country tonight to join the Genesis faction. Additionally, the instructors for the Genesis faction should be in place by now. With students, how could there be no teachers? And what about the corresponding top-tier martial arts manuals? Martial artists can channel their internal energy through special methods to unleash power far beyond their current capabilities. Take, for example, the mountain shattering palm and the mountain whipping leg. Other disciplines also have their own manuals for enhancing strength, all of which were painstakingly developed by predecessors step by step. After school, Shen, Luna and Violet returned to Baobao Mountain once again via the secret passage. Titan was waiting for him in the square below, and Wang Chang stood at attention alongside 100 of his men. After experiencing last night's demon rune, these 100 men held Shen in the highest regard. Especially the 5 who had been affected by the demon rune, their admiration for Shen had skyrocketed.
Xiao Lang, well done. Titan couldn't help but praise him.
Although Shen was a minister of the Genesis faction, in Titan's eyes, Shen was still just a child.
Brother-in-law. Just then, Lu Rukan popped out from behind Titan.
Xiao Chun, you can control the 3-flame true fire now.
Shen was taken aback.
After the Red Boy demon rune had been inscribed on him, Lu Rukan had immediately awakened the 3-flame true fire. However, due to his young age and the sheer power of the 3-flame true fire, he had remained by Titan's side to learn how to control it.
Brother-in-law, how long has it been? You really underestimate me.
As he spoke, a small ball of orange-red flame appeared in Lu Rukan's palm.
This is fireball. Grandpa taught me. Lu Rukan ran up to Shen, showing off his new skill. Very good. Shen nodded and smiled as he ruffled his hair. Just then, 2 more beams of headlights shone toward them. Xiao Lang, these are the teachers you need. I've gathered the best instructors from every major profession. Titan knew that the newly established Genesis faction required many people.
And the Genesis faction had been founded specifically to train the younger generation of Huaxia and to cultivate soldiers for the military. The high-speed train came to a stop before the group. Several figures stepped out cautiously.
Shen, Luna, Violet, what are you 3 doing here?
Su Qingya couldn't help but let out a gasp, and Wu Jiangtao, standing beside her, also widened his eyes in surprise.
Welcome, everyone. You are now officially members of the Genesis faction.
Shen flashed a harmless smile as he looked at them.
Genesis faction. You're the one who transferred us here. Who exactly are you?
Wu Jiangtao was the Dean of Education at the National Defense University and had seen his fair share of the world. To appear at such a high-level classified base, Shen's identity was certainly far from simple.
I know you're all wondering why you've been secretly summoned here. Now, let me introduce myself.
My name is Shen, Minister of the Genesis faction, with a rank at the national level.
Minister of the Genesis faction, with a rank at the national level.
As they listened to Shen's introduction, the group couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
Minister. National level. Those 4 words represented the very pinnacle of Huaxia, didn't they?
What was even more striking was how young Shen was. And to make it all the more credible, standing beside him was an elderly man who frequently appeared in the news.
Chapter 41, Great Elixir Breakthrough to Gold Stage. What kind of department is the Genesis faction, exactly?
Wu Jiangtao believed Shen's credentials, but he was curious as to why they had been gathered here.
The Genesis faction has only one goal: to cultivate Huaxia's geniuses. Shen put it simply. So, we're here to teach students. Wu Jiangtao instantly understood. Exactly. However, the Genesis faction is a secret organization, so this is the only way we can have you join. Shen was quite candid.
Hearing Shen's words, the group instantly breathed a sigh of relief.
However, once you join the Genesis faction, you must adhere to the principle of confidentiality. You must not reveal a single word about the Genesis faction to anyone outside.
Shen's gaze was incredibly serious, exuding an air of authority.
None of them objected, though they still harbored some doubts. Since the first batch of recruited students was still under review, Su Qingya and the others had no teaching assignments yet.
Shen had arranged for the students to study in the hollow of another mountain within the Baobao Mountains, so he had Su Qingya and the others familiarize themselves with the location first, in preparation for welcoming the first batch of students. After making these arrangements, Shen returned to the Demon Rune Chamber. He had promised Violet that he would give her the Demon Rune tonight. Inside the Demon Rune Chamber, at Shen's request, Violet blushed as she slipped off her outer garment, revealing a red spaghetti strap top and a vast expanse of snow-white skin. It must be said that Violet had a stunning figure. The red top was stretched taut, revealing a deep, snow-white cleavage.
Shen, what are you going to tattoo on me?
Violet's face flushed slightly. Although she had a fiery temperament, this was her first time having such intimate contact with a member of the opposite sex.
A demon rune. Just like Ruxi's. The demon rune was a limited edition, not just anyone could get one. A demon rune.
Violet's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but grab Shen's arm.
I'll treat everyone equally.
Shen smiled, then bent down and kissed her soft lips before Violet could even react.
Ah. Shen's sudden move made Violet gasp in surprise. You.
Violet's face flushed instantly. Just as Shen thought she was going to be shy, Violet reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Then, her sensual red lips pressed firmly against his.
Holy shit! Is this the start of her taking the lead?
Shen savored the sweetness in his mouth, then pinned Violet down on the bed. There is no way she is taking the lead at most, it's just her sitting on a lotus pedestal. Shen's advances were fierce, and his hands were far from idle.
Just as he was about to press on and take the high ground in one go, Violet pushed him away in an instant. Not yet.
Violet was panting, her clothes slightly disheveled.
Then when will it be okay?
Shen grinned mischievously, wrapping his arms around Violet.
The demon rune hasn't been inscribed yet. Violet pried Shen's hands away and lay back down. Fine. You're not going anywhere anyway. Shen smiled, quickly calming his inner turmoil. Although the demon rune was relatively simple, it required a calm mind.
Since he'd done it once before, Shen was well versed in the process this time. The demon rune needle glided across Violet's snow-white skin, tracing one mysterious, power-infused rune after another.
Ah!
The continuous tingling sensation made Violet let out a startled gasp. She bit her lower lip lightly, her gaze unfocused as she looked at Shen's profile.
Hang in there a little longer.
A thin sheen of sweat had formed on Shin's forehead as well. About an hour later, Shin finally stopped his movements.
Are you done?
Violet's face was flushed, and her entire body instantly relaxed.
Done. In a little while, you'll be able to awaken the power of the demon rune.
This time, Shin felt the process was much easier than last time. A tenfold increase in power. Violet's eyes lit up, eagerly anticipating the changes within her.
After Violet left, Shin began imbuing the soldiers with demon runes. After imbuing the 5 of them with demon runes once more, his mana was completely depleted.
Once everyone had left, he collapsed onto the bed, only to be awakened the next morning by Luna knocking on the door.
System, I want to do a 6 pull.
Shin didn't get up right away. Instead, he spoke to the system.
Ding. Host has selected a 6 draw. Draw beginning. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 minor restoration pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 minor restoration pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 minor restoration pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 minor restoration pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 minor restoration pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 major restoration pill.
Shin had heard the reward for the minor rejuvenation pill 5 times in a row, but when the system's voice sounded for the 6th time, his body jolted.
Major rejuvenation pill. Shin's eyes lit up. System, what are the effects of this major rejuvenation pill? He hurriedly asked the system.
Major rejuvenation pill effects, for those below the king rank, it can increase their level by 1.
Each person can only take 1. The effect is halved for the 2nd pill.
Holy shit!
The Great Rejuvenation Pill is that powerful?
Without hesitation, Shin took out the Great Rejuvenation Pill and swallowed it in 1 gulp. The Great Rejuvenation Pill looked similar to the Small Rejuvenation Pill, somewhat resembling a slightly larger sheep droppings. However, the medicinal fragrance upon entering his mouth was many times more intense than that of the Small Rejuvenation Pill.
Not bad. My whole body feels warm and toasty, just like sunbathing on a beach in Sanya. Shin lay back on the bed, utterly at ease. About half an hour later, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Is this the power of the gold stage?
As Shin looked inward, the steps that had originally been 10 meters high had now grown to over 20 meters.
Not bad, not bad.
The feeling of breaking through is truly amazing. The mana Shin had previously expended was instantly restored after the breakthrough. Feeling wide awake, he opened the door to find Luna and Violet staring at each other outside.
Humph.
The moment Shin appeared, Luna's delicate hand pinched the soft flesh on his waist.
You philanderer! Luna said angrily. Rushi, my love for you is genuine.
If you don't believe me, I'll rip my heart out and show it to you. Shin had a thick skin. Not a trace of embarrassment crossed his face as he spoke.
Humph.
A man's words are as untrustworthy as a ghost. If I believed a word you said, sows would climb trees.
Although Luna was still a little angry, she wasn't that upset.
This world was fundamentally different from his previous life.
A powerful man could have multiple wives and concubines. This is a small rejuvenation pill.
It can help one break through to the next major level. Although it's only effective for those below the king stage, it's still a treasure. Shin placed a small rejuvenation pill in Luna's hand.
There is such a precious medicine?
Violet was curious, so Shin gave her one as well.
Keep the small rejuvenation pills for now. When I have something better, I'll give it to you. Shin was quite generous when it came to his women. Chapter 42, The Formation of Teen Shin. Because of the demon rune, the 3 of them were late again today.
The difference this time, however, was that Wu Jiangtao saw them but pretended not to notice, simply turning his back. Su Qingya, on the other hand, walked over with a smile to greet them. Although they were now members of the Genesis faction, they still attended classes as usual during the day to avoid arousing suspicion. The classmates who had been waiting to see them make fools of themselves nearly dropped their jaws. Although it had only been 2 days since the start of the semester, the nicknames Devil Dean and Devil Mage department teacher had already spread among the students. So seeing these two so-called devils treat Shin and his group this way was truly surprising. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the school intercom suddenly sounded. Low-level Earth lizards have been detected in D2 cave number 15. First-year students, please prepare to proceed to cave number 15 under the guidance of your respective department and class instructors. Earth lizards. Shin frowned. He knew exactly what Earth lizards were. Although most beasts had been driven into the mountains and forests by humans, the Earth lizard clan, which lived underground, frequently attacked humans through the caves. Attention all class instructors, gather your students and prepare to board the buses bound for Cave 15. Wu Jiangtao immediately shouted over the PA system. Low-level Earth lizards were roughly equivalent to ordinary bronze stage beasts. That was precisely why the students had been assigned to slay them. It served as a trial that would hone their combat skills while also allowing them to get their first taste of bloodshed. Soon, one bus after another pulled up on the school grounds. Led by their teachers, the freshmen boarded the buses one after another. The upperclassmen watched the scene, each one's lips curving into a smile. They had all experienced this kind of real-world combat before. The buses drove out of the campus one by one. Shin was seated inside one of them, with Luna and Violet on either side of him. This time, Su Qingya also chose to sit in front of Shin. She was incredibly curious about him. Despite his young age, he already held a high-ranking position. If news were to spread that an 18-year-old had already attained a national-level position, it would surely shock the entire world. This was truly unprecedented and unparalleled. Su Qingya's own Su family was no ordinary clan. She had grown up in the imperial capital yet had never heard of the Shin family. So she was curious, how had Shin managed to become a minister at such a young age, and at the national level no less? Teacher Su, I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare at me like that. Shin smiled as he looked at Su Qingya, who kept glancing back at him. Su Qingya was about 5'9" inch, with a figure even more stunning than Violet's. She had a slim waist and full hips, and her alluring almond-shaped eyes were particularly captivating. She was also widely recognized as the most beautiful female professor at the National Defense University, the goddess of countless students' midnight dreams. Student Shin, are you really that confident? Su smiled, exuding an air of irresistible allure. Her beauty was the kind that comes with maturity, the kind that tempts one to sin and sparks the imagination. Hardly any man could resist her charm. Daji from ancient times must have looked something like this. Thinking of Daji, Shin thought of the demon rune system. I wonder if this Daji demon rune is tattooed on a human or a fox. Professor Su, do you think I shouldn't be confident? Shin's smile was casual, but in his heart, he was wondering if he should tattoo the demon rune on Su Qingya. Humph. Su Qingya snorted coldly and turned her head away. But deep down, she was even more curious about Shin. The mystery will eventually be solved. Then let me see what exactly you're so confident about. The bus was moving quickly. Cavern 15 wasn't too far from the National Defense University. It was surrounded by high walls and guarded by military personnel. Decades ago, Huaxia had conducted a purge of the Earth lizards, driving them deep underground. After about half an hour, a 10-meter-high wall came into view, along with a massive metal gate standing 7 or 8 meters tall. Outside the gate, military sentries stood guard. As the bus approached, the massive metal gate opened automatically. A dozen or so buses drove straight through the gate without stopping at the entrance. It was only then that Shin could clearly see the scene within the high walls. Inside the high wall stood a massive single-structure building, resembling a factory. However, the factory's walls were entirely constructed of a special metal. This was done to prevent the subterranean lizards from escaping the cavern. Surrounding the factory were rows of single-story buildings, where soldiers could be seen moving about. The buses stopped in an open area near the factory entrance. The students disembarked one by one and gathered at the factory entrance. Wu Jiangtao stood at the very front, his expression incredibly serious. Students, danger lurks everywhere once you enter the cavern.
When facing the earth lizards, you must not panic because you are stronger than they are. Courage is your most important weapon.
Now, to more effectively eliminate the low-level earth lizards, you will be reorganizing into teams. I have a team roster here. Form your teams according to the list. Afterward, we will award substantial rewards to the top 10 squads based on the number of earth lizards killed.
An 8-person squad.
Shin paused for a moment, then glanced at Luna and Violet beside him. Typically, a squad is configured with a martial artist, a mage, an archer, a summoner, a beastmaster, and a healer. The maximum configuration is usually 6 people, yet his squad had 8. Moreover, upon a quick glance, he saw that every member of his squad possessed an awakened S-rank talent skill. He was also quite familiar with all of them except for Zhou Jiruo. Shin, please look after us. Just then, Lin Na and Gu Yun appeared before him together. We're all on the same squad, let us look out for one another. Shin felt an incredibly piercing gaze fixed on him from both his left and right sides.
Right, Shin's right.
We're all on the same team, so let us look out for each other. Just then, Lei Tong, Hua Haiyang, and Zhou Jiruo, whom Shin was seeing for the first time, appeared. Shin had already seen Lei Tong and Hua Haiyang on the first day, but this was his first time meeting the healer, Zhou Jiruo. Zhou Jiruo's looks were hardly any less striking than those of Lu Xiao and the other girl. How, she possessed an air of extraordinary serenity, a bit like the aura of an ascetic beauty.
Next came the self-introduction segment.
There were only 2 people present whose strength levels were unclear, Violet and Zhou Jiruo.
My awakened S-rank talent is flame incinerates the heavens.
Violet was the first to introduce herself, and then everyone turned their gaze to Zhou Jiruo.
Chapter 43, 1 shot, 1 kill against the earth lizard. Don't mess with the basics. My name is Zhou Jiruo. I've awakened the S-rank talent, Earth S Revival.
Zhou Jiruo's voice was cool and distant, giving off an aura that made others feel they shouldn't approach her. Our squad is definitely the number 1 squad among the freshmen, Lei Tong said excitedly.
Of course.
Everyone on our team is at least S rank, but the most important thing is our captain.
He possesses an incredibly rare SSS rank talent.
With him on our team, we'll slay any god who stands in our way and slaughter any Buddha who blocks our path. Hua Haiyang usually carried himself with an aloof, arrogant air, but now he was fawning over Shin, acting as if he were willing to be his underling. The others merely smiled without speaking, but they all acknowledged Shin's strength.
Just as Shin and his team were preparing to enter the dungeon at the Zhu family villa in the imperial capital.
Big brother, how are the arrangements coming along? That Shin crippled both my legs, I must have my revenge.
On a hospital bed, Zhu Hong was hooked up to and 4.
With both legs severed, he had already been fitted with prosthetic limbs.
Our people have already set everything up in Dungeon 15. We've already had them secretly release a few gold stage earth lizards.
As soon as Shin and his crew go in, our people will quietly set everything in motion. I guarantee he won't make it out alive. A flash of murderous intent crossed Zhu Shi's eyes. Anyone who dares to hurt my brother will pay with their life, no matter who they are.
Good.
Kill. 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 Kill.
Kill him. I'll see what that little bitch Luna can do about it.
Once father goes to the Lu family to propose, I'll make her wish she were dead. Ever since Zhu Hong's legs were broken, his personality had grown even more erratic. In just the past few days, he already had several high-class call girls killed.
Don't worry, little brother. She's just a girl from the Lu family, isn't she?
Once our plan succeeds, even if she's a girl from the Xiao family, I'll get her for you. Zhu Shi sneered, his eyes brimming with a lust for power. I heard Dad's been in contact with those bastards. Zhu Hong suddenly lowered his voice, as if a thought had struck him.
Dad's just afraid those families will turn on us later. He's only dealing with them to protect himself. This operation at Vault 15 is just the beginning of our partnership. As the heart of the Zhu family, Zhu Shi knew many secrets.
As long as we can kill Shin, that's all that matters. If we don't eliminate him, he will surely become a major threat to the Zhu family. Zhu Hong's face darkened, his eyes flashing with intense hatred.
Rest assured, the Northwest is our territory.
As long as the Northwest remains under the Zhu family's control, even if the plan fails, we'll still be a regional power. A ruthless glint shone in Zhu Shi's eyes as well.
Shun, you're a dead man today.
Zhu Hong's lips curled into a cold smile as he turned his head to look at a young girl in the corner of the room, trembling and clad in nothing but a sheer veil.
Teams that have successfully formed may now enter the dungeon.
Remember, under no circumstances should you venture deep into the dungeon. Wu Zhongtao looked at these vibrant students, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. There was a time when he, too, had been full of
such vitality.
Shen led his team and was the first to enter the subterranean realm. On the watches they wore was a map of subterranean realm number 15. The subterranean realm was not a cave, but an underground world constructed by the Earth Lizards. According to the ancient history of Blue Star, the Earth Lizards originally lived on the surface and ruled the entire planet. Later, due to some catastrophe, they all retreated deep underground.
It wasn't until the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived that they slowly emerged and launched an attack on human civilization.
However, they were ultimately blocked by human civilization and trapped within the caverns, unable to escape. Shen led his squad straight through the entrance. The interior of the facility was vast, with many soldiers patrolling inside. In the very center of the building stood a massive metal plate, suspended by thick iron chains. Directly beneath the plate was a downward passage. Shen led his men down the staircase, descending deeper into the earth. After descending 99 steps, another gently sloping passageway appeared. The passage was deep according to the map, it stretched 500 meters. 500 meters below lay the domain of the Earth Lizards. About 5 minutes later, Shen and his team emerged from the passage to find themselves surrounded by a deep green forest.
This is the underground world known as Blue Star's second space.
Shen looked around at the surroundings, utterly astonished. He recalled rumors from his previous life about a vast space beneath the Himalayas, wondering if creatures similar to the Earth Lizards might exist there as well.
Everyone, be careful.
Lei Ton, since you're a martial artist with high defense and thick armor, you lead the way.
Ru Shi and Guahayang, you take the west. Xiao Zi and Hu Yun, you take the east. Lin Na, you cover the rear.
Zhou Zhirua, you stay in the middle of the group and buff your teammates whenever needed. In his previous life, Shen had played Honor of Kings and League of Legends, where he always held a commanding role. So the tanks took the hits up front, the mages and marksmen dealt damage, and the healers restored health.
Got it.
The group responded in unison and quickly adjusted their positions. The underground space wasn't as dark as they'd imagined. A faint glow emanated from all around.
Although visibility wasn't as clear as on the surface, they could still see.
The group stepped into the forest. The trees here were strange deep green all over, emitting a vibrant green glow. The ground was also covered with plants unlike anything they'd seen outside.
SSSS.
Suddenly, a hissing sound came from ahead. A 2-meter-long earth lizard, entirely black and green with a lizard's tail, darted out from behind a tree and lunged toward them. This was a juvenile earth lizard. Adult earth lizards gradually evolve to resemble humans, though their skin remains covered in scales and they retain a lizard's tail.
Whoosh! The sound of a bowstring snapped as an arrow shot through the air.
Cutting through the air with a piercing whistle, the arrow pierced the earth lizard's body, causing a shower of snow-like fragments to scatter.
Swish!
A flash of light appeared in Shen's hand, and a 100-gene heavy Overlord spear materialized.
He possessed the Overlord's divine power as well as the Overlord's overwhelming aura.
Just as Lei Tong raised his spear, he suddenly felt a gust of wind brush past him. Then he saw a figure radiating immense might, wielding a spear of formidable design, which pierced the earth lizard right through the head, pinning it to the ground.
That's it.
Shen withdrew the Overlord spear, then casually flicked at the earth lizard's corpse, weighing several hundred gene, was flung away. But just as Shen turned around, he saw the squad members behind him staring at him as if he were a monster.
Don't be ridiculous.
Shen flicked his bangs in a show of swagger and swung the Overlord spear. Crack! A massive tree beside him was split clean in two.
Captain, you're way too cool. You're actually a martial artist just like me. Lei Tong beat Gua Haiyang to the punch with a gasp of awe. Little Lei, you've really hit the jackpot.
This grand show-off has decided to bestow upon you a demon rune. Let us go with Zhao Zilong, the white horse and silver spear.
Shen thoroughly enjoyed the adoring stares.
So, Captain, you're a triple-class character. Even Zhou Zhirua, usually rather reserved, couldn't help but look at Shen in astonishment.
Chapter 44, The National Defense University faculty is stunned. I'm a full-time player.
Shen smiled and returned to the group.
Everyone assumed he was joking, so they didn't ask any further questions.
In a sense, Shen could indeed be considered a full-time player. After all, simply granting others a demon rune earned him rewards.
Achieving full-time status was incredibly easy. After slaying the Earth Lizard, they continued onward. However, Wu Jiangtao, Su Qingya, and the group of National Defense University instructors watching the surveillance footage were left speechless with astonishment. I thought Shen had awakened as a mage and a rune crafter.
But just now, he used a martial artist's technique, and it looks like his awakened talent isn't low at all.
Exactly.
He took down a low-level Earth Lizard with a single move. Anyone with an awakened martial artist talent would have at least an S rank. The National Defense University instructors exchanged glances, each wearing an odd expression. A triple-class specialist with an SSS rank talent. This went far beyond what could be described as genius. This was nothing short of a prodigy among prodigies. In all these years, China had never heard of such a talent. Wu Jiangtao and Su Qingya said nothing, but a sharp gleam flashed in both their eyes.
This is getting more and more interesting.
Su Qingya pursed her lips slightly. Her almond-shaped eyes held an undeniable allure.
Professor Su, is there something I could discuss with you?
Just then, a martial arts department instructor behind Su Qingya spoke up, looking somewhat embarrassed. Su Qingya turned to look at him with a puzzled expression.
Shen He's not just a mage anymore.
He is also a martial artist with immense potential. If we place him solely in the mage department, his martial arts talent might be wasted.
The martial arts department teacher clenched his teeth but voiced his thoughts nonetheless. Su Qingya let out a cold snort upon hearing this. Someone was trying to get a piece of Shen.
If he could teach an exceptionally outstanding student, his own status and prestige as a teacher would rise as well. Teacher Su, I admit you're an excellent teacher in the mage department, but mages and martial artists are different. It's like crossing a mountain range. I'm sure, given your character, you wouldn't let Shen's martial arts talent go to waste. The male teacher persisted. Although I am a teacher, I cannot make decisions for my students.
If you want to teach Shen, then go ask Shen himself. Su Qingya's expression darkened.
It was as if someone were trying to snatch something she had set her sights on.
Teacher Su, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease.
The male teacher from the martial arts department flashed a confident smile. He was confident he could win Shen over. After killing that Earth Lizard, Shen's squad pressed deeper into the area. Their mission this time was to clear Zone 1, an area known as the Dark Forest. This zone was closest to the outside world, and Earth Lizards frequently ventured up to probe it. They hadn't gone far when two Earth Lizards appeared from opposite directions, intent on devouring them.
Shen snorted coldly and struck first.
His speed was blinding as he swung his Overlord spear. It cut through the air with a piercing whistle.
Boom! Boom!
With two consecutive thuds, the charging Earth Lizards were sent flying back at a speed even faster than their initial charge. Even before they hit the ground, both creatures were already dead.
Captain, you're the man! Gua Haiyang shouted excitedly.
The feeling of being carried by a pro and winning without lifting a finger was simply the best. The tension that had previously gripped the group eased thanks to Shen's seemingly invincible performance. I heard Earth Lizard meat is very tender and tastes a bit like chicken when grilled.
Should we grill some later and give it a try?
Lin Na was even thinking about whether they should get some Earth Lizard meat to sample.
Lin Na, that's a good idea.
But the higher the Earth Lizard's level, the more human-like it looks.
Do you think you could still bring yourself to eat it? Gua Haiyang chuckled mischievously.
As everyone got to know each other better, the atmosphere within the group improved. This dense forest was vast. It wasn't just Shin's group that encountered earth lizards, other squads had come across them as well.
Captain, our squad has to come in first. Let us keep pushing deeper. Gua Haiyang was thrilled. All right. Shin nodded. He, too, felt that killing just a few wasn't very satisfying. The group pressed on, though there were many others with the same idea.
As they ventured deeper, the number of earth lizards gradually increased. At first, there were only 2 or 3, then 4 or 5 at a time. Slowly, the numbers swelled to over a dozen. Shen and his team were now facing a pack of more than 10 earth lizards.
Captain, let us really let loose today. After several battles, Gua Haiyang's blood began to boil. Even Luna and Violet felt the same way.
Lin Na, in particular, used her ironclad bull to stomp the earth lizards into pulp.
All right. Kill. Shin smiled, radiating an aura of a tyrant.
Captain, you're so imposing and majestic.
Gua Haiyang's blood burned fiercely in his chest.
The earth lizards, intimidated by the hostess overlord aura, have had their group strength reduced by 1 tier.
The hostess' divine power has increased, bolstered by the overlord aura.
Feeling his divine power surge wildly, Shin charged straight into the swarm of earth lizards, swinging his overlord spear to unleash a crescent-shaped spear beam.
Thwack! 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 Thwack!
With just a single strike, the repulsive heads of over a dozen earth lizards were instantly severed.
Alang, watch out!
There's a silver stage earth lizard. Just then, from the woods nearby, a silver stage earth lizard capable of walking upright yet still retaining its lizard-like form lunged toward Shin.
Whoosh, whoosh!
Simultaneously, an ice spike and a fireball struck the silver stage earth lizard.
SSSSHush.
The earth lizard let out a piercing scream. The dual assault of ice and fire was no pleasant experience. Shen's overlord spear instantly pierced through the silver stage earth lizard's skull.
Everyone, be careful! Shen warned.
By now, he had already sensed something was amiss.
Weren't we told there were only low-level ground lizards? How did a silver stage one show up? In the monitoring room, Su Qingya and Wu Jiangtao breathed a sigh of relief.
Maybe a few strayed in by mistake. The officer stationed there said, running a hand through his crew cut. It wasn't uncommon for high-level earth lizards to accidentally mingle with the low-level ones. It wasn't exactly a strange occurrence.
Captain, should we keep pushing deeper? Gua Haiyang wasn't intimidated by the appearance of the silver stage earth lizard.
After all, there were 3 silver stage mages in their squad.
Help!
Just then, not far from them, someone cried out for help.
Let us go check it out.
Shin furrowed his brow and hurried toward the source of the cry. After running about 100 meters, he saw 3 silver stage lizards surrounding a small group of students. Without hesitation, Shin thrust his spear 3 times in quick succession, instantly piercing the heads of all 3 silver stage lizards.
Are you all okay?
Shin looked at the squad across from him, who were still somewhat panicked. The highest-ranked member of this squad was no higher than bronze level 5.
We're fine. We just ran into them a moment ago.
One of the female students said, her voice steadying as she spoke.
I've spotted the target.
Release those gold stage earth lizards.
In a dark room, a man's hoarse voice rang out. Chapter 45, Dare to scheme against me, and I'll wipe out your entire clan. Captain, this is a bit strange.
There are way too many silver stage earth lizards.
Alang, I think something is off too.
This is actually a trial arranged by the school. There shouldn't be this many silver stage earth lizards. Luna spoke, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes.
This is indeed a pre-arranged trial.
Usually, only 1 or 2 earth lizards appear.
This is far too unusual. Violet frowned as well.
Alang, to be on the safe side, we shouldn't venture too deep just yet.
Luna suggested. Captain, I agree. Besides, we've already killed so many ground lizards. We're definitely in first place. There's no need to take any more risks. Gua Haiyang, Lei Ton, and Lin Na nodded in unison. Alright then. Shin frowned. He really didn't plan on going any deeper.
According to the map, they had already penetrated deep into the dark forest. The next area was the dark cavern. If they went any further, they would likely encounter high-level earth lizards. Hiss, hiss. Just as the group was preparing to turn back, a series of hissing sounds suddenly echoed from the dense forest around them.
Trouble.
We're surrounded by earth lizards.
A flash of panic crossed Luna's eyes. Oh no!
How could 5 gold stage earth lizards appear in the shadow forest? In the monitoring room, upon seeing 5 gold stage earth lizards and over a dozen silver stage earth lizards surrounding Shin's squad,
Su Qingya glared at the guard officer with a grim expression. I don't know what's going on either.
Prior to this, to ensure the students' safety, we sent a team to clear the area.
All earth lizards at the silver stage and above were eliminated.
The guard officer's face was ashen. This situation was a direct result of his dereliction of duty. If any students died because of this, he would face a court-martial.
The outcome would be worse than death.
This is no time for excuses.
Get down there and rescue them immediately. Wu Jiangtao's voice was as cold as ice. Here, only he and Su Qingya knew Shin's true identity. If anything happened to Shin, many people would likely face punishment. Yes. Let us go together. One by one, the National Defense University instructors, led by Wu Jiangtao, were just about to head out.
Holy shit! The guard officer, staring at the surveillance footage, blurted out the classic exclamation of shock.
What's going on?
Wu Jiangtao spun around in a panic. Holy shit! That student named Shinhe. The guard officer looked as though he'd witnessed something horrifying.
What's wrong with Shun? Spit it out. Su Qingya turned sharply and rushed to the surveillance screen.
That student named Shinhe wiped out all the earth lizards in a single move, including the 5 gold stage earth lizards. The guard stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Su Qingya stared at the screen and froze in shock.
What? Wiping out all the earth lizards in a single move? That's impossible.
Wu Jiangtao returned with his team and saw through the screen that the dozen or so ground lizards that had been lunging at Shin's squad were now completely covered in a layer of icy frost. Then, under everyone's gaze, the ice slowly shattered, and the frozen ground lizards crumbled into shards of ice.
Captain, are you even human?
Gu Haiyang stared at Shin as if he'd seen a ghost, looking at the ground lizards that had essentially been frozen into powder.
Captain, you're so cool. I want to have your baby. Lin Na instantly turned into Shin's biggest fan. That was definitely cool. And incredibly impressive.
Gu Yun and Zhou Jirua spoke at the same time. Captain, from now on, you're my idol. Wait, I got too excited. From now on, you're my idol. Lei Tong was beyond thrilled. Whoosh! Shin swung his overlord spear, struck a pose he thought was pretty cool, and then declared with supreme swagger, "Please don't get too attached to me, I'm just a legend."
Ah, Captain, you're so cool.
Lin Na covered her mouth and screamed excitedly.
Humph.
Luna and Violet both let out a cold snort at the same time.
Beep beep. Just then, everyone's watches sounded simultaneously. The trial is over. Lei Tong was a bit surprised. That's not surprising. 5 gold stage earth lizards appeared.
If it weren't for the captain, the rest of us would probably have died at the hands of those lizards today.
Gua Haiyang was incredibly relieved that Shin was their captain.
Hearing his words, the others nodded in unison.
Luna and Violet, however, frowned.
With their deep connections, they knew inside information the others were unaware of.
This matter is definitely not that simple.
I must tell grandfather and have him investigate, Luna thought to herself. Since the trial was over, the group didn't linger and returned directly to the surface. The bus pulled away, and they headed back to the National Defense University. Before long, a new contingent of soldiers arrived to relieve the garrison at Cave 15.
All officers and soldiers who had previously guarded Cave 15 underwent rigorous vetting.
Due to the unexpected incident, the university cut short the commendation ceremony for the trial. In the end, Shin South Squad took first place, with each member receiving a reward of 5,000 crystals.
Grandfather, how is the investigation coming along? Bobaean Genesis faction base. Shin frowned as he looked at Titan.
Someone deliberately hid the 5 gold stage earth lizards and released them after you entered.
We've already captured the person who hid the gold stage earth lizards, but he committed suicide.
As Titan spoke, his gaze turned icy cold.
He committed suicide. Shin frowned. He had a vague premonition.
This gold stage lizard incident was specifically targeted at him. However, even though he killed himself, we aren't entirely without clues. It's just not the right time to act against him yet, otherwise, the entire nation of Huaxia might plunge into chaos. As Titan mentioned that man, his gaze grew incredibly fierce.
The Zhu family.
A flash of murderous intent crossed Shin's eyes. In the imperial capital, the only person who held a grudge against him was Zhu Hong.
Don't worry. We'll give you a proper resolution. Titan's eyes, too, held a glint of murderous intent. Grandfather, here are 3 minor rejuvenation pills.
For those below the king stage, taking one can boost their cultivation by a minor level.
Grandfather, you're currently at the 4th level of the Grandmaster realm. Taking one will allow you to break through to the 5th level.
Once you reach the 5th level, I'll find a way to see if I can get my hands on a divine fruit. As for the other 2 minor rejuvenation pills, Grandfather, you can have other experts in Huaxia take them to accelerate their level progression.
Humph. As long as Huaxia has enough powerful warriors, those petty clowns are nothing but worthless trash.
Anyone who dares to scheme against me, Shin, no matter who they are, will pay tenfold. If the Zhu family dares to scheme against me, then let them be wiped out.
The intense murderous intent in Shin's eyes was impossible to dispel.
Little rejuvenation pills. Titan was startled at first, then quickly took the glass vial from Shin's hand. Inside the vial lay 3 little rejuvenation pills, each resembling a small lamb's droppings.
Chapter 46, Mythology Series Demon Rune Hoi.
2 beams of light illuminated the entire passageway. The second batch of 100 soldiers, having passed inspection, was transported to Bobaean. Titan, Shin, and Wang Chang led 100 soldiers to greet them there. As the high-speed train came to a stop, 100 soldiers, each carrying a bow and arrows, disembarked in neat formation. The soldier at the front stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a massive composite bow strapped to his back.
Ding!
Detected a match with a Mythology Series character. Just as Shin's gaze fixed on the 2-meter-tall young soldier, the system's alert suddenly rang out in his mind. Another match with the Mythology Series has been detected. Shin glanced at the young soldier in utter astonishment, then hurriedly opened the system to check the Mythology Series demon rune. That young man is carrying a longbow, and that mythical figure is famous for his archery. In less than a second, a mythical figure renowned for his archery, one known to every Chinese person, popped into Shin's mind.
Hoi shooting down the suns.
Everyone has surely heard the mythical tale of Hoi shooting down the suns. During the reign of Emperor Yao, 10 suns appeared in the sky at once. Rivers, lakes, and streams dried up, the earth cracked open, and not a blade of grass remained. The master archer Hoi drew his bow and knocked an arrow, shooting down 9 of the suns in succession, thereby saving the lives of all the people under heaven. Shin had a clear goal in mind and searched quickly, as images of many mythical figures flashed before his eyes. He finally stopped in front of a demon rune that was radiating light. It's Hoi, just as I thought. Hoi's demon rune depicted a young, handsome figure, and in his hand he held a simple, ancient longbow. The bow was drawn like a full moon, with a simple arrow nocked on the string, poised and ready to be launched toward the heavens. Though it was merely a demon rune, Shin could still sense a powerful aura emanating from it. Hoi. 1 million crystals. Looking at the price listed beneath the demon rune, Shin found it quite reasonable. I never expected such a pleasant surprise this time. He had originally intended to bid on the gourd demon rune. But now that Hoi had appeared, he was curious to see what mythical talent or skill it might awaken. Could it be Hoi shooting the sun, or the 9 arrows in a row? Shin let his imagination run wild. Greetings, Commander.
Tianjin Yuan, commander of the South China Archery Brigade, reporting for duty. Titan handed Shin the files on this group. The first name on the list was Tianjin Yuan. Name, Tianjin Yuan. Age, 27. Class, Archer. Level, Platinum 5. Awakened Talent Skill, S-Rank Talent Skill Arrow Shattering the Earth. Rank, Major. Not bad, not bad. He has a promising prospect worth investing in. Shin was very satisfied, especially since Tianjin Yuan was a good match for Hui.
After the introductions, the 100 new archers were settled in. Of course, the reason things were arranged so quickly was because Wang Chang and Tianjin Yuan knew each other. Shin wasn't in a hurry to inscribe the mythic tier demon runes, as that was simply too exhausting. Although he was now at the gold stage and consumed Tian Yuan fruits daily. However, the mythic tier demon runes were simply too terrifying. He feared he might fall unconscious for several more days.
Since he hadn't yet finished inscribing the demon rune of Shichu's overlord Xianyu, he planned to tackle them one by one.
Baobao Mountain, which had once been deserted, was slowly beginning to come alive with the arrival of these people.
In the future, Baobao Mountain would become the cradle of genius in Huaxia.
And he, Shin, would be the father of that cradle. With his strength having risen to the gold stage, Shin's mana had multiplied several times over. That night, he inscribed a total of 20 demon runes. The 20 demon runes of the Western Chu Overlord nearly made him vomit from the effort. Now, even with his eyes closed, he could inscribe the complete Western Chu Overlord. However, after inscribing 20 demon runes, he was completely drained of energy and fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow.
The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. System, I want a 20 pull.
Shin lay in his warm bed with his eyes closed.
Ding. Would you like to perform a 20 pull?
Yes.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 minor rejuvenation pills.
Holy shit.
System, is that all you've got, just minor rejuvenation pills?
Hearing that the system's rewards were all minor rejuvenation pills, Shin was at a loss for words.
However, he considered a possibility, perhaps identical demon runes yielded identical rewards.
But cursing aside, he had to keep using the demon runes. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Besides, these were minor rejuvenation pills that could help someone level up.
As long as there were enough of them, China would be teeming with Grandmaster level experts.
And if combined with divine fruits, it wouldn't be impossible for China to be filled with sovereign level experts.
After Shin got up, Luna thoughtfully brought him breakfast.
Rushi, you're so beautiful.
Watching Luna's busy profile and inhaling the faint fragrance on her body, Shin's heart began to stir once more. Am I beautiful, or is Violet beautiful? Or perhaps Teacher Sue is even more beautiful?
Luna tilted her head, smiling adorably, though her hand had already settled on the soft flesh of Shin's waist.
You have school later, so don't be late.
Shin finished his meal in a few bites and immediately ran out the door. The National Defense University was as calm as ever, but beneath that calm, preparations were underway to face challenges from Sakura Nation, India, and Falcon Nation.
To ensure the students' victory, the National Defense University had spared no expense. Crystals were being handed out to students as if they were free. Shin held a Tianyuan fruit in his hand, eating it while watching the training. Thanks to his performance in the Dark Forest, the entire freshman class looked up to him. This had quietly established Shin as a sort of leader among the freshmen at the National Defense University. No matter where he went, someone would call out, "Hello, Brother Lang."
The upperclassmen had also heard of Shin's exploits.
Quite a few senior female students even came to watch Shin in secret. Some of the bolder ones even sneaked up to ask for Shin's contact information.
Shin was such a gentleman. He accepted every single contact request from the female students. Not a single one was turned down.
Nighttime, at the Baobao Mountain underground base. Shin had been waiting in the underground plaza for quite some time.
At that moment, Wu Jiangtao, Su Qingya, and the teachers were all waiting for something. Soon, a high-speed train pulled in and stopped at the edge of the plaza. After learning more over the past few days, these teachers had come to understand the unique nature of the demon rune through the soldiers. Consequently, the way they looked at Shin had changed. Wu Jiangtao and Su Qingya, in particular, were the most astonished. Shin's three professions had already surprised them greatly. They never expected that Shin's most ordinary profession, the demon rune, would be the most extraordinary of all. Brother Lang, Teacher Su, Director Wu. The people getting off the train were none other than Shin's squad. This was a choice made after careful consideration. First, several nations, including Sakura country, were about to arrive for an exchange. Second, every member of Shin's squad possessed S-rank potential. If S-rank talent were applied to a demon rune, it would be equivalent to gaining an additional S-rank talent. The most powerful ones could even rival SSS rank. Just like demon rune, the overlord of the royal city, when he unleashes his overlord strike, its power rivals that of SSS tier. Of course, there are those even more extraordinary than SSS tier. Chapter 47, Epic Level Enhancement. Take Lu Rukin, for instance. After inscribing the Red Boy rune, the talents he awakened were all mythic tier. They were incomparably more powerful than SSS tier. Bro Lang, what is going on here? Hua Haiyang put on an aloof act in front of strangers, but around his friends, he was a chatterbox. Welcome to the Genesis faction. Shin smiled, his eyes brimming with pride. After all, in his previous life, he had also been a young man in his 20s. Being able to show off in front of people he knew still gave him a sense of satisfaction. Genesis faction. Bro Lang, what is the Genesis faction? Why did we have to go through such a strict screening process just to get here? Hua Haiyang was still confused. After all, he was young, so it was only natural to have questions. The Genesis faction will be the heart of Huaxia in the future, the cradle of Huaxia's geniuses and powerhouses. A gleam flashed in Shen's eyes. What could be more fulfilling than building an invincible empire? The heart of Huaxia, the cradle of the strong. Hua Haiyang repeated the phrase, instantly feeling a sense of awe. Brother Lang, what exactly is your status? Hua Haiyang was curious, because on the way here, Shen had been standing at the very front of the group, the center position. Generally, those who stand in the center position hold the highest status and rank. I'm the minister of the Genesis faction. Rank? National level. Shen's expression was grave, exuding an air of dominance. Minister. National level. Hua Haiyang repeated the words, his eyes lighting up. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed Shen's leg. Brother Lang, please let me ride your coattails. Please take me to the top. The others were left speechless, especially the usually aloof Zhou Zhirua, who also wore an expression of disbelief. National level that represents the highest authority in China. Shin was only 18, and already held national level status. It wasn't impossible that he would become a future leader of China. As for doubting Shen's words, Zhou Zhirua wasn't that naive. Before coming here, she and her entire family had been vetted. Moreover, they had all signed non-disclosure agreements before entering. Such meticulous arrangements could only be orchestrated by the state. Don't worry, Brother Lang will take care of you. Shen reached out and patted Hua Haiyang on the head. Brother Lang, take care of me too. Brother Lang, whatever you want, I can make it happen. Lin Na wasn't about to be outdone. She put on a coy voice, batted her eyelashes, and hooked her arm through Shen's. No problem at all. Shin didn't pull away. Instead, his gaze fell on Zhou Zhirua, who stood a full 1.8 meters tall. Brother Lang, please look after me. Zhou Zhirua stepped forward, her expression as cool and aloof as ever. Don't worry, we're all members of the same squad. I'll certainly take good care of you. What a scene it would be if Zhou Zhirua, Rushi, Violet, and Su Qingya all put on Ultraman bodysuits and did the pendulum dance right in front of me. Shin couldn't help but imagine it in his mind. The image was simply too risque. He'd describe it in detail later. After all, Shin intended to form the Demon Rune Women's Legion. He. Shin let out a sinister chuckle, then his expression turned serious again. the land of cherry blossoms, the three nations of India, and the land of the falcon in a few days, they'll all be showing up at the National Defense University. And as it happens, I absolutely detest those three nations. So, when facing people from those three nations this time, I have only one demand. That is, they come in standing, and they go back lying down. So, I'm going to give you guys an epic power-up. Shen looked at the members of his squad, his tone unwavering. An epic power-up. Gua Haiyang, Lei Tong, Lin Na, Gu Yun, and Zhou Jiru all frowned, not quite grasping the meaning behind Shen's words. A Lang is going to give you demon runes. Luna covered her mouth and giggled. Demon runes. Bro Lang, aren't demon runes the kind of thing those spiritual youths are into? One that affect our status as National Defense University students? As soon as Gua Haiyang heard demon rune, he assumed it was the kind circulating in the world, so his expression turned somewhat reluctant. The others wore the same look after all, not everyone could accept such a thing. Prejudice. Shen snapped angrily. Indeed, the prejudices in people's hearts are like a mountain. Who said that anyone with a demon rune isn't a good person? Who said that spiritual types aren't good people? They merely lost their way temporarily, they lack a guiding light to illuminate their path. Don't be so prejudiced against demon runes. A demon rune is an art form and it might just be the key to enhancing your strength. The key to enhancing our strength. Hua Haiyang seemed to have grasped the crux of the matter. That's right, Brother Lang, you're a rune crafter. Hua Haiyang lowered his head, looking a bit embarrassed. That's right. The first thing to do after joining the Genesis faction is the demon rune. Next, I'll select the appropriate demon rune based on the talents each of you has awakened. As for why we're getting the demon rune tattooed, you'll understand once it's done. Shen didn't want to explain too much. Because once the demon rune was inscribed, they would naturally experience its wonders and benefits. Minister. Just then, Wu Jiangtao, standing beside Shen, called out. What is it? Shen's expression turned serious. Outside, he might be a student, but within the Genesis faction, he, Shen, could only be the minister. Joining the Genesis faction, the first thing is the demon rune. Why haven't we received ours yet? Wu Jiangtao had researched the demon rune and knew its benefits. He wanted to ask Shen for a long time, but hadn't found the right opportunity. It wasn't just him. Su Qingya and several other teachers felt the same way. Get in line. Shen simply uttered those two words. But there was no other way. With so many people, if he were to inscribe demon runes all day, he'd likely die from mana depletion in a matter of days. Even a workhorse in a production brigade wouldn't be pushed that hard. Get in line. Upon hearing those two words, Wu Jiangtao didn't argue. He knew full well that only a demon rune inscribed by Shen could grant a person additional awakening talents. Still, Wu Jiangtao couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the students standing before him. After all, there were still many people at the Babaishan base waiting for their turn with the demon rune. He hadn't expected these students to get there first. Hearing Wu Jiangtao ask for the demon rune, even the most naive person could tell something was up. Bro Lang, when are we starting the demon rune? Hua Haiyang rubbed his hands together, his expression brimming with excitement. It was as if a long-suppressed instinct had suddenly been unleashed. Right now. Shen wanted to make the most of his time. After all, his time was precious. In such a hurry? Hua Haiyang asked in surprise. Then you're first. Shen singled him out immediately. Since the mythology series, Hui Demon Rune had already been assigned to Tianjin Yuan, another archer. He could only look among the historical Chinese generals, specifically those skilled in archery. Chapter 48, Get a Lubu Tattoo, Get a Zhaozilong Tattoo. Chinese history is full of famous figures known for their archery. Piercing a willow from 100 paces, Yang Yuji. Shooting a halberd through the gate, Lubu. 3 arrows to subdue Tian Shan, Xuerengue. Who exactly should I choose? Shen couldn't make up his mind for a moment, but when he saw the 100 archers in the distance, Shen's eyes lit up.
Since there are 100 Western Shu overlords, let us add another 100 Lubu Fengxian. Shooting the halberd through the gate is proof enough of Lu Bu's extraordinary skill with the bow. Plus, Lu Bu's combat prowess is no slouch. If Gua Haiyang could inherit Lu Bu's other abilities, wouldn't that be a huge win? Lie still, don't move. Inside the demon rune chamber, Gua Haiyang lay face down on the bed. Bro Lang, what exactly is this demon rune good for? That devil of a Dean seems really excited about it. Quiet.
Shin didn't answer. Instead, he began mixing the pigments. In his mind, however, the imposing, towering figure of Lu Bu emerged.
Speaking of Lu Bu, one cannot help but mention the iconic scene of the three heroes battling Lu Bu. It's a bit of a shame, though this demon rune doesn't even have a horse.
Shin shook his head, then began to work the needle. Like Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Shu, Lu Bu was clad in full armor.
The difference was that Lu Bu wielded the Feng Tian Huaji, while Xiang Yu wielded the Overlord's spear. Bro Lang, it's a little itchy. Gua Haiyang lay face down on the bed, his mouth never stopping. Say another word, and I'll tattoo your mouth shut.
Shin wasn't actually angry, but since the demon rune required his full concentration, he spoke up to scare him.
Bro Lang. I make my living with my mouth, you know. Plus, I've never been in a relationship or kissed anyone yet. You might as well just sew my mouth shut. Gua Haiyang was a total chatterbox, a first-class chatterbox.
If you don't shut up, I'll really sew it shut.
Alright, Brother Lang. Since this was his first time tattooing Lu Bu, Shin was completely focused. Especially the Feng Tian Huaji, its intricate and delicate lines took Shin quite a bit of time and effort. But after having tattooed the Red Boy from the Journey to the West series, it wasn't too difficult for him. An hour later, the demon rune was successfully completed. Bro Lang, who is this demon rune of yours? He looks so imposing. Especially the weapon in his hand, I just can't get enough of it. Gua Haiyang stood in front of the mirror, admiring the demon rune on his back. His name is Lu Bu. In a certain period of history, he was known as the greatest warrior under heaven.
Shin also felt that his demon rune skills had improved significantly. Especially after becoming an entry-level runecrafter, he discovered that demon runes could actually increase mana. It was just a very small increase, and it got consumed by the demon rune itself.
The greatest warrior under heaven. I've never heard of him. Maybe I haven't read enough.
Gua Haiyang scratched his head.
You go out first. Let Lei Tong come in. Shin didn't want to waste any more breath on the chatterbox.
Gua Haiyang ruffled his short crew cut and left the demon rune chamber.
Lei Tong had awakened his S-rank innate skill, dragon, and snake spear work.
Shin considered that the overlord Xiang Yu was a good match for the royal city, so he planned to inscribe a demon rune for Lei Tong featuring Zhao Zilong with his white horse and silver spear. Shin had checked with the system. Although a demon rune associated with a historical general could be inscribed on many people, only one person could perfectly inherit the talent granted by the demon rune.
Brother Lang. Lei Tong was completely different from Gua Haiyang. He spoke little but was loyal and honest.
Lei Tong, take off your shirt and lie face down on the bed. Lei Tong obediently did as he was told, unlike Gua Haiyang, who was always full of nonsense.
Yes, Brother Lang.
Lei Tong immediately took off his shirt and lay face down on the bed. Shin didn't waste any time either. He paid to unlock the Zhao Zilong demon rune. Then he began applying the needles to Lei Tong's back. Just as Shin was performing the demon rune procedure, Titan was in a secret meeting room with two middle-aged men.
Zhao Gang, Xianzhong, you two are both at Master Level 5 now, aren't you? Titan looked at the two men sitting across from him.
To be honest, old Lu, I've been stuck at Master Level 5 for 3 years now. I just can't seem to get past that hurdle. Zhao Gang was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who also held a high-ranking position.
Ah. Me too. With China facing internal and external crises, we let the people down. Xianzhong's expression was somewhat despondent. Humph. Just look at the state you're in. Our nation is thriving, and you're at the prime of your lives. How can you look like this?
Titan snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a fierce glare. Wei. Zhao Gang and Xianzhong both lowered their heads, not daring to look up at Titan.
How could they not know about the crisis facing Huaxia today?
Without a king stage powerhouse to hold the fort, even those who VE cultivated to the Grandmaster stage are nothing but ants. All beneath the king are but ants. It was more than just an empty saying.
Now is the time for your generation to bear the pressure and buy time for the next generation. Here are 2 small rejuvenation pills.
They can help you advance to the Grandmaster stage. Titan produced 2 small rejuvenation pills from his hand. Shen had given them to him. There had originally been 3, but he had consumed one himself and had already reached the Grandmaster stage.
What? There are actually pills like this? Zhao Gang and Xianzhong looked up in surprise.
They knew of pills that boosted strength, but they never heard of pills capable of breaking through a cultivation tier. These pills really work. Looking at the small rejuvenation pills, which resembled sheep droppings, the 2 hesitated.
Humph. Do I have to feed them to you myself? Titan had no desire to waste any more words.
Zhao Gang and Xianzhong exchanged a glance, then gritted their teeth, grabbed the little rejuvenation pills, and shoved them into their mouths.
Mum.
As the pills entered their mouths, a rich medicinal fragrance filled their stomachs.
About half an hour later, a powerful aura emanated from the 2 of them, and distinct domains appeared behind them.
We've really broken through to the Grandmaster stage. The 2 exclaimed in delight.
Humph.
Titan snorted coldly. Old Lu, what exactly is the story behind these pills? Zhao Gang's eyes were filled with delight.
You must keep the matter of these pills a secret.
It involves the grand plan for the revival of our Huaxia after 1,000 years.
And besides, who said Huaxia doesn't have king stage powerhouses?
As Titan spoke these words, his aura radiated with sharp intensity.
China has a king. Zhao Gang and Xianzhong were taken aback. Of course we do, and there won't be just one. But before that happens, we old-timers must do everything we can to protect China.
Only a stable and secure China will allow him to fulfill his potential to the fullest. I can't wait to see the day when grandmasters are as common as dogs and kings roam the land. Titan's gaze was deep and intense. He was prepared to sacrifice himself if necessary to protect Huaxia. Grandmasters as common as dogs, and kings everywhere. Zhao Gang and Xianzhong felt a sudden pang of realization. Only then did they realize that something momentous enough to alter the fate of Huaxia must have occurred. Chapter 49, The Divine Tree Jianmu that summoned the Heavenly Tribulation Demon Rune.
The dragon-esque gallant silver spear, what a magnificent weapon!
Gazing at Zhao Zilong's demon rune behind Lei Tong, and the dragon-esque gallant silver spear in his hand, Shen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
During the Three Kingdoms period, Zhao Yun was his favorite figure, second only to Zhuge Liang.
Especially his legendary 7 charges in and out of Cao Cao's ranks. What heroic spirit!
It was truly awe-inspiring. Brother Lang, are you ready?
Yes, you can get up now. I hope you won't disgrace the reputation of Zhao Zilong in the future. Shen reached out and patted Lei Tong on the shoulder.
Don't worry. Brother Lang, I won't let you down.
Although Lei Tong didn't know who Zhao Zilong was, he absolutely didn't want to disappoint Shen.
Go on. Bring Gu Yun in next.
Shen frowned in thought.
Gu Yun and Lin Naoan was a beast tamer, the other a summoner.
Shen opened the system and found the Demon Rune Shop. His gaze swept past the Three Kingdoms series, the Journey to the West series, and the Mythology series, finally settling on the Chinese Zodiac series, the Ancient Divine Beasts and Fierce Beasts series, and the Divine Trees series.
Gu Yun's awakened talent was S-rank summoning, Towering Giant Tree.
The only things that matched her talent were the divine trees of ancient China. Only a demon rune whose runes matched her talent could best inherit all of the demon rune's power.
Jianmu, that's the one. Shen finally fixed his gaze on the Jianmu. 1 million crystals.
Seeing the number of crystals required for the Jianmu, Shen's heart sank. I'll take a chance and see where my current mana limit lies.
Shen made up his mind, and just then, Gu Yun walked in, looking somewhat hesitant.
Take off your top.
Shin frowned in thought, not noticing Gu Yun's expression. Take off your shirt. Gu Yun's face flushed instantly. Gu Yun's personality was somewhat like that of a woman from the Jiangnan region, gentle and unassuming, not one to compete. For the demon rune, you must take off your shirt. I'll turn my back, I want to peek. Shen realized that Gu Yun was a female teammate, so he hurried to explain. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen turned his back, proving he was a man of integrity. Bro Lang, that mirror. Gu Yun, her face flushed, pointed to a mirror in front of Shen, which happened to face Demon Rune's private bed. I've been caught. Shen simply turned around and stared at Gu Yun. Do you think I'm that kind of person, Bro Lang? Shen asked with a deadpan expression. His question only made Gu Yun blush even more. Bro Lang, then close your eyes. Don't open them. Gu Yun's voice grew softer and softer. Fine, I'll close them. There is no one in this world more upright than your Bro Lang. With that, Shen closed his eyes. Rustle, rustle. A rustling sound reached his ears, and Shen instinctively opened his eyes only to find himself staring at a sea of snow white. Ah! Gu Yun let out a startled gasp. I didn't mean to. I just heard a noise. Shen scratched his head sheepishly. Close your eyes. Gu Yun scolded him playfully, then quickly lay down on the demon rune bed. Looking at the snow-white expanse before him, Shen had to admit that despite her petite appearance, Gu Yun was quite well endowed. Phew! After calming himself down, Shen began mixing the dyes, while the image of the Jianmu demon rune emerged in his mind. I wonder what kind of abilities the Jianmu will grant. Shen wondered to himself, though he was more concerned about the drain on his mana. After all, a single red child had left him unconscious for several days. Taking another deep breath, the image of the Jianmu demon rune grew clearer in his mind. Shen picked up the demon rune needle and began to trace patterns across Gu Yun's smooth, delicate skin. No matter what happens, you must not move. Shen's tone was stern and utterly serious. After all, the divine tree was, in fact, part of the mythological series. Got it. Gu Yun seemed to sense Shen's mood and nodded earnestly in response. Let us begin. Shen drove the needle in, and the Jianmu demon rune in his mind began to surge. Boom! The moment the demon rune needle struck, the entire Baobao mountain shook. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Gu Haiyang was so frightened he wanted to run outside, and the others were no different. No! Luna and Violet spoke at the same time. The commotion here also drew the attention of others. Gradually, the area outside the demon rune room filled with people. Could it be that Alang is tattooing that demon rune again? Luna frowned, recalling the last time Shen had inscribed the Red Boy demon rune on Lu Rukan. It must be. Bobeo Mountain isn't in an earthquake zone either. Violet nodded at Luna. Jiruo, get ready to help Alang recover. The system's demon rune was unique. Originally, Shen had planned to find a high-level healer so she could restore his mana while he performed the ritual. As long as the healer could keep restoring him, he could keep casting demon runes indefinitely, exploiting a system glitch. But before he could even try, the system issued a warning. In the end, he didn't attempt it. What was even more frustrating was that the healer could only restore his stamina, not the mana consumed during demon rune casting. That was a major glitch. Alright. Zhou Jiruan nodded. With her aloof nature, she didn't ask why. The World Tree, also known as the bridge connecting the mortal realm to the heavens, soared to unknown heights. Consequently, the World Tree in the demon rune was depicted with both sections shrouded in chaotic mist, making it impossible to discern its true height. Shen moved swiftly, though his mana consumption was naturally high. Compared to the Red Boy's demon rune, the World Tree was much simpler, so he progressed exceptionally quickly. It's been 5 hours already. Why hasn't Lang come out yet? Hua Haiyang kept pacing back and forth at the entrance to the demon rune chamber. Just then, Violet walked in from outside. There are already faint storm clouds gathering in the sky. It looks like Lang is engraving that kind of demon rune. Ah!
Luna let out a sigh, her eyes filled with concern for Shin. Time ticked by, and another 5 hours passed.
Crack! A thunderclap echoed across the entire Baobao Mountain.
It seems the demon rune ritual is coming to an end. Titan, Zhao Gang, Xianzhong, and Luna all looked up at the sky. Only Titan, Luna, and Violet knew what was happening. The others' faces were filled with confusion.
Old Lu, what is going on? Zhao Gang and Xianzhong were the most perplexed.
From the small elixir to the Genesis faction base, and now the calamity clouds in the sky.
To them, it was all a mystery. If they didn't get to the bottom of it, they might not be able to sleep tonight.
This is the work of the Genesis faction minister. As for the benefits of this, you'll find out soon enough. A look of anticipation flashed in Titan's eyes. He had once tested his grandson's abilities. But he hadn't realized just how powerful it was until he tested it, and the result truly startled him.
The 3 Purities true fire was simply too overwhelming against opponents of the same level. Even S-rank cultivators would be instantly annihilated.
Chapter 50, The Collapse of the Heavenly Tribulation Clouds.
Crack!
Another bolt of thunder streaked across the sky.
It looks like the heavenly tribulation is about to strike. Zhao Gang let out a gasp.
However, just then, a massive figure materialized beneath the heavenly tribulation.
It was the phantom of a tree.
In an instant, the colossal tree-like phantom smashed the tribulation clouds in the sky to pieces before vanishing.
What is that?
Everyone who witnessed the scene stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock.
They felt as though they had just witnessed something truly extraordinary. It was simply too extraordinary for them to put their feelings into words. A Lang! Just then, Luna let out a cry of alarm. Haven T fainted, yet. Thud!
Shin's face went pale as he collapsed to the ground.
A Lang!
Luna let out a cry of alarm, and her magical wings appeared behind her in an instant. She had Shin in her arms. This sudden turn of events left the others speechless, especially Shin's teammates.
5 days later. Ah!
Shin let out a pained groan before suddenly opening his eyes.
A Lang, you're awake. Luna's concerned voice rang in his ear. How many days was I unconscious? Shin asked instinctively.
5 days. That's half as long as last time.
Looks like I've really made a lot of progress.
A faint smile tugged at the corners of Shin's mouth.
How can you be smiling? You had me worried sick. Luna gently punched Shin's chest with her little fist. Rushi, come give me a kiss.
Shin pulled Luna onto him and kissed her directly.
Starting gently, then deepening.
Finally, a suggestive, tantalizing sound escaped them.
Ahem.
Just as the two were lost in the moment, a dry cough sounded beside them.
Violet, you're ruining my fun. Come here too.
Shin grabbed Violet, who had appeared by the bed, and pulled her over.
Then came another round of indescribable, unspeakable sounds. No! No!
Eventually, Shin was pushed away by both of them at the same time.
Why not?
A fire burned within Shin's heart.
It's either her or me. It's either me or her. Luna and Violet said in unison. Damn it!
Shin buried his head in the pillow.
Since it's not happening, I'll just see what I've gotten. Shin opened the system immediately. Damn system, what rewards did I get? Congratulations, host.
You have obtained the World Tree's core and 1 divine fruit.
The World Tree's core? A divine fruit. Shin's eyes widened in shock. System.
Where is my World Tree's core? Shin was a bit confused, because he didn't see the World Tree.
Host, look inside your dantian.
Shin did as instructed and began to look inward. To his surprise, he discovered a small tree taking root beside the 2 steps.
Holy shit! System, are you telling me that little tree is the World Tree? I've got a good temper, but don't try to pull my leg.
Shin was this close to pointing at the system and yelling at it. Host, that is the world tree. Please tend to it with care and nurture it diligently. When the world tree matures, you will receive unexpected benefits. Holy shit! You damn system, you're just stringing me along, aren't you? Shin was so furious he almost burst out laughing. You damn system, I've got rewards too. Host, you may choose to exchange Lubu's demon rune and Jiayun's demon rune for system draws. Would you like to proceed? What's the exchange rate? Shin had already obtained the Overlord's divine power and Overlord's aura. Although Lubu and Jiayun were also formidable, they weren't particularly useful to him, so he might as well exchange them for system draws. System, you can exchange them for 4 system draws. Rigged. Totally rigged. Shin complained, but he went ahead and made the exchange anyway. System, 4 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Fong Tian Huaji. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Long Dan Liang Yin spear. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 small rejuvenation pills. Damn system, isn't there a single decent item? Shin complained again, but the system didn't respond. Xiao Lang, how do you feel? Not long after Shin woke up, Titan rushed over. Grandpa, I'm fine. Shin smiled at Titan. I'm glad you're okay. That girl Luna has been worried sick these past few days. Titan smiled as he handed Shin a freshly peeled banana. Grandpa, I have something good for you. Shin took the banana and took a bite. Oh. Titan's eyes lit up, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be another divine fruit? No sooner had Titan thought this than he heard Shin speak. Grandpa, I have 22 small rejuvenation pills here. You can use them to help others break through to the Grandmaster stage. Shin pulled a white plastic bag used for storing medicine from a nearby drawer. Inside lay 22 small rejuvenation pills. Xiao Lang, these are such precious pills, could you find a better container for them? Upon hearing they were minor rejuvenation pills, Titan felt a bit disappointed that they weren't divine fruits, but he was still very pleased. 22 minor rejuvenation pills, if used wisely, they could produce 22 new Grandmaster level experts in Huaxia. Well done. Titan put the pills away, his gaze toward Shin filled with affection. Grandpa, I have another valuable item to give you. Shin still held Titan in high regard. Oh. Titan's earlier disappointment vanished, replaced by a hint of excitement. The king stage that was the aspiration of every Grandmaster. Below the king, all are but ants. This phrase encapsulated the bitter reality of so many Grandmaster level experts. I've recently acquired a divine fruit. Since you're already at the Grandmaster stage, Grandpa, this should help you break through to the king stage. As Shin spoke, he pulled out a divine fruit. A treasure like this needs to be kept safe. Seeing how casually Shin handled it, Titan hurriedly took it into his own hands. Alang, you're truly a lucky star for our Huaxia. With you here, how could Huaxia ever fail to prosper? Titan's heart was filled with overwhelming excitement. Calm down, calm down. It's just a divine fruit, after all. Shin waved his hand, signaling him not to get so worked up. Grandpa, my goal is to make Grandmasters as common as dogs in Huaxia, and kings as numerous as the stars. This is only the beginning. Shin was confident that, with the help of the system, he would achieve his goals. Grandmasters as common as dogs. Kings as numerous as the stars. What a prosperous and flourishing era that would be. If one day, our Huaxia truly becomes like this, then even this old man would die with no regrets. Titan had no doubts about Shin. When Shin inscribed the Red Boy Demon rune, triggered the heaven and earth calamity, and then produced the divine fruit, Titan believed in Shin completely. Even if Shin claimed he could pluck the sun from the sky and kick it around like a ball, Titan would believe him. Chapter 51, This punch is for my mother, and for you. Shun, someone is looking for you outside the school gate. Su Qingya walked over to Shun with a smile. Who's looking for me? Shen was taken aback. He didn't know many people in the imperial capital, and those who did know him wouldn't usually show up at the school gate to find him. They said they're from the Shin family in Haishur. Su Qingya felt a bit puzzled. Usually, when relatives came looking for him, they would contact him in advance rather than go through an outsider. She suspected that Shin might not be on good terms with his own family.
The Shin family.
The moment he heard Shin family, Shin's expression darkened. He hadn't even begun his revenge against the Shin family yet, and here they were, coming to him first.
Where are they?
Shin's heart sank. He was curious to see exactly what the Shin family intended.
Could it be they're seeking revenge for Shin Bojun? Shin grew on guard and turned to Su Qingya. Teacher Su, come with me.
Su Qingya was a diamond-level expert. If the Shin family suddenly attacked, it would be good to have her prepared.
Lang, do you want me to come with you? Luna stood nearby, feeling a touch of jealousy. Stay right here. This is between me and the Shin family.
Shin refused to let Luna come along. After all, he didn't know what the Shin family's intentions were. If they really intended to attack him, it would be easier for him and Su Qingya to make a run for it as a pair.
Luna said nothing, for she understood Shin's temperament. Once he made up his mind, no one could change it. Shin and Su Qingya walked together toward the gates of the National Defense University.
Without authorization, it was nearly impossible for outsiders to enter the National Defense University.
At that moment, outside the main gate, Shin Lincoln and an elderly man were waiting anxiously.
Lincoln, all these years, you've been treating that child unfairly. When he comes out, you'd better apologize to him properly.
My name is Shin Haiba. I am Shin's grandfather and Shin Lincoln's father. Dad, what did I do wrong?
Back then, if it weren't for that incident, I would never have allowed her to give birth to him.
Shin Lincoln's expression was grim. Don't you intend to take the position of head of the Shin family? Shin Haiba's aged face also wore a look of displeasure. He killed Jun. Shin Lincoln clenched his fists, his fingernails digging deep into his flesh.
But he is your flesh and blood. His veins run with your blood. He is a direct descendant of the Shin family. Shin Haiba looked at his son, his tone tinged with disapproval. I have no son like that, and I have never considered him my son.
Shin Lincoln's expression was resolute. Then why did you come here today? Shin Haiba's face darkened to the extreme. For the position of family head. Those people want to force me to step down. That's out of the question. I've worked so hard to build the Shin family. There's no way I'd hand it over to someone else.
Shin Lincoln's expression returned to normal, even taking on a faint smile.
So what do you want to do? Shin Haiba frowned. Haven't he and his deadbeat mother always wanted me to acknowledge him as the Shin family's eldest son? I'll grant him that today.
As long as he acknowledges himself as the Shin family's eldest son, those people won't have a word to say.
Ever since Shin went viral for being a dual-class character with an SSS tier talent,
the Shin family had faced immense trouble. Not only had business partners who had once worked harmoniously with them abandoned them, but even their former government connections were distancing themselves. This led to discontent among certain members of the family who had previously enjoyed special privileges. The reason was that his past actions regarding Shin had been exposed. Shin Haiba sighed helplessly. Just then, Shin and Su Qingya walked out of the school gate.
I heard you were looking for me. Shin looked calmly at Shin Lincoln and Shin Haiba. Xiao Lang, it's Grandpa. A kindly smile spread across Shin Haiba's deeply wrinkled face. Humph. You see your father and don't even know to greet him? You really lack proper upbringing. Shin Lincoln snorted coldly. Lincoln, Shin Haiba's expression darkened. Humph. Who is this old man shouting here?
Shin snorted coldly as well, his mind filled with the suffering the original host had endured all these years.
Old Don.
Hearing Shin's address, Shin Lincoln's hands trembled with rage, a surge of fury shooting straight to the top of his head. He raised his hand, intending to strike Shin, but after raising it again and again, he finally let it fall.
Xiao Lang, your father didn't mean it that way.
Shin Haiba hurriedly tried to soothe him from the side.
Humph. You're all cut from the same cloth, an eyesore. With that, Shin turned and walked away. Su Qingya watched the scene, her expression turning icy. Shun. Haven't you and your mother always wanted me to acknowledge you as the Shin family's eldest son? Well, now I acknowledge that you are the Shin family's eldest son.
A smug smile spread across Shin Lingkong's face. He believed he had Shin right where he wanted him.
You have no right to mention my mother. Shin's voice suddenly turned as cold as ice. The very next second,
the 16-winged demon sealing wings appeared behind Shin for the first time. At the same time, orange-red flames erupted all over Shin's body. Shin Lingkong, you have no right to mention my mother.
Whoosh!
The 16-winged demon sealing wings swung violently, causing the space around Shin to seem to warp. The orange-red flames crackled as they consumed the void.
Old man, you brought this on yourself.
The power within Shin surged to its peak in an instant. This was the first time he had ever displayed his true strength. Although he was only at the gold stage, with various enhancements to his power, he was capable of fighting opponents 2 levels above him.
The 16-winged demon sealing wings flapped, and Shin's figure shot rapidly toward Shin Lingkong. His speed was so great that he left an afterimage in his wake. You dare lay a hand on me? Although Shin Lingkong was somewhat surprised by Shin's strength, he remained confident in his own abilities.
After all, he was a diamond-level expert, while Shin was merely at the gold stage.
Humph. A scum like you isn't fit to be a husband, let alone a father. Orange-red flames flared in Shin's eyes as well. He launched a direct punch at Shin Lingkong.
You little bastard, you're just like your mother, a worthless scum. A flash of murderous intent crossed Shin Lingkong's eyes. Since you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for being ruthless.
I'll kill you, you little bastard.
Shin Lingkong flipped his palm, and a stream of water appeared, slowly coalescing in his hand into a water blade.
Slash!
Shin Lingkong didn't hesitate for a moment. He truly intended to kill Shin. As long as Shin died, the crisis facing the Shin family would be resolved.
This punch is for my mother. Shin roared, while in his heart he thought, this punch is for you too. Boom!
Flames surged from Shin's fist, transforming into a fiery fist that collided with the water blade slashing toward him.
Boom! After a deafening explosion, the massive fiery fist shattered the blade's glow. Guh!
Shin Lingkong was struck by the backlash of the force and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
Lingkong, watch out!
Seeing the situation turn dire, Shin Haiba immediately struck out with a palm strike.
A massive palm directly dispersed the fiery fist. Bullying the weak, is this how an elder behaves?
Su Qingya, of course, couldn't see that Shin had been injured. Chapter 52, Tattooing the Divine Beast White Tiger. Su Qingya waved her hand, and instantly, a howling wind swirled around her. Then, pointing her palm forward, she sent a massive wind blade slashing toward Shin Haiba's palm strike.
Boom!
After another violent collision, the 2 streams of energy cancelled each other out in midair and vanished.
Old man, is that all you've got?
Shin stared at Shin Lingkong, who was coughing up blood, his eyes brimming with contempt. In the original hostess memories, Shin Lingkong had either beaten or berated his mother, never once treating her kindly. Shin Lingkong was largely to blame for the original hostess mother's death. What Shin despised most were those who abused their own wives.
Xiao Lang, we're all family.
The blood of the Shin clan flows through your veins.
Shin Haiba was utterly astonished that Shin had actually managed to injure Shin Lingkong. How long had it been? Shin was already this formidable. If he continued to grow, just how terrifying would he become?
From the moment my mother was abused to death by you lot, I ceased to be a member of the Shin family.
Shin's gaze was icy.
The moment he inherited the original hostess memories. In his eyes, the Shin family was nothing more than just the Shin family.
You. Put. Shin Lingkong pointed at Shin, about to speak, when another mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. I'm warning you, this is your last chance.
If you still intend to use me, I won't hesitate to wipe the Shin family off the face of the earth. Shin's gaze was as sharp as a knife, slicing across the faces of Shin Lingkong and Shin Haiba.
Let us go. Shin turned and led Su Qingya back to school.
Dad, you saw it yourself. There's no way he'll ever return to the Shin family. Shin Lingkong stared at Shin's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with frenzied murderous intent.
He is exceptionally talented.
If he were to inherit the Shin family in the future.
Dad, snap out of it.
Because of that slut Lin Mei, this little bastard clearly hates the Shin family. That strike he just landed, if you hadn't blocked it, he would taken my life. He is just like his mother, both of them are vicious.
Shin Lingkong's eyes were filled with madness and venom.
But
Shin Haiba's eyes betrayed a look of inner conflict.
Dad, the reason the clan is targeting me now is because of him.
If he dies, the influence of that SSS-level talent will vanish.
Why not just kill that little bastard?
Shin Lingkong's face was twisted with cruelty.
Kill him.
Shin Haiba looked at his son in surprise.
Right.
Only by killing him can we resolve our current predicament.
Shin Lingkong nodded, his heart already filled with murderous intent toward Shin. But Xiao Lang is your son, after all.
Shin Haiba felt this wasn't the right course of action.
Humph. If that slut Lin Mei hadn't crawled into my bed back then, how could this bastard have ever been born? What happened back then was a misunderstanding. Why bring it up after all these years?
Dad, it's come to this.
The only way to resolve our predicament now is to kill him.
Shin Lingkong cut Shin Haiba off. Ah. This is the imperial capital, and Shin is at the National Defense University.
That woman just now was a diamond-level powerhouse.
We don't have the strength to take him down.
Shin Haiba looked somewhat helpless. Both father and son wore grim expressions.
I have a way to kill Shin.
I wonder if the two of you are willing to cooperate.
Just then, an eerie voice rang out from behind them, startling both men.
Who is there? Shin Lingkong and Shin Haiba's hearts skipped a beat as they hurriedly turned to look behind them. They saw a young man walking toward them, his legs moving somewhat unsteadily. Behind the young man followed a middle-aged man.
Who are you?
Shin Haiba's expression grew slightly grave, for he sensed a certain pressure emanating from the middle-aged man.
Have you two heard of the Zhu family?
The young man was none other than Zhu Hong, the very man whose legs had been severed by Shin.
Gentlemen, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
In this vast imperial capital, I fear only my Zhu family can help you take down Shin. The mere mention of Shin caused a frenzied murderous intent to flare in Zhu Hong's eyes. Failing to eliminate Shin in Dungeon 15 had left Zhu Hong seething with anger.
For days on end, he had been watching Shin, biding his time.
If you two agree, follow me.
With that, Zhu Hong turned and walked away.
Although he was doing his best to adapt to his prosthetic limbs, his gait was still a bit awkward. Shin Lingkong and Shin Haiba exchanged a glance, then followed him.
Shin, about what happened earlier?
Seeing that Shin hadn't said much along the way, Su Qingye spoke up.
Teacher Su, I'm fine. Shin smiled and looked up.
Shin's silence wasn't actually because of Shin Lingkong, rather, he was pondering what kind of demon rune to inscribe for Lin Na, a member of the beast taming department. Among the demon runes in the system, there were divine beast runes, fierce beast runes, and zodiac runes. Divine beasts included the azure dragon, phoenix, black tortoise, and white tiger. The fierce beasts include the Taodai, Xiangqi, Zhouying, and Zhuyin. And the Chinese zodiac signs go without saying, the rat, ox, tiger.
Shin was deeply torn and hadn't yet made up his mind about which one to choose.
It wasn't until he returned to the Babaishan base after school that Shin's eyes lit up, and he realized what he should engrave for Lin Na.
Babaishan base, demon rune room. Bro Lang, what are you planning to tattoo on me?
I saw Gu Yun's demon rune, after all.
No matter what, mine can't be any weaker than hers. As soon as Lin Na entered the demon rune room, she began cooing and clinging to Shin.
Your demon rune certainly won't be any weaker than hers. Shin extended a finger and lifted Lin Na's chin.
Really? So, Lango, what demon rune are you going to tattoo on me?
Lin Na was overjoyed and immediately wrapped her arms around Shin's arm, acting all coy.
Of course I'm going to tattoo a really fierce demon rune on you.
When Shin mentioned a fierce demon rune, a strange look flashed in his eyes.
Fierce? How fierce is that?
Lin Na looked down at her chest, it was completely bare.
The fiercest, of course.
Shin glanced down as well, then said, "Take off your top and lie face down on the bed."
Brother Lang, you better not peek.
Although Lin Na said this, she stripped off her clothes right in front of Shin. For a moment, Shin was met with a blinding white expanse. He had to admit, Lin Na was truly well endowed. Shin felt that one hand alone wouldn't be enough to cover her.
Do you like what you see?
Lin Na asked with a provocative smile.
Not bad. Shin nodded, rubbing his chin.
Giggle, giggle. Lin Na let out a few coy laughs before lying face down on the bed reserved for demon runes.
Brother Lang, be gentle, I'm afraid of pain.
Shin shook his head and opened the system. He quickly located the Divine Beast demon runes and eventually settled on the White Tigeress demon rune. For someone like Lin Na, a White Tiger demon rune was the obvious choice.
Shin didn't hesitate, he spent 1 million crystals to purchase it outright.
He had to admit that partnering with the nation had been the right decision. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to acquire that many crystals in such a short time. Chapter 53, The White Tiger Divine Beast of the Holy Spirit Lineage.
Boom! As the demon rune needle descended, the Baobao mountain base shook once more.
However, since everyone had already experienced something similar before, they didn't seem too panicked. Still, those who had already been inscribed with a demon rune couldn't help but envy the young girl who had just entered. The scene from the last time, when the world tree was engulfed in a cloud of calamity, was still fresh in their minds. That kind of might was simply beyond the capabilities of an ordinary demon rune. So those with ordinary demon runes all looked enviously toward the demon rune chamber.
Bro Lang, you're playing favorites. If I'd known, I would VE reincarnated as a woman.
Gua Haiyang stared in the direction of the demon rune chamber, his tone filled with bitter resentment. With a face like yours, even if you were reincarnated as a woman, Brother Lang might not even give you a second glance. Lei Tong was usually quiet, but when he spoke, he cut Gua Haiyang off completely.
He, the other girls burst out laughing. Damn it, you dumbass, you've got the guts to challenge me one-on-one.
Watch as Lu Bu, the peerless warrior, cuts you down.
Gua Haiyang glared at Lei Tong. A one-on-one fight? Bring it on.
I, Zhao Zilong of the White Horse and Silver Spear, am not afraid of you.
Lei Tong accepted the challenge without hesitation.
Ever since the two had undergone the demon rune ritual, inheriting the powers of Lu Bu and Zhao Yun, they had frequently challenged each other to duels at the slightest disagreement.
It seems Lin Na's demon rune is the same as Gu Yun's. Luna glanced at Gu Yun beside her. Gu Yun's face flushed slightly.
Ever since Shin had examined her body after the demon rune activation, she had developed a hint of a different kind of feeling toward him. This made her feel somewhat awkward when facing Luna and Violet. Shin, of course, was unaware of what was happening outside at that moment. He was completely immersed in the White Tiger demon rune, unable to pull himself away.
The divine beast White Tiger presides over slaughter and subdues evil spirits. Ordinary people simply cannot master it. Bro Lang, it tickles so much.
Lin Na was now drenched in sweat, biting her lower lip tightly, her face flushed crimson. Shin, too, was drenched in sweat, his face pale.
I'll be quick. Just give me a little more time.
Shin gritted his teeth and continued to inscribe the demon rune onto Lin Na's snow white, smooth back. The White Tiger had already taken shape. All that was missing was that final touch of divine essence and the aura of slaughter.
Outside, above Baobao Mountain, a storm cloud appeared once more. Flames incinerate the heavens. Giant trees shatter the heavens.
I wonder what kind of thunder tribulation will shatter the heavens this time. Titan Zhao Gang, Chen Zhong, and the 22 imperial powerhouses behind them who had just broken through to the Grandmaster stage thanks to the minor rejuvenation pill were all gazing curiously at the tribulation clouds in the sky. These individuals were now all members of the Genesis faction, unified under Shin's command. Old Lu,
Who exactly is Minister Shun? His abilities are simply beyond belief. With him here, the rise of our Huaxia is unstoppable. A newly promoted Grandmaster, gazing at the tribulation clouds in the sky, couldn't he help but exclaim in awe. He is a treasure of our Huaxia. No one can harm him. Titan looked at the 22 Grandmasters behind him, his gaze suddenly becoming incredibly sharp. I brought you all to the Genesis faction for one reason only, to ensure you protect him. As long as Minister Shin is here, China will one day stand at the pinnacle of the world. Titan's gaze swept over the crowd. Rest assured, Elder Lu. Since joining the Genesis faction, I have had only one identity, a member of the Genesis faction. As long as Minister Shin gives the order, whether it means climbing mountains of knives or wading through seas of fire, we will do so without hesitation. Titan looked at the people present, most of whom were over 50 years old, and felt deeply moved. Rest assured, China will remember you. Furthermore, if any of your families have exceptionally gifted children, they may be sent to the Genesis faction as an exception. Thank you, Elder Lu. Overwhelmed with emotion, the crowd hurriedly offered their thanks. They could all see that in the future, the Genesis faction would become the most important and powerful department in Huaxia. Any family connected to the Genesis faction was sure to reap immense benefits. Especially Minister Shen, the core figure of the Genesis faction. His abilities were truly extraordinary. Everyone was well aware of the effects of the Xiaohuan Dan. They had also witnessed the demon rune in action. Now, the storm clouds in the sky only reinforced their belief. As long as they followed Minister Shin and clung tightly to his coattails, their future was assured. Crack! Bolts of lightning darted through the dark clouds. It's coming! Though Titan had seen such a scene before, he was still deeply shaken. Crack! A clap of thunder rang out, just as the lightning tribulation was about to erupt. In another ancient star domain, atop an ancient giant star, a white tiger standing 1,000 zhang tall emitted a radiance before transforming into a middle-aged man with a heroic countenance. Xiaoling, Xiaowu, father is back. The middle-aged man dropped his stern expression, replacing it with a look of tenderness. Father, father. Big brother is bullying me. He is stealing my treats. Just then, 2 white tiger cubs, radiating white light, rushed toward the heroic-looking man. Father, it's little sister who is being greedy. The moment the 2 white tigers pounced on the heroic-looking man, a void rift suddenly appeared. The next second, a powerful suction force sucked the 2 fluffy little white creatures directly into the void rift. Whoosh! The void rift came as quickly as it went, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Who dares to steal my children? The heroic middle-aged man instantly flew into a rage. He reached out his hand toward the spot where the void rift had appeared. Crack! That section of space shattered instantly. The heroic middle-aged man's arm plunged into the shattered void, desperate to snatch his children back. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the heroic middle-aged man, instantly shattering a towering peak 10,000 feet high in the distance. No! Who are you, exactly? Though the heroic middle-aged man reacted swiftly, he still failed to retrieve his children. Roar! In an instant, a white tiger 1,000 feet tall reappeared. Boom! Countless surrounding peaks were reduced to dust in an instant by the overwhelming force. Who dares to steal my child? The white tiger roared, shaking the entire world. Brother Bai, what has happened? Why are you so enraged? In the distance, ripples appeared in space, and a 10,000 zhang long golden 5-clawed dragon emerged, shattering the void. Brother Ao, I don't know which villain has kidnapped Xiaoling and Xiaowu. The problem is, I can't sense his aura. The White Emperor transformed into a dashing middle-aged man, his face filled with anxiety. What? Someone actually dared to kidnap Xiaoling and Xiaowu? Do they want to make enemies with our Holy Spirit lineage? Let me see who this lowlife is. The 5-clawed golden dragon also took human form, though a pair of golden dragon horns adorned his head. After transforming, Ao Hong radiated powerful mana, sensing the lingering traces of energy throughout the heavens and earth. What is going on? I can't detect even a trace of my own mana. Just how powerful is that person? Ao Hong thought in astonishment. Chapter 54, Aura and Valor. Brother Ao, what do you think? White Emperor looked at Ao Hong with eager anticipation. Ao Hong scratched his golden dragon horns awkwardly. Little brother Bai, even I can't sense anything. Even you can't sense it? White Emperor's face turned pale instantly. It's over, it's over. Xiao Ling and Xiao Wu have been kidnapped by bandits. How am I supposed to explain this to the tigress back home? The more Bai Di thought about it, the more panic gripped him. Brother Bai, no need to panic. That man was able to snatch Xiao Ling and Xiao Wu right under your nose, yet we couldn't detect his presence. He must be a master of the highest caliber. The fact that Xiao Ling and Xiao Wu caught his eye might actually be a stroke of luck. As long as their soul lamps haven't gone out, they're safe. Brother Bai, there's no need to worry so much. Ao Hong looked at the pale-faced Bai Di and offered his comfort. Bai Di. This heavenly tribulation seems different from the previous two. Watching the bolts of lightning darting through the storm clouds, Titan furrowed his brow. I hope nothing goes wrong. Zhao Gang and Xian Zhong, standing nearby, were equally perplexed. He had witnessed the scene of the Jianmu collapse calamity firsthand last time. Trouble. The heavenly tribulation is about to strike everyone, fall back. Titan, seeing the lightning tribulation about to descend, hurriedly ordered everyone to retreat. But deep down, he began to worry about Shen's safety. After all, he had witnessed the lightning tribulation twice before. The first time, Xiao Chen had spat out the three flame true fire, burning the tribulation clouds to ashes. The second time, a massive Jianmu tree had shattered the clouds. This third time, with the tribulation clouds about to descend and none of the astonishing spectacles from the previous two times appearing, Titan grew even more concerned for Shen. It wasn't just him. Luna Violet and the other girls were equally worried. Crack! A thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning struck the direction of the demon rune chamber. Crack! Another sound of shattering space rang out. Roar, roar. This was followed by two low growls from the cubs. Crack! Ah! Little sister, what is going on? Why is there a lightning tribulation? A white tiger cub let out a piercing scream. Humph! Stupid big brother, hurry up and shield me. I can bleed, but my white fur mustn't get messed up. The other white tiger cub immediately hid beneath the slightly stronger one. Little sister, big brother can't take it anymore. I'm going to get roasted. No wonder big brother smells so fragrant today. You look absolutely delicious. Aura's pair of sparkling tiger eyes gleamed with mischief as she looked up at her brother. Ah! I'm really going to get charred. Valor let out a scream. Just as he thought the lightning strike was about to kill him, it suddenly vanished. Then, a familiar sense of closeness startled the two young white tigers. Next, two beams of light shot toward them. In the next second, there was a flash of light, and the two white tigers vanished instantly. What was that lightning strike just now? Two white cubs? I think so. I just saw the space split open the moment the lightning strike hit, and the two white cubs were struck by it. Holy shit! Can anyone tell us what's going on here? Could this be related to the demon rune too? Everyone turned their heads, fixing their gaze on the tightly sealed demon rune chamber. The demon rune can summon living creatures, and it can even withstand a heavenly tribulation. Who would believe that if we told them? Folks. Creak. The door to the demon rune chamber swung open under everyone's expectant gaze. Shen, pale and weak, slowly walked out. Behind him stood Lin Na, her face flushed. Perched on each of their shoulders was a white tiger cub. One was entirely black, its white fur singed. The other had beautiful, silky white fur that glistened under the lights. It really is those two white tiger cubs that survived the heavenly tribulation. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, as if they'd been startled. This time I didn't pass out. Shen looked at the crowd, slowly parting his dry lips. After speaking in broken sentences, he instantly collapsed. Alang! Luna reacted quickly, catching him in her arms almost instantly. 5 days later. In a daze, Shin felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! Shin sneezed, and instantly snapped awake. Little one, so it's you.
Before losing consciousness, Shin vaguely remembered that after the demon rune was completed, 2 white tiger cubs suddenly appeared before him. One flew to Lena's side, and the other landed directly on his shoulder.
Human, how weak are you? You've been unconscious for a full 5 days. Now that you're awake, why don't you come pay your respects to your great Holy Spirit? Aura looked at the frail human before her, her sparkling eyes brimming with arrogance. I never thought that one day, I, Shin, would be called weak by a white tiger cub. System, what's the deal with this white tiger cub? Shen was puzzled. System reward. The system's reply was simple and to the point. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 divine fruit. A white tiger cub, a divine fruit. Could it be that every time I inscribe a mythology, journey to the west, or divine beast related tattoo, I'll receive a divine fruit? Shen wondered. Human, your great Holy Spirit is hungry.
Just then, Aura spoke, her large eyes brimming with pride and anticipation as she looked at Shen.
Eat. I'm actually hungry too.
Just as Shin was about to get up, a rich aroma of roasting meat wafted in from outside.
Whoosh! Aura's figure flickered, vanishing instantly from Shin's sight. This little guy is fast, no wonder she's one of the divine beasts.
When Shin stepped outside, he saw a bonfire set up in the underground plaza, where several cows were being roasted. The whole cow was already golden brown, and the fat dripping into the flames made a sizzling sound. At the same time, the rich aroma of meat filled the entire plaza.
Alang, you're awake.
Luna, overjoyed, hugged Aura and ran toward Shen.
Human, starting today, she's my mount.
As Aura spoke, she wagged her tail contentedly in Luna's arms.
Ah! I am the great Holy Spirit. You wretched human, let me go. A tiny white tiger, and you dare call yourself the great Holy Spirit?
I think you're just a brat who needs a good spanking.
Shin picked Aura right up and gave her a couple of smacks on the butt. Ouch, ouch.
You wretched human, how dare you hit me? I am the great white tiger of the Holy Spirit clan.
Aura felt wronged.
From the day she was born until now, she had always been the one doing the bullying. This was the first time anyone had ever spanked her.
You're nothing but my contract beast. Come on, call me master or I won't feed you.
Shin lifted Aura up and slapped her fluffy but a few more times.
Damn human, you're shameless.
Mom said people aren't allowed to just go around touching a white tigeress, but... Aura struggled fiercely, but couldn't break free from Shin's grip.
Chapter 55, The King's Ordeal. You're absolutely right, you shouldn't touch a tigeress but you're just a little tiger cub. Shen gave a wicked grin and slapped Aura's butt again.
After all, the chance to touch a tigeress butt was rare, especially since she was a white tiger.
Help me.
That despicable human is bullying the great white tiger emperor.
Aura let out a wail of grievance.
Not far away, Valor shot his sister a glance, then picked up the beef shank in front of him and began tearing into it.
Xiao Wu, take it easy, don't choke.
Lin Na stood nearby, beaming with maternal pride, then poured a glass of juice and placed it in front of the white tiger cub, Xiao Wu. During the days Shin was unconscious, everyone was initially amazed by the pair of white tiger siblings and surprised that they could speak. However, after spending a few days with them, everyone realized that these 2 white tigers weren't just cute, they were also total foodies. At every meal, the 2 little ones would devour the equivalent of 2 whole cows. Especially when the meat was grilled to a golden brown, brushed with several layers of honey, and then sprinkled with a dash of soul juice. It tasted absolutely delicious. But what was even more surprising than the 2 little white tigers' appetites was their strength. Although they were just cubs, their strength rivaled that of gold stage warriors.
In fact, ordinary gold stage warriors were no match for them at all.
But aside from meat, they also devoured crystals and in massive quantities, consuming tens of thousands of crystals per meal. If it weren't for the backing of the nation, ordinary factions simply couldn't afford to keep these two monsters.
Xiaolang, how do you feel? Titan walked over with a smile. Grandpa, I'm fine. I've gotten used to it.
Shin felt in excellent condition.
As long as he kept eating Tianyuan fruits to replenish his mana, once his level rose again, he shouldn't experience any more blackouts. Xiaolang, come with me.
Titan patted Shin on the shoulder with a smile, his eyes brimming with pride. At the Baobao Mountain base, inside a massive conference room,
the 22 newly promoted Grandmaster stage experts sat quietly in their seats. Greetings, Minister Shen.
As Shin entered the conference room, they all rose to their feet and bowed. Although Shin was only 18, not a single one of them dared to show him the slightest disrespect. Shin's expression was impassive, such a minor display held no significance for him. Xiaolang, these powerhouses who have consumed the small rejuvenation pill and newly advanced to the Grandmaster stage will all fall under your command and jurisdiction from now on. If anyone dares to disobey your orders, they may be dealt with as traitors. Shin sat in the seat of honor, the position reserved for the minister of the Genesis faction, while Titan sat in the first seat directly below him.
My Genesis faction has only one rule: loyalty to Huaxia and to our bloodline.
If anyone dares to betray Huaxia, they shall meet the same fate as this table. As soon as Shin finished speaking, the 20-meter-long red lacquered conference table in the room was instantly encased in ice. Crack! In the next second, the 20-meter-long conference table crumbled into dust.
We will follow the minister's orders without question. The group rose as one, standing ramrod straight. Seeing their resolve, Shin nodded.
Then he continued, I have a divine fruit here. Anyone loyal to Huaxia who has reached the Grandmaster stage may come to me. I, Shin, guarantee that everyone here will break through to the king stage. Shin's voice was not loud, but it sent a shockwave through the crowd. Everyone could break through to the king stage. If breaking through to the king stage were that easy, why would there be only 2 such individuals among all the nations of Blue Star? Although everyone had taken the small rejuvenation pill, they still couldn't believe that the divine fruit in Shin's hand, something they had never seen before, could enable someone to break through to the king stage. After all, the saying all beneath the king are but ants was deeply ingrained in their minds. Ha 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 ha. Just then, a burst of laughter echoed in from outside. Titan, Xiaolang, after such a long seclusion, I've finally refined the divine fruit. My king tribulation is imminent, I invite you both to witness it.
Sean's exuberant laughter rang out from beyond the door.
What? It's our leader, who has been in seclusion for so long. Everyone stood up simultaneously and turned toward the doorway.
Sean, you're taking way too long. I've been waiting for you forever. If you hadn't dragged your feet, I would have gone into seclusion ages ago.
Titan's face lit up with delight, though his words were filled with complaints. Titan, don't be so impatient.
Aren't I just summarizing my experiences for those who come after me? Sean walked in laughing, radiating a terrifying aura that left many struggling to breathe. Everyone, please forgive me. I'm about to break through to the king stage, and I can't contain my aura. Please don't take it personally. Sean looked at the crowd with great courtesy. Leader, are you about to break through to the king stage?
Someone, overcome with excitement, couldn't help but ask aloud. With that aura emanating from the leader, there is no doubt he is about to break through to the king stage. Wonderful! Finally, we in Huaxia have a king stage powerhouse.
That's right.
With a king stage powerhouse, we won't have to hold back anymore when facing Sakura Nation and Falcon Nation. We can finally avenge the grudge from back then, when Sakura Nation took advantage of Huaxia's weakness and attempted to occupy our land. The crowd was overcome with excitement, some of the elders even had tears welling up in their eyes. Leader, you've said you've been refining the divine fruit for all these days.
Could the divine fruit really allow someone to break through to the king stage?
Just as the crowd was at the height of their excitement, a voice trembling with emotion rang out. It was only at this reminder that the crowd snapped out of their euphoria over China finally having a king stage powerhouse.
Right. The divine fruit.
Everyone's gaze returned to the divine fruit in Shin's hand.
Of course. Minister Shin is absolutely right.
As long as one is at the Grandmaster stage, refining a divine fruit gives a 90% chance of breaking through to the King stage and triggering the King's tribulation.
Sean looked at the crowd and nodded firmly. What? It's actually true.
Everyone stared intently at the divine fruit in Shin's hand.
I'm about to undergo the tribulation. You can help me guard the area. Sean looked at Titan. All right. Everyone nodded in unison. Above the central basin of Baobao Mountain,
a thick layer of dark clouds hung over Baobao Mountain, like a massive black stone millstone pressing down upon it.
Crack!
Bolts of lightning darted through the dark clouds, creating an apocalyptic scene.
Is this the King's tribulation?
Shin stood atop one of the peaks of Baobao Mountain, gazing down at Sean, who stood resolute beneath the storm clouds. The King's tribulation shedding the mortal flesh, one can finally break free from the planet's constraints and explore the vast cosmos.
Titan looked at Sean, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Shedding the mortal flesh, exploring the vast cosmos. Shin's eyes also gleamed with longing.
This is why they say that beneath a king, all are but ants.
Unless you break through the king stage, you will always be confined. Flames burned in Titan's eyes. Chapter 56, Old Deng, you've signed your own death warrant. Crack!
A bolt of lightning struck down, but Sean did not flinch. The first step toward entering the king stage is to let the thunder of calamity baptize one's physical body, allowing it to undergo a metamorphosis, shedding its mortal form and transforming into the body of a king.
Crack!
The first bolt of lightning served as a signal. Soon after, over a dozen bolts of heavenly thunder struck down, enveloping Sean's entire body.
This scene lasted a full hour.
To be baptized by lightning for a whole hour, it seems old man Shao's body of a king is quite something.
Titan watched as Sean reappeared, a flame of defiance burning in his eyes. Grandpa, is there any significance to being baptized by lightning for that long?
Of course there is. The longer one is baptized by the heavenly tribulation's lightning, the stronger the body of a king becomes.
According to our intelligence, those two king stage powerhouses from Sakura Nation and Falcon Nation were both baptized for an hour.
However, from what we know, within the Star Domain Alliance, there was someone who was baptized by the heavenly tribulation for 8 hours when they broke through to the king stage.
8 hours? That is such a long time.
Shen was somewhat surprised. I wonder how long I'll be baptized by the heavenly tribulation when the time comes.
Shen thought to himself. Humph. Only an hour? As expected, you humans have such weak bodies.
Just then, Aura on Shen's shoulder spoke in a tone of utter disdain.
What do you know, you immature little brat? Shin grabbed Aura by the shoulder.
Weak human, please show the proper respect to the Holy Spirit. Aura struggled relentlessly, but a flash of light erupted from Shen's hand, and Aura vanished. However, upon looking inward, one could see Aura had appeared beneath the world tree within Shen's body.
Oh, great Holy Spirit! Could this be the legendary world tree?
Aura stared at the small tree before her, her tiger-like eyes widening in astonishment.
You actually know the world tree?
Shen was somewhat surprised.
Of course I do.
Rumor has it that the world tree was destroyed by gods and demons long ago in ancient times.
How could it possibly be inside you?
Aura sniffed the air, then began circling the young sapling of the world tree. The world tree was destroyed in ancient times.
Shen froze. He had a feeling his system might not be as simple as he thought.
As for how he managed to absorb Aura into his body, that was something the system had taught him.
Hey! You little brat, what else do you know? Hurry up and tell your great master.
Shen wanted to know more, but after Aura confirmed that the world tree was indeed inside him, she lay motionless beneath the sapling, as if asleep.
It's about to end. Titan looked at Sean beneath the storm clouds.
Sean had his fist clenched, and a powerful force was gathering in his hand.
Boom! A terrifying force erupted, and the storm clouds dissipated instantly. Ha 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 ha! Sean laughed loudly, took a single step forward, and instantly appeared before Shin and Titan. Titan, thank goodness for the sky-concealing seal left behind by our ancestors. Otherwise, the aura of my king tribulation would certainly have been sensed by those two.
A large seal appeared in Sean's hand. Now that I've broken through to the king stage, I'm entrusting this sky-concealing seal to your care.
Sean handed the sky-shrouding seal to Titan. Next, it's my turn.
I'm leaving this kid in your hands.
Titan smiled and flew off into the distance, eager to get started.
The other 22 Grandmaster stage experts immediately converged on the area. They all looked at Sean with eyes full of surprise and delight.
Leader, you've broken through.
Ha 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 ha. From today onward, Huaxia has a king.
Sean was overjoyed and let out a deep sigh of relief. Leader, the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Three Seal Kingdom, and the Falcon Nation are coming to negotiate. Do we still need to bide our time?
No. All these years, they've been provoking us at the border, even openly sending special forces to infiltrate our country, causing us immense damage. Fortunately, we have the treasures left by our ancestors, which have led them to mistakenly believe that Huaxia possesses secret artifacts capable of countering the king stage. Otherwise, the invasion of Huaxia by the land of cherry blossoms 100 years ago would happen all over again. Now that I have broken through to the king stage, and Marshal Lu will soon do the same, there is no need to endure any longer.
If necessary, we can take the initiative.
A look of authority flashed in Sean's eyes.
Had Shin not appeared, he might still be biding his time.
But now that Huaxia had a prodigy like Shin who defied the heavens, he, Sean, had the confidence to face the enemy head-on.
Strike first to prevent 100 strikes later.
Even if their generation were to fight to the last man, they would secure a bright and prosperous future for Huaxia's descendants. Moreover, he believed that with Shin by their side, the future of Huaxia held boundless promise.
After Sean completed his tribulation, Baobao Mountain returned to its usual tranquility.
Over the next few days, thanks to his enhanced mana, Shin finally finished inscribing 100 Western Chu Overlord demon runes, ultimately earning 75 small rejuvenation pills in return. To further strengthen China's elite combat capabilities, Shin chose to hand the 75 small rejuvenation pills over to Sean, entrusting him to select talented individuals to take the pills and break through to the Grandmaster stage. Just as Shin was preparing to bestow demon runes upon 100 archers, Shin Lingkong somehow managed to get hold of Shin's phone number.
Shin, do you want to know the real cause of your mother's death? Shin Lingkong was blunt, cutting straight to the point without any preamble.
You have no right to mention my mother. In the original hostess memories, Shin had indeed never uncovered the true cause of his mother's death. All these years, he had been staying at the Shin family's residence solely to investigate. However, Shin Lingkong hadn't given him a chance. On the very first day after his transmigration, Shin had fully embraced everything about the original host.
Shin, I know you hate me.
But now, because of you, the Shin family is facing a massive crisis. I'm sure you know exactly why I traveled all this way to the imperial capital to find you.
I've certainly run into some trouble. Because of your awakening of an SSS rank talent, the Shin family has been ostracized in High City. I'm also facing pressure from the clan.
If you're willing to return to the Shin family, I'll tell you the truth about your mother's death. I'll also kneel at her grave to apologize and acknowledge that you are the Shin family's sole heir.
In the future, you can inherit the entire Shin family.
Shin Lingkong's voice was deep, his tone brimming with confidence in his own words.
Humph. Wherever you are, I'll go.
Shin didn't hesitate, he agreed immediately.
White Cloud Manor. Shin Lingkong was equally direct.
Old Deng, if you're trying to assassinate me, you're still a bit too green. Shin hung up the phone, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He'd seen this kind of plot twist too many times in his past life. It was just a trap set long ago, luring him there to be killed. Old Deng, since you've already chosen your path to death, I'll grant you your wish.
Who says I'm not just that helpful?
A cold, murderous intent flashed in Shin's eyes, making him look just a tiny bit like a bad guy.
Chapter 57, How Do You Want to Die?
White Cloud Mountain Villa, located in the White Cloud Mountains on the outskirts of the imperial capital, was a summer retreat.
Lincoln, do you think Shin will really come? Shin Haiba's expression was grave. He couldn't shake a bad feeling.
Dad! What are you afraid of? Even though Shin has awakened an SSS rank talent, we're now backed by the Shu family, one of the Empire's three great marshals.
No matter how much of a genius he is, what does he amount to?
As Shin Lingkong spoke, he glanced around. Surrounding their guesthouse, more than a dozen star glory experts and one master-level powerhouse were already lying in ambush. As long as Shin dared to show up, he was as good as dead. Not even a god could save him. Thinking of this, Shin Lingkong recalled the deal he made with Xu Hong.
With the Xu family backing me, what's little Haiqing City? Shin Lingkong sneered. Just then, a top-of-the-line luxury car pulled up in front of Shin Lingkong.
The door opened, and Shin and Su Qingye stepped out slowly.
Shun, I never thought you'd actually dare to show up.
The moment he saw Shun, the corners of Shin Lingkong's mouth curled upward involuntarily.
Spit it out. How exactly did my mother die? Shun's expression remained calm as he casually scanned his surroundings.
Shin, no matter what, my blood runs through your veins.
Can't we just catch up a bit? Shin Lingkong wasn't angered by Shun's attitude. Catch up? Humph. Is there even anything left between us to catch up on? Cut the crap.
First, tell me how my mother died, then get down on your knees and apologize. Shin sneered inwardly. Shin Lingkong's little act was nothing more than brandishing a sword in front of Guan Yu to him.
Apologize?
Shin, do you even know what you're saying?
But now that it's come to this, I suppose I can tell you how that slut died.
That slut was locked in the dungeon, chained up, and died as I broke her bones one by one. That slut was begging me to spare your life right up until her dying breath. It's my own fault for being soft-hearted, otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. Shin Lingkong no longer concealed the murderous intent in his eyes toward Shin.
Beast! Shin's eyes turned red in an instant, and at the same time, a terrifying killing intent locked onto Shin Lingkong. Ha 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 ha.
Shin, since you dared to come here today, don't even think about going back alive.
Go underground and keep your dead mother company. Shin Lingkong no longer held back at all. What? Do you think you've got me beat?
A cold smile curled Shin's lips as the 16-winged demon ceiling wings appeared behind him, unleashing a powerful force that sent a cloud of dust billowing from the ground.
Humph.
There are over a dozen star radiant level experts and one master level powerhouse lying in ambush all around here.
Do you really think you can escape with just one gold stage and one diamond level cultivator?
Shin Lingkong sneered, his eyes brimming with scorn and contempt for Shin. A whore really does give birth to scum.
You can't even see through such a simple trap. Oh. Over a dozen star glory experts and one master level powerhouse. A smile tugged at Shin's lips, then his expression instantly turned icy. The Shin family is nothing but a minor clan. It seems you have other allies in the imperial capital.
Shin speculated inwardly. There was only one person he had offended in the imperial capital, and that was Xu Hong.
It seems breaking both his legs wasn't enough.
A flash of murderous intent flickered in Shin's eyes.
So what if you have allies?
Shin Lingkong, however, was in no hurry to kill Shin. Shin had killed his beloved son and forced him to flee to the imperial capital in disgrace.
He intended to torment Shin thoroughly before he died. Let me guess who it is. It can't be Xu Hong, the young master of the Xu family whose legs were crippled, can it? Shin looked at Shin Lingkong as if he were a fool. Shin, even if you know it's Xu Hong, so what?
He is one of the three great marshals of Huaxia, the eldest grandson of Marshal Zhu. You dared to break his legs.
Even if I don't kill you, he will. You really are just like that slut, short-sighted. Shin Lingkong's gaze toward Shin was filled with disgust and contempt. Ha! Shin let out a derisive snort. Old man, it's time for you to go. The 16 demon ceiling wings on Shin's back flapped, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Qingye also struck, attacking Shin Haiba. Humph. Shin Lingkong snorted coldly.
After glancing around, a greatsword appeared in his hand. In Shin's hand, a Overlord spear appeared, and at the same time, a surge of Overlord's aura radiated out, intimidating Shin Linkong. "Today, I'll kill you, you little bastard." A water snake, conjured from the power of water, appeared on the greatsword in Shin Linkong's hand and lunged toward Shin.
"Old man, is that all you can do, talk?"
Shin's Overlord spear burst into orange-red flames, while blue, solid ice began to spread rapidly beneath his feet.
Boom!
The moment the Overlord spear and the greatsword collided,
the three purities' true fire instantly incinerated the water snake. Clang!
A clang of metal rang out, and Shin Linkong felt a tremendous force surge from Shin's Overlord spear.
Whoosh!
The broadsword was instantly knocked from his hand.
Shin Linkong was sent flying backward by the immense force, crashing into the wall of the guesthouse behind him. Boom! The wall collapsed instantly, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Weak. Absolutely pathetic. You've lived your life like a dog.
Shin did not pursue him inside but stood where he was, gazing at Shin Linkong amidst the dust. On the other side, Shin Haiba had already been severely wounded by Su Qingya and lay on the ground.
"Friends, aren't you going to step in now?"
Shin Linkong leaped onto the roof of the two-story guesthouse and shouted to the surrounding area. However, long after his words had faded, not a single person appeared.
"Elders, please step in and kill Shin."
A vague sense of foreboding gnawed at Shin Linkong's heart, and he couldn't help but shout again, this time raising his voice several notches. Yet, the figures he longed to see still did not appear.
Caw, caw, caw.
Above him, several crows flew by. Shin Linkong's heart sank to the depths of despair, and a chill enveloped his entire body.
Lao dang!
You're just shouting. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Because your men have all been killed by my men. Shin extended his hand, raised it high, and snapped his fingers. In an instant, over 20 terrifying auras radiated out from the surrounding area. One figure after another appeared, some of them carrying blood-soaked corpses in their hands.
"We salute you, Minister."
After the 22 figures arrived before Shin, they all stood at attention and bowed.
"Well done. You didn't let a single one escape, did you?"
Shin smiled as he looked at the group.
"The minister ordered us to leave not a single one alive." One of the older men spoke up. "Very good."
Shin turned his head to look at Shin Linkong and Shin Haiba, who were now staring in utter disbelief.
"How do you want to die?" Shin's tone was as cold as ice. Chapter 58, Execution, Revenge. "Shin, what did they just call you?"
Shin Linkong hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the moment. Shin Haiba, standing beside him, had turned deathly pale.
"How do you want to die?" Shin's icy voice rang out once more. Thud.
Shin Haiba acted decisively, kneeling directly before Shin.
"Xiao Lang, Grandpa was wrong back then.
I shouldn't have let Linkong abuse your mother. Nor should I have turned a blind eye to you.
Dad. Why are you kneeling before this little bastard?" Shin Linkong's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Shin. "How dare you? How dare you speak to Minister Shin like that?"
One of the Grandmaster stage experts waved his hand, unleashing a powerful force that sent Shin Linkong flying backward, spitting blood.
"Minister, how should we deal with them?" Someone stepped forward to ask.
Since they had been a split second too late to act, many now regretted not being the one to strike Shin Linkong down. "Minister, for a beast worse than a pig or a dog who tried to kill his own wife and child, we might as well just find a place to bury him."
"Minister, burying them is too lenient. How about we subject each of them to 8,000 cuts of slow torture?" "Minister, I have an idea too.
Why not strip them of their cultivation, bury them in the ground, leave their heads exposed, and smear them with honey?
Wait until the ants crawl all over their skulls, drawn by the honey. The agony of being devoured by a swarm of ants, ha ha ha." "Minister, I've got an idea too.
Why not plug their anuses with their own feces, so they can only eat but never defecate, and wait for them to burst?"
Ha ha ha. I tell you, you old fools are truly wicked. If you'd listened to me, we'd have simply stripped them of their cultivation and tossed them into a dungeon. I've heard some earth lizards really like humans, especially men. Holy shit! You old bastard, that's so twisted. Everyone looked at the one who suggested it, then quietly backed away. Shin listened to the back and forth with a headache, feeling as if he were the leader of a demonic sect, surrounded by a bunch of cultists with nothing but evil schemes in their heads. Just look at the ideas they were coming up with, utterly deranged. Some even wanted to use the earth lizards from the pit as executioners. But their ideas are actually pretty good. Write them down. If anyone dares to betray China in the future, we'll use the methods these people just suggested, one by one. What else with the Lantern of Heaven, the Tiger Bench, and the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty? Let us go through them one by one. Shen, if you've got the guts, let us have a fair fight. Shen Lingkong had heard what those people were saying. He certainly didn't want to suffer any of those tortures. Fine. As for the grudge between the two of us, it's best if I settle it with my own hands. The 16 demon-suppressing wings on Shen's back flapped, leaving an afterimage in his wake as he brought his overlord spear crashing down with all his might. Clang! With a sharp clang, the long sword in Shen Lingkong's hand snapped in two. Guh! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Shen Lingkong's figure was instantly sent flying. It's time to end this. A cold gleam flashed in Shen's eyes. The 16-winged demon subduing wings behind him flapped rapidly, and 16 demonic blades converged into a single massive feathered blade, slashing toward Shen Lingkong. Water Serpent Shadow. Shen Lingkong roared, unleashing his innate skill. Boom! However, when confronted by the feather blade from the 16-winged demon suppressing wings, it was instantly sliced into a mist of water. Spurt! A trail of blood appeared on Shen Lingkong's body as the feather blade split him in two. Lingkong! Shen Haibao let out a blood-curdling scream. Spurt! Not a single decent person in this family. Su Qingya withdrew the long sword embedded in Shen Haibao's chest. Hearing Su Qingya's words, Shen felt slightly offended. Mom, and you too, I've avenged your deaths. Glancing at the two corpses, Shen said silently to himself. Bury these two. As for the others' heads, send them to the Zhu family. Shen's expression instantly turned as cold as ice. Xu Hong's repeated attacks against him had long since enraged Shen. He acted against him before because there was no sovereign in Huaxia, and the head of the Zhu family was one of the 3 great marshals, commanding Huaxia's key military forces. At the same time, the Xu family had colluded with Sakura Nation and Falcon Nation, and even had ties to the Earth Lizards, which made it difficult for Shen to strike without alerting the enemy. Now that Shan had broken through to the king stage, the time had come to settle the score with the Zhu family and those clans secretly colluding with foreign powers and betraying the nation. Yes. After dealing with Shen Lingkong, Shen returned to Babaishan. The joint delegation from Sakura, Falcon, and India was about to arrive, and there was still one member of his squad without a demon rune. He had to get his own demon rune first, then proceed to inscribe them onto the 100 archers, especially Tianjin Yun's mythic tier demon rune, Hui. Although his mana was increasing daily, the mythic tier demon runes were still far too mana intensive. This meant that every time he finished an inscription, he would fall unconscious for several days. This was something Shen was very reluctant to endure. Babaishan Base, Demon Rune Chamber. Take off your top. Shen looked at Zhou Jiruo, whose expression was cool and composed, then spoke with utmost seriousness. Brother Lang, what demon rune are you going to inscribe on me? Zhou Jiruo was a bit curious. She had seen the demon runes of everyone else in the squad. Although she was usually reserved, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Demon rune. Shen said only 2 words. Is it the same as Violet Ruashi's? Zhou Jiruo had seen both of their demon runes. Right. You're the healer, the demon rune is perfect for you. It can boost your healing output tenfold for a short time. Shen had long wanted to include Zhou Jiruo in the Ultraman-style spandex dance. Alright. Zhou Jiruo's expression gave no hint of whether she was happy or not.
She immediately took off her jacket, revealing a white spaghetti strap top and a smooth, fair, and tender abdomen. Then she lay flat on the demon rune bed. Her pair of snow-white, straight legs so long they seemed to pierce straight into one's heart caught Shin's eye. If he had to rate them, he could play with those long white legs for 2 years.
Are you ready? Shin smiled, appearing casual, though Zhou Jiruo's body remained tense. I'm ready. A faint blush spread across Zhou Jiruo's face. Then let us begin.
Shin held a demon rune needle in one hand and placed the other on her soft, supple abdomen.
The moment their bodies touched, Zhou Jiruo couldn't help but shiver. Don't be nervous. Your brother Lang here is a decent guy.
I won't look where I shouldn't, and I definitely won't touch what I shouldn't. Shin said with a straight face.
But brother Lang, why are you circling around my belly button with your hand?
Zhou Jiruo trembled all over, unable to resist speaking up shyly.
I'm looking for the best spot for the demon rune.
You know, I'm a professional rune crafter. Although my demon rune has special abilities, its artistic quality is essential.
Shin continued to spout nonsense with a straight face. Is that so, brother Lang? Chapter 59, Women. They're so two-faced.
Of course.
When have I ever lied to anyone? Shin's face was as thick as a city wall with a bend in it.
He had already inscribed the demon rune 3 times, so the process was second nature to him. Although Shin didn't feel a thing, Zhou Jiruo was in some discomfort.
It wasn't pain, but an itch. Hang in there a little longer, I'll be done soon. It'll be over in a flash.
Shin was fully focused on the demon rune, with no other thoughts in his mind. When it came to his craft, Shin was utterly dedicated. About an hour later, Shin smiled as he looked at Zhou Jiruo, her face flushed from holding back.
All done. You can get dressed now. Is it over?
Zhou Jiruo let out a long sigh of relief, then quickly got dressed and left the demon rune chamber.
Women. Always saying one thing but meaning another. Watching Zhou Jiruo's retreating figure, Shin shook his head. There are 7 days left before the cherry blossom falcon seal arrives in China. That gives me just enough time to get the mythical series Hui demon rune tattooed.
Shin made up his mind after all, he'd grown accustomed to being unconscious.
What as 5 days, anyway? He could handle it. Someone, go fetch Tianjin Yuan. Shin ate a Tianyuan fruit to restore his depleted mana. Congratulations, host, Zhou Jiruo's demon rune has awakened.
You have obtained the healing talent Spring Returns to the Earth.
A healing talent. Spring Returns to the Earth. System, why does this talent skill sound a bit suggestive?
The more Shin repeated it, the stranger it felt.
Just as Shin was preparing to inscribe the Hui demon rune on Tianjin Yuan.
At the Zhu family's main gate, someone had placed over a dozen blood-soaked severed heads.
Smack! Dad, why are you hitting me?
Xu Hong clutched his swollen left cheek, staring in disbelief at his furious father.
You know full well that Shin is now close to the Lu family and under their protection. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Do you think that old titan is stupid? Can't even see through a simple trap like this?
You've needlessly cost the family a batch of elite fighters. I'll see how you explain this to your grandfather.
The rage in Zhu Lishan's eyes flared even brighter. Dad!
My brother was just trying to help the family eliminate a future major threat.
Shin has awakened an SSS rank talent.
If he is allowed to develop, he is bound to reach the king stage in the future. That old scoundrel Lu must have recognized this potential, which is why he is betting his own granddaughter on it. Seeing his younger brother about to be punished by their father, Zhu Shi hurriedly stepped in to defend him.
Humph. Use your brain before you act. Learn a thing or two from your older brother. Don't think you're all that just because you came up with a half-baked idea. That Shin is clearly very clever. He knew you were setting a trap, and he played right into it.
Those blood-soaked severed heads at the gate are his blatant mockery of you and of our entire Zhu family. As Zhu Lishan spoke, his anger flared anew, and he slapped Zhu Hong across the face once more.
Dad.
My brother acted on impulse, but his intentions were good. Zhu Shi hurriedly spoke up to defend his younger brother.
Go ahead and protect him.
Zhu Lishan stormed out in a rage. After all, no matter what, Zhu Hong was still his son. As for why He Han-ti demanded a reckoning from the Lu family, it was because Zhu Hong had instigated the trouble both times. Of course, the most important reason was that bastard Titan He was extremely protective of his own.
If he insisted on seeking retribution, he feared it would ruin the Zhu family's long-planned scheme.
Shin, you really deserve to die. Zhu Lishan took a few steps, then turned back to look at the brothers Zhu Shi and Zhu Hong.
You two had better not provoke Shin for the time being. The Three Kingdoms diplomatic missions are about to arrive in Huaxia. Don't give yourselves away and give the Lu family an opening.
As for Shin's matter, we can handle it when the Tianyuan realm opens. I'll contact the other nations. When the time comes in the Tianyuan realm, that will be Shin's doomsday. Dare to oppose my Zhu family, and this is the ultimate fate that awaits you.
With that, Zhu Lishan turned and walked away. Brother, I want to go to the Tianyuan realm.
Zhu Hong watched his father's retreating figure, a dark glint flashing in his eyes.
The Tianyuan realm is incredibly dangerous.
Not only must we guard against others, but there are also some incredibly powerful beasts.
Although we've been exploring the Tianyuan realm for hundreds of years.
Due to the age restriction, all these years, the many nations of Blue Star have only been exploring the outskirts of the Tianyuan realm. After all, because of the age limit, the strength of those who can enter is limited.
Little brother, think this through. The Tianyuan realm is not Huaxia.
Zhu Shi knew his younger brother's temperament well. Even if he tried to stop him now, he would sneak in anyway.
Brother, don't worry. I'm going into the Tianyuan realm just to see how Shin died. Zhu Hong was consumed by rage toward Shin. If Shin Han-ti suddenly appeared, that bitch Luna would already be his. Alright. Zhu Shi nodded. Baobao Mountain Base, Demon Rune Chamber. Minister Shin, you summoned me.
Upon receiving the notification, Tianjin Yuan hurried to the Demon Rune Chamber. For days on end, the archers had done nothing but watch those martial artists show off in front of them.
This had the 100 archers seething with rage.
Some couldn't resist issuing dueling challenges, only to be mercilessly beaten by those martial artists using the power of the Demon Rune. Even Tianjin Yuan, widely recognized as the strongest archer, had been beaten to a pulp by Wang Chang, the leader of those martial artists.
These past few days had been unbearably miserable for the archers.
They dreamed of obtaining the Demon Rune as soon as possible so they could confront those warriors and reclaim their honor. After all, this was a matter of pride for them. So when Tianjin Yuan heard that Shin was going to give him a Demon Rune, he didn't hesitate. He immediately ran forward. He was afraid he'd be too late and someone else would beat him to it.
Tianjin Yuan, Platinum Level 5. Shin looked at Tianjin Yuan, who stood over 2 meters tall, smiled, and nodded.
Tall with long limbs, he was indeed a natural with a bow. But the moment he thought of the mythic series Hoi Demon Rune, he was reminded of his past life, that great nation's Hoi account with 200 king stars. What a pity! Shin sighed wistfully, then turned to Tianjin Yuan and said, "Take off your shirt and lie face down."
Yes.
Without a word, Tianjin Yuan immediately stripped off his shirt, revealing his striking 8-pack abs. But Shin wasn't interested in that. After preparing the dye, he first regulated his breathing, visualizing Hoi's Demon Rune in his mind. The most challenging aspect of the Hoi Demon Rune was the sun-shooting divine bow in his hand.
No matter what happens, you must not move.
When everything was ready, Shin spoke again to remind him.
Rest assured, Minister. I promise not to move until the Demon Rune is complete. Tianjin Yuan took a deep breath, though his heart was pounding wildly. Boom! As the Demon Rune needle in Shin's hand struck the skin, the entire Baobao Mountain shook once more. Chapter 60, Mythology Series Demon Rune Hoi activated. That Demon Rune again.
The crowd looked up toward the Demon Rune Chamber.
Holy shit! Bro Yuan is so badass. The minister actually had the demon rune tattooed on him. The archers erupted in excitement, glaring menacingly at the warriors across from them. Everyone, stay on high alert. We absolutely cannot let anyone disturb the minister. Zhao Gang looked at the 22 Grandmaster stage experts. Now that Titan was in seclusion, Zhao Gang had been left behind as Shen's deputy, responsible for managing all affairs at Baobao Mountain. The group scattered, heading to the 8 peaks to maintain watch. Although the entire 20-mile radius of Baobao Mountain was under surveillance, they still feared that some might slip through the cracks. Time ticked by second by second. Outside the demon rune, Luna, Violet, Zhou Jiruo, and the others waited anxiously. Especially Zhou Jiruo. Originally, she hadn't felt anything romantic toward Shen, but after the demon rune incident, it felt as though a new bond had formed in her heart. As time ticked by, the tribulation clouds above Baobao Mountain grew increasingly dense. What do you think it'll be this time? A shattering tribulation cloud, or perhaps a divine beast like Shaoling or Xiaowu blocking it? Everyone had grown accustomed to tribulation clouds appearing over Baobao Mountain every few days. Now, what piqued their curiosity most was how the clouds would eventually dissipate. This had become a regular spectacle at the Baobao Mountain base. Mana consumption is still quite high, but my stamina is more than enough to sustain it. Shen's forehead was now covered in cold sweat. His mana was being drained rapidly, yet the demon rune needle in his hand descended steadily. If only the healer Zhou Jiruo could restore my mana. Unfortunately, her powers are useless to me while I'm casting demon runes. Shen let out a wry smile. Wait a minute. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck him. I think I have a healing talent too. I'm a healer as well. Healing myself, that should work, right? Damn system, you can't stop me from doing this, can you? The more Shen thought about it, the brighter his eyes shone, and a healing power began to stir within him. Spring returns to the earth. Shen silently chanted in his mind. Instantly, a green light imbued with potent healing energy radiated from his body, enveloping him. Ah! That feels good. No wonder it's a healing talent rewarded by the system. It feels like my whole body is wrapped in a warm, soothing force. My mana is indeed recovering quickly, almost keeping pace with my consumption. Though the energy drain inside me is definitely a bit too fast. Shen felt the changes within his body, yet the demon rune needle in his hand never stopped. Minute by minute, the green light gradually grew fainter, while the storm clouds above Baobao Mountain grew ever thicker. It seems the demon rune ritual is nearly complete. Whenever the storm clouds grew dense and lightning flashed ceaselessly, ready to strike, that was the moment Shen's demon rune would succeed. Crack! The sound of thunder rang out continuously, streaks of lightning darting out from the storm clouds. Is it coming? Boom! A thunderclap echoed across the entire sky above Mount Baobao as a bolt of lightning struck down from the storm. Just then, a massive, indistinct figure appeared, a phantom holding the sun-shooting divine bow. That's a figure holding a giant bow. Is he going to use it to shatter the tribulation clouds? Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with disbelief. Crack! Whoosh! An arrow trailing a trail of light shot forth. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Every bolt of lightning that collided with the arrow shattered completely, including the tribulation clouds in the sky. Holy shit! That shot was fucking awesome. Someone couldn't help but let out a cry of astonishment. Only then did everyone turn their gaze toward the demon rune chamber. They saw Shen, his face pale, staggering as he walked, looking as if he'd just been pulled out of the water. Alang! Are you okay? Luna was the first to rush forward and steady Shen. I shouldn't pass out again. A smile tugged at Shen's lips, and then he collapsed right into Luna's arms. 2 days later, Shen woke up on the large bed in the lounge at the Babaishan base. Alang, you're awake. Luna looked at Shen with concern. Beside him, the white tiger cub, Aura, lay quietly. Ever since she had witnessed the world tree within Shen, her attitude toward him had changed. She no longer referred to herself as the Great Holy Spirit at every turn. Instead, she was genuinely willing to acknowledge Shen as her master. How many days was I unconscious? Shin asked eagerly. 2 days. Luna answered truthfully.
Jiruwa said you fainted because your internal energy was completely depleted.
2 days. A look of delight flashed across Shin's face.
He knew full well that he had fainted because his internal energy had been depleted.
So, as long as I have enough internal energy, I can fully sustain the Mythic Series Demon Rune without fainting.
Then I can use my healing talent, Spring Returns to the Earth, to keep exploiting the system's glitches. Shin was overjoyed every time he inscribed a Mythic Series Demon Rune. It would cause him to faint for several days. Now, as long as he increased his internal energy while boosting his mana, he could easily avoid falling into a coma.
So does that mean my 7 gourd brothers can finally emerge?
Shin had always been curious about the 7 gourd brothers. Every day, he would go to the base of the 7 gourd vines and watch them for over 10 minutes.
When the 7 gourd brothers emerge, I hope they one day call me Grandpa. Shin's mind wandered with all sorts of wild thoughts. System, isn't a time for my rewards? Congratulations, host.
You have obtained the sun shooting divine art.
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained the sun shooting divine bow.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 divine fruit.
Holy shit!
3 rewards. System, you're being way too generous today.
Shin was overjoyed as he listened to the system list out his rewards. I hereby declare that, starting today, you, system, are no longer stingy. You're the most generous of all. Anyone who dares call you stingy will have me to deal with.
System. Whoosh.
A flash of light appeared, and a divine bow filled with an ancient aura and engraved with intricate patterns materialized in Shin's hands.
Is this the divine bow of the sun?
Shin examined it curiously, running his fingers over it repeatedly.
Knock, knock, knock.
Just as Shin was inspecting the divine bow of the sun, a series of knocks sounded at the door.
Come in. Shin's voice was flat as he put the divine bow of the sun away.
Minister, a message has arrived from the leader. The envoys from Sakura, Falcon, and Ian will arrive today. They're asking if you'd like to watch the show.
The visitor was none other than Zhao Gang. Watch the show. Envoys from 3 nations. Shin's interest was piqued.
He disliked every single one of these 3 nations. If he could give them a taste of their own medicine, that would be quite satisfying. The Huaxia nation of Blue Star has long harbored a grudge against these 3 nations. Especially the land of cherry blossoms, which invaded Huaxia a century ago, inflicting immense suffering on the Huaxia people. In recent years, it has continued to provoke Huaxia. Now that I, Shin, have arrived, you can all just wait to be wiped out one by one.
Any land under the sun should rightfully belong to the Chinese nation. Chapter 61, Shin's Plan. China. State Guest House.
The state guest house, which had been brightly lit to welcome foreign guests, was now shrouded in darkness. Even the red carpet and honor guard that should have been in place were nowhere to be seen. At that moment, 3 stretch limousines slowly pulled up to the state guest house.
Mr. Matsui, something feels off to me. It's been far too quiet all the way here.
The first car belonged to the envoys from the land of cherry blossoms. Inside, a middle-aged man turned to look at Matsui Sakiki, the diplomatic ambassador from the land of cherry blossoms.
Humph. Pay it no mind.
Those incompetent cowards in Huaxia are good for nothing but scheming and trickery. Matsui Sakiki had kept his eyes closed, completely oblivious to everything around him.
But Matsui, whenever we visited Huaxia before, we've always been escorted by a welcoming party.
This time, only the airport general manager showed up.
That's just not right. Huaxia has always prided itself on being a nation of etiquette. Acting like this is truly a breach of protocol.
Ono felt that this visit to Huaxia was fraught with problems.
You're overthinking it.
Based on our probing over the past few years, as well as intelligence from their insiders, China has no king-stage powerhouses. The reason the 3 of us have come here is to kill students from their national defense university right in the heart of China, in front of their entire nation. to force them to reveal their weaknesses. Matsui Sakiki suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Over 100 years ago, my ancestors were able to set foot on this land 100 years later, their descendants can do the same. The Chinese are nothing but a bunch of cunning rabbits. As long as we slaughter a large number of them, the rest will behave like docile sheep, and some might even step forward to condemn those rabbits who dare to resist. As for you saying they're rude in my eyes, that is nothing but a sign of cowardice. They're trying to intimidate us first, and then at the banquet later, they go out of their way to curry favor with us. Matsui Sakiki didn't care about any of this in his eyes. Huaxia had already become the cherry blossom nation's prize. Ono said nothing more, instead gazing out at the scene outside. In the two cars behind them, one carried Morta, the envoy from the Republic of India, and the other carried Madeline from the Falcon Kingdom. However, the people from both nations were cursing loudly. Oh, damn it! Isn't Huaxia supposed to be a land of etiquette? Why don't I see a shred of it? Look at that, these yellow-skinned monkeys must be out of power. The state guest house isn't a slum. Madeline let loose with a torrent of abuse. The three luxury cars came to a stop in front of the pitch-black state guest house. There was no one to greet them, nor was there an honor guard. Only a single diplomat stood all alone at the entrance of the state guest house. Humph. Is this how you people in China treat your guests? Matsui Sakiki snorted coldly. Oh my god. Is Huaxia running out of electricity? Why don't we have our Falcon Nation's flash come generate some power for you? Madeline's face betrayed undisguised mockery. So this is the capital of Huaxia? Our Indian capital, Wandri, is 100 times better than yours. Moda looked around with an air of arrogance. Gentlemen, I apologize. China isn't short on electricity, it's just that you've come at the wrong time. The state guest house is currently undergoing renovations, which is why you're seeing this scene. The Chinese diplomat was none other than Xianzhong. Xianzhong was now looking at the three of them with a professional smile. You say the state guest house is under renovation, but what about the person who just went inside? Matsui Sakiki looked toward the entrance of the state guest house, where a man in a suit jacket had just walked in. Oh. That's a staff member from our state guest house. He is just doing his job. Xianzhong glanced back and replied dismissively. A cold glint flashed in Matsui Sakiki's eyes, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. After all, this was China, and he couldn't very well lose his temper here. If the state guest house is out of commission, surely the reception desk across the street isn't under renovation too. Matsui Sakiki and the others turned their gaze to the brightly lit reception desk across the street. I'm truly sorry, but the reception desk across the street just had a burst water pipe. It'll probably take until tomorrow to fix. Xianzhong didn't even glance at the reception desk across the street, he just blurted it out. What about Tianyu Pavilion next door? We haven't eaten yet. Matsui Sakiki's expression darkened. Madeline and Moda nodded in unison. I hear Tianyu Pavilion is fully booked today. Xianzhong thought for a moment, but unable to come up with a plausible excuse, he simply made one up on the spot. Fully booked? Where foreign guests get us the best private room. Matsui Sakiki had already sensed Xianzhong's attitude, so his face was grim. No way. We in Huaxia are a nation of etiquette, how could we possibly do something so rude? Xianzhong shook his head immediately. Then where else can we eat? Matsui was already on the verge of losing his temper. The imperial capital is pretty bustling today, it seems there's nowhere to eat. Xianzhong shrugged, looking helpless. This whole situation had arisen because someone had suggested an idea to the leader, and the leader had agreed to let him proceed with it. The grand imperial capital of Huaxia, surely there must be a single place to eat. Matsui Shiki clenched his fists, his eyes practically shooting fire. This imperial capital of Huaxia is a world apart from our Wandeli. Moda's eyes were filled with scorn and disdain. OMG, my god. This is an absolute disaster of a meeting. China, this shouldn't be happening.
Madeline's expression was exaggerated, her eyes brimming with anger and disappointment. Sorry.
Xianzhong shrugged again, but inwardly he was wondering why Minister Shen had arranged things this way.
Bobo chicken for 1 yuan a skewer. If it's not good, it's free.
1 yuan a skewer pot chicken, 1 yuan a skewer pot chicken. Just as the group stood there, their faces flushed with anger, unsure of what to do next. A rich, enticing aroma drifted over from the distance. An electric tricycle adorned with a flashing neon sign appeared before them. Bobo chicken. Matsui Shiki's gaze was drawn to the electric tricycle. Especially that incredibly tempting aroma, which made his mouth water.
That Bobo chicken smells so good. Emoda and Madeline's attention was also captured.
Mainly because they'd been on a plane for several hours and were simply too exhausted. All of them were masters or above in their respective fields. They could have flown here if they wanted to. But as ambassadors of their respective countries, they didn't want to look so disheveled.
Minister Shen.
When Xianzhong recognized Shen, the man driving the tricycle, his eyes widened in surprise.
Humph. You, Xianzhong, didn't you say there was nothing to eat? Then we'll have this Bobo chicken today. I know full well that the best Chinese cuisine comes from the street.
Matsui Shiki didn't wait for Xianzhong to speak. He walked straight up to Shen.
Hey, pot chicken vendor. We want some pot chicken. Chapter 62, Never Betray China. Oh. Foreign friends.
Who'd have thought that a simple pot chicken vendor like me could actually earn some foreign exchange? Shen was dressed in plain clothes, with even a few grease stains on his pants.
Young man, you're doing great, really great. Matsui Sakiki turned around and shot Xianzhong a defiant glance.
Xianzhong remained expressionless, but when he locked eyes with Shen, his face twitched involuntarily. Although he hadn't had much contact with Shen, he heard that Minister Shen was no pushover.
Looking at the various snacks on the electric tricycle, giving off a rich aroma, Xianzhong couldn't help but shudder. Minister Shen, you aren't going to poison the pot chicken, are you? Young man, this pot chicken looks delicious. Just serve me whatever you think is best. Money is no object. Matsui Shiki was very pleased with Shen's attitude. Sure thing.
Esteemed guest who has traveled all this way, I guarantee that once you taste my pot chicken, you'll remember this flavor for the rest of your life. Shen smiled with utmost sincerity. He genuinely wanted these people to eat as much as possible.
You're great. Here's a tip.
Matsui Shiki pulled a 100 yuan Huaxian note from his pocket and, right in front of Xianzhong, dropped it into the cash box beside him.
Do you have any curry-flavored ones? I prefer the curry kind. Emoda was equally drawn in by the aroma. We do. Of course we do. We absolutely have to have curry-flavored ones.
Shen sneered inwardly, but his face remained warm and welcoming.
Oh buddy, give me extra meat. Madeline ordered a generous portion of meat. No problem.
Shen nodded, of course, and began preparing the dishes to their tastes. Though, naturally, he added a generous helping of special seasoning to every ingredient in front of him. In his previous life, right outside the entrance to Shen's Demon Rune shop, there was a street vendor who specialized in selling pot chicken.
Over time, after eating and watching so much, he picked up the knack. Oh buddy, this pot chicken is really good, even better than our steaks. Madeline gave Shen a thumbs up while munching on chicken wings. It's really good.
These curry-flavored potatoes are delicious.
Not bad, not bad. If you like it, have some more.
Shen kept serving them, and seeing them eat with such relish made him incredibly happy.
Go ahead and eat your fill. I hope you'll still be able to stand up tomorrow. Shen gave a cold smile. Xianzhongjuan, we've taken care of the food ourselves, but what about lodging?
Matsui Sakiki rubbed his stomach, which was feeling a bit full, and looked at Xianzhong.
Sorry. It's already 9:30 p.m. My shift is over. As for your accommodations, my company will make arrangements tomorrow. With that, Xianzhong turned and walked away.
leaving the three envoys standing there, staring at each other in disbelief.
Humph. What does Huaxia mean by this? They're looking down on us. Emoda rubbed his bloated stomach, savoring the lingering flavor of the curry-spiced chicken. Humph. China is afraid. They're actually trying to intimidate us with this kind of show of force.
Matsui Sakiki stared at Qian Zhong's retreating back, his eyes filled with a contempt that seemed to see right through everything.
Aren't they afraid of our Flash and Hulk? Madeline's expression was equally grim.
Humph. Once the exchange matches begin, have your people go all out, don't spare the Huaxia team any face.
Matsui Sakiki's face was dark with malice. Agreed. Those damned bastards. Madeline and Emoda nodded in unison. But what should we do now? Emoda looked at Matsui Sakiki and Madeline.
Of the three nations, the three kingdoms of Yin were the weakest.
Don't worry.
I'll contact someone who can arrange suitable accommodations for us.
Matsui Sakiki pulled out an extremely unusual phone and dialed a number. Minister Shin, what on earth did you put in their food?
Just as he rounded a corner, Chen Zhong spotted Shin.
Nothing special.
Just 10 times the usual dose of laxatives. A cold smile curled at the corner of Shin's mouth, though his eyes were filled with murderous intent.
If friends came, there would naturally be fine wine and delicious food. But if enemies came, the only thing waiting for them was a hunting rifle. Shin had reinforced his squad precisely to eliminate every single genius from the nations daring to come to China and provoke them. Consider it just a little down payment. Bobayish and base. Xiaolang, how did it go? Sean smiled as he watched Shin return. I added a bit extra to their food.
They probably won't be sleeping tonight, they might be stuck in bed for a few days.
Today's plan was entirely Shin's spur-of-the-moment idea, intended to teach those foreign envoys a lesson.
He hadn't expected Sean to agree so readily, though.
Humph.
That's the price they deserve to pay.
Sean snorted coldly. Oh, right.
Those people I assigned the small rejuvenation pills to last time have already broken through to become Grandmaster stage powerhouses. They're all in the conference room now and will follow the Genesis faction's orders from now on.
Sean hadn't expected that Shin's arrival could so rapidly change the number of top-tier powerhouses in China.
Especially the Grandmaster stage experts, their numbers had increased by 97 in such a short time.
97 Grandmaster stage experts, that was no small force. On Blue Star, they could easily sweep away any small nation.
In the conference room, 75 newly promoted Grandmaster stage experts sat quietly. Among them were both men and women, ranging from their 60s to their 40s. They were undoubtedly China's current elite combatants.
Greetings, leader. Greetings, Minister Shin.
As Shin and Sean entered the conference room, the 75 Grandmaster stage experts rose as one. Each of them gazed at Shin with eyes brimming with excitement. They knew it was Shin who had made it possible for them to break through to the Grandmaster stage so effortlessly. Shin walked straight to the head of the table here. He was Minister Shin. Sean looked at the crowd and said, "From the moment you consumed the Xiaohuan Dan, you have become members of the Genesis faction. The Genesis faction is the most core and most confidential department of our Huaxia.
Members of the Genesis faction must fully obey Minister Shin's orders. Anyone who dares to disobey will be dealt with as a traitor. Any disclosure of Genesis faction information will likewise be treated as treason." Sean's gaze was unyieldingly stern.
From the very moment he and Titan had discussed establishing the Genesis faction, they had decided to entrust all authority over the Genesis faction to Shin. The two of them were cultivating Shin as the future successor of China.
We will certainly follow Minister Shin's arrangements.
The crowd stood ramrod straight, their eyes fixed on the young Shin. Joining the Genesis faction is permitted, but the Genesis faction has only one rule: you must never betray China.
Otherwise, you will be hunted down, no matter how far you flee.
Shin's gaze was icy as he scanned the room, locking eyes with each person. Though his rank was lower than theirs, bolstered by the aura of a conqueror, he exuded the dignity of a superior.
Never betray Huaxia. Never betray Huaxia. Never betray Huaxia. The crowd chanted in unison. Chapter 63, The 99 Unrivaled Generals Lu Fengxian. Bastard. Damn you, you piece of shit. Don't let me catch that bastard, or I'll slice his ass open. Oh no. That feeling is coming back. Inside a relatively upscale hotel. Matsui Sakiki, Mota, and Madeline had already run back and forth to the restroom at least 10 times. But that urge to have diarrhea hadn't subsided. If anything, it was getting worse. Food safety in China is worse than the Ganges back home. That damn bastard must have used food soaked in sewage. Emoda was pale as a sheet, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. The group spent the entire night running back and forth until dawn, when the sensation finally subsided. But after all that turmoil, they were practically unrecognizable. Especially their anuses, which were practically about to tear off. If they weren't such powerful individuals, they would have passed out long ago. Achoo! Holy shit! That fucking bastard is cursing at me. Don't let me catch you, or else, ha ha ha! Shin was in a good mood today, so he decided not to go to school. Instead, he planned to bestow demon runes on the remaining archers. Previously, due to mana limitations, his progress with the demon runes had been slow. The next batch of soldiers was about to arrive, so he wanted to finish inscribing this batch as quickly as possible. Then, using the system rewards, he would continue to produce Grandmaster stage powerhouses for China. The way to boost Huaxia's overall strength in a short time was to elevate its high-end combat capabilities. From top to bottom, deliver a dimension-lowering strike to every nation on Blue Star. When the enemy sends a battalion, we'll deploy 100 Grandmaster stage powerhouses and crush them with sheer force. That kind of dimension-lowering strike was exactly what Shin wanted to see. When the archers learned that Shin was going to give them demon runes, they all began to get excited. Shin planned to inscribe the demon rune of Lubu, the peerless warrior, onto the archers. Those with good aptitude might even be able to learn Lubu's melee skills. Such archers would be both archers and martial artists, overcoming the inherent disadvantage of archers in close combat. The first batch of archers numbered 100. Excluding Tianjin Yuan, who had been inscribed with the mythic Tier Hoi demon rune, there were 99 remaining. This group had been hand-picked by Titan, so they were all at the platinum stage. With the aid of the healing skill Spring Returns to the Earth, Shin went all out. From morning until night, Shin remained in the demon rune chamber, spending most of his time inscribing the demon rune of Lubu, the peerless warrior, onto the archers. As night fell, Shin finally finished inscribing the Lubu demon rune onto the last archer. By then, however, his face was deathly pale, and his arms felt as heavy as lead. He couldn't even lift them. After all, completing 99 demon runes in a single day would wear out even a man of iron. Alang, are you okay? Luna stepped forward and supported him with concern. I'm fine. My arms are just a little sore. Shin raised his hand to indicate his arms. Let me massage them for you. Luna hurriedly brought over a recliner, had Shin lie down, and began massaging his slightly numb arms. Just then, Zhou Zhiruo walked over from a distance. Zhiruo, you're here. Shin glanced at her, his eyes brimming with amusement. Zhou Zhiruo didn't say a word, but her face flushed slightly. She cast a glance at Luna, then sent a beam of green light directly toward Shin. Ah! That feels good. Though it would be even better if you could massage my shoulders while healing me at the same time, Zhiruo. Shin closed his eyes and leaned back comfortably in the lounge chair. Hearing Shin's words, Zhou Zhiruo's face suddenly flushed. In the past, she might have turned and walked away. But today, she didn't leave. Instead, she extended her slender, fair hands and placed them on Shin's shoulders, gently massaging them. Brother Lang, so you're here. Just then, a seductive yet delighted voice rang out as Lin Na, wearing a leopard print miniskirt, ran over. Brother Lang, let me massage your legs for you. Lin Na crouched right beside Shin and began massaging his legs. In the distance, Su Qingya saw this scene, furrowed her brow, hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked away. So comfortable. Life is like this, so comfortable. Shin mused to himself for a moment,
then opened the system.
Hey, system, don't you have any other, more advanced ways to draw prizes? This 99 draw streak, it's not going to be another 99 minor rejuvenation pills, is it?
Having just finished engraving 99 peerless warriors Lubu, he hadn't forgotten to draw his prizes.
Host is currently a junior rune crafter. The next rank is intermediate rune crafter.
Once you reach intermediate rune crafter, the system's prize draw will upgrade, and even better rewards will appear.
Holy shit! It really happened. Intermediate rune crafter.
Shin hurriedly opened the system panel and looked at his rune crafter section. Rune crafter level, beginner 208-1000 intermediate demon runes. Upgrading to intermediate rune crafter only requires 1,000 demon runes.
Looks like I need to speed things up.
Shin silently made up his mind, then spoke up, System, I want 99 consecutive draws.
Draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 99 small rejuvenation pills. I fucking knew it would be like this.
Sometimes, even when you know the outcome, you still can't help but get your hopes up. It's like a lottery drawing. You know you're not the jackpot winner, but you still hope to win a prize. 99 minor rejuvenation pills, so be it. Shin immediately called Sean and told him to come pick up the pills. Shin planned to mass-produce Grandmaster stage warriors and form a Grandmaster Legion. When the time came, they would sweep across the entire Blue Star. The land of cherry blossoms, the 3 nations of India, the land of the falcon, all of them would be crushed by his Grandmaster Legion. This would prevent casualties among the rest of the Chinese people. The common folk of China are precious. Shin would feel the pain of losing even a single one.
Xiao Lang, you called me.
Sean soon appeared at the Babaishan base.
Grandpa Xiao, here are 99 small rejuvenation pills. Take them and handle the arrangements.
Shin was straightforward, holding a white plastic bag. He handed it directly to Sean.
99 small rejuvenation pills. Sean visibly froze, clearly taken aback.
He hadn't expected Shin to have procured so many small rejuvenation pills so quickly. Of course, he wouldn't ask Shin where he'd gotten them.
Xiao Lang, these small rejuvenation pills are top-notch. If possible, try to get more.
Sean was shrewd. He naturally understood the benefits these small rejuvenation pills would bring to Huaxia.
As long as there were enough Grandmaster stage experts, Blue Star would speak with one voice.
And that voice would be Huaxia's.
All opponents would be crushed underfoot.
Sean's ambition burned fiercely within him, and the look he gave Shin was as though he were gazing upon a priceless treasure.
Chapter 64, The Pact with the White Tiger. Divine Beast Aura. Oh, right, Xiao Lang. If you have time, could you also inscribe a demon rune for Ares?
That kid gets bullied by that Lu family brat every single day. He has begged me and his sister for help more than once.
Sean thought of something and let out a wry smile. No problem. Send that little guy Ares over. Shen nodded.
He could imagine that, given Lu Rukan's temperament, Ares must have taken quite a beating. After Sean left, Shen walked alone to the gourd vine bearing 7 small gourds. Watching the little gourd swing in the breeze, Shen reached out and touched the largest one. He hesitated, unsure whether he should release gourd right now.
If I let him out, what am I supposed to do if he starts calling me Grandpa? But we're not even married yet. Just then, the little gourd Shin was touching seemed to sense something and trembled slightly. Little gourd, you want to come out, don't you?
A thought struck Shin, and before he knew it, he asked cautiously.
Thump, thump.
Whether it was the wind or the little gourd truly understood Shin's words, it actually tapped his palm twice.
Phew.
Just then, a fluffy little white tiger suddenly appeared on Shin's shoulder.
How could you bear to leave the world tree and come out?
Shen was a bit surprised. Ever since Aura first saw the world tree begin to grow, she had been clinging to its side, except when she came out to eat meat.
You weak human, what do you know?
The world tree grew from a single chaos seed during the dawn of chaos, and it contains chaos mana within. Training by its side allows me to absorb a small amount of chaos mana, which is of great help to me. Aura looked down on Shen's ignorance, but deep in her eyes, she was filled with envy toward him.
Ignorant human.
You're so lucky. When the world tree matures, you have no idea how great the benefits will be. Aura glanced at Shin's profile, then looked at the small gourd in his hand. I never expected that on this barren planet, a plant spirit with even a shred of sentience could emerge. Aura stared at the small gourd for a few moments before speaking. Wait a minute. What is chaos mana? And you're saying this little gourd has already developed sentience? Shin seemed to have heard some earth-shattering news. Chaos mana, of course he knew what it was after all, he'd read so many novels on tomato literature. Ignorant human. Aura was both exasperated and amused. Exasperated by Shin's ignorance, amused that such an ignorant person harbored within him the world tree from the ancient era, one rumored to have been destroyed by gods and demons. And she, the proud tiger of the heavenly spirit lineage, had now become his beast companion. To her, this was nothing short of a colossal irony. However, what surprised her most was Shin's mastery of the demon rune. Though seemingly simple, the demon rune's intricate patterns contained a trace of the laws of the Tao. Though faint, she as a holy spirit of the white tiger lineage could naturally sense it. This was one of the reasons she was willing to remain by Shin's side as his beast companion. At the dawn of creation, the chaos source, the purest primordial energy between heaven and earth, contained the laws of the cosmos, making it incredibly mysterious and powerful. If an ordinary person could absorb even a trace of it, they would live to be 100 years old, free from illness and disease. But chaos mana is far too powerful for ordinary people to handle. Only cultivators like us can absorb it. Though Aura inwardly rolled her eyes, she still explained it to Shin. As for plant spirits, they are plants that have developed sentience through prolonged absorption of the moon's spiritual energy. However, these 7 little gourds were quite fortunate. Although this planet is in the age of declining magic, the 8 Treasures Mountain is a natural gathering place for spiritual energy. That is why they were able to develop a modicum of sentience. However, the spiritual energy on this planet is sparse. It's simply not enough for all 7 of them to develop powerful sentience in a short time, nor is it enough for them to take human form. Unless a tremendous stroke of luck occurs, it will take at least 100 years before they can take human form. Aura gazed at the 7 little gourds swaying in the wind, a look of regret flashing in her eyes. Not enough spiritual energy. The age of decline. They cannot take human form. Shin silently repeated these 12 words, a sinister smile curving his lips. In that case, I've made up my mind. I'll bring these little gourds into the world. What? Aura froze, staring at Shin in surprise. Little one, how about we make a bet? If I can bring these 7 gourds into the world and transform them into human form, you'll be my mount. How about I ride you? Shin's tone was strange, reminiscent of a creepy uncle trying to trick a little girl into giving him candy. Humph. You aren't planning to use that bizarre demon rune of yours to make these gourds, which have only just begun to develop a modicum of sentience, take human form, are you? Although your demon rune is indeed bizarre and contains the power of the Tao, what they lack is vast spiritual energy and that fleeting, subtle opportunity found in the heavens and earth. It's simply not something a few demon runes can solve. Aura shot Shin a disdainful glance. So, do you dare to bet? If you lose, you'll just have to be my mount. I've never ridden a white tiger in my life. I'd love to give it a try. Shin's smile didn't waver. Humph. And if you lose, what will you give me? Aura held her snow-white head high, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. I see you like the world tree. If I lose, how about I give you the world tree? Shin knew you had to be willing to make a sacrifice to catch a wolf, so he went straight for what she wanted. The world tree is a divine treasure of heaven and earth. How can I just give it away like that? I don't need the whole world tree, just a single branch will do. The world tree was a divine treasure of heaven and earth, possessing its own spirit. Aura was well aware of this. So, does that mean you agree? At that moment, Shin couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his lips. Of course. I am the pride of the Holy Spirit lineage. I would never go back on my word. Aura nodded firmly. In her mind, she was already imagining Shin giving her a branch of the world tree. Once I refine just a single branch, my white tiger divine body will surpass my father's.
When I appear before my father again, I'll definitely give him a shock.
Aura reveled in these fantasies, her lips curving into a grin that revealed her sharp, white teeth. As expected, children without parents by their side are the easiest to deceive. Shin's scheme had succeeded, and he couldn't have been happier. Who in this world could be more valiant than him, riding the divine white tiger and commanding the world?
Chapter 65, The Demon Rune Gourd.
After making a wager with the divine white tiger Aura, Shin left the gourd vine and ordered his men to seal off the area. Next, he returned directly to his room and began frantically absorbing crystals to replenish his depleted energy. To recover his body as quickly as possible, he summoned Jiruo into his room.
Jiruo, it's up to you.
Shin looked at Jiruo with utter sincerity, until her cheeks flushed red.
Don't worry. I'll give it my all.
Although Jiruo didn't know what Shin was up to or why he was in such a hurry to recover. Under his gaze, her heart pounded wildly, as if a little deer were colliding wildly inside her.
Jiruo, I knew you cared about me.
Shin gazed at Jiruo with an incredibly tender look.
We're on the same team, don't read too much into it.
Jiruo lowered her head, her voice stumbling slightly.
Oh. Is that so?
Shin feigned a look of utter disappointment, lowering his head to fiddle with the crystals in his hand. Playing hard to get, Shin considered himself a romantic rogue. Seeing Shin's dejected expression, Jiruo didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a surge of panic. She was afraid Shin would get angry.
Actually, it's not just because we're teammates.
Jiruo blushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
Then what is it?
Shin feigned ignorance, wearing a look of genuine confusion.
It's because.
Jiruo usually carried herself with an aloof demeanor. Some things were simply too hard for her to say.
Is it because you feel sorry for me? Shin once again put on a pitiful act.
But as he watched Jiruo's expression, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In his past life, he'd read his fair share of those legendary books on picking up women. Take The Language of Body Language, for instance. He'd learned a great deal from it. Jiruo felt a surge of anxiety, yet still couldn't bring herself to say those words.
Jiruo, do you know?
From the very first day I saw you, I knew you were different from everyone else. Shin suddenly stood up and grabbed Jiruo's delicate hand.
What's different about me?
Jiruo blushed shyly and instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but Shin held it tightly. Your aura is unique, like a blood lotus on a high mountain, pure and pristine, something to be admired from afar but never profaned. As Shin spoke, his hand kept caressing and playing with Jiruo's slender, jade-like hands.
Jiruo's face flushed even deeper. Jiruo, may I kiss you?
Shin sensed the moment had come and slowly lowered his head, drawing closer to Jiruo. They were now very close, their breaths brushing against each other's faces. Seeing Shin draw nearer and nearer, Jiruo nervously closed her eyes, yet she did not step back to avoid him.
This is it. Shin's heart leapt with joy.
Without further hesitation, he pressed his lips firmly against Jiruo's, then pulled her tightly into his embrace. Jiruo's movements were awkward. She relied entirely on Shin to lead her.
From light to deep.
From a fleeting touch to a passionate, self-forgetful embrace. On the white bed, a green glow enveloped the two of them, shielding them from prying eyes. All that could be heard were the rhythmic creaks of the bed and the occasional moans of pleasure.
The next day, when Shin woke up feeling refreshed, Jiruo was already gone.
However, a crimson stain on the snow-white sheets revealed just how intense last night's encounter had been.
Humans really are weak and frail.
Whoosh! A flash of light passed by.
Aura cast a sidelong glance at Shin's lower body, then vanished into a beam of white light.
What do you mean, weak and frail humans?
What do you, a white tiger, know? I'm actually really strong, okay?
Shin's previously good mood vanished instantly. After all, he was a man. Being called weak was bound to make him furious.
Baobao Mountain Base, central area, beneath the gourd vines.
Shin watched the 7 small gourds swaying in the breeze, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes. The target of his demon rune today was none other than the gourd among the 7 gourd. He planned to bestow demon runes upon the 7 gourd in order, helping them take human form. Little white tiger, don't forget our wager.
Shin glanced at Aura, who was curled up in Luna's arms.
Humph. Aura snorted coldly, refusing to even look at Shin.
Seal off the entire area.
No matter what you see later, do not disturb us. Shin's expression suddenly turned grave as he turned directly to Zhao Gang and gave his orders.
Yes.
After Zhao Gang nodded, dozens of Grandmaster stage experts surrounded the area, sealing it off completely. This was the first time Shin had ever inscribed a demon rune onto a vessel hanging from a tree, and it was a small gourd. Looking at the single red leaf at the base of the gourd, Shin knew this was the gourd among the 7 gourds. The small gourd, crowned with a single red leaf, possessed immense strength and could transform into a gigantic form truly formidable. Shin stared at the gourd before him, slightly larger than the others, his gaze slowly growing calm. Every time he inscribed a demon rune, he gave it his all. This was the self-discipline of a rune crafter.
Gourd. Gourd. Once you're born, don't call me Grandpa.
Shin muttered under his breath, then picked up the demon rune needle in his hand. In his mind, Gourd's demon rune became crystal clear, just like the cartoon he used to watch as a child.
Gourd, gourd. 7 gourds on a single vine. A tiny vine is my home. La 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 la.
Ding dong 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 ding dong. The theme song from Gourd's childhood echoed in Shin's mind.
It's so catchy. Way too catchy.
Shin shook his head, refocused his attention, and began to drop the demon rune needle in his hand.
Boom! The moment the demon rune needle hit the ground, the entire Baobao mountain trembled.
Everyone gasped in shock, for the tremor was far too intense. Could he really be able to? Aura's eyes widened as she jumped up from Luna's side. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds began to gather above Baobao Mountain.
The once clear sky slowly grew dim.
Shin was now completely immersed in the demon rune, carefully etching it onto the gourd one stroke at a time, following the image of gourd in his mind. Time passed slowly, and Mount Baobao grew darker and darker.
Everyone watched in utter astonishment. This commotion seems even bigger than the previous ones. What on earth is the minister doing to those 7 little gourds? How could it cause such a huge disturbance?
Everyone was filled with confusion, but only Aura knew that she had likely already lost.
It must be that scoundrel. He set me up. He could have helped those 7 little gourds take human form, yet he deliberately made me bet against him.
Only then did Aura realize what had happened. Her furry little tiger face wore an expression of utter grievance.
Chapter 66, Another Batch of New Mages.
This gourd really drains a lot of mana, more than any other Hoi demon rune. Good thing I have the healing talent Spring Returns to the Earth, otherwise I'd be in big trouble this time.
Shen's forehead was covered in cold sweat.
As the mana accompanied the demon rune needle, it poured out like a burst dam, flooding into the little gourd before him. The previously motionless little gourd seemed to emit a wave of joyful emotion upon contact with Shin's mana.
It's absorbing my mana. Was that emotional fluctuation from the gourd? Shin felt his mana consumption growing ever greater.
It wasn't just the demon rune draining him, even the small gourd before him was devouring it.
This is bad.
Startled, Shin hurriedly accelerated the demon rune's progress. If he continued at this rate, he might not last until the end. He would run out of mana, causing the demon rune to fail and suffer a backlash.
This can't go on.
Shin gritted his teeth. His years of experience with the demon rune proved invaluable in this moment. The demon rune needles fell rapidly, and the gourd's form grew increasingly clear. At the same time, the emotions emanating from the gourd grew ever more intense.
Is this the process of life's creation?
The emotions emanating from the small gourd were subtle yet profound. It felt as though Shin were personally crafting a life with his own hands. Just as Shin continued to inscribe the demon rune onto the gourd, Shan arrived at the Baobao mountain base aboard a high-speed train. Also on the train were 100 mages, the latest recruits selected from the military.
Leader, where are we?
Leading the 100 mages was a strikingly beautiful woman with a heroic bearing.
Her name was Gaoya.
Before arriving at the Babaishan base, she held the rank of major, just like Wang Chengtian and Jin Yuan. This is the Babaishan base. From the moment you were transferred out of the military, you became members of the Genesis faction.
Shauna's tone was solemn. Genesis faction. Galya was utterly perplexed.
Despite her relatively high rank in the military, this was the first time she had ever heard of the Genesis faction.
The Genesis faction is the very foundation of our nation. As long as the Genesis faction exists, our nation will rise and no one can stop us.
Whenever Sean spoke of the Genesis faction, the image of a young figure flashed before his eyes, causing a faint smile to involuntarily touch his lips.
The core foundation of China, an unstoppable rise.
Galya grew even more puzzled, and her gaze began to scan the surroundings.
The place was completely empty, not a single soul in sight. Is this the core of China and the hope for rise the leader spoke of?
Galya was skeptical, and the others exchanged bewildered glances as well.
Ha ha. Your minister Shin is currently in the midst of something big. Let us go join the fun.
Sean, of course, knew exactly what this group of newcomers was thinking.
He then led the way with a smile. Leader.
Just then, Zhao Gang ran over from a distant passageway.
What's the situation? Sean asked urgently. It's different from the last few times. I have no idea what Minister Shin is up to.
Zhao Gang gave a wry smile. Shin's secrets were beyond his understanding.
Let us go check it out.
Sean ignored the growing restlessness behind him and followed Zhao Gang forward.
Galya glanced at the brightly lit rooms, each one empty of people, and her confusion deepened. What a mysterious Genesis faction! And what a mysterious Minister Shin!
Galya began to feel a growing curiosity toward Minister Shin of the Genesis faction, whom she had yet to meet. The group continued forward, and before long, they spotted a crowd of people looking out.
So many Grandmaster stage experts.
The moment Galya got a clear look at the crowd, she froze in shock. Because the group in front of her who were gathered around something she couldn't see all radiated a terrifying aura. There must be nearly 100 Grandmaster stage experts. When did Huaxia produce such a group of masters?
Galya was utterly shocked, and the mages behind her were just as stunned. Overwhelmed by the overwhelming aura, they dared not move forward. Look at the sky outside.
Just then, a mage who had just arrived let out a startled cry as he looked up at the sky.
It's only 5 in the afternoon. Why is it completely dark outside? The newly arrived group of mages erupted into chaos. Shoo! Newcomers, stop making a scene. If you disturb Minister Shin, you won't be able to take the blame.
A Grandmaster stage expert frowned and couldn't help but turn around to rebuke them angrily.
Senior, what is going on here? Why are so many people gathered here? Galya's curiosity reached its peak.
Sean had pushed his way to the front as soon as they arrived, leaving only the newly arrived rookies still in a daze.
Don't speak. Just watch quietly.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the Grandmaster stage expert immediately turned his head to look at the pitch-black sky, clearly unwilling to say more.
Galya felt increasingly puzzled, yet her anticipation grew. She, too, looked up at the pitch-black sky. Crack!
Just then, a bolt of lightning sliced through the dark clouds.
It's coming!
Watching the Grandmaster stage powerhouse, who was visibly thrilled, Galya and the 99 mages behind her all had huge question marks floating above their heads.
Rumble, rumble. Crack, crack.
Rounds of thunder and flashes of lightning rang out one after another. The dark clouds in the sky were sinking lower and lower, as if a massive black millstone were crashing down toward the ground.
Can I hold on much longer?
Shin was still engrossed in the demon rune, but his mana was nearly depleted under the dual strain. At this moment, the gourd demon rune had only the red leaf at the mouth of the small gourd remaining atop the gourd's head.
Daddy! Just then, a faint voice echoed in Shin's mind. Who's there? Who's speaking?
Shin jumped in fright, nearly breaking the demon rune needle in his hand.
Daddy! Daddy! It's me! At that moment, the little gourd before Shin trembled gently. Then, a gentle force emanated from the gourd and flowed back toward Shin. Daddy, this is primordial essence. Hurry up and absorb it. The gourd's voice sounded a bit anxious. This was because Shin had refused its offering. Shin had refused because he sensed that this primordial essence was vital to the gourd. When that primordial essence surged toward Shin, he could clearly feel the little gourd grow much weaker. Shin said nothing, but instead mustered what little strength he had left to send that primordial essence back into the little gourd. This action made his face grow even paler. Yet the demon rune needle in his hand never stopped. Daddy, are you okay? Little gourd's voice was filled with concern. He wanted to give Shin that primordial essence again, even though it was vital to him as well. I'm fine. Don't worry. To prevent the little gourd from giving him any more innate essence, Shin communicated with him mentally using what little mana he had left. Daddy, is that true? The little gourd's voice was utterly innocent. It's true. Shin's face paled a few shades more, but fortunately, the demon rune was nearly complete. Chapter 67, You Are All Mom. Crack. The moment Shin's final needle struck its mark, the storm clouds in the sky erupted violently. As for Shin, the instant that needle landed, he fell into a deep unconsciousness. Daddy, what's wrong with you? A frantic cry rang out. Break open. A voice, incredibly childlike, echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Crack. A sound of shattering echoed. The gourd, which had been hanging from the vine, split right down the middle. Then, a chubby, pale, bare-bottomed toddler burst out from inside, instantly transforming into a child of 3 or 4 years old. His tiny body dashed straight toward Shin. Daddy, are you okay? The little boy kept pushing Shin with his hands, shouting Daddy, as he did so. But Shin had long since lost consciousness. There was no way he could get up. Boom! Just then, a clap of thunder rang out. It must be you who's bullying Daddy. The child suddenly looked up at the thick storm clouds in the sky. Daddy, I'll help you get revenge. The little boy picked Shin up, ran quickly to the side, and set him down. Then he returned to the gourd vine, picked up the small gourd that had just split in two, and pressed the halves together. A flash of light appeared, and the two halves instantly fused into one. Then the child placed the small gourd on top of his head. Another flash of light appeared, and the gourd seemed to grow right out of the child's head. Dare to bully Dad, and I'll smash you to pieces. Behind the child, gourd's demon rune burst into a dazzling glow, instantly illuminating the entire central area of Bao Mountain. At the same time, it allowed everyone to see clearly exactly what had happened. Where did that chubby little kid come from? Look, there's a little gourd on top of his head. He didn't just come out of a gourd, did he? Look, there used to be 7 gourds, but now there are only 6. It really does look like he came out of a gourd. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the little child in the center, radiating light from head to toe. Holy shit! Minister Shin really does have connections everywhere. He actually managed to make a child grow out of a gourd. Someone couldn't help but let out a gasp, though the tone of that exclamation sounded a bit off. Especially to the ears of Luna Violet, Zhou Zhirua, and the other women present. It's because of the demon rune's power. Luna's expression darkened. There's only that child in the center. Where is Minister Shin? At that moment, someone finally realized they hadn't seen Minister Shin anywhere in the central area. Where is Minister Shin? He seems to be unconscious. Someone spotted Shin lying unconscious on the ground by the stone wall. Alang! 3 cries of alarm rang out simultaneously. Luna, Violet, and Zhou Zhirua all rushed toward Shin at once. Whoosh! Luna's demonic wings flapped behind her, propelling her to top speed. Damn it! Violet frowned, forced to stop. Zhou Zhirua, on the other hand, felt quite uncomfortable running. Although she hadn't achieved the feat of 7 times in one night last night, she'd been just a hair's breadth away. So for Zhou Zhirua, this was a mix of pain and pleasure. I sense Dad's aura. Xiao Haodong glanced at Luna approaching Shin, but he didn't stop her. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Giant strength skill. The little boy roared, and the light radiating from his body grew even more intense. The next second, a massive, cartoon-style Gorge Phantom appeared in the sky. The gigantic Gorge Phantom, with its hands raised toward the heavens, held up the storm clouds. It let the thunder and lightning strike its body without flinching. What is that? Everyone stared at the colossal figure of the gourd, their eyes wide with shock. Especially the group of newcomers who had just arrived. They stood frozen in place, gazing in utter disbelief. Could this have something to do with Minister Shun? A strange thought suddenly crossed Gao Ye's mind. If so, Minister Shun is truly terrifying. Open up! A voice, incredibly childish, bellowed. The massive gourd-s phantom form tore the clouds apart with both hands. Crack! A thunderous roar echoed as the storm clouds in the sky were instantly split in two, then slowly faded away, revealing the sky's original state. Immediately after that childish roar, the massive gourd phantom slowly shrank and faded, eventually dissolving into specks of spiritual light that sank into the little boy's body. Daddy! The little boy glanced at the 6 remaining small gourds, then ran toward Shin, his bottom bare. Ziruo, healing spell. Luna cradled Shin in her arms and looked at Zhou Jiruo. All right. Zhou Jiruo's eyes brimmed with tenderness as a green light enveloped Shin. Daddy! Just then, the bare-bottomed little boy ran over. Then, 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other in wide-eyed astonishment. You are all mommy. The naked little boy looked left and right before speaking, his voice incredibly childish. Luna, Violet, and Zhou Jiruo all froze, and even the green light healing Shin vanished. The 3 exchanged glances, and finally, Violet stood up, scooped the little boy into her arms, and wrapped him in her outer garment. What are you staring at? Hurry up and save Alang. Violet shot Zhou Jiruo and Luna a stern look. The 2 finally snapped out of it, though they still cast a strange glance at the little boy. Mommy! That single word struck a chord deep within their hearts. Although one was holding Shin and the other was treating his wounds, their eyes were still drawn to the adorable little boy. Why are you calling us mommy? Violet held the little boy in her arms, feeling a bit puzzled. Because mom has Dad's scent on her, the little boy answered innocently. Dad's scent. Violet looked at Shin, who was still unconscious in Luna's arms. Jerk! Violet muttered under her breath, but she still held the little boy close. Dad, wake up. A day later, Shin was roused by a child's shrill cry. That little brat is so rude, disturbing my sleep. Shin didn't open his eyes. Instead, he rolled over and went back to sleep under the covers. Whoosh! Daddy, stop sleeping. The sun's already shining on your butt. It's shameful for a grown man to sleep in. Just as Shin was about to drift back to sleep, the blanket covering him was yanked off. Who's there? Give me a reason not to smack you right now. Shin's temper flared, and he snapped his eyes open. But before he could get a clear look, a small figure plopped right into his arms. Plopped right into his arms. Thud. Shin felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was knocked backward onto the bed, but now he was holding a chubby little boy. Chapter 68, Special Demon Rune Beast Arm Rune. You're gourd. Shin's eyes widened as he locked gazes with the incredibly cute little boy in his arms. Daddy, what's a gourd? Is that the name you gave me? The little boy blinked his innocent, sparkling eyes at Shin. Yes. That's. Shin paused for a moment, but under little gourd's innocent and adorable gaze, he continued, that's the name Daddy gave you. You were the first to be born, so you're gourd. Shin ruffled gourd's hair, then picked him up. Mom! Just then, Gourd let out a delighted cry, kicked his little legs, and instantly darted toward Violet, who had just walked in. Brother-in-law, you have to stand up for me. A slightly resentful voice followed right behind Violet, and Xiao Chen ran in with a sour expression on his face. It's Ares. Shin smiled as he looked at Ares, who still had a bruise on his face. Brother-in-law, you have to help me. Get me a really powerful demon rune too.
You have no idea how arrogant that Lu Rukin guy is.
He shows off in front of me every single day.
As Ares spoke, his face was full of stubborn determination.
What kind of demon rune do you want?
Shen suppressed a chuckle as he asked.
I want one as powerful as Lu Rukin's. Ares' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just like Xiao Chen's. Shen frowned. Lu Rukin's demon rune was the red boy from the Journey to the West series.
The system hadn't detected any corresponding mythological or Journey to the West series for Ares, nor any other powerful options.
Bro-in-law, is that not possible?
Although Ares was still young, growing up in that family had made him far more mature than other children his age. Shen watched Ares' hopeful gaze slowly dim, then suddenly smiled. Sure, of course.
There is nothing in this world your brother-in-law can't handle.
Shen would never let a child leave him feeling disappointed.
A child's wishes must be granted. System, can you scan Ares' talents? Shen asked the system in his mind.
In this world, talents only awaken at the age of 18. However, after Shen's demon rune, it was possible to awaken them early, just like Lu Rukin, who was compatible with the Journey to the West series Red Boy. He had awakened a mythic tier talent, the Three Purities True Fire.
Yes. The system's cold reply took Shen by surprise. Wait, system, you can actually scan them?
Shen had merely asked on a whim, never expecting the system to actually be capable of it.
System, it's standard functionality. System, scan him for me.
Shen looked at Ares, his mind racing.
Name, Ares. Age, 10. Talent skill, S-rank talent skill Mountain Breaker skill. An S-rank talent, the Mountain Breaker skill.
It seems Ares has awakened a martial artist's talent.
This is going to be a bit tricky.
Shen frowned, then opened the system's demon rune shop. He skipped right past the Three Kingdoms series, the Journey to the West series, the Mythology series, and the Sacred Tree series, finally fixing his gaze on the demon runes in the Special series. He opened the Special series demon runes, and what met his eyes were all sorts of strange and bizarre demon runes.
Take, for example, the Beast Arm rune. Shen's gaze settled on the Beast Arm rune.
Beast Arm rune, a special demon rune whose power depends on the wearer.
Priced at 1 million crystals. System, why is this Beast Arm rune so expensive? Shen frowned. Special demon runes possess variable and unique powers.
In terms of power, they rival the Journey to the West and Mythology series. At its lowest, it can be on par with the ordinary Three Kingdoms series.
And it can only be used by one person.
The system's explanation made perfect sense, and Shen found himself unable to argue.
Since he couldn't argue, Shen simply decided to buy it.
After all, with the backing of the nation and its resources, he currently had no shortage of crystals. In his spatial ring, 1 million crystals vanished in an instant. The Beast Arm rune and Demon rune began to glow.
Ares, how about I give you a set of Beast Arm rune and Demon rune as a gift from your brother-in-law?
Shen logged out of the system and smiled at Ares.
Beast Arm rune. Brother-in-law, that sounds pretty awesome.
Ares' eyes lit up. He really liked the phrase Beast Arm rune.
Of course it's awesome, it has to be. If it's from you, brother-in-law, it's bound to be top-notch. Shen's smile was a bit peculiar.
After all, the Beast Arm rune was packed with meaning.
Brother-in-law is the best.
Ares shouted happily, once I get the Beast Arm rune tattooed, I'm going to teach the Lu Rukin a lesson.
Shen chuckled and didn't respond, instead asking the system again, System, where is my gourd reward?
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained the Giant Strength skill.
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained 1 divine fruit. These rewards aren't bad at all.
The Giant Strength skill was the foundation of the gourd's power, and the divine fruit was a divine fruit capable of rapidly strengthening China. Shen now possessed 3 divine fruits. Over the past few days, Sean had been vetting the powerful figures in Huaxia who were stuck at the Grandmaster stage. After all, the King stage was unpredictable. One had to be completely loyal to Huaxia to use a divine fruit and break through to the King stage. Moreover, the origin of the divine fruits and Shen's identity were both core state secrets of Huaxia. If a divine fruit were used to cultivate a king stage fighter who then became uncontrollable, it would be nothing short of a disaster for Huaxia. It would also pose a threat to Shen himself. Once his abilities were exposed, every nation on Blue Star would want to capture him. Failure to do so would lead to destruction. It might even trigger a full-scale war. The kind where Huaxia would face attacks from multiple nations.
Minister Shen, the leader is waiting for you in the conference room.
Just then, Zhao Gang hurried over.
Aries, I'll give you the demon rune after I've seen Grandpa.
Shen ruffled Aries' head, then followed Zhao Gang out.
Daddy!
Gord, who had been playing with Violet, immediately ran over and hugged Shen's leg.
Be a good boy and play here until Daddy comes back.
Shen picked up Gord and placed him in Violet's arms.
Daddy, please come back soon. Gord will be a good boy.
Gord's mood was a bit downcast. Shen watched with a slight headache. After all, even though he lived 2 lifetimes, this was his first time being a dad. And he become one in such a bizarre way he couldn't even argue with it.
Be a good boy, Gord. Daddy LL be back soon. After offering this somewhat clumsy reassurance, Shen turned and left.
Wabayash base, conference room. At that moment, 2 elderly men sat facing each other.
Leader, is that divine fruit really that miraculous?
The elderly man across from Sean spoke first.
Of course. I'm living proof.
Sean smiled as he looked across the table.
Leader, you summoned me.
Shen walked into the conference room from outside. After all, with an outsider present, it was best to address Sean by his title.
Chapter 69, Symmetrical Balance, Double-Armed Shilin. Minister Shen, let me introduce you. This is Ocean, Head of Logistics, Grandmaster Stage, a comrade we can trust absolutely.
Sean looked at the elderly man and introduced him to Shen. Minister Shen, you truly are a young and capable leader. Ocean stepped forward politely to shake Shen's hand.
Minister Gao, you're too kind.
We're all working for the good of Huaxia. We're all family. Shen was equally courteous. Xiao Lang, Minister Gao is completely trustworthy. And starting today, he will be fully responsible for the logistics of the Genesis faction.
You can rely on him. Sean smiled at Shen. Hello, Minister Shen.
I look forward to your guidance within the Genesis faction.
Ocean was smiling as well.
Although he was much older than Shen, now that he had joined the Genesis faction, he was Shen's subordinate.
Uncle Gao, you're too kind.
Shen wasn't the type to be awkward by calling him Uncle Gao right away. He instantly brought them closer.
Now that we've all met, there is no need for so many formalities. Xiao Lang, I heard from Titan that you have a divine fruit here. Sean looked at Shen with eyes full of anticipation. Hearing Sean's words, Ocean's eyes lit up.
He had been stuck at the Grandmaster stage for many years. Now that he heard divine fruits could help someone break through to the King stage, how could he not be tempted? I still have 3 divine fruits. Shen's lips curled into a smug, triumphant smile.
What? You said you have 3 divine fruits. Sean's face first showed surprise, then erupted into wild joy.
3 divine fruits, what that meant was self-evident. Although Huaxia hadn't produced a king in all these years, there were no shortage of Grandmaster stage powerhouses. 3 divine fruits meant 3 king stage powerhouses.
We've hit the jackpot. Huaxia is rising.
Sean rushed forward, grabbed Shen's arm, and asked, his eyes brimming with excitement, Xiao Lang, you're not joking, you really have 3 divine fruits?
Grandpa Xiao, when have I ever lied to you? Look. Shen pulled 3 pure white divine fruits, shaped like tiny figures, directly out of the system space.
They really are divine fruits. Sean was incredibly excited, his body trembling uncontrollably.
Such intense law energy.
Ocean's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward.
Ocean, what do you think?
With these divine fruits, do you have a chance to break through to the king stage?
Sean looked at Ocean with a beaming smile.
With such intense law energy, if I can refine just one of them, I'm sure to become a king. Ocean nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with excitement. All beneath the king are mere ants. Who in this world won't want to reach the king stage? This divine fruit is for you. Go into seclusion at the Genesis faction. Sean took a divine fruit directly from Shin's hand and handed it to Ocean. I will become a king and live up to the great kindness of the leader and minister Shin. Ocean accepted the divine fruit with overwhelming excitement, then thanked Shin and Sean with the utmost solemnity. Everything for Hua Xia. Shin's gaze was stern, his expression intensely serious. Everything for Hua Xia. Sean and Ocean's expressions were equally grave. I'll go into seclusion right away and strive to break through to the king stage as soon as possible. Ocean had a rather impulsive nature. After receiving the divine fruit, he couldn't wait to begin refining it. In the end, at Zhao Gang's arrangement, a relatively quiet room was found for him. After he left, Shin also departed the conference room. He had promised to inscribe the beast arm rune on Ares. To be honest, he was quite curious about the beast arm rune himself. Inside the demon rune chamber, Shin looked at Ares with a smile in his eyes. Take off your shirt and sit on the bed. Bro-in-law, I'll do as you say. Ares obediently sat on the bed, though his eyes were full of anticipation. Ares, when I'm inscribing the demon rune, don't move around, okay? Shin cautioned him. Don't worry, bro-in-law. Ares nodded emphatically. Then let us get started. In Shin's mind, the image of the beast arm rune's demon rune emerged. The beast arm rune's demon rune was quite complex, consisting of dozens of differently colored lines that formed an intricate demon rune pattern. Shin took a deep breath and began applying the needles. There was none of the earth-shaking intensity found in the Journey to the West or Mythology series. Everything was calm. Shin had originally thought that tattooing the beast arm rune would consume a lot of mana. However, once he actually started, he found that the mana consumption wasn't nearly as high as that of the Mythology series. Even without using his healing talent, Spring Returns to the Earth, he was able to keep going. Shin's movements were swift, and one by one, the lines formed a unique pattern on Ares' right arm. Time passed slowly, and about 5 hours later. Looking at the completed beast arm rune on Ares' right arm, Shin actually felt a bit of disappointment. In the past, after finishing a Mythology series tattoo, he would always pass out. Now, even though the mana consumption was massive, he didn't have that drained feeling. Bro-in-law, are you done? Ares asked, sounding a bit nervous. Done. Shin had just been about to say done, but the words were on the tip of his tongue when, looking at the beast arm rune on Ares' right arm, he felt something was missing. It feels a bit asymmetrical. This just doesn't fit Chinese aesthetics. Why don't we tattoo the left arm too? Since we're tattooing one side anyway, we might as well do both. My mana should still hold out long enough to finish the left side. Shin made up his mind and said, fine, whatever. We've only finished half of it. There's still the second half to go. You better sit still, kid. Shin said sternly. Okay, brother-in-law. Ares sat there obediently, not daring to move a muscle. Shin took a deep breath and continued working on the demon rune on Ares' left arm. Boom! The moment the first needle touched the skin, the entire Babaishan base shook once more. It's here! Outside the door, a smile finally spread across Violet's face. The others merely glanced casually toward the demon rune chamber before going back to their own business. It was the group of mages who had just arrived, however, who stared at the demon rune chamber with intense curiosity. Shin, of course, had no idea what was happening outside. He was currently focused on inscribing the beast arm rune on the left arm. It must be said, Chinese aesthetics are truly captivating. Time passed slowly, and another 5 hours went by. By now, Shin was drenched in sweat, and his face had begun to pale. However, the beast arm rune was nearly complete, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of Shin's mouth. Done! Shin shouted. Crack! A thunderous roar echoed from outside. Bro-in-law, I feel my arms burning. A powerful force, one that isn't mine, is about to erupt. Ares' muscles were now bulging, veins standing out like ropes, his entire body burning hot and red, as if he were a duck about to be boiled.
This is the power brought by the demon rune. It's also a power that doesn't belong to this world. There are storm clouds outside. Go out there and shatter them, Shin said calmly.
Chapter 70. This world seems to be getting crazier and crazier.
Everyone, get out of the way.
Ares sprinted forward, the power within him growing stronger and stronger. He felt as if he were no longer himself. The crowd instinctively made way, watching in astonishment as he charged toward the lightning storm, smoke billowing from his body.
At that moment, the thunder tribulation seemed to sense something. Several bolts of lightning intertwined and struck toward Ares. Ah!
Ares let out a furious roar and slammed his right fist directly into the oncoming lightning.
Boom!
A massive illusory beast arm rune appeared, instantly obliterating the lightning.
Shatter it!
Ares roared again, swinging his left arm with all his might.
Boom!
With a deafening roar, another illusory beast arm rune appeared, crashing directly into the storm clouds above. Lightning gathered densely within the storm clouds, attempting to shatter the illusory beast arm rune. A violent collision erupted in the sky, and eventually, both the illusory beast arm rune and the storm clouds vanished into thin air.
Ares!
Violet had been watching her younger brother the whole time. The moment the storm clouds dissipated, Ares' body collapsed backward, his entire body flushed with blood and his face turning purple.
I'll handle this.
Jojirua hurriedly shot a green beam of light at Ares.
He is fine.
He was just injured all over by a force that wasn't his own.
He'll be fine after resting for a while, Jojirua said reassuringly. Violet nodded.
Seeing the heavenly tribulation dissipate, the crowd dispersed. Only the group of mages who had just arrived stood there, staring in utter astonishment.
Sister Ya, that boy was only 10 years old, right? But how could he be so powerful, able to disperse the heavenly tribulation clouds? I remember we didn't awaken our innate skills until we were 18, right? That boy just now seems to have awakened his as well. Sister Ya, ever since we arrived here, I feel like the world is getting crazier and crazier, so crazy I can't even make sense of it anymore. A kid who popped out of a gourd. A 10-year-old boy breaking the rule that talents only awaken at 18. And then there's that group of grandmaster stage powerhouses, plus those two factions of archers and martial artists who fight all the time. In short, everything about the Genesis faction seems completely off. All of this seems to be connected to Minister Shin and to that demon rune chamber. Gallia had seen it clearly just now. The demon runes on the boy's arms were radiating a dazzling light. She had also observed those archers and warriors. It seemed they had demon runes on their bodies as well. Since they mages had arrived at the wrong time, they weren't entirely sure yet. System, where's my reward? Shin asked the system in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the golden beast arm rune. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one divine fruit. Golden beast arm rune? What the hell is that? Shin felt like he'd acquired some strange new thing. As for the divine fruit, that was exactly what Shin had expected. Shin silently channeled the power of the golden beast arm rune. The next second, 2 golden beams of light shone from his arms. At the same time, a powerful force surged through his arms. Is this what they call a golden legend? Shin's eyes sparkled with golden light. But this thing didn't seem to be of much use to him. It was just another means of attack. Shin frowned as the golden light faded. Just as Shin was studying the golden beast arm rune, a private club in the imperial capital welcomed a group of foreign tourists. A large portion of this group was dressed like students. Each of them wore an incredibly arrogant expression, looking down on everyone else as if they were superior. Especially toward the waitstaff, they cast wicked glances. One even tried to reach out and slap a female waitress on the butt. However, he was stopped by the man leading the group. Owen, this is China. You'd better keep a low profile. Oh, Peter. You don't know these Chinese women love throwing themselves at us from the Falcon Nation. I saw online that someone slept with hundreds of Chinese women.
Besides, I wasn't the one who wanted to touch her, she was the one sticking her butt out and wriggling in front of me.
And you know what? It really was a treat.
Owen was an 18-year-old freshman, but the way he spoke didn't sound like a student at all.
Owen, we're here to send a warning to China. And also to see what this generation of young people is capable of.
The Tianyuan realm is about to open, we can't afford to be complacent. Peter looked very serious, he was the lead instructor for the Falcon Nation delegation on this trip.
What's there to be afraid of?
I heard the original plan has changed. Those leaders up there who only think with their asses apparently want us to kill the Chinese.
OMG.
I really think that's an incredibly stupid decision. As Owen walked, his eyes scanned the surroundings, lingering particularly on the female waitresses.
Owen, this is a decision from above, it's not something you can interfere with.
By the way, I heard China also has a genius with an SSS level awakening talent.
Are you confident you can take him down?
Oh, Peter.
You're really underestimating me.
I just beat the hell out of that damn guy from the land of cherry blossoms. I don't think I'll even have to lift a finger. That SSS tier guy from China, whatever his name is, Shin, will get taken out by the land of cherry blossoms.
Those two nations are sworn enemies.
Irving maintained a smile of absolute confidence. In a large conference room, Matsui Sakiki, Madeline, and Moda all glared grimly at the students from their own country.
You all, listen up.
Tomorrow, kill every single Huaxia student. I'll make them pay 100-fold for the humiliation they've inflicted on us. Matsui Sakiki and the others had been pestering Qianzhong nonstop these past few days. But Qianzhong had consistently ignored them. This only added fuel to the fire for the trio, who were already seething with anger over Shin and the Bobo chicken incident.
Your Excellency, rest assured. Not a single Chinese student will be spared.
A student from the land of cherry blossoms, clutching a katana in his arms, stood up respectfully, bowing at a 90-degree angle to make his pledge.
Excellent.
As long as you complete this mission, you may leave school early to join the self-defense forces as a squad leader.
Matsui Sakiki was very satisfied with the student's performance. Yes.
Watanabe Aseo hurriedly bowed in salute.
Huaxia National Defense University, President's Office. President, the international students from these three countries have arrived in the capital, but why haven't I seen any freshmen transferred to training? Vice President Huang Renjie looked at Ma Jintao with a puzzled expression. Ma Jintao sighed inwardly. This was indeed a difficult matter to explain.
He had previously sought instructions from his superiors. The response from his superiors consisted of just one sentence. Someone will take care of it.
Ma Jintao immediately thought of Shun.
However, he had just mentioned it in passing to his superiors. Immediately afterward, he was subjected to a special investigation and ordered not to reveal a single word about Shen.
Oh, don't worry about that.
The people have already been arranged and have been training in secret for quite some time.
Ma Jintao could only make up a flimsy excuse to fob off Vice Principal Huang Renjie. Chapter 71, China is a sleeping lion.
Bro Lang, tomorrow's the day we take on those foreign dogs.
Any orders?
At the Babaishan base, Hua Haiyang looked at Shin with excitement written all over his face. All the members of Shin's squad were present, and one by one, they turned their gaze toward Shin, who sat at the head of the table.
Tomorrow, we face the forces of those three nations.
I have only one word: kill.
Dignity lies only on the edge of the sword, truth lies only in our fists. They are all our enemies.
Everyone we kill here means one less of us will die on the battlefield.
China is no longer the China of the past.
Only by striking with force can we make those jackals know that China is the true warrior nation. The blood of battle has always flowed through our veins.
Now, China has the confidence to no longer let them bully us. So tomorrow, there is only one word: kill.
Especially the land of cherry blossoms, leave not a single one alive. As Shin spoke these words, his eyes burned with intense murderous intent.
Don't worry, Brother Lang.
Tomorrow, I'll definitely chop off a few more of those land of cherry blossoms dog heads to honor the memory of our Chinese ancestors. Gua Haiyang's face twisted into a ferocious grimace as he spoke of chopping off the land of cherry blossoms' dog heads.
Don't worry, Brother Lang. With Xiao Wu by my side, no matter how many of them come, they'll all die.
Lin Na held the white tiger Xiao Wu in her arms, her eyes likewise flashing with a murderous intent unbecoming of her age.
I can summon the phantom of the World Tree. None of them should be able to withstand a single blow from me. Gu Yun's expression was calm, but his words were brimming with murderous intent. Brother Lang, you're playing favorites. Why are their demon runes all so powerful? Is it just because I'm not a woman? Gua Haiyang chimed in at this point, his tone brimming with resentment. You pervert, get lost. Shen kicked Gua Haiyang squarely in the butt. Ha 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 ha. Lei Tong burst into laughter. Lei Woodhead, what's so funny? If you've got the guts, let us have a contest and see who takes out their opponent first. Gua Haiyang glared at Lei Tong. Fine, let us do it. I, Zhao Zilong of Changshan, am the ever-victorious general. A mere Japanese pirate from the land of cherry blossoms, I can skew them through with a single spear thrust. Lei Tong was naturally unafraid. In fact, he was quite excited. They had been preparing for a long time to take on those men tomorrow. Ha! I am Lu Fengxian, the peerless warrior who can stand in my way. Gua Haiyang had not only inherited the archery techniques of the Yuan Men Sheiji but also Lu Bu's halberd skills. He had been practicing and adapting these past few days, and now was the time to test his progress against those men. Everyone was incredibly excited, looking forward to tomorrow and the chance to utterly annihilate their opponents. By the way, remember this, even a lion gives it its all when hunting a rabbit. Villains always die because they talk too much. So, my rule is this: when facing an enemy, if you can kill them instantly, unleash your ultimate right away. Don't give them a single moment to breathe. Shen looked at his squad members and gave them this reminder. Don't worry, Brother Lang. Tomorrow, let me go first and set an example for the brothers and sisters. Gua Haiyang was brimming with confidence. He was now also at the silver stage, specifically silver tier 4. The Genesis faction was a core department of Huaxia, with ample resources. All one had to do was devote oneself to training. Now, every member of Team Shen was at the silver stage, and all were tier 4 or higher. After such a long period of training, Shen had reached gold tier 4 and was not far from breaking through to platinum. Their squad's strength far surpassed that of their peers, so their confidence was well deserved. Good. Tomorrow, we'll give those people a little shock. As long as I, Shen, am here, Huaxia will never be bullied. Remember one word for tomorrow. Kill. If this causes a diplomatic incident, I, as minister of the Genesis faction, will take full responsibility for all consequences. Shen swept his hand in a commanding gesture, drawing admiring glances from his squad members. Early the next morning, at the entrance to the National Defense University, a red banner welcoming foreign guests was hung. That vivid red foreshadowed that today would certainly not be a peaceful day. Shen, good luck to you all. Xu Hong had already grown accustomed to his new mechanical legs. He looked up at the banner, his eyes filled with a cold smile. Inside the National Defense University, the largest competition hall was open. In less than 2 hours, the venue capable of holding thousands was already packed with students and faculty. I wonder how this year's underclassmen will fare. I heard Sakura, India, and Falcon have produced some formidable talents. We have our own standouts too. Didn't T Junior Shen awaken an SSS tier talent? I heard he has been in secret training. We used to spot him from afar on campus, but he has been scarce these past few days. Junior Shen is indeed impressive. He was at the silver stage before. I wonder what silver rank he is at now. I heard that the 2 SSS tier talent holders from Falcon and Sakura are already at silver level 5. I wonder if Junior Shen can keep up. The protagonist hadn't even arrived yet, but the atmosphere in the venue was already heating up. Everyone present was a national defense cadet. If they were the type to idolize foreign powers, they wouldn't have made it into the national defense program. Everyone was discussing whether their own people could win.
Of course, the majority were still worried about their own junior. Su Qingya and Wu Jiangtao sat in the front row, both wearing expressionless faces and appearing quite nonchalant.
Teacher Su, Shin is a student in your class. Do you have confidence in winning against the others in this four-nation exchange?
Just because the two of them were quiet didn't mean the people around them would stay quiet.
Win. Of course we'll win.
Su Qingya glanced at the male teacher beside her, then turned her gaze toward a group of people entering through the door. These people were none other than the delegations from Sakura, Inzan, and Falcon. Among them were over a dozen young people, dressed in the school uniforms representing their respective nations, each looking incredibly arrogant.
Owen, look. These are the students from the National Defense University of China. They don't look like much, do they?
Behind Owen, a young man standing 2 meters tall, his body bulging with muscles, surveyed the surroundings with a smirk.
They're nothing but a bunch of sheep.
Owen's gaze was filled with disdain as he looked down on the entire crowd with extreme arrogance, then held out his hand and gave a thumbs down.
Holy shit! That foreign bastard is mocking us.
Shoo! A chorus of boos erupted throughout the venue. These Chinese really have no guts. A cold smile curled at the corner of Owen's mouth as he made a throat-slitting gesture with a blank expression.
Owen! What are you doing? Don't provoke them any further. Otherwise, once you've killed someone, it'll be hard to get away with it.
Peter frowned deeply and hurried to stop Owen from making another reckless move.
Oh, Peter. You're being way too cautious.
That's just how the Chinese are.
Owen seemed unconcerned. Humph. China isn't as simple as you think.
They have a very long history. It's only in the last few hundred years that they've become so weak.
They are a sleeping lion. Once awakened, they will be invincible. Chapter 72, What It Means to Crush. Peter loved Chinese history.
He knew that 1,000 years ago, this land was teeming with powerful figures.
Later, for reasons unknown, China gradually fell into decline.
Peter, are you kidding me?
Can a lion that hasn't awakened still be called a lion?
To me, they're just a bunch of lioness heads. Irving's eyes were filled with arrogance. He wouldn't listen to a word Peter said.
Woo-hoo!
Just then, a wave of cheers erupted throughout the venue.
Amidst the cheers, Team Shin walked into the arena.
Facing the crowd's cheers, Shin raised his arm and made an incredibly cool gesture.
The entire venue erupted in cheers once again. That show-off walking in front is Shin, the SSS rank awakened talent, Peter reminded Owen. He really is quite the show-off.
I wonder what his reaction will be when I tear him to pieces later.
Owen stared at Shin with an icy glare. Bobo chicken. That's the kid who sells Bobo chicken. So, he is Shin.
The moment Matsui Sakiki, Morta, and Madeline laid eyes on Shin, their eyes blazed with fury. It was because of Shin that the three of them had suffered inhuman torment. Just thinking about it now made Pai Yenji's skin crawl.
Watanabe-kun, kill that guy named Shin. Matsui Sakiki turned to Watanabe Aseo.
Your Excellency Matsue Shin, rest assured Shin's head will be delivered to you.
Watanabe Aseo glared at Shin with an icy stare. You will be the 10th soul to fall by my blade.
Shin sensed that 5 people were staring at him with hostile gazes. He turned his head and let a cold smile curve his lips.
Principal Ma, since everyone is here, let us begin.
Matsui Sakiki glared viciously at Shin, then turned to Ma Jintao and Shenzhong.
Of course.
But a contest must have its rules. Ma Jintao had already discussed the rules beforehand. It will be a duel between martial artists, and the victor advances to the final round.
Good. We agree.
A cold smile spread across Matsui Sakiki's face.
Brother Lang, I'll go first. Gua Haiyang was eager to get started. Go ahead. Kill. Shin let out a cold laugh. Don't worry, Brother Lang.
Gua Haiyang grinned savagely, then leaped directly onto the central stage. Huaxia, first-year student at the National Defense University, Archer Gua Haiyang.
Is there any bastard out there who dares to challenge me? With an exaggeratedly shaped longbow strapped to his back and 2 quivers of arrows at his waist, Hua Haiyang looked quite imposing. Humph. Huaxia, I'll fight you.
An archer from the 3 nations of Yin, also carrying a longbow, stepped forward. The 3 nations had already made arrangements. The 3 nations of Yin were the weakest, so their men went first to test Huaxia's strength. They could also be called cannon fodder. Although the 3 nations of Yin were very reluctant, under the threat of the other 2 nations, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept it.
Oh! 3 nations of Yin.
A cold smile curled at the corner of Hua Haiyang's mouth. The 3 kingdoms of Yin were indeed no good. They frequently clashed with Huaxia along the border, resulting in casualties almost every year. Today, let me collect some interest for my fallen brothers. Hua Haiyang instantly drew his hard bow to full tension, while Lu Bu's demon rune on his back glowed. A surge of immense power instantly coursed through Hua Haiyang's body, ultimately channeling into his arms. You blustering Huaxia! Yin Sangui's archer snorted coldly, drawing his own bow until it arched like a full moon.
Twang! Twang!
The sound of 2 bowstrings vibrating rang out simultaneously. 2 feathered arrows flew toward each other.
You're asking for death.
Hua Haiyang sneered, but did not fire another arrow.
Crack! The 2 arrows collided mid-air, and Yin Sangui's arrow was shattered by Hua Haiyang's single shot.
Even after shattering, the arrow retained its full force, instantly piercing the Yin Sangua archer's forehead. He never realized, even in death, that he had been utterly defeated.
What? 1-shot kill. The crowd was first stunned, then erupted into cheers. Awesome. Nice work. Way to go, Junior. Kill, kill, kill. Take out a few more.
The crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch. No one paid the slightest attention to the man who'd been shot down.
Bastard. Fuck. People from Sakura Nation and Falcon Nation cursed under their breath.
In contrast, the people of Yin Sangua looked as if they'd lost a close relative.
You Chinese, don't get too cocky. I'm coming to kill you.
A young man from the land of cherry blossoms, short in stature but carrying a massive bow on his back, jumped directly onto the stage.
I am Yamada Hatsuki, Silver Rank 4. I look forward to your guidance. What? Yamada, you beast. Hua Haiyang stared at his opponent in utter astonishment. What kind of opponent introduces himself as a beast right off the bat? Sir, China is a land of etiquette. Please do not joke about my name. Yamada Hatsuki's face turned livid. A joke? I only joke around with my own buddies. Who would joke with a beast? Gu Haiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In that case, please make your move, sir. Yamada Hatsuki's face was equally laced with murderous intent.
Politeness and humility were merely a facade. A filthy, dark heart was their true nature.
Enough chatter. Hua Haiyang couldn't be bothered with small talk.
At that moment, he recalled a phrase Shin had once said: even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit, especially when facing the land of cherry blossoms. As he slowly drew his hard bow to full tension, a faint crimson glow began to emanate from it. Today, I'll show you beasts what it means to be the unrivaled master of archery. Hua Haiyang's expression was icy, and the arrow in his hand radiated a dazzling crimson light. Kill! A thunderous roar, like 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, the clang of metal, and an aura of slaughter soared straight to the heavens. Whoosh! An arrow trailing a crimson glow instantly shattered Yamada Hatsuo's skull, and red and white fluids instantly splattered across the ground.
Bastard! Doesn't Yamada usually boast that he is the top archer among the younger generation of the land of cherry blossoms? How could he be killed so easily by a single arrow?
Matsui Sakiki, seeing his comrade's head blown apart by a single arrow, leaped to his feet in fury.
Matsui-kun, this was just a mistake. This was a case of mistaken identity.
Xianzhong sneered from the sidelines, his eyes brimming with undisguised mockery.
Humph. This is only the beginning. Don't get too cocky.
Matsui Sakiki's expression shifted, but he eventually turned to look at Qian Zhong, regaining his previous composure.
Well done. To take down the land of cherry blossoms, you've got to blow their heads off. After Gua Haiyang killed 2 men in quick succession, the blood of the National Defense University students in the audience began to boil.
Especially since those 2 arrows were a total rout.
Bro Lang. I didn't embarrass you, did I?
Gua Haiyang turned to look at Shin, a smug smile lighting up his eyes.
OMG. What kind of trash did the Cherry Blossom Nation and India send over? To be taken out by 2 arrows in an instant.
Irving put on an expression of utter shock, then looked at a burly young man standing behind him.
Harden.
That Chinese archer is yours.
I hope it's a one-shot kill. Chapter 73, Kill, Kill, Kill.
Chinese man, I have to admit your archery is top-notch. You're an excellent marksman. But I, Harden, am known as the young king of archers in the Falcon Kingdom. Harden was a tall, slender black man. Though he looked thin overall, his biceps were incredibly developed, as thick as an adult's thigh.
You talk too much.
Gua Haiyang drew his bow, and a blurry, ethereal image of a general appeared behind him. The figure wore a purple gold crown with a trident-shaped hairpin, a pink silk battle robe adorned with 100 flowers, and chain-mail armor featuring beast-faced, head-swallowing patterns. A delicate lion-patterned belt fastened his armor at the waist, and in his hand, a sturdy bow was drawn taut as a full moon.
What is that? Is that the phantom of a general? That aura is so powerful.
Even though it's just a phantom, it feels absolutely terrifying.
Holy shit.
This year's freshmen are really strong.
By the way, does anyone know where that phantom came from? In an instant, the entire crowd erupted once more. Shocking. Utterly shocking. Unrivaled archer.
Gua Haiyang had no time to think about any of that. He had firmly committed Shin's words to memory.
Kill. Gua Haiyang released the bowstring in an instant.
The very moment he did, the towering general's phantom behind him released his own bowstring simultaneously. A red, phantom arrow shot forward at blinding speed, colliding with the arrow Gua Haiyang had fired.
Whoosh! A piercing shriek.
The arrow was instantly engulfed in a crimson glow, transforming into a red streak that struck Harden's chest.
Boom!
A cloud of blood mist exploded outward. Harden's upper body was instantly reduced to a bloody mist by the arrow. The blood-soaked lower half of his body was similarly hurled off the stage by the immense force, landing right in front of Irving.
Fuck!
Staring at Harden's blood-soaked legs, Irving's eyes instantly turned red.
The other members of the Falcon Nation looked equally grim.
The 3 nations had originally agreed to kill these students from China. They never expected that, in the end, it would be one of their own who was brutally slaughtered without putting up a fight. The faces of the 3 nations' representatives were now as grim as could be. It felt as if they swallowed a mouthful of shit. As for the 3 corpses, no one bothered to collect them.
Well done. Gua Haiyang, you're a badass, Junior.
When dealing with these foreign dogs, you've got to make them feel the pain, beat them until they dare not bare their teeth at China again.
The National Defense University students' spirits soared higher and higher.
You're nothing but a bunch of trash.
Gua Haiyang sheathed his hard bow, gave a downward thumbs down, and walked in a circle in front of the 3 nations' representatives. China wins.
Qian Zhong was grinning so widely his eyes were nearly closed.
Qian Zhong, don't get too cocky. This is just the beginning. In the end, you'll be the ones who lose. Get ready to bury them. Matsui Sakiki's face was grim.
He hadn't expected that this very first match would end with all 3 nations wiped out. This filled him with rage, especially Shin's smug, mocking gaze. It was driving him nearly mad.
Warriors, advance. Kill the Huaxia men. If you cannot kill them, then die with honor. Matsui Sakiki turned directly to Oroda Akio on his side.
Rest assured, sir.
The Bushido of our land of cherry blossoms is not something Huaxia can compare to.
Holding a katana in both hands, Hiroda Akio leaped directly onto the stage.
Huaxia men, who dares to come up? Hirota Akio's eyes were filled with contempt.
Old Lei, I've already set the example.
You have to take him out in an instant. You can't embarrass Brother Lang.
Hua Haiyang looked at Lei Tong, a mischievous grin spreading across his face.
Humph.
Just one spear throw. Lei Tong flickered his silver spear, creating a spear flower, and leaped onto the stage in an instant. Ever since he tattooed the Zhaoyun demon rune, he'd taken a liking to wearing white.
Chinese.
Today, I'll show you the true Bushido of our great Sakura Empire. Hirota Akio's lips curled into a cold smile as his right hand gripped the hilt of his katana.
Shut your mouth.
Whoosh. Spurt. No sooner had Lei Tong's words left his mouth than his gleaming silver spear instantly pierced Hirota Akio's throat.
What a load of bullshit about Bushido.
Without a spear as fast as mine, you're nothing but an ant. As he spoke, Lei Tong flicked his spear upward, sending a fine head flying high into the air, where it finally landed before the crowd from the Sakura Empire.
Bastard! Bastard! The crowd from the Sakura Empire stared intently at Hirota Akio's head, each one consumed by rage.
Awesome! I never expected our juniors to be this badass.
Kill! That's how you do it. The arena erupted once more.
Originally, everyone had been worried that someone on their side might get injured or even killed. But unexpectedly, right off the bat, they'd already taken out 4 of the opponents.
How could that not excite everyone? Teacher Su, you knew this all along, didn't you?
The male teacher sitting next to Su Qingya spoke up again.
This is just the beginning.
Su Qingya smiled slightly, watching Shin, who was grinning like an idiot.
Shun, maybe I should ask you to tattoo a demon rune on me too.
Su Qingya thought to herself. She had this idea for a while, but had held back out of politeness. Who else wants to fight? Lei Tong's blood-stained silver spear pointed toward Yin Sangua and the Falcon Kingdom.
I'll go.
A martial artist from the Yin San Kingdom stepped forward.
Thud.
Lei Tong thrust his spear forward with a single, simple motion, and the Yin San Kingdom martial artist was instantly killed.
Anyone else?
Lei Tong glanced sideways at the people from the Falcon Kingdom.
I'll go. Thud.
A blurry, white cloak-like afterimage appeared behind Lei Tong. He unleashed the 100 birds pay homage to the Phoenix Spear technique, instantly rending the Falcon Nation warrior's body with over a dozen bloody holes.
You're all trash. Lei Tong mimicked Hua Haiyang's gesture, flipping them off.
Awesome.
Our freshman is awesome. Kill. Keep killing.
Ma Jintao watched the scene unfold before him, and tears actually welled up in the corners of his eyes.
Principal Ma, is this the student you were talking about? That is absolutely amazing.
The vice principal stood up, overcome with excitement.
Ha ha ha.
Ma Jintao burst into laughter, while Matsui Seki, Madeline, and Emoda standing beside him turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. They had planned everything so carefully when they arrived, but now they were being slapped in the face.
What on earth is going on?
These people are among the very best our country has to offer. How could this be the result?
Matsui Ishii, Madeline, and Emoda exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes.
Humph. Could it be that the Zhu family is playing infernal affairs on us? On the surface, they seem at odds with everyone else, but in secret, they're actually mission impossible agents. I've always suspected something was off with the Zhu family. This exchange program was based entirely on intelligence provided by the Zhu family. It seems now that it wasn't just a matter of incompetence. A cold glint flashed in Matsui Sekiki's eyes. Damn it, they're nothing but a bunch of useless trash. They're not even worth a pig. Even 3 pigs wouldn't let themselves get picked off one by one like this. Is it really right for Grandpa and Dad to be working with these people? Xu Hong watched the scene on the stage, his heart burning with rage. He'd come to watch the show, not to see Shin show off. Chapter 74, Third Sister-in-Law.
Brother Lang, it's my turn. Can you give me a hug?
I'm so scared. Lin Na, looking all coy, walked up to Shin.
Sure.
But you have to kill them.
Otherwise, I'll spank you when we get down. When a beauty makes a request, Shin is more than happy to oblige.
So he didn't hold back, giving Lin Na a big, tight hug.
Ah Lang. That morning, I saw Ji Rua coming out of your room.
She was walking really strangely. Lin Na kept her voice very low, her breath like fragrant orchids in Shen's ear.
You saw it. Shen was quite unperturbed. Alang, I want it too.
Lin Na was bold, yet also quite aggressive.
You're such a tease.
Shin remained impassive, giving Lin Na a spurt behind a squeeze.
You're so mean. It's settled then. I don't want to lose to anyone else.
After saying that, Lin Na pushed Shin away, turned, and leaped onto the stage. At the same moment, a flash of light appeared, and the figure of the white tiger Xiao Wu materialized.
Beast Master. In Sangwa also had a Beast Master take the stage.
However, when the ferocious beast he commanded appeared,
third sister-in-law, Shin couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise.
Because the Beastmaster from In Sangwaya's faction was commanding none other than a 2-meter-tall, jet-black, scaly giant lizard.
Third sister-in-law. The people around Shin all looked at him in surprise.
I once heard a rumor that a few people in In Sangwa ganged up to XXO a lizard. So, when I saw that black lizard, my first instinct was to think. Shin grew increasingly embarrassed as he spoke. After all, there were many people around. And Moda from the 3 kingdoms of In wasn't far from Shin.
Shin's voice wasn't exactly quiet, and he even raised it a few notches on purpose.
Oh. So that's how it is. Everyone looked as if a light bulb had gone off, then turned their gaze toward Moda, including Matsui Sakiki and Madeline. They say we in the land of cherry blossoms are all about flashy tricks, but it turns out we have a true genius after all.
Matsui Sakiki's gaze toward Emoda was full of amusement.
Emoda, however, was at a loss for words. There were some things he simply couldn't defend himself against.
A mere white tiger?
Just watch my giant lizard at LL devour your white tiger in one gulp. The Beastmaster from the 3 kingdoms of In, seeing how small Xiao Wu was, assumed he'd found an easy target.
You ugly monster, you dare to offend this young master?
The little tiger let out a furious roar, instantly terrifying the giant lizard across from him so much that its limbs went limp. It eventually tumbled off the arena, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. The white tiger was a divine beast, while the giant lizard was merely a ferocious beast of inferior lineage.
In the world of beasts, bloodline is of the utmost importance.
That's why no other beasts dare to roam where tigers or their sheer power naturally intimidates all others.
Holy crap! Third sister-in-law actually got roared to death by Xiao Wu? She's way too weak. Hua Haiyang suddenly blurted out from the sidelines. Mod's already sullen face darkened even further. Kill him.
Lin Na smiled as she looked at the Beastmaster across from her, who was already trembling in fear.
Spare my life. I'll submit. There's no need for you to stay alive and waste oxygen.
A flash of white light, and the man's head rolled to the ground.
Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Falcon Kingdom, which of you will come forward to die?
Lin Na gave a seductive smile, though her eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Humph.
It's nothing more than an immature white tiger. A short, skinny young man from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom leaped directly onto the stage. A flash of light appeared, and a 10-meter-long, yellow and white-striped 2-headed giant snake materialized beside him.
Xiao Wu, kill them.
Lin Na's expression remained impassive as she simply patted Xiao Wu's head.
Roar!
Xiao Wu let out a roar, and the 2-headed giant snake clearly tried to flee. However, under the Beastmaster's firm control, the 2 ferocious serpent heads lunged at Xiao Wu.
Humph!
Xiao Wu's tiger-like eyes were filled with disdain. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of white light. In the blink of an eye, 3 heads fell to the ground.
The white tiger is a divine beast, a master of slaughter, and excels at combat. Regardless of bloodline, even Xiao Wu's level was 1 rank higher than that of the 2-headed giant snake. You Chinese, don't get too cocky.
At that moment, a young white man from the Falcon Kingdom leaped onto the arena. Roar! A flash of light appeared, and a winged pterosaur, radiating a menacing aura, materialized on the arena. A hybrid. Xiao Wu stared curiously at the pterosaur soaring in midair. Ha ha! Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Lin Na, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter. A white tiger that can speak human language. I'm definitely going to capture you and study you. Kill that woman and bring that white tiger back. The young white man looked up at the pterosaur overhead. Put. It's nothing but a hybrid with a mottled, impure bloodline. If Brother Aotian were here, I might be afraid. But you? You're only fit to lie at my feet, reduced to food for the campfire. A massive, ethereal image of a white tiger appeared behind Xiao Wu. White tiger roar of the heavens. The massive white tigress phantom behind Xiao Wu raised its head to the sky and let out a roar. Instantly, a powerful tigress might, accompanied by a piercing screech, shook the pterosaur in midair so violently that blood spurted from its mouth and nose, and it plummeted to the ground. The young white man was even less able to withstand the sonic attack. His internal organs were instantly shattered. He too died with blood streaming from all 7 orifices. What a powerful sonic attack! Ma Jintao glanced at Xiao Wu with a hint of surprise. Such a divine beast should not be in the hands of the Chinese. It belongs to our great Sakura Empire. Matsui Sakiki's gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Wu. Holy shit! That white tiger is so fierce. With that sonic kill just now, even I would been done for. A sophomore couldn't help but exclaim in shock, a chill running down his spine. I have to say, this class of underclassmen is full of tough characters. I reckon in this exchange, those 3 nations are going to be wiped out completely. Someone cast a shrewd, schadenfreude-filled glance toward the direction of the 3 nations of the Sakura Empire. They should be slaughtered to the last man. It'd be best to wipe them out right here in the Tianyuan realm. Brother Lang. I've already killed the opponent, but I don't know how to reward him. Lin Na hugged Xiao Wu and jumped down from the stage. Oh! My poor brother. He was born to be a worker. Aura looked at her brother and couldn't help but sigh. Shin didn't speak, but instead looked at Guyan beside him. Brother Lang, don't worry. Guyan didn't say much. She simply leaped onto the stage and looked at the representatives from the other 3 nations. Kill her. We can't lose again. Matsui Sakiki's face had turned ashen. This was a complete departure from their original plan. Not only had they failed to kill a single Huaxia student, but on their own side. Not a single one of their own had come back alive. At that moment, he turned to look at Shin, the vendor of bobo chicken, and a sudden sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Chapter 75, SSS Class Instant Kills. Don't be afraid. The Huaxia students can't all be that strong. They must have sent their strongest ones up first. The rest are probably just trash. Seeing that no one had taken the stage at first, Matsui Sakiki began to grow anxious. This exchange had been his initiative. He petitioned the Sakura Nation's Congress and ultimately reached an agreement with the Falcon Nation and the Yin Nation. If all 3 nations were to suffer total defeat, she would face the same fate. Seppuku. So even though he knew this was his responsibility, he had to send someone up. Even if they all died on the stage, they couldn't leave with their tails between their legs. Lord Matsui, I'll go. Kimura, the great Sakura Empire will remember you forever. Matsui Sakiki nodded. After nodding, Kimura Ryohei leaped directly onto the stage. Unlike the others, he didn't waste time with small talk but immediately activated his awakened summoner's skill and began summoning. Behind him, ripples appeared in the space. The next second, a pair of colossal lobster claws emerged from the void. Then, the ethereal form of a massive lobster appeared behind Ryohei Kimura. The lobster monster from Chrysanthemum Night versus the lobster monster. Shin stared at the massive lobster's silhouette and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Humph! Ignorant upstart!
The lobster general is a great general of the Sea Clan. Matsui Sakiki shot Shin a contemptuous glance.
Shin, of course, knew about the Sea Clan. Blue Star had vast oceans, and many Sea Clan members lived within them.
A lobster monster is just a lobster monster.
Only the Sakura people would believe in such strange nonsense.
Just like your name's Watanabe, Ono. Shin shot Matsui Sakiki a contemptuous sideways glance, infuriating him to the point of fury.
World Tree. Guyun wasn't T1 for small talk. Spatial ripples appeared behind her as well. A phantom image of the World Tree, tinged with chaos mana, materialized.
The moment the World Tree appeared, an aura of primordial antiquity emanated from it.
Seeing this, the lobster monster grew fearful.
It was just about to flee. Boom!
The massive phantom of the World Tree crashed straight into it.
Bang!
The lobster monster exploded on the spot, leaving only a pair of claws lying on the stage.
Guyun, save those claws. I'm in the mood for seafood tonight.
Shin stared at the massive claws, his mouth watering.
Got it.
Guyun nodded, then manipulated the World Tree as phantom to instantly crush Ryohei Kimura to death. He then tossed the pair of claws to Shin.
Not bad, not bad.
Just looking at these claws, the meat inside must be plump. Shin immediately stored the pair of claws in his spatial ring. After dealing with Ryohei Kimura, the people from the Three Kingdoms also steeled themselves and charged forward. Their fate was to be smashed into mincemeat by the World Tree.
Fuck! How can these Chinese be so powerful?
Behind Owen, only one summoner from the Falcon Kingdom remained.
Mabuk, you can do it.
She is only summoning illusions, but you're summoning a physical entity.
Owen's expression was equally grim at that moment.
He had arrived here full of pride, convinced that as a citizen of Falcon Nation, he was invincible. But the results were telling him that the Chinese were the ones who were truly invincible. This was something the usually arrogant Owen found hard to accept.
But Mabuk hesitated. Don't forget your mother.
Only by defeating and slaying the Chinese can your mother break free from that demon's control.
Owen's gaze was cold.
Fuck it. Mabuk gritted his teeth one last time, then leaped onto the stage.
Great Lord! Please descend upon this land and punish those sinners.
The moment Mabuk stepped onto the stage, he began chanting incantations. Behind him, the space began to ripple. Then, a massive leg swollen with muscle and covered in black hair stepped out from the spatial ripples.
The next second,
a minotaur, standing 3 meters tall, with a human-like build but a hideous bull's head atop its shoulders and a massive axe slung over its back, emerged from the spatial ripples.
Damn it! You puny summoner, for what purpose have you summoned me?
The minotaur glanced around, but when he saw the phantom of the World Tree behind Guyun, a flicker of fear crossed his bovine eyes.
Die! Guyun wasted no words. The phantom of the World Tree instantly crashed down upon the minotaur. Run!
The minotaur took off at full speed, but in the end, he was smashed into a pulp by the World Tree along with Mabuk, who had been stunned by the minotaur's attempt to flee.
How could this happen? Watching the scene on the stage, the remaining members from the Three Nations were all left dumbfounded.
They had come to kill, yet in the blink of an eye, they were the ones being killed. It could only be said that they didn't understand the Chinese proverb, those who kill others will themselves be killed.
Well done. The arena erupted once more.
Shin smiled at Guyun as he jumped off the stage, then stood up and leaped onto the platform. With only the mages left to fight, Shin certainly wasn't going to let Luna and Violet go up there.
It's Shun. Junior Shin is so handsome. Shen's entrance sparked a commotion throughout the arena. It's that guy who sells bobo chicken. Owen, you have to take him down for me.
Madeline glared at Shin, fire blazing in her eyes.
Watanabe, cut off his head.
Rest assured, my lord.
I'm not like those losers.
Watanabe Aseo clutched his katana, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He leaped directly onto the stage, a sneer curling his lips as he glared at Shun. You will be the 10th soul to fall by my blade.
You talk too much.
Shin couldn't be bothered with small talk. The 16-winged demon sealing wings appeared behind him.
The next second, a bloodied head flew high into the air.
Shun, wielding the Overlord spear, appeared beside Watanabe Masao's headless corpse. Clatter, clatter. A blood-stained head, its eyes still filled with confusion, rolled to the feet of Matsui Sakiki.
One shot. A powerhouse from the land of cherry blossoms with an awakened SSS rank talent, and he was still one shot.
Junior Shin, you're just too strong. I dare say Junior Shin is the strongest freshman in the first year.
Anyone disagree?
The stands were completely electrified by Shin's single spear strike that had slain the SSS rank talent student from the land of cherry blossoms.
Junior Shin is awesome. Junior Shin, I want to have your baby.
Some female senior, her voice trembling with excitement, blurted out those words.
Shin thoroughly relished the cheers from the entire arena. In this life, it's rare to get to show off. A little showboating is fun, too much is harmful. But a little showboating now was still quite uplifting.
That's the value of emotional satisfaction.
Fuck. These Chinese bastards deserve to die.
People from the land of cherry blossoms are nothing but trash. Irving stared at the headless corpse in the pool of blood, his eyes filled not with fear, but with rage. This kind of crowd cheering should only be for him, Irving.
I'm going to kill you. Owen's eyes were bloodshot.
A ring of red blood mist formed around him, and faint screams could be heard echoing within it.
Chapter 76, You're a real good luck charm for China.
Blood Shadow Mage. Ma Jintao frowned.
Ha 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 ha. Principal Ma, there are still differences even among SSS rankers.
That guy from the land of cherry blossoms may also be an SSS rank talent awakener, but he'd be instantly killed by Irving too.
Irving has awakened the SSS rank talent, Blood Demon.
As long as he doesn't suffer a fatal wound. By absorbing the life force of those around him, he can continuously heal his wounds and boost his vitality.
Ma Dellen was smug. Although Shin's instant kill of Watanabe Aseo had been exaggerated, he was confident that Owen would ultimately emerge victorious.
Shin, as long as we kill you, we'll still win this time. Owen's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood energy swirling around him grew increasingly dense.
Vladimir. Vampire.
Shin was taken aback for a moment, but then shrugged it off. Who cares if he is a vampire or Vladimir?
You're going to die today.
Since you have a pool of blood to heal your wounds, I'll set it ablaze and send you to the afterlife.
Boom!
Orange-red flames erupted from Shin's body.
The searing heat instantly melted the special alloy floor beneath his feet.
Using others' lives to strengthen oneself.
Such evil shall be judged by me.
As Shin finished speaking, the 16-winged demon sealing wings appeared behind him. Though you are a dual-element awakener, if I drain your blood, my blood demon power will rise to a new level.
Shin, just be my nourishment. Owen's eyes were now blood red.
A flash of crimson light erupted from his hand, and a mage's staff adorned with a skull appeared in his grasp.
Go! Drain him dry.
Owen swung the staff in his hand. It's about time this world witnessed a mythic tier talent. The power of the three purities true fire. Shin's lips curled upward as he watched the blood shadows surging toward him from the blood mist. Behind Shin, his 16-winged demon sealing wings flapped, enveloping his entire body in orange-red three purities true fire.
Whoosh! Crackle!
In the next instant, thick blood-red smoke billowed up, obscuring everyone's vision. Only when the blood mist was completely consumed by the three purities true fire did the crowd realize with astonishment. Owen was currently being lifted off the ground by Shin, who was engulfed in orange-red flames, with his hand clamped firmly around Owen's throat. Under the scorching heat of the three-flame true fire, the red blood energy couldn't withstand it and evaporated instantly. Owen, too, was enveloped by the three-flame true fire. After a piercing scream, he was burned to ashes and obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Such was the power of the three-flame true fire. Bunch of losers. Shu Hong glared at Shin on the stage, muttered a curse under his breath, and turned to leave.
Our junior is awesome.
The students from the National Defense University were ecstatic, some ignoring their teachers' attempts to stop them. They rushed straight onto the stage and hoisted Shin high into the air.
Junior Shin is awesome. National Defense University is awesome. China is awesome. Ooh ooh ooh.
And so, Shin was tossed into the air and caught again by his excited seniors. Some female seniors even took the opportunity to grope him, giving his well-defined pecs a couple of squeezes. Someone even slapped Shin on the butt, leaving him both delighted and exasperated.
When it comes to being lustful, it's not just men. When women get lustful, men don't stand a chance. Just as when men get lewd, women don't stand a chance. The crowd celebrated enthusiastically, while the representatives from the three nations slunk away in disgrace. However, they kept glancing back at Shin, who was surrounded in the center. Shun.
You must die. Matsui Sakiki's eyes were filled with an intense, unyielding murderous intent.
Nighttime, Bobayish and base. Xiao Lang did a great job. Sean looked at Shin with deep satisfaction. The transformation China has undergone today can be attributed entirely to Shin. His demon rune transformed the students of the National Defense University and those soldiers.
His elixir of rejuvenation allowed many to become Grandmaster stage powerhouses. His divine fruit even elevated himself and tightened to king stage powerhouses. Today, he had even led his squad to utterly annihilate the geniuses from the other three nations. Especially those two geniuses who had awakened SSS level talents. If it weren't for Shin's arrival, who knows how heavy China's losses would have been this time.
Grandpa Xiao, stay calm. Don't overreact. Shin, however, was grinning from ear to ear. He was a man who cherished the past and held deep affection for this land. When he lacked the power, he was indeed powerless to act. But now that he had the ability to change Huaxia, he would naturally step in to make a difference. Ha ha ha. You're nothing short of a lucky star for Huaxia. With you here, Huaxia's rise is inevitable. Sean laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with admiration for Shin. Grandpa Xiao. Striking so hard against those three nations this time is bound to provoke their retaliation. Shin felt a twinge of worry. Although killing those men felt incredibly satisfying, the consequences were unpredictable, so he needed to prepare in advance. No problem. Those three nations were already suspicious of us anyway. Conflicts along the borders and maritime territories have been constant these past few years. They've been testing us all along. By acting so decisively this time, executing those men on the spot, we only deepened their suspicions. Besides, the opening of the Tianyuan realm is just around the corner. What they should be worrying about now is how to deal with you within the Tianyuan realm. Sean had a long-term perspective for every step he took. He was already looking 10 steps ahead. That was also why he had agreed to let Shin execute those men. The Tianyuan realm is opening. A sharp gleam flashed in Shin's eyes. Lately, the Tianyuan fruits had been supplied almost exclusively to him. The original stock of Tianyuan fruits was already scarce, and now it was nearly depleted. Grandpa Xiao, there are a large number of people entering the Tianyuan realm this time. I want to boost the overall strength of those entering. I wonder how the screening of the National Defense University students is going. I want to have a batch of runes inscribed for them all to strengthen their abilities. Giving the National Defense University students demon runes had been planned long ago. However, out of fear that the Genesis faction, especially Shin, might be exposed, each person was vetted rigorously to ensure not a single spy had infiltrated the group. Judging by the timeline, the results should be coming out any moment now. But your top priority right now is to deal with that group of 100 mages first. I've heard they've been pestering Zhao Gang several times over the past few days, driving him absolutely crazy. If you don't handle this soon, Zhao Gang is likely to come complain to you. Knock, knock, knock. Is Minister Shen there? Zhao Gang's knocking sounded outside the conference room door. Speak of the devil. Sean smiled as he looked toward the door. Come in. No sooner had Shen spoken than Zhao Gang hurriedly pushed the door open. Minister Shen, please save me. If you don't give them the demon rune soon, they're going to tear my office apart.
Zhao Gang wore a grim expression, looking utterly aggrieved.
All right. A smile flickered in Shen's eyes. He was well aware that a group of military mages had just arrived. It was just that he'd been too busy these past few days to pay them any attention. Chapter 77, Giving the Female Officers the Demon Rune. Detected characters matching the Journey to the West series. Just as Shen arrived at the Demon Rune Room and saw the 100 mages who had arrived only a few days ago, the system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Another character matching the Journey to the West series has been detected. Could it be the Monkey King Sun Wukong I've been waiting for, my monkey brother? Shen couldn't wait to open the system. However, when he scrolled to the Monkey King Sun Wukong, his demon rune remained dim and lifeless. Instead, a very unremarkable demon rune was glowing. Land God.
Shen froze for a moment, then hurriedly tapped on the Land Goddess demon rune.
The Earth Deity demon rune, priced at 500,000 crystals. Shen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The Earth Deity it is, then.
Shen immediately spent 500,000 crystals to purchase it.
Minister Shen. Gallia and the others stood at attention the moment they saw Shen approach.
Over the past few days, they had already gathered all the information and witnessed the true power of the demon rune firsthand, so they were eagerly anticipating this moment.
Gallia, rank of Major. 25 years old, awakened S-rank talent Heavenly Thunder descends, Platinum level 5. Shen held a stack of 100 files containing everyone's information. However, the demon rune matching the Earth Deity from the Journey to the West series wasn't hers.
It belonged to a male soldier named Chen Zhen.
Chen Zhen, rank of 2nd Lieutenant. 26 years old, Platinum level 4.
Shen read the information while looking at the face that matched the photo in the file.
Report.
Just then, a young man about 1.8 meters tall with a somewhat simple, honest appearance stepped forward.
Very good. You've awakened as an Earth Mage. Shen nodded, then asked. Minister Shen, I have indeed awakened S-class Earth Mage talent. Chen Zhen nodded earnestly. You may come in first. Shen turned to look at Gallia.
Gallia had delicate features, and her years of military service had given her an air of heroic grace. Especially in her military uniform, she exuded a unique charm.
Take off your top, then lie down on the bed.
Shen looked at Gallia with an extremely serious expression.
Minister Shen, may I ask what kind of demon rune you're going to tattoo on me?
As a soldier, Gallia was incredibly efficient in her actions, lacking the typical shyness of a young woman. She simply slipped off her top, revealing only a black spaghetti-strap tank top underneath, exposing a vast expanse of snow-white skin and the beautifully defined V-line of her abs, sculpted by years of rigorous training.
Shen's gaze lingered for a few moments on her V-line and her full chest before he spoke. Demon rune. The demon rune will multiply your strength tenfold. Shen explained casually. What? Tenfold? Doesn't that mean I can fight diamond-level experts even though I'm a rank below them?
Gallia was thrilled, completely oblivious to Shen's gaze.
That's exactly right. Shen nodded.
Shen himself currently appeared to be at gold level 4, but if he went all out, he could easily go head-to-head with a diamond-level expert. Fighting 2 ranks above his own wasn't impossible for him.
Hearing Shen nod in confirmation, Gallia lay flat on the demon rune bed. Go ahead. I'm not afraid of pain.
Gallia closed her eyes immediately, looking as if she was ready to let Shen do whatever he wanted.
Watching Gallia lying on the bed with her eyes closed, Shen couldn't help but admire the girl's bold and uninhibited personality. However, Shen was a decent guy. He wouldn't look at anything he shouldn't, not even for a second. And he certainly wouldn't touch any places he shouldn't, not even once. I'll be placing the demon rune just below your navel in a moment. Don't be too nervous.
Shen placed his hand just below Gallia's navel, indicating where he would begin. But the moment Shen's hand touched the area below her navel, Gallia's supine body couldn't help but tremble slightly. After all, the area below the navel was simply too close to her private parts. It was hard for her not to have a physical reaction.
Okay. Still, Gallia nodded with her eyes closed. Then I'll begin. Throughout the process, it might hurt a little at first, but it'll feel better after a while. As Shin explained, he took out the demon rune needles. Shin had tattooed demon runes many times before, so he was quite familiar with the process. When he inserted the first needle, Gallia couldn't help but let out a soft moan, and even her body trembled slightly. So sensitive. Shin glanced at Gallia, somewhat surprised. Gallia's face was slightly flushed. Although she was 25 years old, Shin was the first man to ever touch her body. Director Shin, please continue. Don't worry about me, I can handle it. Gallia kept her eyes closed, not daring to open them. It's fine. Just give me 2 hours. He was so familiar with the demon rune that 2 hours would be more than enough. It wouldn't take more than 10 minutes at most. I can handle it. Go ahead, Director Shin. Mum. Gallia couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Shin's hands were steady, a skill honed through practicing the demon rune. A little sound of temptation like this was practically nothing to him. Time passed slowly. Lying on the bed, Gallia trembled all over, clutching the sheets tightly to counteract the itching sensation caused by the demon rune needles. Hang in there a little longer. I'll be done soon. The demon rune was now more than halfway complete, but Gallia's entire body had turned a deep pink. She was simply far too sensitive. The sweat-soaked sheets had also drenched her black spaghetti strap top, revealing a stunning silhouette. It was as if, from a distance, it resembled a mountain range from the side, a peak each angle offering a different view. But from Shin's perspective, of course, the view was completely unobstructed. I can hold on a little longer. Gallia managed to say with difficulty, her entire body drenched in sweat. Her face was flushed, her lips tightly pressed together, and her sweat-soaked hair clung to her cheeks. About half an hour later. Phew. Done. Shin let out a long breath and stood up. Are you done? Gallia's previously tense body relaxed in that moment. She began gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling violently. That's it. Shin stretched his body as well. After all, holding a single position for too long was tiring. Gallia took a moment to catch her breath before standing up. Just below her navel was the demon rune Shin had just tattooed. Is this the demon rune? Gallia examined it curiously. The power of the demon rune hasn't awakened yet. Wait a moment, and you should be able to feel that power. Shin, too, gazed at his latest masterpiece through the mirror. Thank you, Minister Shin. Gallia looked at it for a moment, then got dressed and prepared to leave. It's all for Huaxia. Shin smiled, a meaningful look in his eyes. Hearing Shin's words, Gallia paused for a moment, then nodded. By the way, have Chen Jin come in. His demon rune is rather unique. As Gallia turned to leave, he added one more instruction. A unique demon rune. Gallia's heart stirred, and she thought of the 2 heavenly tribulations. Chapter 78, Establishing a New Department, Codenamed Myth. Journey to the West Series, Earth Deity. In Shin's mind, the Earth Deity had always been depicted as a little old man. However, the Earth Deity in the system's demon rune was a young man, standing on a patch of yellow earth. Minister Shin, you called for me. Not long after Gallia left, Chen Zhen walked in with a guileless expression. Take off your shirt. Your demon rune is rather special. Shin glanced at Chen Zhen, then instructed him to undress and lie face down on the bed. My demon rune is special. Chen Zhen's eyes lit up. Over the past few days, he had also learned about demon runes. Generally, only special demon runes can trigger the heavenly tribulation. And such demon runes are far more powerful than ordinary ones, they can completely overwhelm them. He never expected that he himself possessed such a demon rune. Without another word, Chen Zhen stripped off his shirt and lay face down on the demon rune bed. After adjusting his stance, he immediately began the demon rune ritual. Thanks to his prolonged consumption of the Tianyuan fruit, combined with his cultivation and the recovery skill, spring returns to the earth.
Neither the Mythology series Demon Rune nor the Journey to the West series Demon Rune posed much difficulty for him anymore.
Boom! The Demon Rune needle fell, accompanied by the familiar vibration, though it was much lighter than before. A special Demon Rune.
Outside the Demon Rune chamber, those who hadn't yet undergone the ritual gazed at the chamber with envy. Gallia had already recovered by then, and the Demon Rune had begun to awaken within her. She could feel that surging power, but for some reason, Shin's figure kept appearing in her mind.
What is going on?
Gallia was puzzled, but the more she thought about it, the clearer Shin's image became.
He is still a student, how could I have such thoughts?
Gallia couldn't help but shake her head. Beside her, Suchinya looked at the tightly closed door of the Demon Rune chamber and made up her mind. She had always wanted to find Shin's Demon Rune, but had never been able to bring herself to do it. As expected, the cheaper Demon Runes sold in the system store don't consume as much mana when inscribed. Shin found inscribing the Earth Deity's Demon Rune to be effortless, with no signs of excessive mana drain. As a result, he was able to inscribe the Demon Rune at a rapid pace. Although there were storm clouds in the sky outside, they weren't as massive as on previous occasions.
About 5 hours later, a thunderclap rang out in the sky. The next second, a bolt of lightning struck toward the Demon Rune chamber.
But just then, a shadowy figure appeared, followed by a blur of earth that smashed straight through the storm clouds.
Everyone watching the scene was a bit dazed. Why do I feel like this special Demon Rune is weaker than the previous ones? Someone compared the two and came up with this theory.
Squeak! The door to the Demon Rune chamber swung open, and Shin walked out with ease.
Alang, are you okay?
Luna Violet Jojiro rushed over.
I'm fine.
Shen looked relaxed, though signs of exhaustion were visible. He was in much better shape than during his previous episodes of unconsciousness.
That's a relief. The women all breathed a sigh of relief.
After consecutively inscribing 2 demon runes that consumed a significant amount of mana, Shin decided to rest. At the same time, an idea took shape in his mind. He intended to establish a special division within the Genesis faction. He planned to name this special division Mythology. He intended to gather everyone who had been inscribed with the Demon Rune series, the Journey to the West series, the Mythology series, and the Divine Tree and Divine Beast series, and have them all trained uniformly by the Genesis faction, to forge a mythical legion for Huaxia. If he could create such a mythical legion, he could easily sweep across the entire cosmos. Just thinking about it filled Shin with overwhelming excitement. The victorious Buddha, Bodhi, the 3 purities of Taoism, Pango, Nuwa. If all these figures became his subordinates, Shin dared not imagine how exhilarating that would be. With that thought, Shin immediately called Sean to discuss the establishment of the Mythology division. After all, the Genesis faction was funded by the state. The Mythology division was even more unique, consuming vast amounts of crystals and other cultivation resources. Soon, Sean arrived at the Babaishan base.
Xiaolang, you want to establish a Mythology division under the Genesis faction. Sean got straight to the point.
Grandpa Xiao, some demon runes are quite unique, with immense potential for future growth.
Moreover, each of these special demon runes possesses its own distinct characteristics and independence. Once they mature, they will undoubtedly become the backbone of our Chinese nation.
Therefore, I believe it is essential to invest cultivation resources in them. Shin stated his thoughts directly. The Mythology division is just the beginning. In the future, Shin also plans to gather and cultivate talents capable of inheriting more skills from generals in the 3 Kingdoms series, the Suitang series, and so on,
to build an even more solid foundation for China. Xiaolang, have you made up your mind? Sean's expression was incredibly serious.
Of course.
Shin nodded firmly.
The Mythology series, the Journey to the West series, the 3 Kingdoms series, and so on. These mythical figures and historical figures rightfully belong to Huaxia, though they currently reside in another world, a Huaxia undergoing a great renaissance, resplendent beyond compare. Shin's soul originated from that very world. Since the system allows him to bring that brilliant civilization to this world, then these people should shine with the brilliance they deserve.
So he also planned to give them unique codenames. Since you've made up your mind, then let us proceed as you see fit. As for the cultivation resources required, I'll have the National Treasury allocate them as needed. Shan didn't hesitate, he nodded emphatically.
He had already been grooming Shin as his future successor.
So not only would he support Shin's plan, he would support it wholeheartedly. As for the shortage of crystals, they would simply take them by force. Though the land of cherry blossoms was small in territory, it was rich in crystals. If the land of cherry blossoms wasn't enough, they would plunder the land of the falcon and seize resources from across the entire Blue Star. If that still wasn't enough, they would venture beyond Blue Star. A surge of bold ambition welled up within Shan. King's stage, it was the perfect age to make his mark. In the largest conference room of the Babayashin base, Luna, Violet, Lu Rukin, Aries, Gord, Lin Na, Zhou Jiruo, Gu Yun, Tianjin Yuan, Shenzhen, Gaoya, and others sat quietly. Shun sat at the head of the table. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to see you all here. Although most of those seated below were people he knew well, Shin's expression remained solemn and serious. Greetings, Minister Shin. The expressions of the assembled crowd were equally grave. Starting today, centered around the Genesis faction, we are establishing a new department. The department will be called Myth. It is my honor to announce that everyone here is a member of Myth. Shin finally smiled as he looked out at the crowd. Myth. The crowd was puzzled, yet they sensed that these two words carried both mystery and power. That's right. Every member of Myth has a special code name. From now on, Myth members may address one another by their code names. Shin already had a plan in mind. Special code names. For some reason, a surge of excitement suddenly welled up in the crowd's hearts. Chapter 79, Taking Action Against the Shu Family. Lu Rukin, stand up. Shin's stern gaze fixed on Lu Rukin. Present. Lu Rukin hurriedly stood up with a serious expression.
Although he was still young, having been raised in a family of such stature, he knew the importance of the moment.
From today onward, your code name is Red Boy.
Shin's expression remained stern as he handed him an identity badge crafted from a special metal, featuring a map of China's mountains and rivers on the front and the characters for Red Boy on the back.
Lu Rukin accepted it solemnly, standing perfectly straight.
Finally, under Shin's encouraging gaze, he sat down.
Tianjin Yuan, stand up. Shin's gaze turned to Tianjin Yuan. Present. Tianjin Yuan immediately rose to his feet, standing just as straight. From today onward, your codename is Hoi. Here is your ID tag. And here is the Divine Sun shooting bow. I entrust it to you. I hope you will live up to its legendary reputation.
A flash of light appeared in Shin's hand, and the Divine Sun shooting bow materialized there.
The moment Tianjin Yuan laid eyes on the Divine Sun shooting bow, he was instantly captivated by it. Minister, are you really giving this to me? Tianjin Yuan stammered, finding it hard to believe. Of course. It was always meant to be yours. Shun thought to himself. Minister Shun, rest assured. I will not let you down. Tianjin Yuan took the Divine Sun shooting bow, his eyes brimming with excitement. Little Gord, your codename is Gord of Gord. Lin Na, your codename is White Tiger. Gu Yun, your codename is Divine Tree, known as Jianmu. Shenzhen, your codename is Earth God. The rest of you will all go by the codename Shadow Demon.
Shin's gaze fell upon Luna, Violet, Zhou Jiruo, and Gaoya.
Yes. Everyone stood up together.
Shin had not only established the mythology division but had also completely reorganized the Baobao mountain base. The areas were divided into martial arts, archery, magic, summoning, beast mastery, mythology, and public zones. The central area of Babayashin was converted into a training and combat zone. The heart of the Genesis faction lay within the mythology zone, which also housed Shin's demon rune chamber. In the future, the Babayashin base would grow in numbers, though some would inevitably leave.
Shin put this plan into action immediately.
As for the remaining 98 mages, after much deliberation, Shin ultimately decided to inscribe them all with demon runes. He hesitated over what to inscribe for the mages.
After much deliberation, Shin finally decided to have all the mages pledge their loyalty. Just as Shin had spent 2 busy days inscribing demon runes for all the mages,
he finally had time to sit in the demon rune chamber and enjoy a moment of leisure.
System, where's my reward?
He hadn't yet claimed the rewards for the elegant demon rune and the Qingjin demon rune. He wanted to see what abilities he would gain.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSS rank lightning elemental talent skill, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Congratulations, host. You have obtained earth traveling technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 divine fruit.
Purple Sky Divine Thunder. That's quite a formidable name. Shin had already anticipated this. Giving Gaia a demon rune would grant him a lightning-type talent. Earth traveling technique, a spell of the earth deity, allowing one to burrow underground and manipulate the terrain within a small area.
Not bad, not bad. Shin nodded in satisfaction. He had also expected the divine fruit. After all, he received 1 every time he gave a demon rune from the Mythical Journey to the West series. After using 3 divine fruits, he still had 3 left thanks to system rewards. Once Titan and Ocean used their divine fruits to break through to the king stage, Huaxia's strength would be unmatched on Blue Star. Shin's first phase goal was to first destroy the Sakura Kingdom, then the Falcon Kingdom, and finally unify the entire Blue Star.
After unifying Blue Star, he would join the Star Domain Alliance and vie for supremacy across the stars and seas.
System, I want 98 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host.
You have obtained 98 small rejuvenation pills.
I knew it. Shin was increasingly eager to upgrade to an intermediate demon rune as soon as possible. He was curious about the system's upgrade rewards. Knock, knock, knock.
Just then, there was a knock on the door of Shin's demon rune chamber.
Come in. Shin kept his head down because his phone rang at that very moment. Teacher Su.
Shin had just pulled out his phone when he looked up and realized it was Su Qingya.
Shun, there is something I need your help with.
Su Qingya had been hesitating for several days, unable to find the right opportunity to bring it up.
Teacher Su, what is it?
Shin noticed that the call was from Sean.
Shun, I'd like to ask you to help me with the demon rune. Su Qingya sounded a bit embarrassed. Hello? Grandpa Xiao, is something wrong? Shin answered the call at that moment.
Xiao Lang, the Shu family has teamed up with people from those 3 nations to assassinate you. I've already decided to take action against the Zhu family and uproot their influence throughout all of China,
to ensure not a single one is left.
Gather all the Genesis faction members at the Grandmaster stage or above and head to the Zhu family's villa in the imperial capital. Sean's voice came through the phone, and Shin could sense his murderous intent. Of course, after hearing this, Shin felt the same murderous intent in his heart. He had already intended to eliminate the Zhu family.
Teacher Su, I've agreed to help with your demon rune. But I have something even more important to attend to right now. Shin put away his phone and stood up to head out. Do you need my help? Su Qingya had overheard a bit of the conversation. No.
Shin smiled, then walked out of the demon rune chamber. Once outside, he immediately sent a message to the Grandmaster level experts private group chat.
Follow me. We're going to kill.
The moment those words appeared, the Grandmaster group erupted.
Rest assured, Minister Shen. Whoever you say to kill, I'll kill. Rest assured, Minister Shen.
When it comes to torturing people, this old man has a knack for it.
Damn it, don't tell me we're sealing up that swallow again. In an instant, the Grandmaster group descended into chaos, leaving those Grandmaster-level experts who hadn't experienced the Shen Lingkong incident completely baffled.
In the underground plaza of the Babaishan base, within moments, over 100 Grandmaster-level experts had gathered, each wearing an expression of intense excitement.
Minister Shen, who are we going to kill this time?
An elderly man with gray hair, his face flushed, kept smacking his lips.
The Zhu family. There is only one requirement, not a single soul, not even a dog is to be spared.
Shen's voice was icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent.
Humph.
I've heard for ages that those bastards from the Zhu family are traitors.
I never thought it was actually true.
Daring to betray China, the Zhu family deserves to be wiped out.
Damn it, I'm going first. Don't you dare cut in front of me.
The gray-haired old man said viciously.
Why should you go first?
We're all grandmasters.
Whoever kills first gets the kill. Don't let your guard down. The Zhu family has 3 grandmaster level experts. Shen warned. Only 3? We got over 100 of us. The crowd behind Shen spoke in unison. Then let us move out. Shen waved his hand.
Chapter 80. So what if they have a few more grandmasters? The imperial capital, outskirts. At the foot of a small mountain with beautiful scenery, a place perfectly suited for rest and recuperation.
A sprawling villa, built against the mountainside. Inside and outside the villa, figures in black robes were patrolling. Meanwhile, in the villa's conference room, a group of people were discussing how to deal with Shen.
Zhu Lishan, if it weren't for the inaccurate intelligence you provided, how could our forces have suffered such heavy losses?
What's the matter?
We told you to take out Shen, and yet you've been dragging your feet for so long.
Ma Dellen, Song Jisher, and Mo glared at Zhu Lishan with intense fury. Please don't get so worked up, gentlemen.
You know just how formidable Shen is.
And he's south too close to the Lu family.
Plus, he hasn't been to school at all these past few days. We simply can't track him down. But rest assured, the moment he shows up, he won't escape our notice.
Zhu Lishan seethed inwardly, humph.
A bunch of useless good-for-nothings, you got your asses kicked and killed, and now you're coming to me with your problems.
Mr. Zhu, don't forget our agreement. If you can't kill Shen, we won't hesitate to hand over the information about your betrayal of China to them. Matsui Sakiki's face darkened to the extreme.
The only reason they hadn't left was to kill Shen.
Only by killing Shen would they dare return home. If they returned empty-handed like this, their ancestors' graves might even be desecrated by the angry masses back home. You're threatening me.
Zhu Lishan's expression darkened, and a group of men in black appeared behind him.
Lord Zhu, this is no threat. It's just that Shen must die. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Neither you nor I can bear them.
Matsui Sakiki paid no heed to the men in black.
My Zhu family controls 1/3 of Huaxia's military. How dare you threaten us?
Just then, Zhu Hong couldn't help but interject.
Shut up. This isn't the place for you to speak.
Zhu Lishan snapped. Zhu Hong retreated to his original spot, seething with indignation.
So this is the kind of upbringing Lord Zhu receives. If my intelligence is correct, the Zhu family is already under attack. You've already shown your weakness.
If it weren't for us, the Zhu family would likely have been driven to the brink of ruin by now. Matsui Sakiki shot a contemptuous glance at the 3 members of the Zhu family.
Mr. Matsui, there is no true ruler in China.
If you hadn't doubted me, China would already be divided among us. Zhu Lishan was deeply dissatisfied. If the Zhu family's current situation weren't so dire, he would likely have lost his temper.
No. It's not that we don't trust you. It's just that the Chinese are too cunning. Although on the surface, there is no true ruler in China. But who knows?
Perhaps a king stage powerhouse is hiding in those mountains.
Madeline interjected, arguing now is pointless. The urgent priority is to kill Shen.
Otherwise, I won't be able to account for Owen's loss.
Humph. I will kill Shen, of course.
But you'd better not threaten me, or we'll both go down together. Zhu Lishan looked at the 3 of them, his eyes brimming with undisguised murderous intent.
Oh. Are you talking about killing me?
Shen laughed as he kicked the conference room door wide open.
Shen, what are you doing here?
Zhu Hong was the first to react, his eyes lighting up with wild joy.
Idiot. Shen shot Zhu Hong a contemptuous glance.
He had no idea how the Zhu family managed to raise such an idiot.
Baboji. You're just in time. I'm going to kill you.
Matsui Sakiki's eyes were filled with madness as he looked at Shin. It's that one who was so brazen as to show disrespect to Minister Shin.
Are you looking to die? Behind Shin, dozens of Grandmaster stage experts appeared in an instant.
Shin had originally thought it would take some effort to break through. But before he knew it, those Grandmasters were unleashing lethal strikes, each more ruthless than the last. They were even fighting amongst themselves to be the first to kill. Especially the two Grandmaster stage experts from the Zhu family, who were being beaten up by 20 Grandmasters. They didn't even get a chance to fight back before others rushed in to finish them off.
Grandmaster stage. They're all Grandmaster stage. When did Huaxia suddenly produce so many Grandmaster stage experts?
Matsui Sakiki was astonished, while Zhu Lishan was so shocked his jaw dropped.
Shun, I never expected you to come right to me.
Zhu Hong must have lost his mind to step forward at a time like this.
Who are you, you little punk? You actually dare to try and kill Minister Shin. Did you ask this old man if I'd agree to that? Die.
No one knew which hot-tempered Grandmaster it was, but before he could even speak, a green wind blade imbued with threads of law power sliced Zhu Hong clean in two. In an instant, blood splattered all over the ground.
Zhu Lishan let out a wail of grief. What are you wailing about? You die too.
Another Grandmaster unleashed a crushing punch. A fist imbued with the power of the laws slammed directly into Zhu Lishan, shattering every bone in his body and shattering his internal organs on the spot, killing him instantly.
Dad! Brother!
Zhu Shi roared and charged at Shen.
You die too. Another Grandmaster struck. Zhu Shi, who had been charging forward, was instantly grabbed by an invisible giant hand and crushed to pieces mid-air.
Holy shit! Watching the droplets of blood fall from the sky, Shen couldn't help but let out a classic holy shit.
This is what a dimensional strike looks like. This is way too satisfying.
Shen watched as the remaining black-clad men were picked off one by the Grandmasters, a look of excitement in his eyes.
This is exactly the feeling I was after. With the system in hand, if I can't crush my opponents, I might as well find a block of tofu and smash my head against it. Shin, you can't lay a finger on us. Otherwise, it will trigger a diplomatic crisis.
Our country will launch a military offensive against China. Madeline watched as the Zhu family members were mowed down like wheat by Shen's men, and her legs trembled slightly. People from Falcon Nation are all like that before the fight. They act like they're the best in the world, but in reality, most of them are scared to death.
Huaxia is indeed full of tricks.
To have hidden so many Grandmaster stage powerhouses.
Matsui Sakiki's eyes were filled with deep fear.
He wasn't afraid of death, he was afraid that the news of Huaxia having over 100 additional Grandmaster stage powerhouses wouldn't make it back to Sakura Nation. This has nothing to do with me, they forced our hand.
Emoda was even more pathetic, though this had always been Insan's style.
They boasted of being the most populous nation, yet when it came to war, they were practically a pushover.
Kill them.
Looking at the three, Shin couldn't be bothered with small talk.
Diplomatic disputes, military deployments, Huaxia feared none of it.
Of course, the main reason was that it was simply impossible for several nations to launch a full-scale attack on Huaxia. Because every nation was dealing with the appearance of void rifts and the arrival of alien races.
Minister Shin, leave these three to me. I've been working on a little something these past few days. Behind Shin, a Grandmaster stage powerhouse licked his lips.
All right. But they must die.
Chapter 81, The Annihilation of the Zhu Clan. Rest assured. Minister Shin, I've recently been perfecting the drip torture technique.
I'm certain I can extract every bit of intelligence they possess.
Minister Shin, we've discovered the Zhu family's underground vault here. Just then, a Grandmaster stage powerhouse ran in, grinning. The Zhu family's underground vault. Shin's eyes lit up. Let us go.
Let us see just how much these traitors have embezzled.
Shin eagerly followed the Grandmaster to the underground vault. Just as Shin was heading to the underground vault,
on the outskirts of Harbin, at a military base,
A white-haired old man was sipping a cup of tea. "Old Zhu, you sure have a lot of free time."
Just as Zhu Xiang was about to set down his teacup, a voice reached his ears.
"Sean, you're not in the imperial capital. What are you doing out here on the front lines with the foreign forces?"
Zhu Xiang picked up his teacup again and took a light sip.
"Old Zhu, do you remember back in the day, when you, me, and Titan, the three of us, used to fight others?"
Sean didn't answer. Instead, he sat down in the chair next to Zhu Xiang and poured himself a cup of tea.
"How could I forget? Back then, you were the craftiest of the bunch.
It was just me and that bastard Titan taking the brunt of it up front, getting beaten to a pulp, and then getting punished when we got home." Zhu Xiang set down his teacup, a look of nostalgia flickering in his eyes.
"That's right.
But we were such good friends back then.
How did things come to this?" Sean let out a soft sigh.
"Humph.
Sean, don't be so hypocritical. If you hadn't used underhanded tactics to steal Lin Qing from me back then, would things have turned out this way?
If old Lu hadn't refused to help me, how could you possibly be the leader of Huaxia? That position was always meant to be ours, the Zhu family's." Zhu Xiang slammed his teacup down on the table with a loud thud.
"You're still so stubborn. Is that your excuse for betraying your country?"
Sean spoke with a furrowed brow, his eyes filled with disappointment.
"Betrayal."
Zhu Xiang repeated the two words, then flashed a smile that was impossible to read.
"Colluding with foreign tribes, colluding with other nations. How can you face the ancestors of the Zhu family after doing this?" Bang!
Sean slammed his hand down on the table beside him, and the rosewood table shattered instantly.
"Sean, this is a battlefield against foreign invaders.
Although I don't know why you've recently been mass mobilizing so many promising young people.
But you'd better think this through.
Once chaos breaks out here, the northern frontier of China will completely become a playground for the invaders. At that point, the hundreds of millions of people in the northern frontier will become food for the foreign tribes.
The Frostwolf clan is notoriously bloodthirsty and has a taste for human flesh."
Zhu Xiang sat there calmly, his eyes filled with madness.
"Humph. You should know me. I never do anything without being certain of the outcome." Sean's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Zhu Xiang. "Sean, you're being far too arrogant.
We're both at the Grandmaster stage.
It's not certain who will win or lose. Besides, this is the Zhu family army's camp." "Oh. Is that so?"
"But you don't realize that times have changed. The king stage is no problem at all for Huaxia." For the first time, a smile appeared on Sean's face.
"What? How is that possible?"
1,000 years ago, that great upheaval in Huaxia nearly depleted all of its foundations.
How could you possibly break through to the king stage?
Zhu Xiang stood up in shock.
"Nothing is impossible."
1,000 years ago was the last spiritual energy eruption on Blue Star. Although those clans took Blue Star's last reserves with them, throughout Huaxia's history, miracles have never been in short supply. Nor have heroes who step forward in times of crisis. Of course, there is also no shortage of traitors like you, who sell out their country for personal gain in times of crisis. Huaxia is forgiving, but traitors like you must die."
Sean fixed his gaze intently on Zhu Xiang. "No. That is simply impossible.
Spiritual energy has dried up across the entire Blue Star, and the power of the laws is no longer manifest. The reason the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Falcon Nation were able to produce king stage powerhouses is because, when the Tianyuan realm opened last time, they found a cave dwelling in a perilous part of the Tianyuan realm containing 2 elixirs. Zhu Xiang still refused to believe Sean's words. "So, this is your reason for betraying Huaxia? If it weren't for their suspicion, Huaxia would once again be plunged into war because of you."
A look of fury flashed across Sean's face. "As long as I can reach the king stage, Huaxia will still be Huaxia." Zhu Xiang sneered. "You're stubbornly clinging to your delusions. No need for further words." Sean already knew the full story, so he didn't intend to say any more. "Then let us go down fighting.
My Zhu family in the northern frontier isn't something that can be easily dismantled.
Zhu Xiong sneered. But what if I deploy over 100 Grandmaster level experts? Sean's words left Zhu Xiong momentarily stunned. Over 100 Grandmaster level experts. Sean, you must have lost your mind.
Although Huaxia has so many Grandmaster level experts, they're all the patriarchs of various clans.
Zhu Xiong didn't believe a word of it. Humph. Go to hell and kneel before your Zhu family ancestors.
As soon as Sean finished speaking, he reached out and clenched his fist in the air. Zhu Xiong, who had been radiating Grandmaster stage aura, was instantly silenced.
His body was suppressed by an invisible force, a terrifying power imbued with the might of the laws of the universe.
You've truly broken through to the king stage. Zhu Xiong's face turned crimson as his entire body was crushed by the terrifying force.
Blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. It's not just me. Titan and old Zhou should be close as well.
It's a pity you won't be around to see Huaxia unify the entire Blue Star.
Sean sighed once more. Titan, he can become a king too.
Zhu Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood.
Of course. In the future Huaxia, kings will be everywhere.
Sean clenched his outstretched hand.
Boom!
A cloud of blood mist exploded. Zhu Xiong was crushed to death in his grasp. At the same time, all the leaders of the Zhu family's forces in the northern frontier were slaughtered. If it weren't for Shen providing divine fruits and the mass production of the small rejuvenation pill, creating so many Grandmaster level experts,
Shan wouldn't have dared to risk such a direct decapitation operation.
After all, if even one fish slipped through the net, it would spell chaos for the northern frontier. Fortunately, Huaxia had Shen. Not only did they have king stage experts, but soon there would be more than one. As for Grandmasters, it might truly be, as Shen had said, as common as dogs. Gazing at the blood mist, Shan radiated a king's aura that instantly enveloped the entire military camp. The camp, which had been stirred by the commotion, was instantly subdued. The soldiers dared not even breathe.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A burst of blood mist erupted, and Zhu Xiong's closest confidants were instantly wiped out.
Chapter 82, Beauty that makes fish sink and swans fall, beauty that makes the moon hide and flowers blush. So this is the Zhu family's underground vault. Shen looked at the 2 massive golden doors before him and couldn't help but be awestruck. Damn, that's extravagant. Shen couldn't help but exclaim. Minister Shen, let me open it. A Grandmaster level expert delivered a direct punch. Boom!
The 2 golden doors were instantly shattered into dozens of pieces, crashing heavily to the ground.
Holy shit! That's way too wasteful.
The scrap lying on the ground, if melted down at current gold prices, that's worth hundreds of millions.
What a bunch of spendthrifts.
Shen couldn't help but grumble to himself.
Minister Shen, please go first.
Although the vault doors had been opened, not a single Grandmaster dared to step forward ahead of Shen. Though they jostled one another, they always kept a body's length behind him.
That's what you call emotional intelligence.
Shen, of course, didn't stand on ceremony and was the first to step into the Zhu family's underground vault.
Holy shit! Is the Zhu family really this rich?
The first thing that caught his eye was row after row of large wooden chests. One of the chests was open, and flecks of spiritual light shone out from within.
They're crystals. So many chests. Damn it, the Zhu family is incredibly greedy. Someone couldn't help but curse aloud. Master Ji hurried forward and began opening one chest after another.
Every single chest was filled to the brim with crystals.
This is way too much. Someone whistled in amazement.
Minister Shen, there's a chest here containing the Tianyuan fruits you often eat.
Just then, someone let out a gasp.
It was a jade chest carved from a single block of jade. As the jade chest was opened, one Tianyuan fruit after another was revealed inside. After all, Tianyuan fruits are special. Only by storing them in a jade box can their spiritual essence be preserved.
Who would have thought that looting would yield such a windfall? How many are there? Shen asked urgently. About 200. The Grandmaster quickly counted them. 200.
The Shu family really does have a knack for being greedy.
But now they're all mine. Shen took the Tianyuan fruits right there in front of everyone.
Not only did no one object, but they were actually thinking to themselves, Minister Shin, take them all, take even more. Someone, tally up exactly how many crystals are here. Shin certainly wasn't going to count them himself with so many subordinates at his disposal, he was going to put them to work.
Minister Shen, there's another discovery here.
At that moment, a Grandmaster level expert walked over carrying a sandalwood box.
What is it? Shen asked, puzzled. It looks like some letters inside.
Letters? The Shu family still uses such an old-fashioned method of communication. Shin paused for a moment, then opened the sandalwood box.
These are all evidence of the Zhu family's collusion with the enemy.
Shin was puzzled. These letters were all printed. Some contained intelligence on the military deployments along the maritime borders of China and the land of cherry blossoms. Others included defense maps of the border regions between China, India, and Korea. There were even written communications with the Earth Lizards and the Frost Wolf clan. There was even a plan to divide China. The northern frontier would belong to the Frost Wolf clan, and the coastal regions to the land of cherry blossoms. The more Shin looked, the more alarmed he became. Especially regarding the plans involving the Frost Wolves and the Earth Lizards. According to the plan, on New Year's Eve in Huaxia, the Earth Lizards would emerge from underground, while the Frost Wolves would launch an attack from Harbin.
Damn it, the Shu family has lost their minds. Shin's anger grew with every word he read. Minister Shin, are you all right?
Someone noticed that Shin's mood was off.
Nothing.
Wipe out every last member of the Zhu family, every man and dog.
Not even a single ant is to be spared.
Shin's voice was as dark as could be.
Ah! At that moment, waves of agonized, frantic screams echoed from outside.
The screams were so loud that even those inside the underground vault could hear them.
Minister, the tally is in.
A total of 10 million crystals. 10 million crystals, that's certainly no small sum. No wonder ancient emperors loved to confiscate the assets of corrupt officials' families. Shin muttered under his breath, then ordered, transport all these crystals back to the Baobaishan base and confiscate them. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he made the decision with apparent satisfaction. When Shin emerged from the underground vault, he saw Matsui Shiki, Madeline, and Moda, all bound and pinned to the floor. Hanging above each of their heads was a water bag. At that moment, water was dripping drop by drop from the bags onto the center of their foreheads. This process had been going on for quite some time. Moda was the first to reach his limit. Minister Shin, what do you think? The gray-haired Grandmaster asked with a smile.
Not bad, not bad.
Don't forget to have a healer restore their health when they're about to collapse. These three hold significant positions. They must know a lot of information useful to us.
Shin gave a brief instruction, then turned and left.
The Shu family had already been wiped out. There was no point in him staying here any longer.
Moreover, Shan needed to know about the Zhu family's plans so he could prepare defenses early.
Besides, he had promised someone a demon rune.
Su Qingya, Teacher Su.
Shin certainly wouldn't forget her pair of alluring, seductive eyes. On the way back, Shin munched on a Tianyuan fruit while searching for a demon rune suitable for Su Qingya. His first impression of Su Qingya had been those alluring, seductive eyes.
This caused the image of Daji to involuntarily surface in his mind.
After searching the demon rune marketplace, he finally found Daji's profile in the function series.
1 million crystals.
Shin glanced at the number of crystals required to purchase Daji. However, he didn't buy it, because the system hadn't detected a match between Su Qingya and Daji.
This left Shin feeling somewhat conflicted.
He then began browsing the system store again, eventually fixing his gaze on the Demon Rune series featuring China's legendary beauties. Throughout China's more than 5,000 years of history, there have been no shortage of peerless beauties recorded in the annals. Fish sinking, goose falling, moon hiding, flower shying. These four great beauties are the most talked about.
Fish sinking Shi Shi. Goose falling Wang Xiaojun. Moon hiding Diao Chan. Flower shying Yang Yuhuan Yang Guifei. Shen Esques finally settled on these figures. System, what abilities would be associated with inscribing these beauties?
Shen was curious, as the system hadn't provided any explanation.
Random. It could be dancing, or it could be something else. Is it really that arbitrary? But then why are they so expensive? 50,000 crystals each. This left Shen thoroughly baffled. If Daji required crystals, that would be one thing.
But these women were ordinary people. Because of their randomness, the system explained coldly.
Random again. Shen felt an urge to curse.
But in the end, he held back the expletive that was about to slip out. Still, Shen was a bit hesitant about who to choose. Soon, they returned to the Babaishan base.
Su Qingya was waiting for Shen in the square. Chapter 83, Please don't doubt my character. Minister Shen, I.
Su Qingya felt a bit embarrassed to speak up. She felt that, in her current state, she was practically forcing Shen's hand.
Teacher Su, I've decided on your demon rune.
Shen had thought it over for a long time and finally decided to tattoo Su Qingya with the falling swan Wang Xiaojun. Beautiful women's demon runes were rather special, even Shen didn't know exactly what abilities they would grant. So he planned to use Su Qingya as a test subject.
Let us start with Wang Xiaojun. Shen looked at Su Qingya's voluptuous figure and those alluring eyes.
He couldn't help but ponder in his mind.
Really? Su Qingya's eyes lit up. Then when will you inscribe the demon rune?
Su Qingya was a bit excited. After all, she had been with the Genesis faction for a long time and knew exactly what a demon rune was.
Right now. Shen smiled.
Having just killed the Shu family, he felt refreshed and clear-headed, the perfect state of mind for the demon rune.
Right now?
Su Qingya was a bit excited.
Right now.
As soon as Shen finished speaking, he led the way toward the demon rune chamber.
As for the aftermath of the Zhu family's elimination, there would naturally be someone to handle it.
Take off your top, then lie face down on the demon rune bed. Inside the demon rune chamber, Shen gazed at Su Qingya's stunning figure.
Okay.
Su Qingya hesitated for a moment, then began unbuttoning her white blouse. The buttons of the white blouse came undone one by one, revealing the snow-white skin beneath.
Su Qingya's figure was nothing short of perfect. As the buttons came undone, the first thing that caught Shen's eye was her black lace lingerie.
Set against the backdrop of her voluptuous, snow-white skin, it looked exceptionally alluring. This was the first time Su Qingya had undressed in front of a stranger, especially one of her own students. It made her feel a bit embarrassed, and a blush involuntarily spread across her face.
Shen, turn your head away. No peeking.
Seeing Shen staring intently at her chest, Su Qingya couldn't help but scold him playfully. But under her alluring, almond-shaped eyes, that playful scolding was practically a crime. Fortunately, Shen was no novice, he'd seen his fair share of beauties, otherwise he might have been tempted to do something interesting.
Teacher Su, I am a highly professional rune crafter. Please don't doubt my character. Asking Shen to turn away in this situation, was that even possible? There was no way he was turning around.
Su Qingya was at a loss for words, because Shen's gaze had already given him away.
What kind of decent person stares at someone's chest the whole time, acting like he is in the right?
Seeing that Shen wasn't turning around, Su Qingya had no choice but to turn herself. But when her white blouse fell away, revealing her snow-white back and those alluring curves of her waist and hips, Shen still couldn't help but swallow hard. Beautiful, truly beautiful.
Alluring, far too alluring.
If Luna and the others were still green, unripe apples, then Su Qingya was a fully ripe, juicy peach. That dewy, succulent state was simply beyond description, no words or language could do it justice.
Ms. Su, just lie face down on the bed.
Shen suppressed the hormonal stirrings in his heart and averted his gaze.
Okay.
Su Qingya blushed and hurried toward the demon rune bed. Her movements were too hasty and her strides too wide. The expansive snow-white skin on her chest undulated like waves, a sight to behold. It was impossible not to feel the surge of passion welling up inside. Just as Su Qingya lay down, Shin had a perfect boyfriend's eye view, taking in every detail. "Miss Su, no matter what happens, don't move. If you move even once, the demon rune will be ruined." Shin held the demon rune needle in his hand and sat down right next to Su Qingya, whose skin was snow-white, smooth, and delicate, with a hint of pink. The scent of male hormones hit her, leaving Su Qingya a bit dazed. "Okay." Still, she nodded instinctively. She had witnessed Shin performing the demon rune ritual more than once. So she understood exactly what he meant. "Miss Su, you're so beautiful." Just as he was about to cast the demon rune, Shin blurted out those words as if possessed. What does he mean by that? "He likes me," he is confessing his feelings. Su Qingya froze for a moment, then her mind began to run wild. No. Su Qingya, what are you thinking? Even though he is Minister Shin, he is still your student. That kind of thing can't happen between a teacher and a student. Su Qingya's mind was in turmoil. She didn't even know what she was thinking. No. Su Qingya blurted out without thinking. No. No what? Shin looked puzzled at first, but immediately understood what Su Qingya meant. "Teacher Su, the demon rune is about to begin. Don't move a muscle." Shin placed one hand on Su Qingya's waist. This made her body tremble involuntarily, and she let out a strange little sound. "Teacher Su, hold on. I'll be quick." Shin's fingers traced Su Qingya's smooth, snow-white back, then the demon rune needle settled firmly into place. "It tickles." Su Qingya felt an unbearable, tingling sensation wherever Shin's hand had touched. "Teacher Su, it's like this at first. You'll get used to it. Don't move a muscle." Shin hurriedly warned her. Wang Zhaojun's demon rune floated in Shin's mind. The demon rune needle in his hand slowly traced the silhouette of a classical beauty across Su Qingya's back. Su Qingya was drenched in fragrant sweat. She bit her lower lip hard, afraid she might cry out. Yet the burning heat in her body still made her tremble uncontrollably. Shin continued his work. Wang Zhaojun's demon rune didn't drain him as much as he'd expected. This made the process effortless, leaving him with the leisure to admire his own masterpiece. However, Su Qingya, lying face down on the bed with her graceful curves, trembled from time to time, causing Shin to frown. Fortunately, as a professional rune crafter, his professional discipline was impeccable. Time trickled by. Shin could feel through his fingertips that Su Qingya's back was slowly becoming scorching hot. "Teacher Su, can you hold on?" He couldn't help but ask. "I can hold on." Su Qingya gritted her teeth as she spoke. "Just hold on for another half hour. I'll be quick." Shin focused his mind, fully immersing himself in the demon rune. About half an hour later. "Teacher Su. I'm done." Shin stood up and let out a long sigh. Su Qingya collapsed onto the bed, her entire body limp as a pile of mud, drained of all her strength. After resting for about 10 minutes, Su Qingya slowly sat up, walked over to the mirror, and turned to look at the demon rune on her back. Shin was right behind her, so when she turned, the view was completely unobstructed for him. Fierce. So fierce. White. So white. Tender. So tender. Just as Shin was admiring the sight, Su Qingya's voice came from behind him. "Who is she?" "Her name is Wang Zhaojun. She was a great woman." Zhaojun's departure to the frontier. Shin naturally couldn't reveal the truth, because that chapter of history didn't exist in this world. Chapter 84, China's second-ranked king stage powerhouse. Wang Zhaojun. Su Qingya murmured the name to herself. Just then, behind Su Qingya, Wang Zhaojun's demon rune began to glow. A chill slowly radiated out. Crack! The mirror on the wall, unable to withstand the chill, shattered instantly, scattering shards across the floor. Ice elemental power. Su Qingya's eyes widened, and her sensual red lips parted slightly. The moment the demon rune glowed, ice elemental power had emerged within her, in addition to her wind elemental power.
Of course, this ice elemental power was incredibly potent, surpassing even her S-rank wind elemental power. This is SSS class ice power. I become a dual element mage and an SSS class 1 at that.
Su Qingya was so overjoyed that she couldn't help but throw her arms around Shin in excitement. Pressed against her soft bosom and inhaling the scent of her sweat, Shin couldn't resist wrapping his arms around her.
To be honest, do you have a crush on your teacher? Su Qingya pushed Shin away. Shin was just about to speak. Don't try to wriggle out of this. You just said I'm pretty. Were you trying to confess your feelings to me? Shin, let me tell you this, I'm your teacher. You can't have any inappropriate thoughts about me.
It's impossible for the two of us to develop that kind of relationship. As Su Qingya spoke these words, she spoke very quickly, as if she were afraid of something.
Teacher Su. You look so cute like this. Watching Su Qingya's expression, Shin couldn't help but blink. You're shameless. Don't stare. Only then did Su Qingya realize she hadn't been wearing any clothes.
She was standing in front of Shin wearing nothing but a lace bra, telling him not to have any improper thoughts about her.
This is absolutely mortifying. Su Qingya's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple.
She hurriedly grabbed a white shirt and pulled it on. Then, without looking back, she flung open the door and ran out. Who would have thought that Su Qingya, known to freshmen as the devil teacher, would have such a girlish side to her?
Shin watched Su Qingya's retreating figure, a sly smile curving his lips. A teacher-student romance. It's not out of the question.
As Shin spoke, he left the demon rune room.
Lang. Tell me the truth, what did you do to Teacher Su?
The moment Shin opened the door, Luna appeared before him, her cheeks puffed out in anger. I didn't do anything, I just had a demon rune tattooed.
Shin said with an utterly unconcerned expression. Humph. You womanizer. You've got one in the bowl, yet you're still eyeing the pot.
Luna pouted, looking thoroughly jealous.
Oh. Then who's in the bowl?
Shin moved closer to Luna, his eyes full of amusement.
The one in the bowl is. Luna blushed and lowered her head. Come here. Shin wrapped his arm around Luna's slender waist. Bang!
The door to the demon rune chamber slammed shut behind them.
Lang, you. Don't say a word. Shin pressed his lips firmly against Luna's sensual mouth. First, a light, fleeting kiss. Then, a ravenous, predatory one. Slowly, their clothes began to fall away. Luna's snow-white skin was exposed. Shin left countless love bites all over her. Lang. Luna murmured. It's okay.
Shin replied, just as he was about to make his final move.
Snap. A thunderous sound rang out.
Then, Lu Rukin's somewhat excited voice came from outside the door. Bro-in-law, hurry up and come out and see this.
Grandpa's about to face the king's tribulation.
Holy shit.
Someone always interrupts us. Not this time. Shin didn't get up. He had no intention of paying Lu Rukin any mind.
Even if the sky split open today, he was going to plug that hole.
Lang. It's Grandpa undergoing the king's tribulation. Shin thought, but Luna pushed him aside, clearly agitated.
Rushi, I suspect your grandfather is doing this on purpose.
Shin's expression darkened. Lang. I'm your woman.
Luna got up, put on her clothes, and then gave Shin a light peck on the lips.
Old Lu, you'd better give me an explanation. Shin angrily dressed himself and then opened the door. Brother-in-law. Grandpa is. Ouch. Brother-in-law, why did you kick me in the butt? It's Grandpa who is facing the king's tribulation.
Lu Rukin rubbed his butt, looking thoroughly aggrieved.
No matter who is facing the king's tribulation. Bro-in-law, I just want to beat you up today.
As soon as Shin finished speaking, he kicked Lu Rukin in the butt again.
Bro-in-law, I get it.
Are you frustrated with my sister, so that's why?
Lu Rukin said this and turned to run away. You're just a little kid, what do you know? Shin watched Lu Rukin run off, wanting to kick him one more time. Giggle. But from the side came Luna's giggling laughter. Smack. Shin slapped her right on the butt. Is that so funny? It is. Luna dropped that line and ran off too. By now, the central area of Baobao Mountain was already filled with thunder.
Many people were gathering to watch this king's tribulation.
Although tribulation clouds appeared over Baobao Mountain every so often, this was only the second time the king's tribulation had occurred. This meant that two king stage powerhouses were about to emerge in Huaxia. It's been an hour already.
I saw Marshal Lu's king stage form. He is even stronger than the supreme leader. Someone, watching the tribulation clouds that had been pelted by thunder for an hour with no sign of stopping, couldn't help but speak up.
Ha ha ha. China is about to produce a second king stage powerhouse. It's only a matter of time before the second one appears. As long as Minister Shin is here, forget two king stage experts, even 10 would be a piece of cake. You're right. As long as Minister Shin is here, we all have a chance to become king stage experts. The Grandmaster stage experts present were all thrilled.
Because they all knew that Minister Shin possessed a fruit called the divine fruit. Once refined, breaking through to the king stage would be no trouble at all.
Another hour passed before the lightning strike finally ended.
And today, Huaxia gained another king stage expert. One who had endured a 2-hour baptism of thunder, no less. Titan, radiating an aura of a true king, appeared before Shin with a loud laugh. Congratulations, Grandpa Lu, on breaking through to the king stage. Shin hurriedly smiled and offered his congratulations. After all, Titan had always been kind to him, and he held him in high regard.
Grandpa, you're so amazing. You actually endured the lightning baptism for 2 whole hours. Lu Rukin's eyes blazed with intense admiration.
It was just a stroke of luck.
Titan felt even happier inside.
The longer one endures the lightning baptism, the stronger the king's physique becomes.
By the way, Xiao Lang, the Tianyuan realm is about to open. The investigation into those first-year students at the National Defense University you asked for is complete.
Apart from a few with complicated family backgrounds, the rest can come to the base tomorrow. Although Titan had just broken through to the king stage, he hadn't come to Babaishan just to undergo his tribulation.
Chapter 85, 3 People, 3 Divine Fruits. Is the review finished? That's absolutely wonderful. With the Tianyuan realm about to open, the first-year students at the National Defense University certainly needed strengthening.
Shin had been planning to give the freshmen a major boost all along. I heard you led a group to wipe out the entire Zhu family.
Titan looked at Shin with a smile. Colluding with the enemy and betraying the country.
They deserved it. In any era, colluding with the enemy and betraying the country is a grave crime. So the Shu family truly deserved everything that happened to them today.
Well done. Good kill. Too bad I couldn't join in. Otherwise, I would crush that old man Zhuangxiong. Titan's eyes were filled with intense murderous intent. Xiao Lang, I heard you still have 3 divine fruits. Titan suddenly changed the subject. I do indeed have 3 left. Shen nodded. Good. Very good. Come on, I'll take you to meet 3 people right now. Titan was a little excited.
After all, he had just broken through to the king stage, and that kind of exhilaration wasn't easy to calm down. At that moment, in the conference room at the Babaishan base,
2 men and 1 woman were sitting quietly. Yet their eyes scanned the surroundings with curiosity. What a powerful aura! That's the aura of a king.
The 3 looked toward the door at the same time, then stood up in surprise.
Marshal Lu. All 3 greeted Titan at once. Come in. Weren't you curious why I brought you here?
Now I'll tell you, the place you're standing in is Genesis Faction, the most central and top secret department of our Huaxia.
Genesis Faction.
All three were puzzled. They were all high-ranking officials of Huaxia, yet they had never heard of Genesis faction.
If Titan hadn't brought them here, they would have had no idea the Genesis faction even existed.
That's right. Because the Genesis faction's security clearance is so high, initially only the leader and I knew about it.
Titan explained, then smiled at Shin and said, "Let me introduce you. This is the minister of the Genesis faction, Minister Shen.
Don't let his youth fool you, he has played an indispensable role in the rise of our Huaxia. Even the fact that the leader and I were able to break through to the king stage is all thanks to Minister Shen."
Titan's eyes sparkled with joy whenever he mentioned Shen. The king stage, Minister Shen. The three looked at the young Shen with astonishment.
A minister this young had never appeared in the history of Huaxia.
"Minister Shen, let me introduce you.
This is Zheng Chang, Huaxia's Minister of Internal Affairs.
This is Su Qing, a diplomat. And this is He Luo, a state counselor." Titan looked at the three and introduced them to Shen one by one. "Hello, everyone." Shen was very polite and shook hands with each of them. "Marshal Lu, could you explain exactly what's going on here?"
The three were filled with doubts, especially since the Zhu family had been completely wiped out in recent days.
"All three of you are now at the Grandmaster stage." Titan smiled as he looked at the three. They nodded.
The situation with the Genesis faction is too complicated to explain fully right now. However, the reason I brought you here today is to help you break through to the king stage. As soon as Titan said this, the three froze in surprise.
Break through to the king stage. That's right.
The reason I was able to break through to the king stage is largely thanks to Minister Shen, who provided me with a divine fruit. As Titan finished speaking, he turned to Shen.
Divine fruit.
The three repeated the words in unison, their gazes fixed on Shen. Shen didn't hesitate, he immediately produced 3 divine fruits. Such intense law energy. The three exclaimed in unison, their eyes burning with intensity as they stared at the divine fruits.
What do you think?
Now you should have a general idea of who Minister Shen is. Titan had long anticipated their reactions and stood by, watching the scene unfold with a look of amusement. With such concentrated law energy, if refined, it will surely allow you to break through the king stage. Although Zheng Chang was already over 60, the moment he saw the divine fruit, he seemed to instantly grow 20 years younger.
Minister Shen truly is a prodigy.
Zheng Chang had now realized why Titan had secretly summoned the 3 of them to the Genesis faction. He intended for them to refine the divine fruit and break through to the king stage.
Ha ha ha.
I suppose you've already figured out why I called you here.
You're right on the money.
It's precisely so that you can refine the divine fruit and break through to the king stage. It's not just you 3, Zhou Xinghai is likely on the verge of breaking through as well.
Titan glanced in a certain direction. Minister Zhou is here too.
The 3 were taken aback.
China had never had a single king before, and now there were already 2 at the king stage. If they were included, wouldn't that mean China had 6 king stage cultivators? Wait a minute. If Minister Shen still has more divine fruits, wouldn't that mean anyone in China who reaches the Grandmaster stage could become a king?
As soon as Zheng Chang thought of this, he looked at Shen with immense excitement. Minister Shen, do you know if there are only these 3 divine fruits, or are there more?
There are many divine fruits.
Shen's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke those few words.
Great. That's amazing. Minister Shen, your kindness to China is simply truly immense.
Zheng Chang was so moved that his speech became slightly stuttered.
I am a Chinese citizen too. I deeply love this country as well. Shen's expression was solemn and earnest. These 3 divine fruits, 1 for each of you.
However, the Genesis faction is the most core secret of our nation. You must not reveal a single detail.
If it is leaked, you should know the consequences.
Titan fixed the 3 of them with an icy stare.
Marshal Lu and Minister Shen, rest assured.
The 3 nodded in unison. In that case, you will refine the divine fruits within the Genesis faction. The Genesis faction has over 100 Grandmaster level experts who can ensure you are not disturbed.
What?
The Genesis faction has over 100 Grandmaster level experts. The three were stunned once again. To be precise, there are over 300 Grandmaster level experts. And nearly 100 more have gone to the northern frontier. These nearly 100 were brought by those 98 mages. Shin had inscribed 3 batches of people in total, and the small rejuvenation pills they brought amounted to nearly 300. Over 300 Grandmaster level experts, my goodness! This surprise came so suddenly that the three of them could barely catch their breath. It felt as though, one moment, they had been living in abject poverty, and the next, they won 5 million in the lottery. That blissful surprise nearly brought tears to their eyes. Minister Shin, you're truly a good luck charm for our nation. The three of them couldn't help but speak in unison. Everything for the nation. Right. Everything for the nation. Under Zhao Gang's arrangements, the three eventually refined the divine fruit at the Babaishan base. What about the fallout from the incident with the diplomats from the three nations? Only Shin and Titan remained in the conference room. You rascal, I thought you weren't worried at all. Titan chuckled and patted Shin on the shoulder. Chapter 86, The Investigation into Shin. After all, it was a delegation from three nations. Shin was well aware of the consequences of killing those three. No need to worry too much. What they should be most worried about right now is entering the Tianyuan realm. The last time we entered the Tianyuan realm, our younger generation from Huaxia suffered heavy losses under the joint assault of several nations and were forced to withdraw early. Meanwhile, Sakura and Falcon discovered the ancient ruins and cave dwellings. That is the primary reason several nations have come to Huaxia for exchanges. They want to test our strength. But thanks to you, they failed. I suspect they're now racking their brains, wondering what to do once they're inside the Tianyuan realm. As Titan spoke, a look of satisfaction couldn't help but flicker in his eyes. They used to be the ones being suppressed at every turn, now it was time for them to taste a bit of their own medicine. Sakura Nation. In a private conference room. Smash! A ceramic teacup was violently hurled to the floor. Leader, please don't get angry. A middle-aged man bowed his head, his voice trembling slightly. Humph. You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Not a single victory in a single match. How dare such good-for-nothings call themselves geniuses of Sakura Nation? It's utterly disgraceful. Abe Tano blared furiously at the middle-aged man before him, his regal aura causing the man to break out in a cold sweat. There have been constant internal upheavals in Huaxia recently. Our people have been trying to uncover the cause, but we've encountered significant resistance. The middle-aged man lowered his head even further, almost to a 90-degree angle. Useless. I heard that the Zhu family was wiped out. Abe Tano changed the subject, withdrawing his regal aura. According to reports, the entire Zhu family was indeed exterminated, including our diplomatic delegation. The middle-aged man still dared not look up. Humph. Even if he returns, he'll have to commit seppuku. However, the Zhu family isn't weak otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to cooperate. How did Huaxia manage to uproot the Zhu family overnight? I expect your special high command to investigate this matter thoroughly and report back to me as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll commit seppuku. Abe Tano fixed the middle-aged man with an icy glare. Yes. I will get to the bottom of this immediately and will not disappoint the leader. The middle-aged man immediately stood at attention. Oh, and one more thing. Regarding the massacre of the entire exchange delegation, what do the other two nations plan to do? The other two nations have replied that they will wait until the Tianyuan realm event concludes before discussing it together. The middle-aged man's demeanor was utterly subservient. The Tianyuan realm. There are great secrets there. What do they plan to do? They plan to join forces against Huaxia, just like last time. The younger generation of Huaxia is exceptionally powerful this time. Only by uniting can we drive them out of the Tianyuan realm. Additionally, the Falcon Nation plans to use that substance. The middle-aged man's final remark startled Abe Tano.
That substance. But I recall that while it can temporarily boost one's strength, the side effects are severe. Once used, death is almost certain. According to intelligence from the Falcon Kingdom, they're organizing a suicide squad. These men will take the Huaxia forces down with them. They're demanding that we organize a suicide squad as well. Only by joining forces can we guarantee victory over Huaxia. Beads of sweat had already begun to form on the middle-aged man's forehead. After all, his predecessor had died just 3 months ago. Suicide squads. When did Falcon Nation start playing these kinds of games? It seems that after their SSS class genius was killed, they've become afraid of that student named Shin. By the way, have you finished investigating that Shin? Is there any chance we can recruit him to our Sakura Nation? If there is no chance, then no matter what it takes, we must eliminate him. A cold gleam flashed in Abe Tanaka's eyes. Shin is being watched very closely by the Liu family. As soon as school lets out, a private car picks him up, and he vanishes. We simply can't find him. The middle-aged man bowed his head again at a 90-degree angle. Humph. Useless. Since we can't find Shin, we'll go after his family. Either he sides with us, or he dies. You handle it as you see fit. Abe Tanaka waved his hand, and the middle-aged man slowly backed away. Falcon Nation. The Capitol building. How is the investigation into Shin coming along? Chief Executive, the Liu family is keeping Shin's whereabouts tightly under wraps. The intelligence agency has made no progress so far. Across from Falcon Nation's Chief Executive, Temup's Intelligence Bureau Director Duke wore an expression of helplessness. Humph. With such a genius emerging in Huaxia, you incompetents haven't even investigated him. Temups looked up at Duke. Oh. Chief Executive, this really isn't my fault. The Liu family is protecting him too well, our people simply can't get close. We don't even know where he lives. Duke looked somewhat helpless. The resistance to investigating Shin was truly immense. Well, have you at least figured out Shin's preferences? Or whether it's possible to assassinate him? Temups was at a loss for words. He wondered if he needed to replace the Director of Intelligence. Assassination is very difficult. Our people simply can't infiltrate China's National Defense University. However, we do know a little about one of Shin's preferences. Whenever he appears, he is always surrounded by beautiful women. Beautiful women. Since you know he likes beautiful women, can't you use your brain and think of China's beauty trap? Temups felt that replacing the intelligence chief was now a matter for serious consideration. Rest assured, Mr. Chief Executive, I'll handle it immediately. Duke knew he had already upset the chief executive. Oh, right. Regarding the Tianyuan realm, keep a close eye on the land of cherry blossoms. That country is the one we must guard against most. Temups issued one final warning. Yes, Mr. Chief Executive. Duke let out a long sigh and finally stepped out of the unpleasant office. Oh, damn it. The beauty trap. China. At the square of the Babaishan base. Shin and all the members of his squad were present, along with Su Qingya and Wu Jiangtao. Beep, beep. A series of horn blasts rang out, followed by 2 beams of light. The next second, a high-speed train raced in and came to a stop at the edge of the plaza. The train doors opened, and 100 students from the National Defense University cautiously stepped off. Shin looked at them. He could see tension and confusion on their faces. Welcome to the Genesis faction. Shin smiled as he addressed the crowd. Brother Lang. Hearing Shin's voice, the group froze for a moment before rushing toward him. Don't run around. Just then, several Grandmaster-level experts radiated their auras, instantly intimidating the crowd that had been running about. Professor Su, Director Wu. Someone spotted Wu Jiangtao and Su Qingya standing behind Shin. Chapter 87, Jingku, Chengyaojin. Brother Lang, what is going on here? Someone looked at Shin and asked. Everyone, quiet. This is the most central, most classified department in China. Genesis faction.
Shen's expression was stern, and an aura of dominance radiated from him.
Genesis faction.
The students all fell silent, their eyes wide as they waited for him to continue.
Outside, you can call me Brother Lang. But here, you must address me as Minister Shen. What? Brother Lang, you're the minister of the Genesis faction. The crowd was stunned once again.
Quiet!
Shen bellowed, silencing these young people bursting with energy.
You were selected to be here. It was through a rigorous selection process. The Genesis faction is the core of Huaxia and the hope for the future.
You've been admitted to the Genesis faction precisely because we recognized your potential. That's why you've been allowed to join.
Shen knew exactly what these young people were thinking.
Hearing Shen's words, their eyes sparkled with determination and vitality.
Shen was pleased with their response and spoke again. Classmates,
the Tianyuan realm is about to open.
Out there are many mad dogs watching us. Once we from Huaxia enter the Tianyuan realm, they'll pounce on us like mad dogs. So, for your safety, and for the future of Huaxia,
I'm going to give you all a collective power boost. In the Tianyuan realm, we must not only win, we must win spectacularly.
I hope you all enter safely and return safely. Shen looked at the people before him, for they were all warriors about to head into battle.
Brother Lang, no, Minister Shen, is this enhancement you're talking about like what Gua Haiyang and his team received? Someone was quick-witted and caught on immediately. Exactly. Just like Gua Haiyang and his team.
Shen nodded, then continued, the Genesis faction is the nation's most classified department. From the very first day you set foot here, I expect this secret to remain buried deep within you forever.
Don't even tell your parents. Rest assured, Minister Shen, we understand.
Young people adapt to new things the fastest. The moment they grasped the situation, they knew exactly what to do.
After receiving these students, Shen immediately immersed himself in the demon rune.
The first batch to arrive were martial artists. After all, it was more convenient for Shen to handle the demon rune uniformly. The files for these 100 students were in Shen's hands.
Among them, there were 10 S-rank geniuses.
Looking at the list of 10, Shen began to ponder in his mind what kind of demon rune he should inscribe for them. One of them, a martial artist who had awakened an S-rank talent, was particularly interesting. His name was Zhang Ming, and the talent he had awakened was shadow assassination. When using this skill, he could hide in the shadows for a short time, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to his enemy. Shen pondered this for a moment, and finally, his eyes lit up.
An assassin Jing Ku.
Jing Ku's assassination attempt on Emperor Qin. The king of Qin circling the column.
Zhang Ming, come in.
Shen looked directly at the list in his hand and called his name.
Yes. Minister Shen.
Zhang Ming hadn't expected to be the first. He was incredibly excited. While they were waiting, that big-mouthed Gua Haiyang had already spilled the beans about the secret to their growing strength.
So everyone knew that only by undergoing Shen's demon rune could they become stronger. Take off your clothes and lie face down on the bed.
Shen's mana was now very powerful, so he was quite relaxed.
Minister Shen, may I ask what demon rune you'll be tattooing on me?
Zhang Ming was very curious about the demon rune.
Your demon rune is Jing Ku, a very formidable assassin. A flash of nostalgia crossed Shen's eyes as he thought of Jing Ku. A very formidable assassin.
Zhang Ming could only feel a sense of awe. Minister Shen, that's truly impressive. Zhang Ming immediately lay face down on the demon rune bed. The demon rune system had a peculiar rule: the first person to receive a demon rune had a high chance of inheriting more of its power.
This was why Shen chose to bestow the demon rune on someone compatible.
He couldn't let the demon rune's potential go to waste.
Shen completed Jing Ku's demon rune inscription very quickly. It was finished in about an hour. Thank you, Minister Shen.
Zhang Ming left with a beaming smile. Next up was a martial artist named Zhu Hai, who had awakened an S-rank talent, Axe Splits Mountains. For those who awaken talents tied to specific weapons, only by using the same weapon can they unleash the full power of their awakened talent. Shin finally settled on a martial general who wielded an axe. Chen Yaojin. Chen Yaojin, known for his 3 axe strikes, was a deputy general under Li Shimin Li'er. Shin was particularly fond of Chen Yaojin. Those in the know understand why.
Minister Shen.
Zhu Hai was slightly plump, had a simple, honest demeanor, and always wore a smile.
Not bad, a perfect match. Shen smiled and lay down. Zhu Hai obediently lay down as well. Chen Yaojin's demon rune was relatively straightforward for Shen at this stage.
Another hour later, Zhu Hai left the demon rune chamber with a smile on his face.
Next up was another S-rank talent skill awakening, Blade Slash. Shen ultimately chose Gan Ning, a legendary historical warrior who wielded a sword.
Gan Ning, the Banner of Brocade, was a renowned general of the Eastern Wu Kingdom during the Three Kingdoms period. He was also one of Shen's favorite generals. It took another hour for Gan Ning's demon rune to be completed. Next, Shen carefully selected 7 historical generals to match the 7 warriors who had awakened S-rank talent skills. Yang Lin, the king of the mountains from the heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties, was said to wield an iron staff weighing 300 jin.
A hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties Pei Yuanqing. A hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties Wei Wuntong. A hero of Mount Liang Lu Zhishan, the flower monk. A hero of Mount Liang Wusong. A hero of Mount Liang Wanshang. A hero of Mount Liang Lin Chong. A hero of Mount Liang Shiqian.
Speaking of Shiqian, Shen was actually a bit surprised. Shiqian was famous for his thieving skills, and Shen wondered what kind of benefits combining the S-rank talent weapon steel with Shiqian's demon rune might bring. Weapon steal, as the name suggests, gives you the chance to steal an opponent's weapon during combat. It's like disarming them with your bare hands.
Shen found this fascinating.
If he hadn't been pressed for time, he would have really wanted to find someone to spar with to test it out. After the S-rank students came those who had awakened A-rank talents.
Shen didn't want to think about it anymore. He simply inscribed 90 Western Chu Overlord runes.
Although, in his previous life, Shen had always had a soft spot for Xiangyu, the Western Chu Overlord. After a long night, by dawn, Shen had finally finished inscribing demon runes for everyone. Once the demon runes were inscribed, he simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep. It wasn't until the next day, amid Gord's repeated cries of "Daddy," that he slowly opened his eyes.
"Daddy, Daddy! When are you going to let my little brothers out?"
Since Gord was so young, he usually only played with Ares Lu Rukin. However, after both of them had sparred with Gord and gotten beaten up, they didn't play with him much anymore.
Chapter 88, The Iron-Eating Beast.
Although both of them had awakened their respective talents, they were still only at the silver stage.
In contrast, Gord was born at silver level 5.
Moreover, Gord was too young and didn't understand the ways of the world. The first time he fought them, he beat them both black and blue. This made them feel humiliated, so they didn't like taking Gord out to play with them.
"When Daddy comes back from the Tianyuan realm, I'll help you release all your remaining brothers."
Shen ruffled Gord's head, paying special attention to the little Gord on top of it.
"Yay! Daddy promised to let my brothers out."
Gord let out a joyful cheer and ran off.
Shen watched Gord's retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh.
He had seen Gord crouching under the Gord vine, talking to those little Gords, on several occasions. Not to mention that lonely silhouette, it really did make one feel a bit heartbroken.
"System, I want to draw a prize."
Shen shook his head and spoke directly to the system.
"Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 divine fruit. Detected that the host possesses an ice elemental talent. Would you like to exchange the Wang Zhaojun demon rune for 2 draws? Exchange."
Shen didn't hesitate. He hadn't claimed the reward from the Wang Zhaojun demon rune yet.
"Congratulations, host.
You have obtained 102 draw opportunities.
I want 102 consecutive draws."
Shen knew that no matter how he drew now, the result would be small rejuvenation pills.
So he stopped struggling and simply went for all consecutive draws. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 102 small rejuvenation pills. I knew it would be like this."
Shin immediately called Titan and told him to come pick up the small rejuvenation pills. There were only a few hundred grandmasters in China, which Shin felt was still far too few. To completely dominate Blue Star, he would need at least 10,000 grandmaster stage experts to ensure absolute success. Xiao Lang, you've managed to get over 100 minor rejuvenation pills again so quickly.
Titan walked over with a cheerful grin. There are still too few grandmaster stage experts in China. We need to produce more. Shin spoke his mind. Well, no matter how Titan listened, that statement just sounded a bit off to him. Couldn't you find a better container to put them in? Every time you come, it's this kind of bag.
It makes the little rejuvenation pills look like cabbages sold by the roadside.
Titan was speechless. Shin was always so casual with such precious items. I've got another divine fruit here, take it and do with it as you please. Shin handed another divine fruit to Titan. You got another one. That is fine. Call your father-in-law over later.
He just broke through to the Grandmaster stage recently, so he'd be a suitable candidate for the divine fruit.
Titan really did believe in keeping the good stuff in the family. My father-in-law has broken through to the Grandmaster stage.
Shen was genuinely a bit surprised. But he didn't argue.
As long as it made Huaxia stronger, it didn't matter who received it.
After Titan left, the Babaishan base welcomed another batch of new students. This group consisted of mages, also numbering over 100. Female students made up the vast majority, with only a small fraction being male.